Jiang Yuan lay on his bed, his vacant gaze fixed on the somewhat yellowed and cracked ceiling. Today marked the third day since his arrival in this new world. It seemed much like Earth, yet there was an underlying difference that he could not quite place. Perhaps the most significant divergence was the universal adoration of deities. None of these gods were familiar to him, they were unique to this realm. Xiao Yuan, why are you still holed up in your room? Come out for dinner. Outside the door, his mother's gentle voice penetrated through his thoughts. Gradually, his unfocused eyes came into focus, and he responded, "Got it, Mom. I'm on my way. Hurry up. I've prepared many of your favorite dishes today. They won't taste good if they cool down." His mother's warm voice faded away as he gathered his emotions and left his room. As he opened the door, an unusual fragrance wafted toward him. Following the enticing scent, he turned his gaze towards the study. Within the open door stood a towering statue of a mysterious deity, nearly 2 meters tall. In front of the statue was an altar measuring 2 meters long, laden with various offerings. Black candles flickered, and dark incense rose, releasing ink-like smoke into the air. He glanced at it bemusedly. From what he had gathered during a short time here, every household seemed to harbor different statues, with every individual devotedly reverent. This was nothing extraordinary, so he chose not to dwell on it further. The greatest consolation in transitioning to this world was having a warm and loving family, his doting mother, gentle and wise father, and a beautiful, caring sister. As he entered the dining room, his father sat on a sofa wrapped in a meticulously tailored cream-hued cover. Soft yellow light illuminated the room. Sporting a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, his father was somewhat lean and carried an air of gentility. He was a high school geography teacher. Seeing Jiang Yuan's disheveled hair, his father stepped forward, affectionately patting his fringe back into place. "Look at you. Soon you'll be 18 and a grown adult, yet you still neglect your appearance." Tidying his hair, his father smiled and said, "Come on, let's eat." A warm glow filled Jiang Yuan's heart as he joined his father at the dining table, where his mother, donning a green apron, was dishing out food. Upon noticing him, her face lit up with fondness. "Sit down and eat all your favorite dishes. By the way, your sister will be back by noon tomorrow to celebrate your birthday. You two have always had the closest bond. It's been several months since you last saw her. Do you miss her?" Jiang Yuan nodded, smiling as he replied, "I definitely do." His father then handed him a pair of chopsticks. "All right, time to eat. After dinner, once you turn 18 at midnight, we will hold the dedication ceremony." Jiang Yuan paused slightly at the mention of the ceremony. The dedication ritual is a rite of passage for every youth who reaches the age of 18, allowing them to become the most loyal devotees of the deities. Based on his vague understanding gleaned from the internet, devout worship might confer divine powers and eventually lead one to become akin to a deity themselves, though in Jiang Yuan's eyes, such notions seemed absurd. Nevertheless, the people of this world held these beliefs with unwavering conviction, regardless of their status, whether they were rulers, entrepreneurs, celebrities, or common folk. They all ardently worshipped their chosen deities. His mother added, gently placing a piece of glistening red pork rib into his bowl, "When you perform the devotion to the deities, be sincere and harbor no distracting thoughts. Once you pass the divine examination, you will be able to partake in the faith tribute. When the time comes, a divine envoy will bestow upon you the blessings from the deities. Through this, you will grow strong and transcend the boundaries of mortality." As his mother elaborated, her expression became increasingly fervent, and after finishing, she raised her right hand, pressing her middle finger to her forehead, murmuring something solemnly. Jiang Yuan's expression grew complicated, and he remained silent. Perhaps it was the peculiarity of this world that despite evident technological advancements, people held unwavering faith in supernatural beings. Thinking of the upcoming dedication ceremony, Jiang Yuan felt a deep sense of reluctance. Yet, gazing at his parents' devout anticipation, he found the words of rejection lodged in his throat, unable to escape. After a hurried dinner, his parents commenced preparations for the ceremony. Their excitement and eagerness only added to Jiang Yuan's mounting discomfort. Unable to find the right moment to refuse, he sighed inwardly. Perhaps he could just feign participation. At the very least, it would bring them some joy. Ever since arriving in this world, he had felt an ever-deepening remorse for being so cherished by his parents. 3 days prior, he had witnessed the tragic spectacle of a young man, identical to him but deceased, rapidly disintegrate before his eyes, vanishing entirely from this realm. That young man had been their true son, while Jiang Yuan merely occupied his place. He could not help but feel guilty, wondering whether his own arrival had caused that young man's demise, or if it was something else entirely. Regardless, he had usurped the life that was rightfully his. To refuse divine worship was a thought that clashed with his intentions, yet he knew he could not openly decline. For now, he resolved to play along. The time soon approached 1155. Jiang Yuan was summoned to the study by his parents. The room was enveloped in swirling smoke, remnants of incense and candles gradually filling the air. The bizarre aroma permeated every corner, nearly overwhelming him. With just a few breaths, he felt himself choking, a profound instinct to resist bubbling within him, even though the fragrance was undeniable. In stark contrast, his parents appeared utterly entranced, inhaling deeply. When they saw Jiang Yuan exit, his father smiled warmly and beckoned. "Xiao Yuan, come here, everything is ready." Reluctantly, Jiang Yuan approached them. Before the giant statue, the altar was adorned with at least 20 incense burners, filled with flickering candles and burning incense. The rich blue smoke billowed, obscuring the deity's mysterious form. The statue bore a gentle smile, but as Jiang Yuan stared, he felt a disconcerting sense that perhaps there was an eerie quality to that smile. Frowning slightly, he began to look away when something seemed to catch his eye, rendering him frozen in place, blinking rapidly to dispel the surreal vision before him. "Xiao Yuan, come forward and bow to the merciful divine," offering incense. His caring mother gently took his hand, guiding him to the altar and indicating for him to light the incense. At that moment, his father produced a knife from seemingly nowhere and turned toward him, his expression still kind. Suddenly, he raised the knife, slicing into his left wrist. Crimson blood surged forth, and his father's smile grew only warmer, almost reverently. With his bleeding left hand, he flicked the blood toward the statue, droplets staining its surface. Upon closer observation, one would notice that the blood was being absorbed by the statue at a deliberate, glacial pace. Frozen by the shocking scene, Jiang Yuan could only stare in disbelief at his father, who appeared completely unperturbed by the self-inflicted wound. Dizziness clouded his thoughts, rendering him momentarily incapable of action. His mother, undeterred by the gravity of the situation, tugged at his hand, her palm feeling hot and slightly damp. Looking down, he saw that her right wrist, too, was stained crimson. Yet she seemed entirely unaware, allowing the blood to flow freely. Her expression remained gentle, tinged with mild reproach. "Why are you still standing there? Hurry and offer incense. With your loyalty, ignite the flesh candle and soul incense. Present your devotion and sincerity to the merciful divine. My son, you will ultimately become the most loyal and fervent disciple of the merciful divine, and your father and I will be proud of you." With that, she gently nudged the dazed Jiang Yuan. The unexpected turn of events left him utterly unprepared. Apart from his parents' bizarre behavior, swirling before him were glimmering blood-red words, now closer to the statue. The blood-red text flickered even faster, deepening in hue. "Do not believe. Do not believe. Do not believe." Chapter 2 Heresy. Jiang Yuan was at a loss regarding the source of the ominous text before him. The blood-red characters pulsated erratically, inducing a wave of anxiety within him. The room was awash with vivid light. Yet it was filled with curling blue smoke, and the conspicuous stains of blood were disturbingly vivid. Moreover, the blood seeping from his parents' wrists was juxtaposed with their serene smiles. This disconcerting scene only heightened his sense of dread and palpitations. "Xiao Yuan," his father urged, a stern note creeping into his voice. "What are you waiting for? Light the incense and kneel down. The flesh candle and soul incense are nearly burnt out for your ritual today. Hurry up. Have you forgotten how I taught you? Matters concerning the divine must not be taken lightly." His father's words echoed relentlessly in Jiang Yuan's mind. Wait, flesh candle, soul incense? Why do the names of these candles and incense sound so sinister? As this thought crossed his mind, Jiang Yuan's gaze involuntarily shifted toward the burning flesh candle and soul incense. The soul incense was inscrutable, but upon seeing the flesh candle, his eyes widened in horror. There, within the candle, was a small fragment of a fingernail. A fingernail? It must be a fingernail. Why on earth is there a piece of a fingernail inside the candle? Flesh candle. Fingernail. Could it be that? A chilling realization swept over Jiang Yuan, rendering him pale as death. Meanwhile, the pulsating crimson text before him accelerated, moving so swiftly that it left behind afterimages, as if it no longer flickered. "Do not worship. Do not worship. Do not worship. Do not worship." The exclamation marks multiplied behind the text, ultimately flooding Jiang Yuan's entire field of vision. No. Clang. Jiang Yuan stumbled back several steps, inadvertently kicking over a metal basin at his feet. He had been so captivated by the imposing statue upon entering that, amidst the thick blue smoke, he had overlooked the basin. Now, as it toppled, its contents spilled across the floor, a basin filled with blood so dark it seemed almost black. Freshly severed hearts, lungs, livers, all still glistening with vitality. And there was a brain, white and drenched in blood. Cursed be it! What have you done? His father's furious roar echoed as he violently shoved Jiang Yuan aside. Kneeling before the spattered blood, organs, and brain, hastily gathering them back into the basin. Turning his head sharply, he bellowed at Jiang Yuan. Do you even comprehend what you've done? You've toppled your grandfather's offering. You've betrayed his greatest goodwill. Your ritual's efficacy will be severely diminished, perhaps even invoking divine retribution. Damn it! Damn it! I should never have borne you. You have offended the gods. You have offended the gods. At this moment, the gentleness and kindness had vanished from his father's face, replaced by an expression of sheer rage, devoid of any trace of civility. His eyes appeared to redden, fixating on Jiang Yuan with an intensity that was almost predatory. Thud, beside them, his mother, once so nurturing, shot Jiang Yuan a venomous glare before suddenly kneeling on the ground, her right middle finger driving forcefully into the center of her forehead. Her fingernail, slightly elongated, pierced through the skin, blood gushing forth. O great and omnipotent Holy Spirit of compassion, you are benevolent and merciful. Please do not lay blame upon him. All his transgressions are unintentional. At this moment, Jiang Yuan, who had been paralyzed with fear, finally regained his composure. He comprehended the true nature of this so-called deity and the rituals of worship. That it was evidently a cult of demons, a sinister faith in malevolent beings. At that moment, his father turned around, fury radiating from him as he bellowed, "Kneel down at once." Jiang Yuan felt a tempest of rage boiling within his chest. Gazing at the grotesque faces of his parents, he realized the gravity of the situation. It was imperative to feign reverence for this malevolent entity in order to navigate through this perilous circumstance. Yet the erratic flickering of the untrustworthy devotion, coupled with the benign yet sinister smile of the spirit of compassion, filled with malice, warned him that once he pledged allegiance, even if merely a pretense, uncontrollable horrors would undoubtedly ensue. Gritting his teeth, Jiang Yuan mustered the courage to declare, "I do not wish to pledge my faith at this time." Before he could finish his sentence, as those words escaped his lips, his father, who was delicately placing the sacrificed innards of his grandfather into a basin, froze mid-motion. His mother, who had been fervently praying for Jiang Yuan's forgiveness, fell silent. Suddenly, their heads whipped around in unison, eyes fixated on Jiang Yuan, disbelief etched across their faces. They could hardly fathom that such words had emanated from the son they had nurtured and cherished since childhood. Their eyes gradually reddened, their expressions twisted into grotesque masks of rage. The warmth of their gaze evaporated, replaced by disdain and loathing. There was a moment of struggle, yet it was swiftly consumed by hatred, revulsion, and venomous resentment. "Heretic, that you are a heretic." His father's voice rose, sharp and piercing. The look directed at Jiang Yuan seemed intent on tearing him apart, laden with the most profound hatred. "Heretic, I shall rend you to pieces. I shall offer you as a sacrifice to the deity, and in return, I shall gain divine favor. Ha ha, I will shatter you to bits for the offering." His father's voice transformed into a frenzy, spiraling into madness. The crimson of his eyes signified a complete loss of reason, resembling those of a feral beast. Jiang Yuan felt a chill run down his spine. Suddenly, his father seized the blood-stained cleaver from the altar, his eyes gleaming with insanity, unwavering as he advanced toward Jiang Yuan step by step. "My son is a heretic. My son is a heretic." Beside him, his mother echoed with equal madness, "How splendid! Ha, my son is a heretic. Truly splendid. I am so fortunate." In an instant, the gentle mother transformed into a savage beast, lunging toward Jiang Yuan. Her hands were drenched in crimson, streaks of blood marking her face. Her expression was one of exhilaration, frenzy, and fervor. Everything unfolded too swiftly, with his father bearing down on him, wielding the blood-red cleaver, and his mother, wild-eyed and ecstatic, lunging at him. Jiang Yuan's mind erupted. He barely had time to ponder why everything was unfolding this way. Why his gentle father and virtuous mother had suddenly transformed so drastically. The primal instinct for survival compelled him to turn and flee without hesitation at that moment. He had inadvertently kicked over a metal basin, and as his father roughly shoved him aside, He found himself closest to the study's door. The terror of death and the bizarre fear triggered a surge of adrenaline within him, propelling him to an unprecedented speed. With his mind sharper than ever, the instant he burst from the study, he deftly slammed the door shut behind him. Bang! His mother, who appeared rather frail, surprisingly crashed through the sturdy door, her expression more ecstatic than ever. Rushing towards Jiang Yuan with even greater speed, his father's face contorted with rage, he suddenly raised a kitchen knife and swung it toward Jiang Yuan from a distance, a scarlet vapor inexplicably detached from the blade, transforming into a crimson arc aimed directly at him. Damn! Jiang Yuan was utterly astounded, questioning the very nature of this phenomenon. Was it true energy, magic, sorcery? Yet, the imminent threat of death left him no time for contemplation. Under the influence of adrenaline, he executed the most agile evasive maneuver of his life, narrowly avoiding the eerie blade of energy. The arc struck the living room sofa head-on, producing a thud as it cleaved a massive gash into the solid wooden furniture. Heretics, heretics, heretics must perish, heretics must perish. Ha! My son is a heretic, my son is a heretic. The frenzied voices of his parents echoed in his ears, and Jiang Yuan could feel his mother closing in from behind. With a furious ah, he unleashed an unexpected surge of strength, delivering a powerful kick backward. His mother's body was sent sprawling, and without a moment's glance, Jiang Yuan sprinted to the door, unlocked the reinforced security gate, and swiftly slipped out, slamming the door shut behind him with force. He continued his desperate flight. After just a few steps, bang, 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 the tremendous sounds of impact echoed behind him, along with the primal, beast-like roars of his parents. Now devoid of reason. It was fortunate they had lost their sanity, mindlessly attacking the security door without attempting to unlock it, granting Jiang Yuan precious moments to escape. There was no time to take the elevator. He pushed open the door to the safety corridor, gripping the stair railing, and without a moment to spare, he leaped down from one stair platform to the next, repeatedly jumping and spinning in his frantic descent. Their residence was not particularly high. It was on the 9th floor of an old community. In mere moments, Jiang Yuan burst through the safety door on the 1st floor, and behind him. It seemed his parents had not followed. His heart raced violently, as if it would leap from his throat. He felt lost, shocked, horrified, and terrified. Everything that had transpired that night had profoundly shattered his worldview and understanding of this reality. Suddenly, he felt. This world seemed entirely different from what he had comprehended. Run! In a moment of sheer urgency, the thought surged through Jiang Yuan's mind. Flee this place at once, to a location devoid of any presence. However, just as this notion took form, a sudden cacophony erupted. Ping-pong, ping-pong. The sharp, shattering sounds of glass resonated from the 9th floor, causing Jiang Yuan to look up in horror. To his astonishment, he beheld his father clutching a blood-red kitchen knife, while his mother donned her pale yellow loungewear. They had inexplicably leapt through the window of the 9th floor, descending with reckless abandon towards him, even as they plummeted to the 2nd floor. Illuminated by the soft glow of the community lights, Jiang Yuan could distinctly perceive their expressions, their eyes. They had leapt from such a height, without a trace of fear upon their faces. Their eyes, filled with a manic, vengeful crimson, were fixated upon Jiang Yuan, unwavering and unblinking. Thud, thud. With 2 resounding crashes, the lifeless forms of his parents fell to the ground before Jiang Yuan's stunned gaze. The darkening crimson of their blood quickly saturated the concrete beneath them. Their bodies lay in grotesque disarray, limbs contorted, necks twisted, even their heads misshapen. Yet, the one constant remained, their frenzied eyes, fixated upon Jiang Yuan with an unyielding intensity. Furthermore, his father's lips parted slightly, uttering 2 silent words, heretic. And then, like his mother, he fell into eternal silence. Chapter 3. What manner of world is this? Bang bang. Jiang Yuan struck his own head twice with clenched fists. If this were a dream, he wished to awaken, for it was the most terrifying nightmare imaginable. Regrettably, those 2 pairs of eyes that sent chills down his spine, the pool of blackened crimson blood, and the grotesque forms of his parents, along with the gradually illuminating lights of the residential buildings, all seemed to convey one harrowing truth: this was not a dream. Jiang Yuan sank to the ground, his body overwhelmed by a wave of exhaustion and weakness, the aftermath of a surge of adrenaline. Yet, the fatigue that enveloped him was trivial in comparison to the torment ravaging his mind. Bang bang, he struck his head once more, fingers tangled in his hair, his gaze vacant as he stared at his parents' lifeless bodies. Unable to grasp the reality before him, he recalled his father's gentle, kind demeanor, the way he had lovingly tidied Jiang Yuan's hair during dinner, his mother's tenderness, her nurturing spirit. and the meticulous care she had bestowed upon him over the past 3 days flooded his memory. Mere moments ago, they had transformed into mindless beasts, demons emerging from the very depths of hell. Their bodies had yet to grow cold. What on earth was transpiring? A heretic? Does the denial of divinity render me a heretic? Jiang Yuan's mind was in disarray, utterly chaotic. Quick, he needed to comprehend the situation at hand. Hiss. Is that not the old Jiang couple? How could they have jumped? Call an ambulance. Dial for an ambulance. I'll notify the authorities. You, call for an ambulance. Quickly, Xiao Yuan. Is that not Xiao Yuan, the son of the old Jiang? Xiao Yuan, are you unharmed? Shadows of concerned figures rushed from the various residential buildings, their voices laden with urgency and shock. A middle-aged woman, still clad in her nightgown, hurriedly approached Jiang Yuan, who sat on the ground with a vacant expression. She crouched down beside him, wrapping her arms around his shoulders, her tone infused with genuine concern. Xiao Yuan. Are you all right? What has happened? Where are your parents? Suddenly, a hand was placed on his shoulder, causing Jiang Yuan to flinch. He looked up to see Aunt Wang, their neighbor whom he had encountered only once before. Her eyes were now filled with worry and alarm. Jiang Yuan's voice emerged hoarse from his throat. I don't know that I was just about to head out to buy some late-night snacks. And as soon as I stepped outside the building, it all happened. Aunt Wang gently patted his shoulder and quickly reassured him. Do not be afraid. Do not be afraid. Auntie is here. Please, you must tell me the truth. Do not deceive me. Do you understand? The urgency and depth in Aunt Wang's voice made Jiang Yuan's heart tremble. He met her gaze. Her eyes, brimming with compassion, were fixed intently upon him. His heart raced. Yet he feigned a look of bewilderment, replying, I truly do not know. What kind of desolate world is this? Jiang Yuan's mind screamed in agony. Meanwhile, more people arrived in the community. Those who recognized Jiang Yuan approached to offer words of comfort, while strangers stood at a distance, whispering and pointing. Aunt Wang refrained from asking further questions but chose to stay by Jiang Yuan's side, offering him solace. Yet, her eyes never wavered from him for even a moment. Jiang Yuan remained silent, his gaze unfocused, lost in thought. Woo-woo-woo-woo-woo-lee. The wails of police and ambulance sirens grew louder, approaching from afar, with a screeching halt. 3 or 4 police cars and 2 ambulances arrived in succession. Several doctors disembarked from the ambulance, rushing towards his parents, but upon seeing their condition, they could only shake their heads in despair. The police officers swiftly exited their vehicles, shouting to the gathered crowd, Make way, everyone, establish a perimeter. We need to secure the scene. Also, does anyone know them? Where do they live? Are there any family members present? With the arrival of the police, the scene was quickly cordoned off, and they loudly inquired. The residents pointed towards Jiang Yuan, and one of them replied, He is the son of old Jiang and his wife. The security personnel turned their attention to Jiang Yuan, who sat limply on the ground. 2 officers approached him. The older officer, with a serious expression, asked, What is your relationship with these 2 individuals? They are my parents. The officer's stern demeanor softened slightly as he nodded gently. Would you be willing to accompany us to the police station to provide a detailed account of what transpired? That would be acceptable. Wouldn't it? Yes, no problem. All right, Xiao Lu, take him to the vehicle. Jiang Yuan was led by the young officer to a police car. Aunt Wang cast one last deep look at Jiang Yuan before blending back into the crowd, where she began to speculate and gossip about the incident. Several security personnel swiftly ascended the stairs, rushing towards Jiang Yuan's residence to investigate the cause of the fall. Name, Jiang Yuan. Age, 18. What were you and your parents doing before they fell? My parents. Just as Jiang Yuan began to respond, suddenly, before his eyes, characters flickered once more. This time, there were no words, only 3 exclamation marks. Jiang Yuan hesitated. The words he was about to utter were forcefully suppressed, and he shifted his tone. My parents were preparing for my 18th birthday banquet tomorrow. However, a disagreement led to an argument. I was feeling down, so I decided to step out for a late-night snack and a drink. Then they jumped. The older security officer who was questioning Jiang Yuan fell silent. While the younger officer paused in his note-taking, the elder picked up a cigarette from the table, lit it, inhaled deeply, and slowly exhaled a plume of thick, grayish smoke, momentarily shrouding his weathered face in a dance of light and shadow. As he reached the halfway point of his cigarette, he suddenly spoke. However, our colleagues discovered an ongoing act of the benevolent faith in your study. The ritual that is not concluded. Furthermore, signs of a struggle were evident in your home. What could have caused all this? Additionally, our colleagues learned from your neighbors that they seemingly overheard your parents uttering the word heretic. Therefore, I must inquire. Who was the heretic they referred to? The elder security officer's keen, hawk-like eyes fixed on Jiang Yuan, as if searching for something in his expression. Jiang Yuan felt a jolt of anxiety. It was not merely the discovery of the ongoing faith ritual that troubled him, but rather, since the security personnel had already uncovered the ritual, they must have realized that it was not a conventional worship of a righteous deity, but rather a sinister, demonic rite. Yet why did the officer refrain from mentioning the bizarre content of his parents' ritual, which even included the entrails of his grandfather? Instead, he emphasized the inquiry regarding heretics, or perhaps, Jiang Yuan was struck by a horrifying possibility. Could it be that the faith rituals in this world, or rather, the deities worshipped by the people in this realm, are all demonic? Chapter 4. Inquiry. Jiang Yuan forced himself to remain calm. The more frantic he became, the more perilous his situation would grow. His mind incessantly replayed his understanding of this world over the past few days. It became increasingly clear that nearly every individual in this world was a worshipper of deities, no demonic entities. However, there were countless demonic entities, and the benevolent sacred one was merely one among many. Furthermore, he had witnessed, through the news, numerous conflicts arising among followers due to differing beliefs. Additionally, the elder security officer had referred to the benevolent faith ritual, rather than respectfully addressing the benevolent sacred one, indicating that his beliefs did not align with those of the benevolent faith. Why was this question so difficult to answer? The elder security officer spoke again, his tone laden with significance. No, I was merely reflecting on the scene at that time. Has it truly slipped your mind so swiftly? Less than an hour since it transpired. I merely wish to recollect more precise details. You need only to speak candidly and describe the situation as it was, without delving into excessive specifics. Surely, being forthright is paramount, yet do clearer details not serve to illuminate your investigation? Furthermore, Jiang Yuan's face flushed with ire as he exclaimed, "This time, it was my father and mother who perished. My mind is in turmoil, and I require a moment to gather my thoughts. What is the issue with that? And why do you interrogate me so aggressively? Am I to be regarded as a criminal?" In response to Jiang Yuan's vehement outburst, the elder security officer maintained a stoic expression while observing him intently, while the younger officer clenched his fists near his mouth, seemingly attempting to signal the elder. Suddenly, the elder officer's demeanor transformed. A radiant smile graced his face, and his tone softened considerably. "Young man, please do not be so agitated. We too wish to ascertain what transpired as swiftly as possible, which may have led to our urgency in questioning. You are certainly not a suspect. Please, take your time to reflect." Following this, he lit another cigarette, the smoke swirling around as his penetrating gaze remained fixed upon Jiang Yuan's countenance. "This evening, my parents discussed my birthday tomorrow. My father expressed his desire to host a gathering for friends and family to celebrate my coming of age, my 18th birthday. However, my mother opposed this idea, chastising my father for the difficulties of preparing meals for too many guests and the subsequent cleanup. She suggested that if a celebration were to occur, it should be at a restaurant. My father insisted that hosting at home would convey greater sentiment, leading to a quarrel over such a trivial matter. As Jiang Yuan recounted this, the younger officer diligently recorded the conversation, while the elder officer remained silent, seemingly engrossed in listening. Jiang Yuan's expression grew somber, sorrow evident upon his face as he continued. "Subsequently, my parents conducted a ceremonial rite. Yet, my mother continuously voiced that perhaps I should embrace the worship of the god of sorrow, believing that such devotion would grant me greater strength. This incited my father's fury, resulting in a fierce argument wherein he accused my mother of betraying the holy spirit of compassion, questioning her faith. They had already quarreled during dinner, and this latest dispute was exceedingly distressing for me. I longed for a harmonious family. Feeling powerless to intervene, I fled outside to enjoy some skewers and beer, hoping to return once they had calmed down. But who could have anticipated this juncture?" Jiang Yuan's face was marred with profound sadness, his voice choking with emotion. The elder officer's brow furrowed at some point during the exchange, extinguishing his cigarette and gazing intently at Jiang Yuan for an extended moment before whispering something to the younger officer. In short order, the younger officer rose and exited the room. The elder officer remained silent, lighting a third cigarette and inhaling slowly. With his silence, Jiang Yuan naturally found it even more difficult to speak. The atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive, fraught with tension. Just as the elder officer neared the end of his third cigarette, the younger officer returned, casting a fleeting glance at the sorrowful Jiang Yuan before leaning in to whisper something in the elder officer's ear. "Young man, something seems amiss." The elder security guard's gaze gradually turned frigid as he remarked calmly, "We have just gone to verify. If your mother has converted to the worship of the benevolent deity, then why is there no offering to the benevolent deity in your home?" Jiang Yuan's eyes were filled with confusion as he replied, "I am not aware of that, but this is what I have heard. As for why my mother suddenly urged me to believe in the benevolent deity, I am also unclear." The elder security guard placed his right hand on the table, rhythmically tapping his index finger against the surface, seemingly deep in thought. After approximately half a minute, he suddenly rose to his feet, nodded, and with a broad smile said, "Very well, thank you for your cooperation. However, since the circumstances surrounding your parents' fall have yet to be thoroughly investigated, and given that it is already late, you shall spend the night in our lounge." He then instructed, "Xiao Wang, please escort him to the lounge." After that, he took the cigarette box and lighter from the table and exited the interrogation room. The young security guard tidied his notebook, stood up, and said, "Follow me." Jiang Yuan silently complied. Before long, he was led to a modest lounge featuring bunk beds, a water dispenser, and a restroom. The accommodations were simple, yet clean and orderly. "You should rest well here tonight. We will ascertain the truth soon. Once we have clarity, you will be free to leave," the young security guard reassured Jiang Yuan, giving his shoulder a gentle pat before departing with the notebook. Upon closing the door, Jiang Yuan first consumed several cups of water from a disposable cup, then collapsed onto the bed, burying his face deep into the pillow. It was already past 2 in the morning. Yet sleep eluded him, his mind a chaotic tangle of thoughts. The events of the day had transpired too abruptly, making it exceedingly difficult to untangle the reality of it all. That he needed to calm himself and meticulously sort through the tumultuous thoughts swirling in his mind. Continuing in this state of bewilderment, he sensed an impending danger. The ghastly visages of his parents haunted his mind, sending shivers down his spine. That Aunt Wang, along with the 2 security guards from earlier, seemed to harbor malevolent intentions toward him. Aunt Wang was merely the neighbor next door. Perhaps she had been the one to divulge the term heretic as spoken by his parents to the security personnel. With his face buried in the pillow, breathing slightly labored, Jiang Yuan found that his thoughts became increasingly lucid. Perhaps it was due to having traversed dimensions, but he felt that his intellect was far sharper than it had been on Earth. To put it simply, he felt as though his mind had become significantly more astute, though it might also be an illusion. Gradually, he began to piece together the events of the day, combining them with his rudimentary understanding of this new world. First, it was imperative that no one discover he was a heretic, for the likelihood of dire consequences was exceedingly high. Yet, the criteria for defining heretic remained ambiguous. The most plausible speculation was that it pertained to disbelief in the deities of this world or a lack of reverence toward them. He recalled that his parents had gone into a frenzy after he had expressed his unwillingness to believe that in summary, it was crucial that he kept his disbelief in the deities of this world concealed. Second, what exactly were the deities of this world? Were they truly divine beings? But what on earth is that crimson blade aura that Father cleaved, reminiscent of something from a fantastical novel? Is it truly possible to gain supernatural powers by venerating the deities of this world? Or perhaps this is, in fact, an utterly supernatural realm? Yet, even so, the method of worship involves the sacrifice of living beings, flesh candles, soul incense, and even grandfather's entrails. These are all malevolent rituals that he simply cannot accept. Moreover, who knows what might transpire after such veneration? Jiang Yuan dares not take that gamble. The most bizarre aspect is that the security personnel seem utterly indifferent to grandfather's entrails. Thirdly, what is that persistent character that keeps reminding him? How did it manifest? Its purpose appears to be to caution him against venerating the deities of this world, and to avoid speaking incorrectly. Does it not? If so, it seems to be a form of self-protection. As of now, he remains uncertain. It has only appeared twice to remind him, and then it vanished without a trace. With these 3 threads unraveled, 2 significant obstacles remain. The first obstacle is the myriad flaws in the lies he has concocted. He wonders if this will pose an issue. However, since he did not inflict the harm himself, as long as he adamantly denies being the heretic his parents speak of, it should not be a major problem. From what he can discern, there exists a certain order within this world, one that would not hastily extinguish his life merely for doubting his own status as a heretic. The second obstacle, which gives Jiang Yuan the greatest headache, is this. If not venerating the deities equates to being a heretic, then how am I to survive? Chapter 5. The gentle sister. A beam of sunlight pierced through the inky darkness. Jiang Yuan forced himself into slumber around 3 or 4 in the morning. Without proper rest, his mind would only grow more muddled. Maintaining clarity of thought is essential for survival, that he is uncertain how long he slept. The sound of familiar footsteps gradually approached, and the door creaked open. Jiang Yuan, rise and shine. Your sister is here. The young security personnel's voice rang from the doorway, calm and unperturbed. Additionally, you are free to go. We have ascertained that your parents jumped voluntarily, and it has nothing to do with you. Jiang Yuan's eyes flew open in an instant, reflexively sitting up in bed. Oh, all right. He ambled to the bathroom for a hasty wash before following the young security personnel outside. Midway, he heard a voice, laden with anger and sorrow. I will file a complaint against you. I will certainly complain. Our parents have died, and you still detain my brother. Do you think my brother killed our parents? Haven't you already searched thoroughly multiple times? It was my parents who fought with one another. Besides, I provided you with the door lock code and agreed to let you search whenever you had new leads. What more do you want? Ma'am, please remain calm. We are merely conducting our investigation as per protocol. Furthermore, we have not detained your brother. Today we have clarified the matter. He is free to leave at any time. He has arrived. As Jiang Yuan stepped into the office hall, still processing the situation, a figure suddenly leaped into his embrace, enveloping him entirely. Jiang Yuan was momentarily taken aback, only to be met with the heart-rending wails echoing in his ears. Wu, Xiao Yuan, how could it be that we no longer have our father and mother? We will never have them again. Wu, cradled in his sister's embrace as she wept, Jiang Yuan could not help but feel a stir of sorrow within himself upon hearing her profound grief. Regardless of how drastically their parents had changed in temperament the previous day, in the 3 days prior, he had genuinely experienced the warmth of family and the tenderness of kinship as an orphan in his past life. His heart, not forged of steel, was inevitably touched. In truth, he had come to a realization the night before. Perhaps the true object of his disdain should not be the parents who sought to sacrifice him to the malevolent deity, but the deity itself. The accursed benevolent god. Jiang Yuan speculated that the belief in this deity and the powers it bestowed must possess a form of brainwashing or even mind control, which could lead their parents to turn against their own flesh and blood. As the saying goes, even a tiger does not eat its young. Without brainwashing or thought control, he found it utterly unbelievable that they would act in such a manner, however, being weak and isolated. His foremost challenge in this bizarre world was merely to survive. Pondering anything else was futile. Gently stroking his sister's back to soothe her sorrowful emotions, he felt at a loss for words. Unsurprisingly, his sister Jiang Yu was likely also a follower of the benevolent deity. Saying too much could lead to her becoming like their parents. After a spell of weeping, Jiang Yu's emotions gradually settled, and she released Jiang Yuan, scrutinizing him closely while repeatedly asking, Xiao Yuan, are you all right? They didn't harm you, did they? Jiang Yu was notably tall, as was their entire family. Their mother stood at 1.7 meters, while their father was 1.83 meters. The siblings were even taller, with Jiang Yu measuring 1.72 meters and Jiang Yuan at 1.88 meters. Now, with his sister wearing high heels, she was hardly shorter than him. I'm fine, really, sister, I just spent the night here. They didn't do anything to me after all, as I am not a criminal, Jiang Yuan reassured her. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Yet she still shot a fierce glare at the older security personnel who had been observing them, exclaiming, I will still file a complaint against you. The older security officer merely shrugged, appearing resigned. Xiao Yuan, let us go. Jiang Yu cast another disapproving glance at the two security personnel, as well as at the others working in the hall, huffing in annoyance before taking Jiang Yuan by the hand and leading him out of the security bureau. Once outside, Jiang Yu fell silent, releasing Jiang Yuan's hand and walking ahead at a leisurely pace with her head bowed. With Jiang Yu not speaking, Jiang Yuan had no intention of breaking the silence either. In truth, this was his first encounter with his sister. He had only seen her in photographs and heard about her from their parents. He had never interacted with her in reality, having traversed into this world. The risk of exposure in engaging with his close relatives was exceedingly high. Coupled with the terrifying aspects he had uncovered about this world, Jiang Yuan was even less inclined to speak up. He heard from the security personnel that our parents had a disagreement during your initiation ceremony. Mother expressed a desire to embrace the faith of the god of sorrow, yet father vehemently opposed this notion. Despite father's disapproval, mother remained resolute, leading to a fierce altercation between them. In the midst of their struggle, both inadvertently fell that correct, Xie Yuan? As they walked in silence for a while, Jiang Yu's voice suddenly broke the stillness. Her tone was as serene as usual, devoid of any discernible emotion, as she continued to gaze downward, obscuring her expression. Yet, Jiang Yuan felt a chill surge through him. Before him, the familiar sight of 3 crimson exclamation marks reemerged. His throat felt parched, yet he forced himself to respond in a subdued voice. Yes, that is indeed the case that I, too, am puzzled as to why Mother would suddenly choose to follow the god of sorrow. The god of sorrow was a name Jiang Yuan had recently encountered on the internet. How peculiar, indeed, he mused. Jiang Yu let out a few soft chuckles, her tone imbued with deep significance, laced with both curiosity and implication. However, since the time of my great-grandfather, our family has always worshipped the god of compassion that in fact, it was precisely Father's fervent devotion to the god of compassion that initially attracted Mother to him. While Mother may not be a zealot, her faith is unwavering. Having been away from home for merely a few months, how could Mother have altered her long-held beliefs? It is truly baffling. Jiang Yuan, could you enlighten me as to why this might be? Unbeknownst to them, they had come to a halt, standing by the roadside. The sun blazed fiercely overhead, and Jiang Yu's gaze remained gentle, her tone still soft. Yet, an icy dread enveloped Jiang Yuan entirely, and the pulsating crimson exclamation marks quickened in intensity. His scalp tingled, but he endeavored to maintain composure, even feigning confusion as he shook his head and replied, I do not know either. You are aware that I have been preoccupied with the college entrance examinations these past few months, neglecting other matters. Perhaps I overlooked what Mother has been preoccupied with. Truthfully, I am quite incensed and bewildered by her choice. Our family has always been steadfast adherents of the God of compassion, and I have aspired since childhood to become a fervent believer like Father. Thus, I cannot fathom why Mother would urge me to abandon my beliefs in favor of the God of sorrow. Sister, do you think it is possible that Mother has been influenced by others? Jiang Yuan posed the question, his expression one of confusion. He was unaware of the term zealot, but inferred from his sister's earlier words that it might denote a level of devotion surpassing that of a mere follower. Jiang Yu offered no response, instead gazing intently at Jiang Yuan for several moments before gently nodding and smiling. Jiang Yuan, I am delighted that you possess such ambitions. After all, becoming a zealot of the divine is a rare achievement, a pinnacle of glory for both our family and oneself. Given the circumstances, with our parents gone, once we have conducted their sacrificial funeral rites, I shall personally perform the unfinished dedication ceremony for you. Though despair coursed through Jiang Yuan's heart, he feigned joy, nodding emphatically. The vehicle has arrived. Let us depart for the ladder hall, where our parents' remains await us. Jiang Yu spoke softly as she entered a taxi parked by the roadside. Jiang Yuan followed closely behind, his heart laden with sorrow. The only course of action was to proceed step by step. Chapter 6. Hell is no different inside the taxi. Jiang Yu appeared to be ensnared in the grief of their parents' abrupt passing. Her head resting on Jiang Yuan's shoulder as she occasionally stifled a sob. Seemingly convinced by Jiang Yuan's words, she refrained from asking further questions. Jiang Yuan steadied himself, directing his gaze outside the window. Towering skyscrapers, bustling traffic, and a myriad of passers-by filled his view. Young men and women engrossed in their phones, couples entwined in each other's hands, savoring their time together. A blissful family of 3 with a child. The streets were alive with the sounds of commerce, vendors calling out, haggling voices, and laughter mingling in the air. The vibrant scene was a feast for the eyes that at first glance. It appeared no different from Earth. Who could have imagined that beneath this beautiful facade lay a world so horrifying, grotesque, and malevolent? After approximately 40 minutes, the taxi halted at the entrance of the so-called ladder hall. Jiang Yu paid the fare, and they exited the vehicle. Jiang Yuan observed the many sorrowful faces within the ladder hall, surmising that this must indeed be a funeral home. Xiao Yuan, they have departed. Our uncle and others should have already arrived. Jiang Yuan nodded in acknowledgement and followed suit. His assumption was correct. The ladder hall was, in fact, akin to a funeral home on Earth. Here, those who had lost loved ones would hold funerals and memorial services. The distinction lay in the fact that the remains of the deceased would not be cremated. Rather, they would be offered as sacrifices to the deities they revered after the funeral's conclusion. In one of the restrooms of the ladder hall, Jiang Yuan searched for information about the establishment on his phone, growing increasingly astonished by the revelations. The initial details were manageable, but upon reaching the term sacrifice, the website candidly explained the true meaning of that word. The deceased, both body and soul, would ascend the ladder to embrace the divine, forever remaining in the presence of their gods. More concretely, their souls would be transformed into soul incense, while their bodies would be ground into a paste, mixed with various other substances, and fashioned into meat candles. Each burning of these meat candles and soul incense would bring them closer to the divine. This was the so-called sacrifice, the ascension of the latter, and the origin of the meat candles and soul incense. Jiang Yuan covered his face with his hands, trembling as he uttered a single word, damn. The customs surrounding funerals here bore some resemblance to those on earth, such as the vigil as night fell. More distant relatives and friends of their parents departed after paying their respects. Only their uncle and 2 younger uncles remained. Their grandparents were no longer present, and there had once been another grandfather. However, upon turning 18, he had performed the sacrifice. Whether it was due to natural causes or a direct offering before his demise remained a mystery to Jiang Yuan. He suspected that it was unlikely to be mere coincidence. Moreover, the bowl of internal organs in recent days, a series of events have plunged Jiang Yuan into profound doubt about the nature of this world. Could it truly be a modern, thriving society? Perhaps it is no different from hell itself. The funeral parlor. Jiang Yuan and his sister sat in solemnity between 2 ice coffins, accompanying their parents on their final journey. Meanwhile, Jiang Yuan's mind was consumed with strategies for navigating this dire predicament. At that moment, he felt almost entirely certain that if he were to genuinely worship a certain malevolent deity, a mysterious force would likely brainwash him, even to the extent of controlling his thoughts. He could not ascertain whether this enigmatic power indeed stemmed from the so-called divine or whether such a deity truly existed. For now, such inquiries were unnecessary. The most pressing concern was that he must absolutely refrain from participating in any worship rituals. The question of how to avoid such a fate was what troubled him most. Perhaps, Jiang Yuan discreetly glanced at his sister seated in front of him, her arms resting upon their mother's ice coffin, her sorrowful eyes fixed on their mother's lifeless form. His sister was tall yet slender, and being a woman, she was vulnerable if it came to a worst-case scenario. He could simply refuse to participate. Even if his sister were to succumb to madness, as long as he could maintain control over her, wouldn't that mitigate the risk? Just as this thought emerged, a vivid image of his father from the previous night flashed through his mind. His father, in a frenzy, wielding a kitchen knife, unleashing a torrent of crimson energy. Jiang Yuan hastily discarded this reckless notion. If his sister were capable of conjuring such chaos, he would likely perish without even understanding how. Thus, Jiang Yuan found himself mired in worry once more. Yet, at this very moment, a mysterious character suddenly reappeared before him. Jiang Yuan was taken aback, for the characters were no longer blood red. They were now a vibrant green. The message displayed was entirely different as well. Congratulations on successfully evading an assassination attempt. You have survived for 24 hours. Comprehensive calculation complete. Survival points awarded. 28. As this line of green text gradually faded, rows of numerical values emerged in swift succession. Name: Jiang Yuan. Strength: 9. Endurance: 9. Divine power: 0. Speed: 8. Mental strength: 18. Combatability: ordinary. Survival: 28. What is this? Jiang Yuan blinked forcefully, ensuring he had not misread the information that in fact, he had contemplated the possibility of this being a golden finger, a system, or a cheat when the unworshipped characters first appeared before him yesterday. However, after a day's passing, it had only manifested a few times, serving merely to remind him that it seemed to contribute little towards his survival in this world. He had not realized that the system was not ineffective. Rather, he needed to meet certain criteria for it to be functional. The worship ritual he had performed yesterday must have activated the required standards. He had evaded his parents' pursuit and survived a day, thus meeting the activation criteria. Jiang Yuan felt a surge of exhilaration. Though he remained uncertain about the specifics of this, let us tentatively call it the unworshipped system, he anticipated it would aid him in becoming stronger and overcoming his trials. Just as Jiang Yuan was about to delve into the intricacies of the unworshipped, his sister, perplexed, inquired, Xiao Yuan, what is wrong with your eyes? Jiang Yuan quickly diverted his gaze, and the rows of data promptly vanished from view. Last night, I hardly slept, and now my eyes feel somewhat dry and weary. Why not take a rest? Jiang Yu inquired, her face etched with concern. Jiang Yuan shook his head, casting a glance at the ice caskets containing his parents, and solemnly replied, No, this is my final opportunity to honor them. I do not wish to be absent. With a melancholic sigh, Jiang Yuan nodded in understanding, refraining from uttering any further words. She continued to lean over her mother's icy casket, tears streaming incessantly. Noticing that his sister had turned her attention away from him, Jiang Yuan focused intently, and the vanished images reappeared once more. Strength, endurance, and speed are easily comprehensible, as they bear their literal meanings. As for spirit, is it related to mental fortitude or perhaps the strength of one's soul? This value stood at an impressive 18 points. Jiang Yuan speculated that it might be connected to his transmigration. Divine power, however, remained a mystery. The most probable explanation was the extraordinary strength his father exhibited yesterday as for his overall capability. It was rather unremarkable, nothing much to elaborate on. The final survival metric likely pertained to the reward for enduring 24 hours. Yet, the purpose of this survival point eluded him. Just as this thought began to materialize, beneath each line of values, a new line of text emerged. Upon closer inspection, it provided a detailed explanation of these metrics. Chapter 7. The unexpected utility of the untrustworthy strength determines the magnitude of your physical power. Endurance dictates your stamina over extended periods and the intensity of your physique. Divine power, a wondrous force that grants you extraordinary capabilities beyond that of mere mortals. Speed determines your running velocity and bodily agility. Spirit determines your ability to maintain mental clarity over prolonged durations and your resistance to the corrupting influence of demonic powers. However, each act of resistance depletes a portion of your spirit value. Survival, a unique divine power utilized to directly enhance attributes other than divine power, which can eventually be employed to augment divine power itself. After thoroughly perusing these explanations, Jiang Yuan felt a glimmer of hope for survival. His gaze fixated on the spirit section, scrutinizing it repeatedly. This implies that as long as one's spirit is sufficiently robust, even the worship of demonic entities will not erode one's mental faculties or manipulate one's thoughts. This also suggests that perhaps the ritual of devotion meticulously orchestrated by his sister might just allow him to evade scrutiny. However, he must remain cognizant that each act of resistance will deplete his spirit value. Yet, it would be foolish to offer daily tributes. Moreover, the other values could also be enhanced through survival points, potentially including a direct increase in divine power in the future. Thus, it appears that even if he refrains from worshipping the demonic entities, he could still possess supernatural strength. Consequently, his survival capabilities would be significantly augmented. Thereafter, Jiang Yuan began to investigate how many values could be increased with survival points. After some experimentation, he discerned that the ratio was somewhat steep. 10:1. 10 survival points could yield an increase of merely one value. Without further deliberation, he allocated all 20 survival points to spirit, elevating that value to 20 points in that instant of enhancement. Jiang Yuan experienced a profound clarity of mind, as warm, miraculous energy purified his mental realm. Despite having barely slept over the past 2 days, his thoughts were remarkably lucid. There is finally hope for survival. The immense boulder that had long weighed upon Jiang Yuan's heart has somewhat lifted. Yet, whether he can withstand the encroaching power of the demon god remains uncertain. Is 20 points of mental strength considered substantial? All will be revealed when the ritual of devotion is conducted. One can only hope. Time flows swiftly, and the outside world gradually brightens as sunlight pierces through the darkness, mirroring Jiang Yuan's current mood. His uncle, who had remained seated in silent vigil throughout the night, approached with a voice tinged with hoarseness, addressing the two. The time is nigh. The representatives of the benevolent faith, here to receive the remains, shall soon arrive. Let us bid our final farewell. Jiang Yu, who lay prostrate upon the icy coffin, had long since red-rimmed eyes. Upon hearing these words, tears could no longer be restrained, and she bit her trembling lip, nodding in acquiescence. Subsequently, the two uncles, Jiang Yu and Jiang Yuan, all with faces etched in sorrow and reluctance, circled around their parents' remains several times. That moment, a few figures entered from outside. A middle-aged man followed by several young men and women. The middle-aged man approached the entrance, his right hand's middle finger pressing against his brow, his expression solemn as he addressed the parents' remains in a grave tone. Benevolence, faithful devotees, you shall return to the embrace of the benevolent deity. Your sacrifices shall not go unnoticed by the benevolent one. After the middle-aged man completed his incantation, the young men and women behind him mirrored his gesture, their middle fingers pointing to their foreheads as they chanted. Benevolence, Jiang Yu, the uncle, and the younger uncle joined in the response, uttering the words benevolence in unison. Observing this scene, Jiang Yuan quickly discerned that this was a ritual of the benevolent demon sect. A cold scoff escaped his lips. He too raised his right hand finger but did not touch his brow, instead defiantly extending his middle finger toward the group across from him. No one seemed to notice his gesture. With his middle finger raised, he mumbled indistinctly under his breath, "Damn benevolence." His voice was muffled and quiet, unheard by the others. Only his sister, standing before him, cast a puzzled glance back at him, but by then, Jiang Yuan had already pressed his right hand's middle finger against his brow, adopting a solemn demeanor. Jiang Yu nodded in relief and turned her gaze away. Having cursed the benevolence, Jiang Yuan felt a sense of inner satisfaction. His loathing for this so-called benevolence was profound. Had it not been for this entity, his parents would still be alive, and he would possess a warm and loving home. Were it not for this deity, he would not have spent the past 2 days in fear, nearly losing his own life. A deity? In Jiang Yuan's eyes, it was merely a demon. The followers of the benevolent demon sect came to retrieve the remains, marking the conclusion of the funeral. After offering a few words of comfort to the siblings, the uncle and 2 younger uncles departed in succession. Jiang Yu summoned a vehicle, and before entering, Jiang Yuan cast a curious glance toward a certain spot outside the stairway hall. He could not shake the feeling of being watched since stepping out of the morning hall, yet a thorough scan revealed no signs of disturbance. "Xiao Yuan, it's time to get in the car," Jiang Yu called out as she climbed in. Jiang Yuan nodded and took a seat in the back. Once inside, his sister leaned back against her seat, closing her eyes to sleep, having wept and mourned throughout the night. Her spirit utterly exhausted. In contrast, Jiang Yuan remained alert, occasionally surveying his surroundings with keen interest. He had thought that once he boarded the vehicle, that unsettling sensation of being watched would dissipate. To his dismay, he still felt the vague presence of unseen eyes fixated upon him, which heightened his vigilance. Yet, as before, he discovered nothing amiss. Frowning, he gazed out at the bustling traffic, lost in contemplation. 40 to 50 minutes later, the vehicle arrived at their residential complex. The police cordon established the previous day had been dismantled, and the bloodstains on the ground had been thoroughly cleaned by the property management. Jiang Yu seemed either fatigued or still enveloped in sorrow. Walking silently ahead, Jiang Yuan pondered his strategy. If, upon returning home, his sister continued to question him about their mother's sudden reverence for the god of misery, despite the absence of any offerings or even a mere portrait of the deity, how should he respond? As he walked, Jiang Yuan was suddenly jolted, his peripheral vision catching a glimpse of the open-air parking lot of the complex. There sat an old black sedan, its make unfamiliar to him, categorized as a low-end vehicle. However, that was not the crux of the matter. The pivotal point was that he had previously observed this very car while in a taxi. The model, the color, and even the license plate were identical. At that moment, he hadn't paid it much mind, but now that it had inexplicably appeared in his own complex's parking area, Jiang Yuan became acutely alert. What did this signify? It implied that if this individual was indeed stalking him, they possessed a thorough understanding of his situation. Otherwise, they would not have arrived ahead of him to await his return. Narrowing his eyes, he peered through the windshield. No one inside. Jiang Yuan was taken aback. Just as he was about to retract his gaze, he suddenly noticed a shoulder clad in black clothing subtly shift behind the steering wheel. Upon witnessing this, he quickly diverted his attention, feigning ignorance as he continued to follow his sister. Yet, internally, alarm bells rang fiercely. This figure had appeared outside the Heavenly Ladder Pavilion and now lingered in his own neighborhood. He had merely glanced away, and the individual had concealed themselves. Most crucially, that black clothing, along with the faint outline of a badge, was eerily familiar to Jiang Yuan. A security officer, an older officer, or a younger one? Were they still harboring suspicions about him? Perhaps, lacking concrete evidence, they intended to surveil him covertly, poised to act at the slightest indication of his transgression or abnormality. The mere thought sent chills down his spine that he had initially believed that the greatest threat lay in the potential inquiries from his sister and the upcoming ritual. Little did he anticipate that those insufferable security officers would continue to doubt him, showing no signs of relenting. But why were they so insistent? His parents had taken their own lives. They were security officers, and even if he were deemed a heretic, did that truly warrant such treatment? A heretic? What a notion suddenly. Jiang Yuan recalled the frenzy and ecstatic madness that had overtaken his parents upon their realization of his heretical nature, along with the words they had uttered. Within that turmoil lay secrets unbeknownst to him. Capturing a heretic, or perhaps eliminating one, might confer upon them some monumental advantage. If that is indeed the case, Jiang Yuan's expression suddenly darkened. If it were true, then his current predicament would be exceedingly perilous. Lost in these thoughts, the siblings unknowingly arrived at their floor. They passed by the neighboring apartment. Just as they were about to return home, the sound of a click resonated. The security door of the adjacent unit swung open unexpectedly, prompting Jiang Yuan to instinctively look up. There stood the plump Aunt Wang, clad in a rather gaudy red floral garment. She lingered at the threshold, her chubby face etched with concern, yet her gaze remained fixed upon Jiang Yuan. His heart skipped a beat in that moment. He felt an overwhelming urge to curse. Goodness, must this torment never cease? Chapter 8. Eyes watching in the shadows. Aunt Wang, Jiang Yu, who was still inputting the security code, turned her head to glance over and, upon seeing Aunt Wang, called out. Immediately, Aunt Wang beamed a warm smile and stepped out from her home, her face brimming with concern as she inquired, "Xiao Yu, when did you return?" "I went to pay my respects yesterday, but there were too many people, and you were so busy that I didn't have the chance to speak with you," Jiang Yu replied with a sorrowful tone. "I returned yesterday," Aunt Wang sighed, gently wrapping her arms around Jiang Yu's shoulders, and softly comforted her. "Xiao Yu, please accept my condolences. Alas, how did such a calamity occur? Xiao Yu, Xiao Yuan, should you encounter any insurmountable troubles in the future, do not hesitate to confide in me. Understand? We have been neighbors for several years, and I hold a genuine affection for you two children. Have you eaten yet? You must be hungry, right? I am heading out to buy groceries now. You can have lunch at Aunt Wang's." As Aunt Wang spoke, she prepared to leave for the market. Jiang Yu quickly stopped her, forcing a smile as she said, "Thank you, Aunt Wang, but we are grown up now and can take care of ourselves. So there's no need to trouble you. Rest assured, Aunt Wang, if Xiao Yuan and I find ourselves in any predicament, we will certainly come to seek your assistance. Please don't find it bothersome." Aunt Wang waved her hand, chuckling. "Oh no, not at all. I share a close bond with your parents, so should any issues arise, feel free to approach me. All right, seeing your condition, you both seem quite exhausted, so you should rest. Yes, we shall return to our home now. Goodbye, Aunt Wang. Go on, take care." Aunt Wang gestured for them to hurry inside. As Jiang Yuan lowered his head to enter, Aunt Wang suddenly reached out, patting him gently on the shoulder, offering solace. "Xiao Yuan, do not be overly saddened, all right? If anything arises that you must let me know, okay?" Jiang Yuan, touched, nodded. Understood. Aunt Wang. Go on in, now. Upon closing the door, the interior was a chaotic mess. Remnants of the earlier altercation lingered, as did the disarray caused by the security personnel's investigation. The large floor-to-ceiling window on the balcony remained shattered, allowing the sweltering wind to gust inside. An unpleasant odor assaulted Jiang Yuan's senses, prompting several dry heaves, though he managed to stifle the urge to vomit. Quickly covering his nose, the door to the study stood ajar, and the benevolent statue remained steadfast in its place. The fleshly candles and soul incense have long since turned to ashes, with desiccated, dark red stains scattered everywhere, while the putrid stench emanates from the entrails within the iron basin, as well as those that lie strewn around it. It is summer now, and the temperature is soaring. 2 days have passed, and the fresh entrails and brain have begun to decay, the foul odor causing Jiang Yuan's stomach to churn violently. Yet perhaps due to some fortitude, he has not vomited. In contrast, his sister merely furrows her brow slightly, seemingly unaffected by the noxious smell. Her calm gaze sweeps across the room, pausing momentarily on the sofa, which bears a gaping wound inflicted by their father's blade. Before her eyes shift serenely towards the study. Surprisingly, she does not inquire about anything. After placing her bag down, she strides directly into the study. There, she kneels and reverently gathers their grandfather's entrails with her bare hands, placing them one by one into the iron basin. After completing this task, she touches her blood-stained middle finger to her brow and kneels on the ground, her expression one of utmost reverence as she murmurs incantations, akin to a pilgrimage. Upon finishing her devotions, she rises and gazes regretfully at the entrails in the basin, remarking, "Such a pity." Although the effect may not be as potent as that of fresh offerings, a sacrifice from a fervent believer, even in decay, still holds some merit. She then addresses Jiang Yuan in a nonchalant tone. "Xiao Yuan, prepare yourself. Tonight, I shall personally conduct the ritual for you. Otherwise, by tomorrow, the efficacy of grandfather's offering will diminish further. Jiang Yuan inhales deeply, filled with excitement and anticipation. That sounds wonderful, sister. I will follow your lead. Jiang Yu nods in satisfaction, foregoing tidying the study to wash her hands in the bathroom. After washing, she retrieves her phone from her bag and begins to make calls. The first call is to arrange for window repairs. The second is to order several premium flesh candles and soul incense. The third is to place a takeout order. Since yesterday, the two of them have scarcely eaten. After we dine, you should rest. She adds that I will handle everything. You need not worry about it for the stench. I know you cannot bear it, and I will clean it up shortly. After concluding her calls, Jiang Yu turns to Jiang Yuan. What more could he say? He can only obediently nod in understanding and then states, "But sister, I have no appetite. I think I will go to sleep instead." Eat? He could hardly stomach a morsel at this point. The fact that he has not vomited is a small mercy. The idea of dining here seems utterly ludicrous. Very well, off you go, Jiang Yu replies, waving her hand without looking back, rolling up her sleeves as if preparing to clean. Jiang Yuan breathes a sigh of relief, retreating to his bedroom, closing the door, and flinging open the windows to inhale the fresh air outside. Free from pretense now that he is alone, with no one around, he allows himself to frown and lament. What sins have I committed to end up here? Of all places to traverse to, I land in this bizarre and malevolent world. I thought the only crisis would be to deceive my sister, yet now it appears that those damned security guards harbor suspicions about me, clearly disbelieving my words. Moreover, there is the neighbor, Aunt Wang, who evidently harbors ulterior motives. The two households are adjacent, and on that fateful night, the cries of my parents, along with the ensuing altercation, must have reached her ears. Jiang Yuan raked his fingers through his hair in a fit of despair, tears welling up in his eyes, the sense of being besieged on all sides, teetering on the brink of an unfathomable abyss. Left him utterly bewildered, he found himself at a loss for what to do. Could it be that he would truly have to embrace that so-called benevolent deity? No, that was simply not an option, absolutely out of the question. Even in death, he could never genuinely revere such a being that moment. However, a sensation of being washed over him once more, as if a pair of crimson eyes were surreptitiously fixated upon him from some hidden corner. Damn it! Jiang Yuan cursed under his breath, instinctively retracting his head. His gaze swept across the surroundings and down to the street below, but at a cursory glance, he discerned nothing, and he dared not examine further. After a moment's contemplation, he composed himself and retrieved his phone, resting his elbow on the windowsill, feigning engrossment in his device. In reality, he activated the camera, zooming in as much as possible, using it to survey the scene below. This angle afforded him a view of the open parking lot downstairs, yet at that moment, it was vacant of any vehicles. He adjusted the lens and continued his search, just as he was about to abandon his endeavor after a few minutes. He suddenly spotted a figure clad in security personnel attire beneath a large tree, obscured by its dense foliage, nearly eluding his notice. The height of the tree made it a bit difficult to discern clearly. Without hesitation, Jiang Yuan snapped several photos, then opened them to enlarge the images. Through the gaps in the leaves, he faintly recognized a familiar silhouette. It was the young security guard. Upon closer inspection, a tremor ran through him. In the photograph, the greenery concealed much of the figure's face. Yet amidst the shadows of the leaves, a small portion of that visage became discernible. I was fixed upon him, cold, indifferent, yet tinged with a hint of madness. Anticipation and exhilaration. Unblinking. Chapter 9. The paper airplane flying through the window. Jiang Yuan sat at the head of his bed, utilizing the incognito mode of his mobile browser to scour the internet for information regarding heretics. He needed to comprehend how heretic was defined. After some time spent reading, he distilled the essence of heretic into a single phrase. All who do not worship the deities are heretics. This revelation sent chills down Jiang Yuan's spine. The implications were dire. Whether faced with the inquiries of the security guard or his sister's probing questions, the rationale he had employed revolved around the notion that his mother had altered her faith, prompting his father's furious denouncement of her as a heretic, leading to their mutual accusations of heretic. This was a grievous flaw. No, it was not merely a flaw. That single statement could unequivocally condemn him as a liar. Panic surged through Jiang Yuan. Fortunately, he soon stumbled upon additional information stating that sometimes, when two differing faiths are in stark opposition, they might label each other as heretics. However, these are not the same kinds of heretics. One type of heretic may not lead to death, while the other, once discovered, becomes the sworn enemy of all believers, facing certain demise. Jiang Yuan began to grasp why the security guard had allowed him to leave yet continued to observe him from the shadows. It was simply that his explanation lacked credibility, yet this did not mean he could be definitively branded a heretic. This included Aunt Wang, who was once again probing him today. At long last. There is my elder sister. It is likely that her decision to personally conduct a rite of devotion today stems from a desire to ascertain whether her younger brother harbors heretical tendencies. Danger lurks at every corner. Subsequently, Jiang Yuan commenced his search for methods to handle heresy. Upon concluding his reading, he finally grasped why the guardians pursued him relentlessly and why his doting parents exhibited such fervor. Indeed, supernatural forces exist within this world. The means to acquire such powers lie in the worship of demonic deities, whose bestowed strength can render one remarkably formidable, even elevating them beyond the realm of mortals, to the point of becoming impervious to ailments and extending one's lifespan. However, the number of such potent devotees is exceedingly rare. 99.9% of the world comprises ordinary individuals. To expect to become immensely powerful merely through daily offerings is a nearly impossible endeavor. Only those willing to frequently offer blood and soul to the demonic deities can attain greater and more formidable powers than the average person. Yet, such individuals are cursed to a maximum lifespan of only 60 years. While their extraordinary strength may not be readily apparent, they invariably meet their demise at the age of 60, such as, for instance, his father. Reflecting on this, it seems that his father must belong to the category of those who offer blood and soul to the demonic deities, which would account for his ability to unleash blade-like energy and possess supernatural strength. Aside from this method, there exists another, one that drives all to madness: the sacrifice of heretics. Heretics are entities that no demonic deity permits to exist within this world, regardless of who it may be. Capturing a heretic for sacrifice promises boundless rewards from the demonic deities. An ordinary person can instantaneously transform into a fervent zealot, entering the realm of the extraordinary. Such zealots become increasingly powerful. Moreover, even individuals like his father, who offer blood and soul to the demonic deities, could transcend the 60-year lifespan limit upon sacrificing a heretic. The mere emergence of a heretic is sufficient to incite madness within anyone in this world. However, heretics are not encountered by just anyone, nor can everyone be warned up from the moment of birth. Every individual is subjected to indoctrination in the worship of demonic deities. No one is permitted to deliberately instill the idea of abstaining from such worship. Nor is anyone allowed to create heretics in any manner, such as isolating them from the outside world. Failure to adhere to these decrees will result in divine retribution, condemning the offender to become a heretic themselves. After perusing these revelations, Jiang Yuan fell into a profound silence. Rendered speechless as someone from Earth, he found it exceedingly difficult to accept this world. He even felt an unsettling notion that this was not a human realm, but rather a breeding ground for demonic deities. Throughout their lives, individuals incessantly offer devotion to the deities. Even in death, their bodies and souls belong to these entities. A chilling wave coursed through him. As a grand conspiracy and immense malevolence enveloped the entire world, the more he uncovered the truth of this world, the more he perceived its terrors. It truly did not resemble a human domain. With a soft exhale, just as Jiang Yuan prepared to delve deeper into his understanding, suddenly, through the open window, a paper airplane fluttered and glided into the room. Instantly, Jiang Yuan became alert, peering outside, yet found nothing amiss. Jiang Yuan cautiously approached the paper airplane, and only after confirming that it was indeed an ordinary one did he carefully pick it up for inspection. Outside, there was a blank expanse, yet faintly. It seemed to harbor some text within. Upon unfolding it, a line of words emerged before his eyes. Heresy, heresy, you cannot escape. Admit it. Acknowledge that you are indeed a heretic. You cannot deceive me. You will not escape my grasp. I shall offer you as a sacrifice. You belong to me. You are mine. The text was deliberately inscribed in red ink. Jiang Yuan gritted his teeth and violently crumpled it into a ball. Was it that young security guard? It must be him. How outrageous. Wait a moment. He lives on the 9th floor. What paper airplane could possibly soar to the 9th floor and accurately fly into his window? Therefore, wasn't he the security guard? As Jiang Yuan pondered this, his expression shifted slightly, and he leaned forward to glance towards his left. His pupils constricted sharply. There, by the window on his left, stood a plump figure, grinning sinisterly at him. Upon realizing she had been discovered, she let out another malevolent chuckle. then promptly closed the window and drew the curtains. Jiang Yuan felt a surge of panic. If it were possible, he truly wished to flee this place immediately. Yet he knew it was futile. Beneath the veil of this world lay a realm rife with malevolence, but above that veil was a technologically advanced nation, almost indistinguishable from Earth's technological progress. This meant that the likelihood of escaping here was exceedingly slim, especially with the security guard keeping watch. In his capacity as a security guard, it was likely that no matter where he fled, he could be easily tracked down. As for escaping to remote areas, that was even more daunting. In bustling locales, they might require evidence. In desolate places, these individuals could likely eliminate him without needing any proof. Simply to offer him as a sacrifice, such is the law of this world. Heretics must die, and killing one incurs no blame. Even rewards may follow. However, one must ensure the target is unquestionably a heretic and possess sufficient evidence. Moreover, if one mistakenly sacrifices an innocent as a heretic, they too would face retaliation from the demonic forces. Were it not for these myriad restrictions on humanity in this world, chaos would have surely ensued long ago. After a moment of silence, he realized he could only take one step at a time. The only glimmer of hope for survival lay in not believing. For now, he would lay low and nurture his strength. Resolving not to dwell further, he closed his eyes and began to sleep. That night, the ritual of devotion would commence. Ensuring his mind and spirit were in prime condition would surely aid in resisting the encroachment of demonic power. Soon, Jiang Yuan drifted into slumber. Chapter 10. The ritual of devotion. Around 11:55 in the evening, tendrils of blue smoke wafted through the room, a peculiar scent permeating the air once more. This was the aroma of flesh candles and soul incense burning. The foul odor within had diminished considerably. It was unclear how Jiang Yu managed to eradicate the stench. In the iron basin lay the grandfather's entrails. No longer fresh, yet mercifully, they too had lost their foulness. Jiang Yu was kneeling on the ground, engaged in the ritual. Jiang Yuan knelt beside her, adopting a solemn and reverent demeanor. In truth, however, his roguish eyes were fixed menacingly on the statue of the merciful demon god. Cursing inwardly, "How dare you demand my submission? Should the opportunity arise, I shall surely bring about your ruin." Jiang Yuan indulged in his rebellious thoughts. As for whether this might offend the benevolent demon god, he simply does not care. When the formal worship begins, the power of the demon god will descend. To avoid being corrupted by magical energy, one must resist with their spirit. What could be more offensive than opposing the transformation into a follower of the demon god? Furthermore, there is another intriguing matter. During this ritual of worship, the words, "untrustworthy worship," did not reappear before him. Could it be that the same scene only serves as a reminder once? Or perhaps he has the fortitude to endure, leading the untrustworthy worship system to deem him safe. Alternatively, has the untrustworthy worship system undergone a change, ensuring that such reminders will not appear again in the future? As Jiang Yuan pondered these thoughts, approximately 3 minutes passed. Suddenly, a flicker of light ignited at the tip of Jiang Yu's right middle finger, which was pointed at her forehead, leaving Jiang Yuan momentarily stunned. Another manifestation of supernatural power? Fortunately, no rash actions were taken. Jiang Yu also possessed supernatural abilities, and to eliminate him would be effortless. Jiang Yuan felt both relief and lingering dread. From his online research, he learned that the vast majority of people in this world do not possess supernatural powers. Those who wield such powers are all fervent devotees who have entered the extraordinary realm. Ordinary individuals stand no chance against these zealots. Great benevolent Saint God, please bestow your mercy upon us. As Jiang Yu uttered the final word, a dagger seemingly appeared from nowhere, swiftly slicing open her right wrist, and blood gushed forth immediately. Jiang Yu then directed her right hand toward the statue, and blood began to rain down upon it. Just as that night, the blood was absorbed by the statue at a visibly rapid pace. Observing the iron basin beneath the offering table, the organs within began to bubble as if boiling water. The still thick blood, not yet completely dried, rapidly diminished, while the organs shriveled up, creating a scene that was both terrifying and grotesque. It can begin. Xiao Yuan, offer your devotion, loyalty, and faith. Release your soul, and embrace the mercy of the benevolent Saint God. Jiang Yu declared hastily to Jiang Yuan after completing her actions. Despite his countless reservations, Jiang Yuan could only obediently place his middle finger upon his forehead, bracing himself to accept the magical erosion from the benevolent demon god. In his ear, Jiang Yu's voice rang out once more. This time, her tone was exceedingly gentle, yet within that gentleness lay a chilling coldness, a hint of forcibly restrained madness. Xiao Yuan, This time, you must obediently comply. Do you understand? I do not care what you did before, nor do I wish to delve into it further. Even if our parents may very well perish because of you, they're already dead. You are my only closest kin in this world. I do not wish for you to act foolishly again, nor do I wish to lose you, my brother. Of course. No ordinary person can withstand the divine power that descends from the worship ceremony conducted by their sister. This is a ritual personally held by me. Ordinary people do not possess such qualifications. Enjoy the mercy of the benevolent saint god. Be good. With that, she affectionately ruffled Jiang Yuan's hair before stepping aside. Waiting in serene silence. The moment Jiang Yu uttered those words, a tumultuous storm surged within Jiang Yuan's heart, and he truly experienced the sensation of being plunged into an icy abyss. The instinct for survival compelled him to instinctively consider fleeing. Yet, at that very instant, a mysterious force seemed to descend from the heavens, emanating as though from the idol of a dark deity. Enveloping him entirely, this enigmatic energy spread through his body like a virus, swiftly coursing through him and ultimately surging toward his mind. In that moment, Jiang Yuan found himself unable to make any movement. Any hint of relaxation would likely render him powerless against this overwhelming force's encroachment. Simultaneously, he had no time to be astonished by his sister's words. He began to concentrate all his mental faculties, desperately resisting the influx of this power into his consciousness. The magnitude of this force exceeded Jiang Yuan's expectations, leaving him in a daze, on the brink of losing consciousness. Moreover, he had to maintain an expression of enjoyment and reverence, akin to what he had observed from others during their devotion rituals online. After biting down on his tongue, his thoughts finally cleared somewhat, and Jiang Yuan promptly adopted a facade of joy, indulgence, and piety. Observing him with an impassive expression, Jiang Yu finally revealed a satisfied smile, quietly awaiting the conclusion of the devotion ceremony. As time elapsed, Jiang Yuan felt he was nearing his breaking point. However, at that moment, 2 lines of familiar green text suddenly appeared. Congratulations on successfully surviving for 24 hours. Comprehensive calculation, reward survival points. 3. Jiang Yuan felt as if he had glimpsed a lifeline. After gaining 2 points of mental strength yesterday, he had 8 survival points remaining. With the addition of 3 points today, he had just surpassed 10 points. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Yuan immediately expended 10 survival points to bolster his mental strength. The instant he did so, a refreshing stream surged into his foggy mind, significantly alleviating the immense pressure he had been under, granting him a moment of respite. After approximately 2 more minutes, the dark deity's magic began to wane. Its power nearly depleted. A few breaths later, the magical energy dissipated entirely, all offensive forces retreating. Ultimately, this dark deity's magic failed to penetrate Jiang Yuan's mind. Having been completely repelled, Jiang Yuan sighed in relief. And with a thought, his data attributes materialized before him. Name: Jiang Yuan. Strength: 9. Endurance: 9. Divine power: 0. Speed: 8. Mental strength: 7. Combatability: ordinary survival: 1. With 20 points of mental strength. Or rather, including the additional point gained earlier, he had a total of 21 points. Remarkably, just 1 instance of resistance had consumed a staggering 14 points. The value in the mental strength category had plummeted from its peak to the lowest possible. It was not difficult to imagine that if his mental strength were to be entirely depleted, his thoughts would inevitably fall under the complete control of the dark deity, transforming him into a mere puppet, a lackey, or even a sacrificial offering. Indeed, it did not disappoint me. His sister's voice drifted from beside him. Rise, for you can trust that our parents in the heavens will know and forgive you. With a countenance full of shame, Jiang Yuan spoke. Sister, Jiang Yu gently patted Jiang Yuan's shoulder and sighed softly, saying, All right, let bygones be bygones. From here on, we must steadfastly uphold our beliefs. Only then can we acquire greater strength and a more enduring existence. We, as siblings, shall rely on one another in the future. I do not wish to be left alone in the end. Do you understand? Jiang Yuan nodded resolutely, imbued with profound sincerity, and declared, Sister, I was foolish and rebellious in the past. However, you need not worry. I shall henceforth devote myself to the benevolent sacred spirit. It is the compassion bestowed upon me by the benevolent sacred spirit that has unveiled the future to me. I shall undoubtedly become a fervent devotee of the sacred spirit. Jiang Yuan refrained from further disputation or fabricating more lies, as such actions would only deepen Jiang Yu's suspicions. Jiang Yu, her face radiating relief, took Jiang Yuan by the hand and departed from the study, observing her sister's demeanor. Jiang Yuan realized that she had momentarily secured Jiang Yu's trust. It appeared that Jiang Yu had immense confidence in the consecration ceremony she personally conducted, believing that she could withstand the encroachment of the demonic entity, thus letting down her guard completely. In truth, had it not been for Jiang Yuan's otherworldly arrival and her possession of the untrustworthy faith, granting her the spirit of 21 points, the outcome would have been predictable. For now, she had successfully navigated the challenges posed by her sister, yet formidable obstacles awaited her in the adjacent rooms and downstairs. The crisis was far from over. Jiang Yuan felt a headache beginning to form once more. Furthermore, a troubling thought crossed her mind. At midnight yesterday, having evaded her parents' pursuit, she had earned a substantial reward of 28 survival points. Although she faced suspicion from her sister and scrutiny from Aunt Wang and the security personnel throughout the day, the dangers were not severe enough to yield more than a meager 3 points. This led her to ponder. The greater the peril, the higher the rewards. In other words, what if she were to eliminate Aunt Wang or the 2 security personnel? The survival points gained would surely be a significant sum. With ample survival points, she could continue to enhance her spirit and even bolster her capabilities in various areas. At that point, her survival skills would undoubtedly be strengthened. Moreover, if she became sufficiently powerful, she could manipulate Aunt Wang and the security personnel at will. Enlightened by this realization, Jiang Yuan felt an exhilarating surge of excitement. Chapter 11. Midnight Countenance. Xiao Yuan. I shall return to the provincial capital tomorrow. You have 2 months until school starts. Would you care to accompany me? In the living room, the siblings sat upon a cream-colored cushioned sofa, and Jiang Yu inquired gently. Jiang Yuan was taken aback. So soon? Your school should also be on summer break, shouldn't it? I am about to start my senior year and must undertake an internship. Jiang Yu replied. This trip was originally intended to celebrate your birthday, but due to unforeseen circumstances, I have already delayed for several days and must return. Pausing for a moment, she continued, the university you are attending is also in the provincial capital. Why not join me there? I can rent a room for you in advance, and we can discuss further arrangements when the semester begins. Under normal circumstances, Jiang Yuan would have accompanied her sister, having secured her sister's trust. She could also evade Aunt Wang and the security personnel. However, the crux of the matter was that she was simply too fearful. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, the deity requires daily offerings. Today, it has significantly drained 14 points of spiritual energy. What would happen if this were to occur again? While it is indeed safe to remain by my sister's side, the reward for survival points is disappointingly meager. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Yuan declared, No need. Sister, I shall stay at home for now. I will visit you once school commences. Jiang Yu gazed steadily at Jiang Yuan, nodding slightly in agreement. That is acceptable. However, you must remember to offer your daily homage to the compassionate holy deity. Do you understand? Moreover, you should visit at least once a week. In a month's time, there will be a faith ceremony held by the Son of Compassion in the provincial capital. You must attend. The faith ceremony is an event that one can experience only once in a lifetime, and it represents the greatest opportunity for ordinary believers to become fervent devotees. Is it not your aspiration to become a fervent follower of the compassionate holy deity? You cannot afford to miss this chance. Jiang Yuan was filled with elation. In a month, I shall definitely be there. Jiang Yu then felt reassured, stating, Very well, it is getting late. You should rest now. I will depart early tomorrow morning. So take good care of yourself while I am away. I will transfer you some money shortly. Let me know if you need more. All right. Thank you, sister. Upon returning to his room, Jiang Yuan indeed received a transfer of 20,000 yuan. Their family was not particularly affluent, yet they had some spare funds. Furthermore, although he was in a different body, he bore an identical appearance to his predecessor, even sharing the same fingerprints. Consequently, the phone password and bank card password of his former self were irrelevant to him. Back in his room, Jiang Yuan did not rest. With his sister leaving tomorrow, he questioned whether staying alone at home was an impulsive decision. At present, he believed that remaining here was the wisest choice. Accompanying his sister would almost certainly expose him to the corruption of the demon's power. While there was indeed a threat from Aunt Wang and the security personnel, Jiang Yuan gambled on the notion that they were not fervent believers. He was certain he could not contend with a fervent believer. However, such individuals were exceedingly rare, and he did not believe that they would act against him unless they were absolutely certain of his heretical nature. If they could not be entirely certain of his status as an outcast, any sacrifices made would likely backfire. He believed no one would dare to take such risks lightly as long as he refrained from revealing any telltale signs during this period. It should not pose no significant issues. As for the earlier thoughts of eliminating Aunt Wong and the security personnel to acquire a wealth of survival points, that was a matter for another time. Currently, he was too weak and needed to enhance his attributes in various aspects. After pondering for a brief moment, he began to feel drowsy. The side effects of his substantial spiritual energy depletion were making their presence felt. After some consideration, he refrained from resting immediately, turned off all the lights in the room, and reopened the camera on his phone, feigning to play on it while continuing to capture footage downstairs. Unfortunately, the darkness rendered the screen a mere blur. In truth, Jiang Yuan was eager to ascertain whether the old security personnel had arrived. During the day, only the young security personnel should have been present. He was uncertain whether the scrutiny he faced was solely the initiative of the young security guard or a joint decision involving the old security guard, or perhaps the entire security bureau. Since I cannot see, I shall refrain from looking any further. I put away my phone, recline onto the bed, and allow myself to drift into slumber to rejuvenate my spirit. Jiang Yuan. Remember the faithful offering of the merciful Holy Spirit in a month's time. Do not let it slip your mind. At the high-speed railway station, Jiang Wei imparted this reminder, then waved her hand, saying, "Goodbye, I'm heading in." Jiang Yuan smiled and bid farewell to his sister until her figure vanished from sight. At which point he exhaled deeply. Standing still for a moment in contemplation, he turned and hailed a taxi to depart the station. Approximately half an hour later, Jiang Yuan emerged from a weapons shop. Indeed, a weapons shop. In this world and country, perhaps due to the existence of fervent zealots wielding supernatural powers, there is no prohibition on any weaponry beyond firearms, swords, spears, and halberds. One may purchase at will. And one can even bring them onto high-speed trains, airplanes, and schools without any issues. Conversely, the security personnel in this realm are all armed, and should they perceive any threatening behavior, they will immediately resort to gunfire. Jiang Yuan entered the weapons shop with the intention of procuring a weapon. He acquired a single blade, slender and reminiscent of the Tang Dao or Miao Dao from Earth. In this world, it is referred to as a straight knife, in a realm fraught with peril and malevolence. Acquiring a means of self-defense is undoubtedly prudent. He took a taxi directly home. Throughout the journey back to his community, Jiang Yuan felt none of the sensation of being secretly observed. It is unclear whether this was due to the absence of anyone covertly monitoring him or merely a side effect of his diminished mental state. He surmised it was likely the latter. Among all attributes, mental acuity is undeniably the most crucial. Upon returning home, he encountered no sign of Aunt Wong. And what perplexed Jiang Yuan further was the absence of that old black car in the open parking lot. Had the individual ceased their surveillance upon learning of his participation in the ritual? In his bedroom, Jiang Yuan once again utilized his phone camera to search for any trace of the young security personnel. Confirming their absence, he could not help but speculate. He then shook his head, dismissing the matter from further contemplation. Drawing forth the straight knife, he began to practice his slashing techniques in the living room. Whether this would prove useful was uncertain, but seeking a sense of peace was worthwhile. Regardless, Jiang Yuan had resolved to remain indoors for the next several days, venturing neither out the front door nor the back. Though he might accumulate fewer survival points, even a small sum accumulates over time, 30 points in 10 days, or 90 in a month. He planned to restore his mental state before addressing the upcoming faithful offering, which remained shrouded in mystery. Yet, he surmised it would likely involve resisting the encroachment of demonic forces. He could only wonder if he would be able to endure the trial. Throughout the day, Jiang Yuan remained cocooned in his home, only stepping out to order food when hunger struck, and using his phone to further explore this world when fatigue set in. As evening approached, he returned to his room to fetch clothing for a shower. But suddenly his gaze was drawn to a paper airplane that had inexplicably floated into the room. Fluttering gently in the breeze from the window, Jiang Yuan's expression darkened instantly as he approached and unfolded it. As expected, it bore the same ominous message as the one from yesterday. Heretic, heretic, you cannot escape. Acknowledge it. Accept that you are a heretic. You cannot deceive me. You will never evade my grasp. I shall offer you as a sacrifice. You are mine. You are mine. Goodness, madmen, all of them mad. Jiang Yuan seethed with uncontrollable fury, violently tearing apart the paper airplane. Yet, in a state of utter exhaustion, he collapsed onto the bed. Overwhelmed by an indescribable fatigue stemming from a sense of helplessness that he might be on the brink of a life-threatening situation. It should not merely be an act of intimidation, an attempt to frighten me into revealing my weaknesses. Jiang Yuan furrowed his brow, contemplating his current predicament. Otherwise, it would not have been a paper airplane. They would have come for him directly. Fine. Let them go mad. Once I grow stronger, I shall eliminate each and every one of them. Gritting his teeth, Jiang Yuan grunted as he grabbed a change of clothes and headed for the shower. Time passed slowly, everything appearing deceptively calm. Around 11 o'clock at night, Jiang Yuan lay in bed, continuing to peruse the unsettling situation of the demons in this world on his phone. As drowsiness overcame him, he drifted into a hazy slumber. It was uncertain how long he had been asleep, when, in a state between dreams and wakefulness, he felt the unsettling sensation of being watched return, this time with startling clarity. Assuming it was merely a product of his heightened anxiety, he turned over, slightly opening his eyes to steal a glance before shutting them again to resume his sleep. But in the next moment, what the hell? Jiang Yuan jolted upright as if electrocuted, tumbling several times on the bed, pressing himself against the wall, his eyes wide with terror as he gazed toward the head of the bed. In an instant, his face drained of color, devoid of any trace of blood. At some point, right beside his bed, precisely at the head of it, he had just seen a face grinning malevolently at him, the young security guard. His intentions unclear, had somehow entered without Jiang Yuan's knowledge. At this very moment, he squatted at the head of the bed, mere centimeters away, his eyes filled with malicious, frenzied excitement, fixated upon him. Chapter 12. Despair's cold glimmer in the next terrifying second. Jiang Yuan swiftly reached for the bedside. The dagger he had placed there was now within his grasp. He could no longer afford to consider the consequences of killing the intruder. His sole desire was to eliminate him. You dare wield a knife? I assure you, in the next moment, your head will explode like a watermelon crushed beneath a vehicle. The sinister words echoed alongside the ominous barrel of the gun, causing Jiang Yuan to freeze in place. What do you intend to do? He stammered, his throat tightening as he gritted his teeth and questioned. You are a security guard. You are trespassing in my home. Pointing a gun at me, I demand to know which law I have violated. The young security guard scoffed, his voice icy. Stop pretending. You are the heretic. If I kill you, not only will I face no punishment, but I will also be rewarded and granted the blessings of the holy warrior, particularly the faces I just glimpsed in a daze, and now being threatened by a lunatic with a gun pointed at my head. Anyone with even a slightly fragile heart could easily be frightened to death. Jiang Yuan was engulfed in fear, terrified that this madman might suddenly go berserk and pull the trigger. Yet, fear proved futile. He bit down hard on his tongue, forcing himself to regain some semblance of calm. With this slight clarity, he quickly discerned the subtext in the words of the young security officer and perceived the doubts harbored by his adversary. If it were truly believed that he was 100% a heretic, he might not even have the chance to open his eyes again. At present, the gun was no longer pressed against his forehead, compelling him to admit to being a heretic. Clearly, the other party was equally uncertain about his guilt. This included his sister and Aunt Wat as well. None of them could assert with absolute certainty. For instance, if his sister were completely convinced of his heresy, then under the influence of the demon that had seized her mind, she would not be offering him another chance, nor would she have calmly coexisted with him for several days. Instead, like their parents, she would have sought to eliminate him on the spot. The state of his parents was the quintessential normal state following a complete confirmation of heresy. Realizing this brought a measure of solace to Jiang Yuan's heart, and he indignantly exclaimed, "What on earth are you babbling about? How could I possibly be a heretic? Our family has been devout followers of the benevolent saint for generations. My grandfather and father are fervent devotees. Moreover, my aim is to become a zealous follower of the benevolent saint as well. How dare you suspect me of heresy? You slander me, and I will definitely report you." Without a doubt, Jiang Yuan shouted with fervent rage, his countenance reflecting the indignation of being wronged. However, the young security officer remained impassive, utterly unmoved. Once Jiang Yuan's outburst subsided, the officer scoffed again, pressing the handgun forcefully against Jiang Yuan, and coldly retorted, "Keep pretending. Based on our investigation, your mother has been a loyal follower of the benevolent saint from beginning to end, never having betrayed her faith. Thus she would never incite you. Furthermore, your mother is merely an ordinary believer, while your father is a fanatic. She could hardly stand against him. The autopsy results show no signs of struggle between them. Therefore, it is utterly implausible that they both fell from the 9th floor due to a fight. All your assertions are fabrications, entirely concocted. Thus, we conclude that the heretic they spoke of is 99% you. Speak. Why concoct this lie?" A bitter pang rose within Jiang Yuan. Indeed, there were too many loopholes. Yet, that was the best explanation he could muster. "I did not fabricate anything. This is the truth, and the truth stands as it is," Jiang Yuan stubbornly insisted, Regardless of how you wish to slander me, I am speaking the truth. I am not a heretic. I even completed the rite of devotion just last night. If you doubt it, you can call my sister. The rite cannot deceive. The young security officer fixed his gaze on Jiang Yuan's face, and Jiang Yuan met his stare with unwavering composure. Soon, a flicker of struggle appeared in the officer's eyes, only to be swiftly overshadowed by madness and desire. Humph, you think you can deceive me? You heretic, you dare to attempt to trick me. I shall offer you as a sacrifice. In doing so, I will become a fervent devotee of the great righteous courageous divine. If you refuse to acknowledge this, then you shall be the greatest obstacle in my path to fanaticism. Refusal, it matters not. I shall compel you to admit it. I shall make you confess. The young guardian's eyes gradually revealed streaks of crimson, as if reason was slipping away from him, and Jiang Yuan's heart raced with trepidation. Fortunately, the worst outcome did not manifest. At least the other party retained a semblance of sanity and refrained from shooting him on the spot. Though no gunfire rang out, the young guardian reached for the straight knife Jiang Yuan had placed upon the bedside, drawing it forth with a resounding clang. The moonlight spilled through the window, casting a cold gleam upon the blade. Jiang Yuan's complexion shifted wildly, his voice trembling as he shouted, "What do you intend to do? I have already proclaimed that I am not a heretic, not a heretic, not a heretic. I have undergone the rite of faith. If you kill me, you shall pay the price." The young guardian laughed maniacally, his left index and middle fingers gliding along the blade's edge, swiftly slicing through his skin, blood oozing forth. Yet he paid it no heed, coldly declaring, "Indeed, it is quite sharp." He then raised his gaze, his eyes, now laced with blood, glinting with malice as he sneered, "Refusal matters not. Kill you? No, I shall not kill you. At least not until you confess to being a heretic. No, even if you acknowledge your heresy, I still shan't take your life. To offer you alive as a sacrifice will grant me even greater blessings from the righteous, courageous divine. Do you still deny it? It matters not. I shall make you confess. No one can withstand my interrogation. I will peel the flesh from your body, slice by slice, and gradually strip away your skin. I do not wish for this. But who told you not to fulfill my desires?" Listening to the lunatic's ravings, Jiang Yuan felt his heart turn to ice. Was he truly resigned to being labeled a heretic? Unable to take his own life, yet resorting to interrogation methods to force him into confession. How can I save myself? Jiang Yuan was at a loss. This seemed to be at a deadlock. Oh, then, where shall we commence? You possess a handsome visage. So let us begin with your face. Accompanied by the young guardian's words, Jiang Yuan could no longer contain himself. Without a moment's thought, he kicked fiercely at the other, for if he did not flee now, escape would prove impossible. Yet Jiang Yuan still underestimated the formidable strength of the believers in this realm. Though the majority of them were ordinary individuals without supernatural powers, the years of devotion had enhanced them to some extent. At the very least, their physique, strength, and speed surpassed that of an average earthling. Though all of this came at the cost of their very souls, the kick was effortlessly seized by the guardian, who did not even shift his stance. With a cold smirk, he raised the straight knife and drove it straight into Jiang Yuan's thigh. Still wish to resist? Then let us first sever your leg. Beneath the moonlight, the blade gleamed ominously. Jiang Yuan's eyes filled with despair. It seems that I am destined to reveal everything here today. Just as the blade was about to pierce Jiang Yuan's thigh, a figure suddenly burst through the open window with the swiftness of lightning. Jiang Yuan could scarcely discern the movements of this individual. All he caught was a fleeting glimpse of a crescent moon's cold radiance. The young security guard's body trembled violently, his face frozen in an expression of exhilaration. Yet, he stood utterly still, as if petrified. In the next moment, his neck abruptly tilted to the side, a crimson line appearing at the base of his throat. Then his head rolled to the ground, and a torrential spray of blood erupted forth, resembling a crimson fountain. Chapter 13. The innate troublemaker. The sudden turn of events left Jiang Yuan in a state of shock. As the young security guard's body slowly crumpled to the ground, illuminated by the silvery moonlight streaming through the window, Jiang Yuan finally discerned the figure behind him. It was a possibility he had contemplated in various forms, but had entirely overlooked. He had considered the arrival of an older security guard, the return of his sister, or even a passerby stepping in to offer assistance, and even other heretics. Yet, the plump figure clad in colorful attire was a scenario he had never imagined. Aunt Wang. At this moment, Aunt Wang wielded a 9-ringed knife, radiating an aura of lethal intent. With a single stroke, she beheaded the young security guard as effortlessly as one would slay a chicken. not even casting a glance in his direction. With a swift motion, the bloodied nine-ringed knife was pressed against Jiang Yuan's neck. He dared not move, gazing at Aunt Wang, whose face bore an expression of grim determination, a bitter smile etched upon his own. He had thought himself rescued, only to realize he was merely the target of a theft for his status as a heretic. In this world, heretics were deemed rare commodities. Jiang Yuan had come across numerous reports online detailing the brutal conflicts arising from the desire to seize heretics. The reason for such ferocity was clear: the fewer the heretics, the greater the benefits reaped from their sacrifice. The reward bestowed by the demon god for sacrificing a heretic would diminish if there were many participants, whereas if one were to claim it solely for themselves, all rewards would belong to that individual. Besides, the young security guard had set his sights on Jiang Yuan, leaving Aunt Wang with no stake in the matter. Therefore, her action of slaying the young guard to claim him for herself was entirely understandable. That doesn't seem right. Jiang Yuan scrutinized Aunt Wang, a flicker of confusion crossing his gaze. Despite her murderous aura, Aunt Wang exhibited a calm demeanor, devoid of any trace of her previous madness or malevolence. There were no signs of her losing her sanity upon discovering his heretic status, which piqued Jiang Yuan's curiosity. However, he remained silent. At this moment, he was akin to a fish on the chopping block, entirely at the mercy of his captor. That if she truly intended to kill him, survival was an impossibility. Well then, if death is to come, so be it. After all, this accursed, malevolent, repugnant world has worn me thin. Jiang Yuan resolutely closed his eyes, surrendering to fate. The air seemed to stagnate. Neither party spoke. The blood-stained nine-ringed knife still poised at Jiang Yuan's throat, the pungent scent of blood from the young security guard saturating the room, casting a crimson hue beneath the pale moonlight. The scene was indescribably eerie. It was uncertain how much time passed before Aunt Wang's chilling voice pierced the silence. You truly do not fear death? Jiang Yuan did not even open his eyes, choosing instead to resign himself to fate, saying, if you wish to kill me, then do so. After all, I am not a heretic, as long as you are willing to bear the consequences of backlash. Then go ahead. Aunt Wang fell silent. After a brief pause, she suddenly let out a laugh, her tone hauntingly soft. But I am indeed an heretic. Who shall I sacrifice you to? To those vile demons? I would relish the opportunity to annihilate every last one of those accursed fiends. Jiang Yuan could hardly believe his ears. He quickly opened his eyes, staring in astonishment at Aunt Wang. In that moment, she remained composed, even wearing a smile. Yet the blade pressed against her throat had not budged. Jiang Yuan incredulously inquired, What did you just say? He wondered if he had misheard. That mad, eerie, neurotic Aunt Wang claimed she was an heretic. If she is an heretic, then what does that make me? Aunt Wang scrutinized Jiang Yuan's expression for a while, then suddenly withdrew the nine-ring knife, her smile brightening. It seems you are one too. I never expected this, and you are quite fortunate. Had I not been watching over you and living next door, you would have either died tonight or suffered greatly. Without waiting for Jiang Yuan's response, she examined him from side to side, exclaiming, TSK, a natural wrecker. Is it? Rare indeed, truly rare. No, it should be classified as precious. Not only are you a born wrecker, but you also managed to withstand the faith ritual personally conducted by a mid-tier seeker. How astonishing. Truly astonishing. After living next to you for these past few years, I never noticed your uniqueness. TSK. Young man, are you inherently endowed with a powerful soul? So, after last night's faith ritual, how did you feel? Did you notice a particularly swift decline in your energy? A barrage of words, a flurry of questions, a cascade of newfound terminology, and a series of tumultuous events left Jiang Yuan utterly bewildered. Within a mere half hour, he had oscillated between heaven and hell, feeling the need to compose himself and thoroughly unravel the perplexing situation before him. Wrecker? Seeker? The term record remained unclear for the time being. But seeker. Could it refer to his sister, a mid-tier seeker? What could that possibly mean? It seemed the other party was particularly astonished that he could withstand a faith ritual conducted by his sister herself. Soul. Was it not a reference to the mind? Thus, could it be that the mind also signifies the soul? That seemed plausible enough. Lastly, Aunt Wang's identity left Jiang Yuan utterly confounded. She was actually an heretic. Aunt Wang, too, was an heretic. This revelation was something Jiang Yuan could never have fathomed. Having pretended so convincingly, even going so far as to scare him with paper airplanes daily, and now she reveals that she is an heretic? The contrast was simply too stark. However, it seemed undeniable. If Aunt Wang were not an heretic, he would likely have met his end by now, right? So was he momentarily safe? Having come to this realization, Aunt Wang grinned widely. It appears that after yesterday's faith ritual, your soul has indeed waned considerably. I am aware that you have numerous inquiries you wish to pose. However, I implore you to first clarify directly. Are you, indeed, an heretic? Jiang Yuan was uncertain whether Aunt Wang was deliberately attempting to provoke a response from him. If that were indeed the case, he would acquiesce. He nodded emphatically and candidly declared, "Indeed, I am the heretic they speak of. Because I do not venerate these demonic entities, I have been pursued by my parents, doubted by my sister, and only moments ago, I nearly perished at the hands of a security guard." Aunt Wang's smile grew increasingly radiant as she nodded and replied, "Excellent. Now I can confirm with absolute certainty that we belong to the same ilk. Therefore, you may now inquire as you wish. What do you wish to know? Let me take a guess. Are you curious about the meaning of the bewildered breaker?" Jiang Yuan promptly nodded, feeling a profound sense of relief. She truly is a heretic. This realization filled Jiang Yuan with elation. It appeared that his life was, for the time being, safeguarded. He raised his gaze, eagerly anticipating Aunt Wang's elucidation. Chapter 14. Beneath the veil, the bewildered breaker is the appellation for individuals of our kind. The term heretic is merely a label assigned to us by those madmen. In our eyes, they are the true heretics. Aunt Wang placed the 9-ring knife on the desk, casually pulling a chair closer and sitting down, the chair creaking under the weight. She continued to explain, "The bewildered breaker refers to those who have dispelled their confusion. These madmen are ensnared by demons, while we have liberated ourselves from such bewilderment. Hence the title, the bewildered breaker. However, most bewildered breakers emerge through personal development. For instance, once, I too was a devotee of a demon, but when that demonic organization was obliterated, the demonic influence that clouded my mind vanished as well. Consequently, I awakened and became a postnatal bewildered breaker. As for those born as bewildered breakers, that would be you. You possess an inherently powerful soul that cannot be easily dominated by demonic forces. Individuals capable of resisting the rituals of ordinary worship are exceedingly rare. Yet you don't have withstood the rituals of a mid-tier seeker. You astonish me. In our entire Sushian city, no, throughout the entire Bingjing province, you stand alone as a bewildered breaker with such extraordinary innate spiritual strength. You are a natural bewildered breaker, and furthermore, a born masquerader. Have I introduced another new term? No matter, our associates will arrive shortly. We have ample time." Jiang Yuan listened, feeling somewhat dazed that he grasped the meaning of the bewildered breaker. It signifies what the world perceives as a heretic, that a postnatal heretic, and a natural heretic. That is the essence of it. Jiang Yuan refrained from hastily inquiring about seekers, masqueraders, or Aunt Wang's mention of our people. After a moment of silence, he looked up and asked, "So, over the past few days, you have been testing me, correct? Seeking to ascertain whether I am a bewildered breaker?" Aunt Wang smiled and nodded. "Indeed, for I cannot confirm with absolute certainty that you are a bewildered breaker on the day your parents encountered their misfortune. I offered you solace, and on the day you and your sister returned, I was laying the groundwork for subsequent fright. I intended to terrify you in such a manner that, had you not been a broken seeker, I would not have revealed myself. Fortunately, during my first attempt to scare you, I was nearly certain of your identity as a broken seeker. The second time I sought to frighten you was merely to confirm my suspicions further. I had initially resolved to visit you at dawn, but unexpectedly, you found yourself in danger, prompting my early arrival." "Jiang Yuan," he exclaimed, his expression one of bewilderment. "You were nearly certain of my identity as a broken seeker from the first encounter? How did you ascertain that? I believe I did not give myself away, did I?" Aunt Wang pursed her lips. "You think you did not reveal anything? How else could you have exposed yourself? I labeled you an heretic. Under normal circumstances, had you been a true believer, you would have erupted in fury, for no believer would remain composed upon being branded an heretic. Yet, what was your reaction upon seeing me through the window? You were utterly startled. You were frightened. Do you realize? If you are not a broken seeker, then who is?" Jiang Yuan opened his mouth, rendered speechless. He had assumed his disguise was flawless, only to discover it had been seen through long ago. It was fortunate that the other party was also a broken seeker. Otherwise, he feared he would have met a dire fate by now. Jiang Yuan absorbed this information, and after a pause, he continued. "Then what of my sister, this seeker? What does it mean to be a mid-level seeker? Is the seeker you mentioned my sister?" "Indeed, it is her." Aunt Wang replied, "I moved next door to your family 2 years ago specifically for your sister." A palpable aura of menace emanated from Aunt Wang as she elaborated. "Let me explain the state of this world. Considering you have not been acquainted with it before. In this realm, the vast majority of individuals are devotees of demons. But there exists a minuscule faction that has awakened to the truth. Thus, humanity can be broadly divided into two camps, the demonic camp and the redemption camp. A broken seeker is not necessarily a member of the redemption camp, as exemplified by you. However, those in the redemption camp are invariably broken seekers. Wang expounded on the fundamental structure of the world concealed beneath the veil. Once the two camps were distinguished, various professions emerged. Seekers are a specific vocation among the fervent devotees. Their purpose is to identify and unearth us broken seekers from the masses. The term mid-level seeker refers to your sister's capabilities. She is a formidable mid-level rank 3 individual. Moreover, she is a seeker within the doctrine of compassionate demonism. At this juncture, Wang paused momentarily before stating, "Truthfully, I did not anticipate this. I did not foresee that your sister, as a seeker, would consciously spare you. The primary reason for this leniency is her lack of absolute confirmation regarding your status as a broken seeker. Otherwise, irrespective of your relationship, she would undoubtedly have slain you as a sacrifice. Yet, despite this, it remains sufficiently astonishing. It is precisely for this reason that I am still unable to ascertain whether you are indeed a desolate one, or if you have already succumbed to the corruption of demonic power. It was only after the second fright I delivered to you this evening, when you remained utterly still, that I had no further doubts regarding your identity as a born desolate one." Jiang Yuan comprehended the situation. A desolate one and a zealot essentially serve as collective terms for individuals from two opposing factions. Seekers and the pretenders, as mentioned by Wang previously, represent a profession among the zealots and the desolate ones, respectively. The revelation that my sister is a seeker was quite unexpected for Jiang Yuan. She has absolved herself, and even her own flawed lies she chose to believe, which further astonished Jiang Yuan. Should not the greatest duty of a seeker be to hunt down desolate ones, especially one of my kind? From my sister's case, it seems that not all demonic followers in this world have completely lost their reason and humanity. Furthermore, Jiang Yuan recalled Wang's previous words and immediately inquired, "Can those whose souls have been tainted by demons also return to normal? Is it merely necessary to destroy the demon they worship?" Wait a moment. How can demons be destroyed? Can we truly vanquish demons? Jiang Yuan felt incredulous. Wang smiled gently and said, "Vanquish demons? What are you pondering? If demons could be defeated by us mere mortals, would this world have descended into such a state? What I mean is, one merely needs to obliterate the statues of any given demon that are of intermediate rank or higher, as well as eliminate the progeny of that demon. The so-called divine offspring, be it a divine son or daughter. By doing so, those whose thoughts are ensnared by demonic power will transform into desolate ones. And as for destroying the statues of intermediate rank or higher, or eliminating the progeny, no. In fact, as long as we happen to eliminate any demon follower, we shall be granted the divine gift of redemptive power as a reward. Redemptive power is a force distinct from demonic power. This is the fundamental source from which we desolate ones can strengthen ourselves. Oh, by the way," Wang suddenly pointed at the headless corpse of the young security guard on the ground, smiling as she remarked, "For instance, him. I just eliminated him, and I received a reward of redemptive power. Though this amount of redemptive power is almost insignificant to me, it is precisely how we grow stronger." Jiang Yuan fell silent. So, in order to rescue my sister and restore her to normalcy, one must dismantle the entire benevolent demon sect. Jiang Yuan forced a bitter smile. Demonic statues. With this thought, Jiang Yuan could not help but direct his gaze toward the study, his eyes sparkling with a glimmer of hope. Chapter 15. Redemption. Second squad, stop looking. There's nothing left of your home. Wang teased. Statues of intermediate rank or higher. They require a scale of at least hundreds or thousands of years of devotion. Just like during the rituals of faith, if you can destroy them, the massive amount of redemptive power will allow you to ascend to the ranks of the strong immediately. Jiang Yuan let out a chuckle. "Well, let's discuss it later. The demonic statue during the faith's homage. Don't be absurd. One can easily surmise how many people will be present at that time, especially with the followers of the benevolent demon sect around. The number of fanatics will undoubtedly be staggering. Even with 100 lives, I wouldn't dare to destroy it." Wang to Wang. "When you mention ascending to the intermediate level, are you referring to a realm of power? How is this distinction made?" Jiang Yuan inquired once more. Just as Wang was about to respond, a sudden knock at the door startled Jiang Yuan. causing his expression to tense. That it was crucial to remember that there was a body of a security officer present. Should it be discovered, no amount of explanation would suffice. Aunt Wang raised her hand, stood up, and walked towards the door, assuring him, "Don't worry, it's my people." Jiang Yuan quickly followed suit. As the door swung open, a tall and burly man stepped in first, sporting a short beard and a cigarette dangling from his mouth. Before he was fully inside, his voice boomed, "Leader Wang, where's the person? Is this the kid?" He approached Jiang Yuan, scrutinizing him from head to toe, and exclaimed, "TSK, TSK." Before he could finish his sentence, Aunt Wang coldly interjected, "Shut your mouth. Do you think your voice is low?" The burly man paused, a sheepish grin crossing his face, and fell silent. Following him were a few more individuals, 2 men and 2 women. One of the young men was strikingly handsome, though somewhat short, standing at about 1.70 meters. The other was a plump fellow who, upon glancing at Jiang Yuan, remarked, "Xiaofengyu, it seems your title as the most handsome man in Sushan City is in jeopardy." Xiaofengyu, the not-so-tall yet remarkably good-looking young man, pouted and shot a middle finger at the plump man, retorting, "At least I'm still better looking than you." The last 2 women entered and closed the door behind them. One was a woman in her early 30s, with an unremarkable appearance, exuding a serious and competent demeanor. The final girl was approximately the same height as Jiang Yuan, perhaps slightly taller than Xiaofengyu. She wore a light green dress paired with white shoes. Her long, straight black hair framed a face with exquisite features, surpassing even that of a superstar. Her ethereal grace and delicate charm were striking, and her large, doe-like eyes curiously regarded Jiang Yuan, her smile sweet and inviting. "Xiao Yuan, may I still call you that?" Aunt Wang inquired with a smile. "Of course, Aunt Wang," Jiang Yuan replied earnestly. With a smile, Aunt Wang continued, "I have brought them here to handle the security officer's body. I have a question I wish to pose to you first. Are you willing to join us?" "Oh, I suppose I haven't mentioned what our true identity is, have I? We all belong to a redemption organization. This organization does not have a specific name, as it operates on a national and even global scale. It is an international assembly formed by individuals seeking redemption from all over the world. The mission of the Redemption Organization, much like its name, is to seek redemption for ourselves, for others, and for the world in this realm dominated by demons. We belong to the branch of Sushin City, where I serve as the deputy minister and lead the 3rd group, with the members of the 2nd squad under my command." After a brief pause, Aunt Wang's expression turned solemn as she inquired with a grave tone, "The reason I mention this is to extend an invitation for you to join our redemption organization. You are a natural breaker. Indeed, a rare one who has instinctively resisted the rites of devotion. Your future holds immense potential for growth. By joining us, you will attain the finest development." Aunt Wang's words shifted the gaze of those around towards Jiang Yuan, their eyes filled with newfound respect. While natural breakers are not exceedingly rare, 2 members of their squad are also natural breakers. The fact that one has resisted the rites of devotion purely through their own soul strength is exceedingly uncommon. Upon hearing the term redemption organization, Jiang Yuan had already surmised the implications. Naturally, he could not decline. Without hesitation, he nodded affirmatively. "I am willing to join." Aunt Wang expressed her satisfaction, a wise choice. "Allow me to introduce you." She pointed to a burly middle-aged man. "This is Hu Zhengfeng, the captain of the 2nd squad." Hu Zhengfeng flashed a broad grin, his eyes sparkling as he regarded Jiang Yuan. Then she gestured towards a capable woman in her 30s. "This is Wang Rou, the vice captain of the 2nd squad." Next, she indicated a handsome, shorter young man, Xiaofengyu, a member of the 2nd squad. She then pointed to a jovial, rotund fellow, Lin Lu, also a member of the 2nd squad. Finally, she gestured towards an exceptionally beautiful young woman, Qi Zhongyue, a member of the 2nd squad. Turning to Jiang Yuan, she added, "You will now be a member of the 2nd squad. This is Jiang Yuan. Please get to know each other." The final remark was directed towards Hu Zhengfeng and the others. Hu Zhengfeng, with a cigarette dangling from his mouth, continued to smile broadly. "Welcome, welcome. We are thrilled to have you in our 2nd squad. Now we have a fellow natural breaker who can resist the rites of devotion. We are all family now, so do not hesitate to speak up if you need anything." Wang Rou smiled warmly. "Jiang Yuan, welcome aboard." Qi Zhongyue waved her hand playfully, exuding beauty and vivacity. "Welcome." The cheerful Lin Lu exclaimed, "Ha ha, finally I'm not the weakest link in the team. Ha. With Jiang Yuan's talent, he'll probably surpass you in no time. What is there to celebrate?" Xiao Fengyu retorted mercilessly. Just as it seemed these two were about to engage in a banter, Aunt Wang clapped her hands and said, "Enough of the merriment. First, we must thoroughly cleanse the scene of the grotesque body. Bloodstains and all traces, leaving no remnants behind. Come, Xiao Yuan. I know you have many questions. Let me enlighten you further. You need not worry about the body. We are experts in the art of obliteration." Jiang Yuan could hardly refuse. Indeed, he had a plethora of inquiries. Meanwhile, Hu Jingfeng and the others began preparing to handle the body, and only then did Jiang Yuan notice that they had brought several suitcases filled with an array of tools when they entered. As I settled down in the living room with Aunt Wang, she cast a furtive glance at the busy Hu Jingfeng and his companions. Once assured that they were oblivious to our conversation, she whispered, "I have refrained from disclosing to them that you are a natural breaker who personally defied the faith ritual conducted by the mid-tier seekers, fearing they might react with outcries that could arouse suspicion from outsiders. You should also endeavor to keep this matter from others, including fellow breakers. Of course, within our trio, as well as in your second squad, there are no concerns. You may choose to speak of it when you wish or remain silent." "It matters not." Jiang Yuan seemed to perceive a deeper implication and inquired gravely, "Aunt, team leader, do you mean to suggest that breakers are also in peril?" "Yes and no," Aunt Wang elucidated. "Much like us breakers, there exists a faction among the zealots known as infiltrators. Their souls are remarkably resilient, yet they have utterly surrendered their souls to demons. Infiltrators possess the trait of maintaining their composure even amidst breakers. Their sole aim is to discreetly gather valuable intelligence and seek opportunities to report it. Infiltrators are exceedingly perilous adversaries. One can never discern who among them is an infiltrator and who is a breaker." "What constitutes valuable intelligence, you ask?" "It could pertain to our breakers' significant operations, the whereabouts of powerful individuals among us, or even exceptional breakers such as yourself. All of these will be their targets. Should they ascertain your identity and intelligence, you will either be hunted down to your demise by the zealots or be condemned to a life of perpetual concealment, unable to reveal yourself. Naturally, infiltrators, much like the disguisers among our breakers, are among the rarest of professions and are typically hard to encounter. However, we must remain vigilant. Just remember this point." Jiang Yuan nodded earnestly, indicating his understanding as for the specific professions, their responsibilities, and the varying levels of power. "Someone will elucidate these matters in detail once we reach the safe house. For now, take some time to process what I have just conveyed and go find a hotel to stay in. We will handle things here." Jiang Yuan seemed to recall something, his expression shifting as he said, "Team Leader Wang, there is another matter I must discuss with you. Besides this security officer, there is an older one whom I believe is also suspicious of me. Especially after the death of the younger officer, he may cast even more suspicion my way. You think he might?" Aunt Wang chuckled lightly. "I am aware of him that I have been monitoring this situation since the day your parents encountered their misfortune. That is why I insisted you seek accommodation alone. Moreover, you need not worry about other security officers keeping tabs on you. I am confident for the time being. He will not divulge anything to others." Chapter 16. Safe house. In the early hours past 1 o'clock, the neighborhood lay eerily quiet, shrouded in darkness. The moonlight above, coupled with the dim street lights of the community, offered little illumination. Instead, the interplay of light and shadow created an atmosphere thick with obscurity. As if every dark corner concealed a pair of blood-red eyes, Jiang Yuan, burdened by the weight of his straight blade, rubbed his face vigorously with both hands, striving to awaken his senses. Such efforts could enhance his chances of survival in the moments to come. He could only hope that Team Leader Wang would prove to be resourceful. Just as he was about to move forward, Jiang Yuan recalled the survival points he had earned the previous night. They had manifested at midnight, yet he had been engrossed in conversation with Team Leader Wang and had momentarily set them aside. Now, with a flicker of thought, his data unfolded before him. The preceding figures remained unchanged, but his final tally of survival points lingered at 33. This indicated that the incident involving the security guard at 11 o'clock had granted him a remarkable 32 points, presumably due to the extreme peril he had faced. Teetering on the brink of death. After all, having a gun pointed at one's head posed a far graver threat than the dangers he had encountered when fleeing from his parents, that he refrained from hastily augmenting his mental fortitude. The quantity was too meager to be of significant utility. Jiang Yuan deemed it essential to reserve some survival points for critical moments. With that thought, he set forth towards the exit of the community. Throughout his journey, Jiang Yuan remained exceedingly cautious, glancing about in fear of an ambush. To his astonishment, upon reaching a nearby hotel, the elderly security guard remained utterly inactive. Could it be that he had misjudged the situation? Was the guard not covertly surveilling him? Or had team leader Wang preemptively intervened, neutralizing the threat before any action could be taken? With a mind full of uncertainties, he completed his check-in, refreshed himself, and lay on the bed. Sleep would elude him tonight. He had to remain vigilant for any news from team leader Wang. As time meandered on and dawn began to break, the long-awaited call from team leader Wang finally arrived. Xiao Yuan, I have an address for you. Make your way there. After providing the address, Wang added, also dispose of your phone. Smash it to pieces and discard it, that we will provide you with a new one later. Understood. Jiang Yuan did not inquire further. After ending the call, he promptly deactivated all his accounts, usernames, photographs, and other personal information. He extracted his SIM card, broke it in half, and then raised his phone, bringing it down forcefully onto the floor. In an instant, the device shattered into countless fragments. Unsatisfied, he struck it a few more times, ensuring its complete destruction before casually tossing it into the trash. Following the address provided by team leader Wang, he hailed a taxi and set off. The moment Wang had instructed him to destroy his phone, Jiang Yuan had surmised that the elderly security guard had likely not shown up. This realization left him with a lump in his throat. The lurking presence of a venomous serpent, poised to strike at any moment, was a most unsettling sensation. His greatest fear was that the guard would divulge his status as a fugitive. Should that occur, it would spell disaster. Burdened by anxiety, he soon arrived at the entrance of a dilapidated community. This neighborhood appeared to be several decades old, with its crumbling buildings adorned by the hues of time. Particularly the kitchens of nearly every household, smeared with a thick layer of dark grease, glossy to the point of being nearly polished. According to Aunt Wang's instructions regarding the apartment number, Jiang Yuan arrived at a building situated in the center of the community. He entered the stairwell but did not ascend the stairs, as there was another door at the rear, indicating that this was the first floor of the building. This was precisely the location Aunt Wang had mentioned. Click. Before he could even knock, the door swung open to reveal Lin Lu, whose cherubic face was beaming with delight. Welcome to our safety house of Team 2 in Group 3. Safety house? Jiang Yuan inquired curiously, surveying his surroundings as he stepped inside. The interior was a rather ordinary 3-bedroom apartment with a living room and a bathroom, reminiscent of layouts and decor from 2 or 3 decades ago. Exuding an air of outdatedness, it appeared to hold no particular distinction. Where are the others? Jiang Yuan asked. They're in the basement. Lin Lu, with his cheerful disposition, seemed to have no barriers with anyone. He affectionately draped an arm around Jiang Yuan's shoulder and led him towards one of the bedrooms. You didn't think this was our safety house, did you? That's merely a fade. The real safety house is not located here. Feeling somewhat uncomfortable with a man's arm around his shoulder, yet unable to extricate himself, Jiang Yuan opted for silence. Upon opening the door to the middle bedroom, he found nothing out of the ordinary, just a large wardrobe, a bed, and a desk, with the walls plastered with various faded posters. Lin Lu promptly swung open the wardrobe door, shoving the hanging clothes aside, and slid the panel behind the wardrobe to the side. A silver alloy door equipped with a password, fingerprint, and facial recognition mechanism was revealed. Wow, this is starting to feel a bit like a scene from a movie, Jiang Yuan exclaimed in astonishment. Lin Lu chuckled heartily, saying, right? This is just the beginning. You'll see once we reach the basement. After undergoing facial and iris recognition, the door swung open. Beyond it lay a staircase leading directly underground, but not a straightforward descent. It twisted and turned, obscuring just how deep it truly was. Following Lin Lu down into the basement, they chatted while Jiang Yuan marveled at the surroundings. After what felt like a descent of approximately 15 to 20 meters, they finally encountered another alloy door equipped with the same security features, flanked by 2 cameras pointed directly at them. The high level of security instilled Jiang Yuan with greater confidence in the Redemption Organization. After undergoing various forms of identification, this door too was opened. A mere glance inside left Jiang Yuan utterly stunned. He had expected the basement to cover perhaps 100 or 200 square meters at most. However, upon looking, he realized it spanned at least 2,000 square meters. The entire basement was illuminated by bright white LED lighting, casting clarity upon every detail, coupled with the walls, floors, and even the ceiling all adorned with pristine white surfaces. The basement appeared even more radiant. The layout was exceedingly well thought out. It could easily be described as a high-end office floor, featuring relaxation areas, workspaces, entertainment zones, study sections, and a myriad of other designated spaces. It was hard to fathom how such an expansive basement could have been constructed so discreetly, especially considering that 99% of the residents in this community were followers of demons. Nonetheless, the more impressive the redemption organization, the more pleased Jiang Yuan felt. What do you think? Not bad, right? Lin Lu appeared somewhat pleased, proclaiming, "Let me tell you, our third team has several safe houses. This is merely our second team's refuge. And stop boasting. You didn't even build it. So what is the big deal?" Xiao Fengyu interrupted, rolling his eyes from around a corner. He then turned to Jiang Yuan with a smile, saying, "Ignore this chubby one. Come with me." Lin Lu was displeased, but since Jiang Yuan had already followed, he could only sulkily tag along, secretly giving Xiao Fengyu the finger behind his back. As they made their way to the conference room, Jiang Yuan caught sight of an open room adorned with an array of cold weapons and firearms covering all four walls. There were handguns, rifles, light machine guns, and even heavy machine guns, grenades, C4, and even individual rocket launchers, and their projectiles were present, leaving Jiang Yuan astonished. From this, he could glean a glimpse of the vast resources possessed by the Redemption Organization. Although this world does not impose stringent restrictions on weapons, and many civilians possess firearms, acquiring such a diverse arsenal, especially with several strictly controlled heavy weapons, is no simple feat. Indeed, quite impressive. Jiang Yuan felt a sense of reassurance. "Come in, have a seat." They arrived at the conference room where everyone had already gathered. Aunt Wang pointed to an empty chair and said, Jiang Yuan, Xiao Fengyu, and Lin Lu each took their seats. Falling into silence. Once everyone was seated, Aunt Wang's expression grew grave. She wasted no time and got straight to the point. "I followed you the entire way and kept watch outside your hotel all night. But Xiong never showed up. Xiong is the older security officer." She continued. "I then requested assistance from the division, and they relayed information indicating that yesterday afternoon, Xiong and Wang Yuan, the security officer we eliminated, had taken an extended leave the day before. With Wang Yuan deceased, Xiong returned home last night at 11, precisely when Wang Yuan attacked you, and afterward that he vanished. This was a conclusion Jiang Yuan had never anticipated. His expression darkened immediately. Even a fool would realize that the opponent could not have truly disappeared. Rather, he was likely lurking in the shadows, poised to deliver a lethal strike at any moment. He had no doubt about a zealot's tenacity towards a lost soul. It was fundamental to their rapid empowerment, their pursuit of longevity, and the myriad benefits they could gain within their malevolence sect. Aunt Wang appeared somewhat troubled as well. He's an old fox, having been a security officer for so many years, remaining vigilant about everything. Last night, when Wang Yuan intended to torture you, he didn't appear. Now that Wang Yuan is dead, he would be even less inclined to act against you. We can only hope our intelligence can locate him swiftly." Pausing for a moment, Aunt Wang addressed Jiang Yuan. "Xiao Yuan, you've been out in the open every day. Act as bait and see if we can lure him out. Since he has set his sights on you, he will inevitably seek opportunities to act against you. Let it be at night. After all, we can take a stroll each evening." Jiang Yuan nodded in acknowledgement, responding, "Understood, team leader. By the way, team leader, Wang Yuan has died. Has there been any word from the security personnel today?" Aunt Wang chuckled. "As I have mentioned before, we are absolutely professional in disposing of bodies and erasing traces. In the past few days, we have handled all the surveillance along the route, and we have completely eliminated any traces of Wang Yuan tracking you. As for his body, it is likely that it has already turned into mush at the Tianti. You need not worry about home. Every trace has been meticulously cleaned, and the Security Bureau will certainly not suspect you, unless, of course, Xiong chooses to disclose this matter. However, I believe he will not do so. At least not for the time being. These devotees, especially the zealots, may appear united on the surface, but the intrigue and rivalry among them are truly breathtaking. It is not uncommon for two demonic sects to clash. Since he has the opportunity to exclusively enjoy you as an heretic, why would he wish to share you with others? Jiang Yuan suddenly understood. Tio put it simply, he was akin to a lottery ticket worth 5 million. Xiong has every chance to claim the prize himself and achieve financial freedom. However, once shared, that 5 million could dwindle to 500,000, or even 50,000, or worse, 5,000, unless absolutely necessary. No one desires to share their jackpot. How difficult is it to win? This could be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and one must seize it well. Let us not dwell on Jiang Yuan for now. Instead, let us discuss your own matters. Aunt Wang smiled and inquired, since you have joined our redemption organization, you must consider your future career development direction. Right? Xiaoya, please explain to Xiao Yuan the various career paths available, so he can gain a deeper understanding. Certainly. Qi Zhongyue, with her enchanting smile, took out her phone and operated it for a moment. On the massive screen in the conference room, multiple professions and their descriptions from the two major factions appeared. To ensure Jiang Yuan understood everything, Qi Zhongyue elaborated. The two major factions each have 4 professions. Let us first discuss our redemption faction. The redemption faction consists of 4 professions: disguisers, shadows, guardians, and redeemers. Among these, the disguisers are the most scarce and crucial, while the other 3 professions revolve around supporting the disguisers. The primary responsibility of a disguiser is that their soul is much stronger than that of an ordinary person, enabling them to infiltrate various key institutions and even hold high positions within numerous demonic sections. They gather intelligence, such as the whereabouts of demonic disciples, and subsequently, others are dispatched to eliminate them. The guardians serve in logistics, providing combat support, disposing of bodies, creating false identities, and establishing alibis, among other tasks. Then there are the redeemers. The redeemers are the elite combat personnel of our redemption organization, typically filled by the formidable breakers. Their primary duty revolves solely around combat. The redeemers, also known as protectors, constitute the most populous profession within our ranks. The final class, the Duskbringers, is mentioned last due to its unique nature. The Duskbringers dwell eternally in darkness, burdened with the weight of safeguarding the disguisers as they tread through the shadows. Indeed, the existence of the Duskbringers is contingent upon the disguisers. They are the most trustworthy and loyal individuals within the redemption organization. When the profession of Duskbringer is brought up, a look of pure admiration and reverence graces the innocent and beautiful visage of Qi Zhongyue. The Duskbringers exist for the disguisers. Their lives are devoted to the disguisers, and they serve as the guardians of these enigmatic figures. No one knows their true identities, nor do they belong to any specific squad. They exist as an independent profession. Even the disguisers themselves remain oblivious to the identities of their guardians. Perhaps when a disguiser's true identity is on the verge of exposure, and they face imminent death at the hands of fanatics, they will finally learn who their guardian truly is. The Duskbringers embody the most tragic and honorable of professions. Jiang Yuan listened, profoundly moved, particularly by the notion of the Duskbringers. Even without direct experience, a genuine respect stirred within him. The Duskbringers, forever enshrouded in darkness, bring forth light for others. After a brief pause, noticing Jiang Yuan's apparent comprehension of the 4 professions within the redemption faction, Qi Zhongyue took a sip of water and continued to elucidate. The 4 professions within the demon faction bear similarities to those of the redemption faction. They are the spreaders, the infiltrators, the seekers, and the hunters. Among these, the infiltrators and hunters share responsibilities akin to those of the disguisers and redeemers. Infiltrators, like the disguisers, possess exceptionally strong souls and remain unflappable even amidst the throngs of breakers, never losing their composure. However, their souls have long been surrendered to the demons. Both infiltrators and spreaders are irrevocably lost, incapable of awakening even if their demonic idols are destroyed. Thus, infiltrators pose a significant threat to us breakers. Much like the zealots who relentlessly seek to eradicate our disguisers, the hunters, on the other hand, are fervent combatants dedicated solely to battle. Their role is self-evident. The seekers specialize in identifying breakers within the masses. They are masters of various skills, boasting exceptional intelligence, and are elites from diverse fields. They coordinate their efforts with the infiltrators. Any breaker whose information is divulged by an infiltrator is unlikely to escape the seeker's pursuit. The seekers are also the arch-nemeses of the disguisers, their primary duty being to unveil the disguisers hidden among them. Lastly, the spreaders are what one might refer to as the demon spawn or sorceresses. They are few in number, yet they constitute the most loyal adherents to the demonic forces. It is through them that the demons exert control over their other followers. They are the very source of malevolence. Albeit a scarce breed, surrounded by formidable defenses. However, should you eliminate even one of them, a vast reservoir of redemptive power shall be bestowed upon you. Conversely, without vanquishing them, even the destruction of all demonic effigies would not suffice to dismantle the cult of the demon entirely. With a single breath, Jiang Yuan articulated the 8 professions across the 2 major factions. Jiang Yuan gained a newfound understanding of the world concealed beneath the veil. The richness and peril of this realm exceeded his wildest imagination. At the same time, he pondered which profession would best suit him. After much contemplation, it seemed that the role of the disguiser might be most fitting for him. Moreover, Aunt Wang had previously remarked that individuals like him, born as inherent disillusionists, make for the finest disguisers. A disguiser, you say? It appears quite appealing. Chapter 18. Future career planning. Subsequently, Jiang Yuan elaborated on how the levels of strength are classified. In general, prior to mastering supernatural powers, individuals are considered ordinary and unranked. Yet, being unranked does not inherently signify weakness. Attributes such as strength, speed, and endurance can be enhanced, albeit with limitations, and when facing a ranked individual, one would generally find themselves at a disadvantage in a one-on-one melee. However, if one wields a firearm and takes the opponent by surprise, or even possesses a mere knife while the adversary is unguarded, it is conceivable to eliminate some weaker ranked foes. Furthermore, should several individuals unite to vanquish a ranked stronghold, they too would receive a reward of redemptive power, albeit varying according to their contributions. This principle mirrors the division of offerings among multiple participants in a demonic sacrifice. This method serves as a primary pathway for unranked disillusionists to ascend to ranked status. However, receiving redemptive power does not guarantee one's elevation to a ranked powerhouse. That remains contingent upon one's innate talent. Ranked individuals are categorized into initial, intermediate, advanced, and super ranks, each subdivided into 3 tiers. The 3rd tier is the lowest, while the 1st tier is the highest. For instance, Aunt Wang is a formidable intermediate rank 2 powerhouse, but intermediate ranked individuals are esteemed as significant experts, while advanced ranked individuals are exceedingly rare, with perhaps only a handful residing in the entirety of Sushian City. As for super ranked individuals, their scarcity is almost lamentable. Based on your innate abilities, I personally would advise you to pursue the path of the disguiser. Aunt Wang's voice resonated at an opportune moment. Yet, ultimately, this decision rests solely upon you. Both disguisers and shadows are perilous professions, fraught with the potential for sudden demise, especially for disguisers, should one succumb to the corruption of demonic power. I trust you comprehend the ramifications without further elaboration. Following closely in danger, the Redeemers pose their own risks, while the Protectors are comparatively the safest. I cannot make this choice for you. Your future path is yours to determine. Jiang Yuan, however, had grown indifferent to the notion of danger. Even should he assume the role of a protector, would that truly guarantee his safety? That is merely a relative notion. Guardians must also engage in battle when faced with peril. Thus, the concept of absolute safety is fundamentally flawed. True absolute safety can only be achieved by obliterating all malevolent cults and eliminating every fanatic who cannot regain their sanity. That is the epitome of security. I choose to become a disguised one. Without much contemplation, Jiang Yuan made his decision. What must I do? The others in the room smiled with relief. Chu Zhengfeng teased. What must you do? At this moment, you are capable of nothing. With your current strength, anyone could easily dispose of you. You haven't even undergone systematic training. You could be exposed in no time. It seems that even the Seekers need not personally intervene to unearth you. So for now, put such thoughts aside and focus on your studies. Jiang Yuan smiled sheepishly. Aunt Wang chimed in with a smile. Now that you've decided to become a disguised one, I can share with you the benefits and privileges that accompany this role. I refrained from mentioning them earlier, fearing that you might impulsively choose based on these advantages. Aunt Wang's expression turned serious as she continued. As a disguised one, you will be at the very heart of our redemption organization, where the nurturing efforts are undoubtedly the most robust. You will have access to the finest resources, the best protection, and optimal training. Even in times of danger, you will be prioritized for escape. In essence, everything revolves around you. The second team lacks a disguised one, and without one, it cannot be considered a complete team. Now that you are here, the second team will officially operate with you at its center. Furthermore, should you demonstrate sufficient potential, talent, capability, and strength, our entire third group, or even the entire Sushian branch, will function with you as its core. Of course, it can be said that whatever you desire, we will procure for you through various means. Even if it requires seizing from the fanatics and engaging in fierce combat, we shall procure it for you. You now comprehend the significance of being a disguised one. Do you understand the weight of the responsibility you bear? Aunt Wang gazed intently at Jiang Yuan and stated solemnly, if the Dark Ones exist in the shadows because of you, then openly, other professionals will exist due to your actions once you become a disguised one. A single erroneous piece of intelligence or a misguided choice on your part could jeopardize everyone. The greater the benefits and privileges, the heavier the burden. Now do you still affirm your choice? Jiang Yuan exhaled deeply, his gaze resolute. I affirm it. Not for the so-called benefits. It is purely because I, Jiang Yuan, understand my own circumstances. With unfaithful devotion in place, no one in this world is more suited to the role of a disguised one than I. As long as my mental fortitude, what they refer to as the soul, is sufficiently strong enough that even the demons themselves may find it difficult to corrupt me, this is my confidence. Very well, I hereby declare that the second team of the third group of Sushian City is officially in full operational status. Jiang Yuan, as an intern disguise artist, will acquire all necessary skills. The rest of you may now attend to your tasks. I must seek out Xiong Yong to eliminate any threats to Jiang Yuan. The formidable aura emanating from Aunt Wang is unmistakable. Even her flamboyant attire cannot conceal her commanding presence. After issuing her orders, she promptly rises and strides towards the exit. Within the room, the members of the second team, even the typically taciturn and astute Wang Ro, cannot suppress the flicker of excitement that crosses their faces. The team leader, Hu Zhengfeng, immediately states, Jiang Yuan, from this day forth, you must not disclose any information regarding your identity as a disguise artist to outsiders, which includes other bewildered ones as well as the other teams within our third group. Remember, this pertains to anyone outside of us. Jiang Yuan nods earnestly, indicating his understanding. Furthermore, from today, no, from this very moment, you must absorb a vast array of knowledge and skills. Bewildered ones, particularly disguise artists, have a multitude of subjects to master, including combat, evasion, camouflage, thievery, firearms, cold weapons, physical training, driving, computer skills, culture, and so forth. While some skills we may not be able to teach you, the team leader will arrange for others to provide instruction later. Rest assured, the trainers assigned to teach disguise artists will be trustworthy. This is a matter you need not worry about. Hu Jingfeng meticulously outlines the lessons Jiang Yuan is to undertake, causing him to feel somewhat overwhelmed. However, he offers no resistance. All these skills are vital for survival, and one can never possess too many means of self-preservation. While he comprehends most aspects, the mention of thievery confounds him. Hu Jingfeng offers no explanation. Merely gesturing towards Xiao Fengyu, Xiao Fengyu nods slightly, approaches Jiang Yuan, pats his shoulder, and smiles. Touch your left trouser pocket. Jiang Yuan pauses, glances down, and reaches into his pocket, discovering a bottle cap that Xiao Fengyu must have surreptitiously placed there. Xiao Fengyu elucidates. Disguise artists must convey messages to the outside world. The skill of thievery does not necessarily involve stealing someone else's belongings. It can also pertain to discreetly transmitting acquired intelligence without arousing the suspicion of those nearby. Suddenly enlightened, Jiang Yuan exclaims, "Ah, I see now. I was rather shallow in my understanding. No problem. I will train according to your arrangements." Upon hearing Jiang Yuan's resolute acceptance, the group bursts into laughter, relieved that he did not falter at the prospect of such extensive learning. Hu Zhengfeng raises his hand, stating, "Initially, it will suffice for just us to instruct you. There is still ample time. It is only 9 in the morning. Xiao Fengyu, henceforth, you will oversee Jiang Yuan's physical training. You may take him for his exercises now." "Certainly, Captain." Xiao Fengyu, demonstrating his camaraderie with Lin Lu, casually drapes an arm around Jiang Yuan's shoulders and cheerfully leads him outside. "That I shall accompany you as well." Lin Lu also wished to keep up. Wang Ro directly seized his collar with a forceful grip. Despite her seemingly frail appearance, she managed to pull Lin Lu, who stood at 6 feet tall and weighed 230 pounds, backward slightly. With a calm demeanor, Wang Ro stated, "Stand still. The training regimen for Jiang Yuan will be exceedingly demanding. As a certified nutritionist, you are to diligently prepare Jiang Yuan's meals. Should I discover that his body cannot keep pace, I will have no choice but to slice off your excess flesh to supplement his nutrition." Initially eager to witness Jiang Yuan's trials, Lin Lu instinctively shrank his neck, offering an awkward laugh. "That cannot happen. It cannot. Sister Ro, I shall get right on it. I promise he will have an ample supply of nutrition." Having said this, he quickly scurried away, neck withdrawn. In the room remained Hu Zhengfeng, Wang Ro, and Qi Zhongyue. After assigning each of them their respective tasks, Hu Zhengfeng departed. Centered around Jiang Yuan, the entire squad revolving solely around him was no trivial matter. Each member bore multiple responsibilities for his well-being. And in the future, they would even need to hire external instructors. The investment of manpower and resources would amount to astronomical figures. Everything they undertook would pave the way for Jiang Yuan, prioritizing him above all else. They could only hope that Jiang Yuan would not disappoint them and would ultimately emerge as a true masquerader. They did not require him to surpass other masqueraders. Reaching an average level of competence would suffice for their satisfaction. This was the shared thought among all members. Chapter 19. Training. Jiang Yuan soon realized his naivety. He had thought that the first day of physical training would commence with simple exercises and gradually increase in intensity. Little did he know that the very onset was designed to push him to his limits. Within the training facility, the area stood as the largest section of the second team's secure underground chamber. It included a physical training zone, a skills practice area, a combat arena, a long swimming pool, and an exceptionally high-ceiled indoor shooting range. At this moment, Jiang Yuan was running on a treadmill within this training room. Unlike a standard treadmill, this one had been specially modified, reaching an alarming maximum speed, akin to a car cruising at 80 miles per hour. Additionally, specially crafted aluminum alloy panels were attached to the left, right, and rear of the treadmill, each embedded with sharp needles and pointed nails. Any sign of slowing down or an attempt to leap off the sides would yield dire consequences. Jiang Yuan felt a surge of panic. At this point, his back was already bloodied from countless pricks. His legs felt heavy and numb, as if they belonged to someone else, and his lungs burned as if engulfed in an inferno, leaving his throat parched and aching. Sweat mingled with blood cascaded down like a fine mist, and his breaths came in labored gasps resembling the sound of a bellows. In truth, his running speed was not particularly fast. Rather, the duration and distance had taken their toll. The LCD display on the treadmill indicated that he had covered a total of 29.5 kilometers over a span of 168 minutes. Nearby, Xiao Fengyu and Wang Rou observed him. Xiao Fengyu scrutinized Jiang Yuan's running form and the metrics of his performance, while Wang Rou kept a vigilant eye on his heart rate and overall condition. Upon Jiang Yuan's wrist rested a device designed for real-time heart rate monitoring, which displayed a pulse of 147 beats per minute. That's about right, Wang Rou remarked after a brief glance at Jiang Yuan's condition, turning to the side to address Xiao Fengyu. Xiao Fengyu nodded slightly. Only upon reaching a distance of 30 kilometers did he press the remote control in his hand. It is no wonder this is a specially designed treadmill. The machine cannot be operated by the individual, making it impossible to shirk one's responsibilities. As the treadmill gradually came to a halt, Xiao Fengyu opened the aluminum alloy panel, allowing Jiang Yuan to step out, gasping for air, his legs trembling. Just as he prepared to collapse onto the ground, Xiao Fengyu's voice rang out firmly, "Do not sit down. After exercising, you must remain standing. Take deep breaths to gradually adjust, and only rest once your heart rate stabilizes." At this, Jiang Yuan could only grit his teeth and stand. Once Jiang Yuan emerged, Wang Rou promptly approached with a small medical kit to tend to his wounds. Wang Rou served as the team's medic. In the second squad, there were 3 guardians and 2 redeemers. The guardians included Xiao Fengyu, led by Wang Rou, and Lin Lu. The redeemers were Hu Zhengfeng and Qi Zhongyue, the 2 of whom possessed the highest ranks and greatest strength. Although Hu Zhengfeng was the captain, in matters of strategy and planning, it was Wang Rou who called the shots, with Hu Zhengfeng obliged to heed her counsel as the vice-captain. As Wang Rou treated Jiang Yuan's injuries, Xiao Fengyu furrowed his brow and shook his head, saying, "Jiang Yuan, your performance is exceedingly mediocre. Even a 14-year-old could surpass your results. You took 2 hours and 50 minutes to complete 30 kilometers. And you appear unable to continue. Your physical condition is lamentably poor." What could Jiang Yuan say in response? He could only manage a bitter smile. He was a traveler from another world, having arrived here as an ordinary youth. And during his time on Earth, he had never engaged in physical exercise. His overall capabilities were inferior even to those of individuals who had trained consistently on Earth, let alone in this world brimming with supernatural powers. However, you managed to persevere without uttering a single word of surrender throughout the ordeal, which pleases me greatly, Xiao Fengyu remarked, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. It is evident that you indeed exerted yourself to the fullest. Starting tomorrow, I will continue to increase your training regimen. Are you prepared to accept this? This was also a test from Xiao Fengyu. Even Wang Rou, who was diligently tending to Jiang Yuan's wounds, lifted her gaze, casting a subtle glance at him before resuming her work. Jiang Yuan's face was glistening with beads of sweat that continued to cascade down, yet he managed to break into an incredibly sunny and handsome smile. "Of course. I already mentioned before running that you are free to train me as you wish. I will comply wholeheartedly. Jiang Yuan's strikingly handsome smile caused Xiao Fengyu to involuntarily pout in response to the annoyance of his own envy. Nevertheless, hearing Jiang Yuan's reply filled him with joy. Behind them, Wang Rou's perpetually serious expression concealed her emotions, but the slight curve of her lips revealed her satisfaction with Jiang Yuan's response. Had Jiang Yuan's answer shown even the slightest hint of hesitation, they would have undoubtedly reported to Wang Dama to request the withdrawal of Jiang Yuan from the training program for the imposters. Those who lack the perseverance to endure even the physical pain they experience, what grounds do they have to believe they can survive in the lair of future adversaries? One must not allow such individuals to bring ruin upon themselves. For there have indeed been numerous cases where pretenders, devoid of sufficient fortitude and psychological resilience, have inadvertently led their own comrades to doom. Thus, they must proceed with utmost caution. Fortunately, Jiang Yuan did not disappoint them. After skillfully tending to Jiang Yuan's injuries, Wang Rou lightly patted his shoulder before departing. Xiao Fengyu then approached, unashamedly wrapping his arm around Jiang Yuan's armpit. He had intended to drape his arm over Jiang Yuan's shoulder, but having found it uncomfortable on a previous attempt, he opted for this alternative instead. With a radiant smile, he exclaimed, "Let us go. The morning training has concluded, and it's time for us to eat. I must tell you, Lin Pengzi's culinary skills are truly unparalleled. Since you have training and study plans this afternoon, we want to indulge in any alcohol. However, once the evening is upon us, we must certainly enjoy a few drinks." On Earth, Jiang Yuan was all alone, devoid of family or friends. Feeling a slight itch in his armpit, he bore it with patience, allowing a genuine smile to emerge as he nodded in agreement. "All right, we must drink 2 glasses tonight. Ha ha, it's settled then. Let us go." The two bantered joyfully as they made their way to the cafeteria. Upon arrival, they found only Lin Lu, Wang Rou, and Jiang Yuan present. While it was referred to as a cafeteria, it resembled more of a dining hall. Their small team consisted of just a few members, and a single dining table was lavishly adorned with a variety of delectable dishes. Lin Lu donned a chef's hat and an apron, continuously bringing more dishes to the table. Jiang Yuan was engrossed in her phone, while Wang Rou was absorbed in a thick book. The Yuzheng phone was nowhere to be found. "Have you arrived? Are you exhausted after the first physical training session?" Jiang Yuan greeted Jiang Yuan with a sweet smile, perhaps due to their newfound camaraderie, which had dispelled any previous awkwardness, making her appear both beautiful and lively. "Much like a charming neighborly fairy. I feel like my lungs might burst. My legs are no longer my own, and my throat is burning," Jiang Yuan replied with a wry smile as he plopped down onto a seat. "That's quite normal. The good news is that you don't have any physical training scheduled for the afternoon. The bad news is that after dinner, you'll have to endure another session of such training. And you want to be able to return home until 9 o'clock tonight. However, if you can wrap up your physical training more quickly tonight, you can head home earlier. And by the way, there is indeed a spare lounge here, but until Xiong Yong makes his appearance, you must return daily for your runs." Jiang Yuan added cheerfully, her lovely doe-like eyes seemingly glinting with a hint of mischief as she placed a bottle of water in front of Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan twisted off the cap and gulped down the water in one go, exhaling with relief before casually stating, "Training is training. Enduring hardships now means less bloodshed in the future. In this perilous world, any negligence could lead to death. What's a bit of suffering?" Jiang Yuan maintained a resolute mindset, which truly reflected his inner thoughts. Perseverance was never something he lacked. After more than a decade in an orphanage and venturing out on his own at 16, he had faced countless adversities, forging a resilient heart in the process. In the tranquil waters, Jiang Yuan gazed in astonishment at Jiang Yuan, earnestly nodding her head, a gentle fragrance wafting through the air. With such thoughts and mindset, "I can confidently assist you. For now, refrain from drinking too much water. You must consume food, as excessive water can cause discomfort." Noticing Jiang Yuan reaching for another bottle of water, Jiang Yuan hastily interjected. Jiang Yuan promptly withdrew his hand, smiling as he replied, "Understood. Dinner is served. Make sure to savor this wild ginseng stew with loach. It is truly a 30-year-old wild ginseng." At that moment, Lin Lu brought forth the final dish, prompting everyone to rise and take their chopsticks and bowls to serve themselves, commencing the feast. It must be said, Lin Li's culinary skills are indeed exceptional. His physique certainly attests to his prowess in the kitchen. The flavors were nothing short of exquisite. Coupled with the considerable exertion, Jiang Yuan devoured 3 large bowls of rice and cleared a substantial amount of dishes before finally pausing with satisfaction, feeling as though his vitality had been significantly restored. After lunch, Jiang Yuan took a half-hour respite before entering Wang Rou's study with her. His current focus was on psychology and micro-expressions. Following that, Jiang Yuan would instruct him on disguise, marking the afternoon's agenda. In the evening, he would engage in his second physical training session. Tomorrow's training regimen would be different yet again. In essence, for a considerable stretch of time ahead, Jiang Yuan would find little leisure. His days would be filled with busyness and fulfillment. It would be even better if he were not burdened by the looming threat of Jiang Yuan. As for this evening, would he appear? One could only hope. Chapter 20. Is it really this serious? Originally, Jiang Yuan intended to reserve 33 survival points for emergencies. However, as he delved into his studies, he realized his mind was insufficiently equipped. It wasn't a matter of lacking intelligence. Rather, it pertained to the clarity of his mental faculties. In Jiang Yuan's view, mental acuity equated to processing power. The stronger the processor, the more information it can instantly receive and process. Naturally, this also accelerates the learning pace. With an increase of 3 survival points, his learning efficiency noticeably improved. At the very least, he comprehended nearly all the material Wang Ro discussed. After another half-hour of rest, Jiang Yuan commenced her instruction on disguise. Disguise is not merely about applying makeup or altering one's appearance. While there is some relation, it is minimal in a studio. Jiang Yuan's beautiful visage bore a serious demeanor as she slowly began. Disguise is essentially an art of performance, to portray a devotee so convincingly that you come to genuinely believe yourself to be a true disciple of darkness. Then you have succeeded halfway. The image of Aunt Wang surfaced in Jiang Yuan's mind. During their earlier encounters, he had indeed been unnerved by her, genuinely believing she was a devotee capable of threatening his life at any moment. Let us begin directly. Jiang Yuan declared, we shall start with the simplest approach. I do not require you to portray a devotee just yet, as that may be too challenging for you at this stage. How about this, that you will act as a suitor? Starting tomorrow, you shall be my ardent admirer, pursuing me fervently. Once I can no longer discern any trace of performance in your demeanor, we will move on to the next subject. For today, focus on reading. Should you encounter anything unclear or perplexing, do not hesitate to inquire. Let us proceed in this manner. The moon reflected in the pond gestured towards a book before Jiang Yuan, exclaiming, a pursuer? Are we playing such a grand game? Jiang Yuan scratched his head in mild distress. He had never pursued anyone. He hadn't even liked someone. So how could he even contemplate pursuing? This task seemed nothing short of monumental to him. Yet, what could he do? He had no choice but to comply. To worst, he could return to the internet to fortify his knowledge in this area. With those thoughts set aside, he picked up the book and began to read. It was a tome on the art of acting, detailing how to enhance one's performance skills. Soon, Jiang Yuan found himself engrossed in the learning process. That evening, a lavish feast awaited him. However, as he was about to engage in physical training, he refrained from indulging too much, opting instead for a modest bowl of rice soup before heading off for his workout. His evening training consisted of a 10-kilometer run, followed by squats and various weightlifting exercises. He only paused when his limbs felt utterly foreign to him. Afterwards, Wang Ro attended to his injuries and, with medicinal wine, provided a massage to Jiang Yuan. The purpose of the massage was to invigorate his sore muscles and enhance blood circulation, while also preventing his muscles from becoming overly exaggerated. The ideal physique for combat, as Jiang Yuan had learned on Earth, was one that appeared toned but not overly bulky. This ensured greater agility. He had observed that few true martial arts masters possessed an excessively muscular build. As the clock struck 8, Lin Lu prepared a sumptuous dinner followed by a late-night snack. Jiang phone had also arrived, while Aunt Wang remained conspicuously absent. Come, Jiang Yuan, we warmly welcome you once again, Lin Lu exclaimed, draping an arm over Jiang Yuan's shoulder with a broad grin. From now on, whether we can destroy the idols and vanquish the demon spawn hinges on you. At the table, the exuberant Lin Lu raised a full glass of beer, while on the opposite side, Xiao Fengyu was equally eager to join in, managing to drape his arm around Jiang Yuan's shoulder as well. With a beer glass raised high, he tossed his bangs aside and declared loudly, let us speak no more. After this drink, I shall relinquish my title as the most handsome in Sushi City to you, and will not contest it. Lin Lu scoffed, as if you could ever contest it. With that little frame of yours, if we disregard your face, you'd be ground into the dirt, Xiao Fengyu retorted angrily. What? No matter what, I am still more handsome than you. Not convinced. Shall we have a little spar? Lin Lu immediately shrank back, falling silent. Among the entire second team, he undoubtedly ranked as the least esteemed. Being the only member, aside from Jiang Yuan, who had not ascended in rank, Remarkably, he had been part of the team for over 2 years, yet had neither advanced nor shown remarkable qualities in any aspect. Jiang Yuan relished the atmosphere, clinking glasses with both and downing his drink in one go. Across from him, Hu Zhengfeng also finished his beer in a single gulp, then cautioned, "You can only have 3 drinks at most. If you encounter Xiong on your way back and you're all drunk, it could spell disaster." Pausing, he glared at Lin Lu with a look of exasperation, admonishing, "And you? How long have you been with our second team?" "Nearly 2.5 years, right? You entered as you were, and here you are still the same. Strength, endurance, speed, and combat skills have shown no sign of improvement whatsoever. Are you truly unwilling to enhance your physical capabilities?" Lin Lu chuckled awkwardly, replying, "Well, not exactly that. I've been dedicating my time to mastering other skills. Moreover, once I ascend to a higher level and am nourished by the power of redemption, I too will become formidable." Hu Zhengfeng, exasperated to the point of clenching his teeth, retorted, "Just because you possess the power of redemption, does that mean you can neglect the enhancement of your own attributes within the same realm? Are you not aware that the higher the attributes, the stronger the combat prowess? A practitioner whose strength, endurance, speed, and combat techniques are all concurrently elevated can easily overpower 5 or 6 of your kind. Starting tomorrow, you are to." Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Lu swiftly raised his glass, interjecting with a sycophantic smile, "Let us drink, let us drink. We have our captain and all of you here." With Qi Zhongyue's formidable abilities and Xiao Fingyu's strength, coupled with Sister Ro's combat prowess, I can comfortably assume the role of a dedicated protector, which I find quite agreeable. Oh dear, Captain, please, I toast to you all. He tilted his head back and downed his beer in one gulp. The others shook their heads in unison, and Hu Zhengfeng, weary of further discussion, fell silent, though they were part of the same team. Much like how Jiang Yuan was allowed to choose his own profession, no one would compel Lin Lu to undertake what he was reluctant to do. Given Lin Li's fear of hardship and exhaustion, they truly had no means to change his mind. After all, they had already voiced their concerns more than 100 times, yet he remained obstinate, unwilling to face the rigors of training. What could they do? A round of drinks allowed Jiang Yuan to fully integrate into this small group. The amiable nature of everyone brought him considerable joy. As the festivities drew to a close, Wang Ro, the true architect of the second team's assignments, spoke up. "All right, we've eaten and drunk sufficiently. Now listen closely." The group promptly focused their attention. For as long as the threat posed by Xiong remained, everyone must adhere strictly to the established plan. Except for the time Jiang Yuan spends in our safe house, he must be safeguarded at all times. Our intelligence confirms that Xiong strength is at the initial second tier, not particularly formidable. Thus, we will be divided into 3 teams, alternating in their protection of Jiang Yuan. Wang Ro pointed at Lin Lu, stating, "Although you have yet to ascend and lack extensive training, you have made some progress over the past 2 years. Crucially, your lack of ascension will not raise Xiong suspicions, making you the first line of defense for Jiang Yuan. Armed with a sidearm, all you need to do is to delay any danger he encounters. Is that understood?" At this moment, Lin Lu set aside his playful demeanor, nodding seriously. "No problem. Sister, our OU.my combat abilities may be lacking, but I handle firearms quite well." Wang Ro then turned to Xiao Fingyu, assigning, "You will join me as the second line of defense, but maintain a greater distance from Jiang Yuan, that we must operate independently to avoid raising suspicion. Therefore, should they encounter any peril, we will rush to their aid at the earliest opportunity." Although Xiong is merely a junior second tier, and we are only junior third tier, it is prudent for us to ensure the safety of Jiang Yuan. Do you understand? Xiao Fingyu nodded earnestly. Wang Ro then turned her gaze towards Qi Zhongyue, who was sipping her milk tea while biting on a straw, and Hu Jingfeng, who had been incessantly exhaling clouds of smoke. She made the final arrangements. "You two need not say anything. With both of you possessing the strength of junior second tier, and given your combat prowess, it is quite possible for you to defeat Xiong in a one-on-one scenario, and in a 2-on-1 situation. It would be even less of a challenge. However, because of your considerable strength, I suggest you linger at the periphery." Hu Jingfeng took a deep drag from his cigarette, smoke billowing from his mouth and nostrils as he spoke. "This arrangement is acceptable." Qi Zhongyue remained silent, merely nodding in agreement. Yet Jiang Yuan was particularly attentive to her, as she would soon become the object of his pursuit, necessitating some acclimatization. In his keen observation of Qi Zhongyue, he noticed a fleeting glimmer of excitement, a hint of madness, and perhaps the trace of cruelty in her beautiful doe-like eyes after hearing Wang Rou's plans. Jiang Yuan was uncertain if he had misinterpreted her expression. Perhaps sensing his gaze upon her, Qi Zhongyue turned slightly and flashed him a sweet, innocent smile. Breathtakingly lovely, it must be an illusion. Clearly, he still had much to learn about micro-expressions. Onward to improvement. Chapter 21. Jiang Yuan's dimensional strike. The city of Sushi was ablaze with lights at 9 in the evening. Bustling with life, Jiang Yuan exited his neighborhood alone and hailed a taxi, heading straight for his own residence. Eschewing any notion of walking back, Xiong was a wary old fox. Should he walk, Xiong would undoubtedly perceive it as a bait, complicating his efforts to locate him. As for the potential exposure of the safe house's location, there was little cause for concern. The true safe house lay beneath the ground. Moreover, this place was deemed a safe house precisely because it was under the surveillance of the Redemption Organization. He would be quite pleased if Xiong decided to follow him here. Once he arrived, escape would be out of the question. Trailing behind the taxi was a dilapidated silver-gray SUV, which housed Lin L.E.A.S. for the whereabouts of the others. Jiang Yuan was not privy to that information. Upon returning to his neighborhood, Xiong had yet to make an appearance. He ascended to the 9th floor of his building and, passing by Aunt Wang's apartment, glanced upwards only to find the security door swinging open. Aunt Wang stood at the entrance, clad in a vibrant floral dress, her gaze warm and kind. "I heard you performed admirably today. Keep up the good work. He hasn't come to your home. He has never even visited this neighborhood, so you can rest easy." With that, Aunt Wang closed the door. Jiang Yuan felt a surge of gratitude but refrained from saying much, entering his own home instead. Stepping into this familiar yet foreign abode, Jiang Yuan experienced a profound sense of dislocation. The events of the past few days had been nothing short of extraordinary and dreamlike. That a glance around the house confirmed that the second team was indeed professional. Not only was his bedroom impeccably tidy, but even the unsightly marks in the study had been diligently cleaned away. The once unpleasant odor has dissipated, much to Jiang Yuan's satisfaction. In the past, if someone had died in the house, even the internal organs would be present, leaving Jiang Yuan unable to sleep a wink. However, after enduring such experiences, he seemed to have lost that sensitivity. After indulging in a refreshing bath, he lay down on his bed, his weary body sinking into the mattress. Sleep should have come easily, yet the thought of tomorrow's task brought on a headache. Tio play the role of a suitor? As he pondered this, a sudden spark of inspiration lit up his mind. He recalled some charming lines from Earth, meant to woo. He was unaware of the origin of these flirtatious phrases, but given their widespread popularity, he deemed them effective. Without hesitation, he retrieved the new phone provided by Team 2, opened the chat application, and accessed the conversation with Qi Zhongyue. But he swiftly typed in the earthly pickup line, "Jiang Yuan, babe, I just had an 4 drip." Qi Zhongyue responded promptly, "Qi Zhongyue, what did you just call me?" "Qi Zhongyue, also in 4 drip. What are you receiving in 4-4? Didn't you just leave? Are you ill?" "Jiang Yuan, I'm receiving a drip of longing for you." A triumphant smile spread across Jiang Yuan's face. The impact of earthly romantic lines was palpable. Let's see how Qi Zhongyue handles this. "Qi Zhongyue, Qi Zhongyue, Qi Zhongyue, look at that, just 1 line, and you can't take it? I have more." Jiang Yuan continued his dimensional strike. "Jiang Yuan, I'm listening to music." "Qi Zhongyue, music?" "Jiang Yuan, my heart aches like a knife without you by my side." "Qi Zhongyue, Jiang Yuan, I also just had a pair. You know what kind of pair it was?" After sending this particular flirtatious line, there was a prolonged silence from Qi Zhongyue's end. "TSK, you can't handle this. Using such methods to train my acting skills, and I haven't even truly begun to showcase my talents yet." TSK. Jiang Yuan chuckled to himself, feeling quite invigorated and sensing a flair for this sort of dialogue. He continued to craft his message. "Jiang Yuan, by the way, I'll be returning to the safe house tomorrow morning. Do you need me to bring a bag of salt?" This time, Qi Zhongyue reacted. "Qi Zhongyue, why do you need to buy salt? Does Lin Pengzi want you to buy it? He get it himself." "You can just come over, Jiang Yuan. It must be bought, and it has to be bought. I'll get it for you, but only 1 bag. Qi Zhongyue, Jiang Yuan, because I love you." No further words needed. Qi Zhongyue, seeing the expression Qi Zhongyue sent, made Jiang Yuan feel a sense of satisfaction. Glancing at the time, he noted it was already past 10, almost 11. He needed to rise early the next day. He promptly closed his phone and drifted into slumber. The following morning, Jiang Yuan had breakfast, then ventured into a nearby flower shop to purchase a bouquet, before hailing a taxi to the safe house. As was customary, Xiong Yong did not appear. This deepened Jiang Yuan's inner gloom. This trip to the safe house did not require Lin Lu to guide him. The password, fingerprint, and facial recognition had all been arranged the previous day. Upon entering the safe house, it was evident that Lin Lu and the others had just arrived. This was entirely normal. Jiang Yuan was in his own neighborhood, and they were surely nearby. As for their exact location, he did not know, but they were undoubtedly keeping watch over him. Upon seeing the exquisite bouquet of blue roses in Jiang Yuan's hand, the expressions of everyone present became peculiarly awkward. Even Hu Zhengfeng and Wang Rou could not suppress the twitching of their lips as they glanced at the astonished Qi Zhongyue, torn between laughter and restraint. Unbeknownst to Qi Zhongyue, who stood at the periphery of Jiang Yuan's protective circle, he had purchased the flowers for her. Lin Lu, Xiao Fengyu, and Wang Rou were aware of this, but chose not to inform Qi Zhongyue in advance. Jiang Yuan, unfazed by the odd looks on their faces, strode directly toward Qi Zhongyue, holding the blue roses before her. Qi Zhongyue appeared startled, instinctively retreating a step, her lips parting in an attempt to articulate something. Yet she found herself at a loss for words. As Jiang Yuan approached her, he extended the bouquet, gazing at her with what he deemed a deeply affectionate expression in a gentle tone. He said, "Darling, this bouquet is for you. Do you know why I am giving you flowers? From the very first moment I laid eyes on you, I have been utterly captivated." Poof, Xiao Fengyu, sipping soy milk while watching the scene unfold, erupted in a spray, showering Lin Lu in the process. Cough, cough, cough. Lin Lu, who had been engrossed in his meat bun, was caught off guard and began to cough violently, all the while looking at Jiang Yuan with a gaze akin to that of a celestial being. Hu Zhengfeng inhaled sharply, eyes wide with disbelief, convinced that global warming must surely have his contribution. Wang Rou, clutching her forehead, found herself equally astounded. Qi Zhongyue stood in a daze for a moment, instinctively hiding her hands behind her back as she fervently shook her head, exclaiming, "No, I don't want it. I don't want these flowers. You should take them back." Jiang Yuan sighed softly, feigning sorrow. "I understand that my actions may seem too abrupt, but it is of little consequence. Here, this is breakfast I brought for you. Fresh shrimp congee." Noticing that Jiang Yuan seemed to regain his composure, Qi Zhongyue breathed a sigh of relief, her expression one of exasperation as she remarked, "You cannot win a girl's heart this way, and your theatrics are far too exaggerated." "Oh, I don't want the congee. I've already had breakfast and am not hungry." Jiang Yuan furrowed his brow, thinking, exaggerated theatrics? No matter, I shall take it slow. Suddenly, he recalled the globally popular domineering zoetrope. Instantly, his expression shifted to one of aloofness and authority as he presented the congee to Qi Zhongyue, asserting in a commanding tone, "You must drink this. It is congee I specifically purchased for you. You may refuse the flowers, but as for the congee, you must accept it, for that it represents my love for you every week from now on." Qi Zhongyue, taken aback by Jiang Yuan's demeanor, momentarily believed he was genuinely angry and was about to reach out to accept the congee. However, she then heard his concluding remark, as if struck by lightning. Her flawless, beautiful face contorted in discomfort, and unable to contain herself any longer, she turned and fled, swiftly disappearing around the corner. Yet, her voice echoed back, laced with irritation, "Jiang Yuan, I wanted you to portray a suitor pursuing me, not a greasy man here to disgust me. You get away from me. If I see or hear you act like this again, do you believe I will hit you? I assure you, I truly will." Ah, heavens! At last, it is the anguished and shattered scream of Qi Zhongyue in place. Jiang Yuan holds a bowl of shrimp congee in his left hand and a blue rose in his right. A countenance of utter bewilderment adorning his face, he steamed Sister Bu Li. Beside him, a group of individuals, struggling to stifle their laughter, could no longer contain themselves upon witnessing Jiang Yuan's perplexed and dazed expression, erupting into fits of uncontrollable laughter. Chapter 22. The untrustworthy function of faith. The one laughing the hardest was Xiao Fengyu, who, while clutching his belly, exclaimed amidst his guffaws, Jiang Yuan, even if you are more handsome than us." "What of it? Ha! No girl would ever fancy you like this. Ha!" Lin Lu, with a mischievous glint in his eye, chimed in, "This flower is for you, for I wish to convey how dizzy I feel thinking of you. This bowl of congee is for you, for it represents every week I have spent missing you. Ha ha ha. Really, Jiang Yuan, you are simply too talented, truly, he continued, his laughter echoing. The two rascals laughed with exaggerated fervor. While Jiang Yuan's face visibly flushed crimson, he was not foolish. Although he had never been in a romantic relationship on Earth and rarely ventured online, the pressures of life left him scant time for entertainment. Yet, he had inevitably heard of the term greasy man. So had he misunderstood. If it was indeed so greasy, why had such remarks gained such popularity on Earth? Jiang Yuan, the master of greasy humor, Hu Jingfeng, cigarette in mouth, turned away, though he refrained from laughing openly in Jiang Yuan's presence. Yet, the violent shaking of his shoulders betrayed his inner amusement. Wang Ro, unable to suppress her mirth, waved at the two who were caught in a fit of laughter, saying, "Enough laughing, it's getting late. Jiang Yuan must begin his training." Upon hearing Wang Ro's words, Lin Lu and Xiao Fengyu gradually composed themselves, leading the seemingly disheartened Jiang Yuan towards the training room. Today, due to the early hour, an additional class on firearms was added to the morning schedule. In truth, the despairers were not particularly enthusiastic about firearms. The use of firearms was a last resort, employed only when one's life was in jeopardy. The reasoning was straightforward. A rule of this world, to wield firearms could cloud the judgment of the forces of demonhood or redemption regarding who one had slain. Whether a zealot or a despairer, if one could achieve a kill with cold weaponry, they would do so to reap the full rewards. Jiang Yuan, being of lesser strength and preferring to avoid firearms if possible, nevertheless recognized the necessity of knowing how to use them when the time called for it. After the morning's physical training concluded, he spent several hours learning about firearms under Hu Jingfeng's guidance. A sumptuous nutritional meal was enjoyed at noon, followed by afternoon studies in marksman skills taught by Lin Lu, medicine by Wang Ro, and cold weaponry by Qi Zhongyue. Despite the multitude of subjects to learn, it was not imperative to master them all. Building a foundation was key. The spirits of the impostors were robust, enabling them to learn swiftly. In any case, Jiang Yuan grasped the knowledge to a competent degree. As for Qi Zhongyue, she initially felt apprehensive, fearing that Jiang Yuan might revert to his previous greasy demeanor. Fortunately, having come to understand him, she realized he would not be that way again, allowing for a more placid interaction without the pressure of pursuit. For he had resolved to return home that day and immerse himself in light romantic literature and dramas to glean insights on the art of courtship for the next 7 consecutive days. Jiang Yuan led a life that was both exhausting and fulfilling. Adding the previous 2 days, he has trained for a total of 9 days. He has truly acquired an immense wealth of knowledge. His physical fitness has seen remarkable progress, as he can now complete 30 kilometers in just 1 hour and 58 minutes. In terms of firearms, with an unlimited supply of ammunition, he has fired countless rounds, filling several large boxes with spent cartridges, and the rifling of his new firearm has suffered significant wear. The adage that marksmanship is nurtured by ammunition holds true without a doubt. While it may not be an exaggeration to say that Jiang Yuan's shooting skills are exceptionally precise, he can certainly hit his target with pinpoint accuracy within a distance of 20 meters when wielding a handgun. Furthermore, he has made notable advancements in psychology, micro-expressions, camouflage, medical skills, and cold weapon combat, among other areas. However, none of these achievements exhilarated Jiang Yuan as much as the revelation he discovered. Through this rigorous training, his personal attributes have all improved. Although this may seem like a given, witnessing the enhancement of his attributes without the expenditure of precious survival points made him feel as though he had struck a fortune. Moreover, his mental state has also seen an uplift after these days of extensive learning. In fact, this is a method of improvement, or rather, recovery, that other impersonators experience after depleting their mental energy. The most astonishing, even euphoric, revelation for Jiang Yuan was an entirely different matter. A few days ago, during a moment of leisure, he lay on his bed contemplating whether the unreliable faith system possessed any other unknown functionalities. Thus, he embarked on an exploration. To his delight, this exploration unveiled a function that filled him with elation. It turns out that survival points can not only be utilized to enhance attributes but can also restore them. What does this mean? It indicates that his original mental energy of 21 points, which had dwindled to just 7 points, could be restored at a rate of 2 survival points per 1 point of mental energy. Consequently, he would only require 28 survival points to rejuvenate his mental state to its original level, reflecting on the previous expenditure of 30 survival points to augment his mental energy by 3 points. Jiang Yuan felt a pang of regret, yet, upon further consideration, the increase was permanent. This implies that his current mental attribute has effectively reached 24 points. This discovery was indeed a salvation for Jiang Yuan. Initially, he had been troubled by the upcoming faith tribute in 20 days. Now, however, with his mental energy restored, he felt a renewed sense of confidence if he could manage to bolster his mental state further during this period. His assurance would be even greater. Thus, upon discovering this function, Jiang Yuan eagerly allocated all the survival points he had accumulated over these days to restore his vigor over the course of 9 days. Apart from the first day where he had 3 points remaining, he consistently increased his energy by 3 points each of the following 8 days, totaling 27 survival points. His current mental total stands at 24. Having previously spent 30 survival points to elevate his mental state from 7 to 10 points, he effectively needed to restore 14 points of mental energy. However, the training he underwent during these days had allowed his mental energy to recover by 1 point automatically. Thus, he needed to restore 13 points, equating to 26 survival points. This amount would perfectly restore him, leaving him with 1 point to spare. Name: Jiang Yuan, Strength 10, Stamina 11, Divine Power 0, Speed 10. Mental Energy 24, Strength Level, Ordinary, Survival Points 1. This is the current quantified prowess of Jiang Yuan. His strength has increased by 1 point. While both his stamina and speed have risen by 2 points each, Jiang Yuan was already quite satisfied. On the 10th day, at dawn, instead of venturing out for breakfast, Jiang Yuan rose even earlier, personally heading to the kitchen to prepare ingredients and began his culinary endeavor. He poured his heart into it. A skill gleaned from the novels, films, and television dramas he had consumed. To pursue a girl, to love a girl, one must truly invest oneself. In that moment, Jiang Yuan experienced an epiphany. What does it mean to act? What constitutes the pinnacle of acting prowess? The highest form of acting is to fully immerse oneself in the character. You must embody the very essence of the person you are portraying. In other words, how does one become a commendable suitor? Jiang Yuan realized that he must first regard himself as a genuine pursuer, sincerely in love with Qi Zhongyue. With this realization, he understood how awkward his earlier remarks had been. Every time he recalled those words, he felt as if his toes could dig deep enough to unearth the tomb of Qin Shi Huang. Half an hour later, Jiang Yuan set out with a meticulously prepared love-infused breakfast for Qi Zhongyue. As for Xiong Yong, it had been several days, and the old fellow was still elusive, making him utterly exasperated. The only glimmer of good news was that, as Aunt Wang had surmised, Xiong Yong seemed intent on keeping to himself. Thus far, no news of his being an outsider had surfaced. In truth, no one had anticipated that Xiong Yong would remain so composed, so cunning. The reason he had not made a move against Jiang Yuan was likely not because he had discovered Zhang's affiliation with the Redemption Organization, nor had he noticed any other lost souls in his vicinity. If he had truly uncovered such truths, a legion of fervent devotees would have likely overwhelmed them by now. The credit for this information was substantial enough for Xiong Yong to claim for himself. Hence this line of reasoning could be dismissed. The sole possibility for Xiong Yong's inaction was that he still could not ascertain with absolute certainty that Jiang Yuan was a lost soul and was still probing for his own flaws. To entice him to reveal himself sooner, Jiang Yuan deliberately exposed certain vulnerabilities. For instance, he had never ordered meat candles, and the curtains in his home were perpetually drawn open, making it evident that he had never offered tribute to the benevolent demon. These 2 points alone were sufficient to conclude that he was indeed a lost soul. So, why had he not acted yet? As Jiang Yuan walked along the path of the community, he found himself deeply perplexed. Just then, a sudden instinct of caution surged within him, but he was still a beat too slow. He heard a sharp screech of tires, and before he could react, a tremendous force struck him from behind, causing him to stumble several paces forward, ultimately losing his balance and falling to the ground. The box containing his lovingly prepared breakfast tumbled from his grasp. In that moment, Jiang Yuan could hardly concern himself with the breakfast's sentimental value. He turned around, instinctively reaching for the gun at his waist. His first thought was that Xiong Yong had come for him, yet a nagging feeling of dissonance lingered. If it truly were Xiong Yong attacking him, Aunt Wang, Hu Zhenfeng, and Qi Zhongyue would undoubtedly have reacted. Moreover, if it were indeed him, Jiang Yuan would likely be dead by now. As his mind raced, he forcibly restrained the impulse to draw his weapon and cautiously raised his gaze. A sleek white sedan had come to a halt at the very spot where he had just been standing, its hazard lights flashing in the aftermath of the abrupt stop. At that moment, the car door swung open, and the first sight to greet him was a pair of long, snow-white legs clad in high heels. Chapter 23: The Resurgence of the exclamation mark. Calm down. Everyone, just calm down. This is a woman, not Xiong Yong. No one should approach, in order to avoid exposure. It seems to be an unfortunate incident. Let Jiang Yuan handle it himself, in a certain area of the community. Lin Lu, exuding an air of menace with his submachine gun drawn, halted abruptly upon hearing Wang Rou's voice through his concealed earpiece. He glanced around hastily before stowing the weapon back and resuming his previous position. Similar scenes unfolded in other sections as well. Observing that Jiang Yuan had managed to maintain control without drawing his firearm, Wang Rou couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and said, "Jiang Yuan, let's first ascertain the situation." Jiang Yuan, also equipped with a hidden earpiece, subtly nodded in response while wearing an expression of anguish and fury directed at the vehicle that had collided with his. "Hey, are you all right?" Soon, a 20-something woman, clad in alluring attire and possessing striking beauty with a commendable figure, emerged from the car. On a scale of 100, Jiang Yuan might have rated her an 80. However, with the presence of Qi Yue, who boasted an aesthetic score of 98 in beauty, physique, and poise, the current woman failed to stir any emotions within Jiang Yuan. The girl, visibly flustered, approached Jiang Yuan and reached out to assist him. Jiang Yuan frowned, retorting, "Do I look like I'm unscathed?" "Ah. Ouch. How could you drive like that? My sincerest apologies. I truly am sorry. I was just... Wait. Wow. You are quite handsome." As she spoke, her gaze fell upon Jiang Yuan's face, and her eyes lit up in surprise. Realizing her reaction, she blushed and quickly asked, "Ah, then please, just lie still, and let me call an ambulance for you." She reached for her phone to dial for help. Jiang Yuan assessed his own condition and found no significant issues, perhaps just a slight bruise from the impact. There was no need to waste time in a hospital. Furthermore, given the heightened tension in the air, Xiong Yong could emerge at any moment to avoid unnecessary complications. Jiang Yuan was determined not to acquiesce. Thus, he swiftly rose from the ground, waved his hand dismissively, and said, forget it. It's just my misfortune. There is no need to go." He gathered the scattered food containers, brushed off the dust with his clothing, and placed them back into the bag. "But that simply won't do. I must call for an ambulance." "It's better to be safe than sorry," the girl insisted. "I assure you, I'm fine. Just be more careful next time you drive. Now, I'm leaving." Jiang Yuan was reluctant to linger, turning to depart. "Wait. Hey, don't go." The girl hurried after him, and seeing his furrowed brow, she quickly added, "If you truly don't wish to go to the hospital, that's all right. But what if you worsen your injuries by walking out like this? Where are you headed? Let me drive you." Jiang Yuan shook his head. "No need. I can take a taxi myself." The girl grasped Jiang Yuan's arm, saying, "Why not? I have a car. It would be quite convenient to give you a ride." "Alas, there is no need for you to be so courteous with me. Come now. Without further ado, she pulled Jiang Yuan towards the car. Jiang Yuan, feeling quite helpless, thought it permissible. After all, he could simply disembark at some point near the safe house and avoid the hassle of hailing a cab. Thus, he complied and got into the vehicle. The young woman, seeing this, took her place at the driver's seat and started the engine. Simultaneously, she inquired, "Where are you headed, young man?" "Just drop me off at the eastern suburbs." "The eastern suburbs, is it? Very well. Young man. By the way, are you certain you don't need to go to the hospital? Are you really all right?" Jiang Yuan shook his head and replied, "I assure you, I am perfectly fine. I barely sustained any impact." As she drove, the girl expressed her sincere apologies. "I am truly sorry, young man. I got distracted while driving and didn't notice when I bumped into you." She continued, "Let us exchange contact information. Should you experience any issues with your health, do not hesitate to reach out to me. Also, I would like to treat you to lunch as a gesture of my regret." At that moment, the vehicle had already exited the residential complex and was speeding along the road. Upon hearing her earlier suggestion about exchanging contact information, Jiang Yuan was inclined to refuse. However, he was interrupted by a sudden and long-absent, untrustworthy system notification. Before his eyes, a multitude of exclamation point symbols began to flash. Jiang Yuan was taken aback, turning his gaze towards her, whose smile remained unchanged, imbued with sincerity and remorse. Could it be? Jiang Yuan became wary. Hastily glancing out the window, was Xiong Yong finally making a move? But after waiting in silence for a while, nothing occurred, and Jiang Yuan's brow furrowed tighter. "Young man, why have you fallen silent?" The girl's voice rang out once more. At the instant her words reached him, the exclamation marks intensified in frequency. Jiang Yuan immediately understood that the peril originated from this young woman. Wait, he focused intently, though this road was indeed one leading to the safe house. It was the longest and most secluded route, His heart raced. But the knowledge he had acquired in recent days proved pivotal at this moment. He feigned a shift in position, subtly placing his hand on his lower back while nodding. Exchanging contact information is fine, but a meal is unnecessary. I truly have no issues. If anything arises, I will inform you. The young woman appeared to breathe a sigh of relief, smiling charmingly as she said, "All right, then you can add. What are you doing? Are you seeking death?" Bang, bang, bang. Ah, damn it. Damn it. Are you looking for death? In the midst of her speech, Jiang Yuan seized the opportunity, drawing his handgun with lightning speed and without hesitation. He pulled the trigger repeatedly towards her. The 3 gunshots reverberated throughout the vehicle. Kaosei bullet, having veered off course, struck her abdomen, while another grazed her belly, instantly resulting in a gruesome disembowelment, blood gushing forth profusely. The 3rd bullet, however, was less fortunate, hitting the car door instead. The woman, taken by surprise, was instantly consumed by rage, her once fairly beautiful face contorted into a grotesque mask, and that seemingly delicate hand radiated a crimson glow. Jiang Yuan felt as though an enormous iron clamp had seized his hand, forcing him to release his grip uncontrollably. Die for me. In her agony, the woman's expression turned savage, and with a furious punch, she aimed for Jiang Yuan's head. Yet, as if recalling something, she gritted her teeth, transforming her fist into an open palm, redirecting her strike toward Jiang Yuan's chest, while significantly diminishing her force. Bang, puff. Even so, the impact caused Jiang Yuan to spew blood. As if several of his ribs had fractured, the pain unbearable. In the face of life and death, Jiang Yuan could scarcely afford to dwell on his suffering. His sole focus was inflicting as much harm upon her as possible. Ugh, perish. Jiang Yuan, gritting his teeth against the pain, abruptly withdrew a straight knife that he had kept between his legs and thrust it fiercely toward her. The confined space within the vehicle rendered slashing impossible. Stabbing was his only option. At that moment, in the midst of this sudden peril, the woman had already steered the car into a narrow alley. Given that the safe house was situated in a remote area, akin to the suburbs, the streets were already sparsely populated, and this particular road was the most desolate of all. Turning into the alley, not a soul was in sight, save for a silver SUV hurtling toward them at breakneck speed. Yet, no one had the luxury to heed such details. The woman's face was as cold as frost, her strikes as swift as lightning. Another palm struck Jiang Yuan's chest, just as she intended to incapacitate his hands. Jiang Yuan, unbeknownst to her, had opened the car door. With the force of her blow, he tumbled out of the vehicle, disregarding the pain, and fled. The woman seemed even more infuriated as she exited the car. She appeared to be shouting into the air, "Why aren't you coming faster? I'm injured, damn it. This accursed little wretch has a gun. How does he have a gun?" Disregarding that for the moment, she urged, "Hurry up and restrain him. We need to leave quickly before anyone sees." A deep voice emanated from the car's speakers. "I have arrived. Watch your back." Just as the woman was preparing to pursue Jiang Yuan, she hurriedly turned around to see a silver SUV barreling toward her without slowing down. Through the window, she could vaguely make out a rotund figure with a large head and ears glaring at her, exuding a murderous intent. Chapter 24. Bloodbath. The situation was amiss. This road was wrong. Immediately pursue. Quick. Lin Lu, you go first. We'll be there shortly. Just a few breaths later, after the vehicle had covered some distance, Wang Ro urgently called out through the headsets. She had deliberately chosen to mute Jiang Yuan's earpiece, fearing her words might reveal something unusual in him. If this woman truly harbored ulterior motives, Jiang Yuan would be in peril. But who could have anticipated that? Scarcely had her words left her lips, Jiang Yuan would spring into action. The moment Lin Lu received the command, he pressed the accelerator with fervor. By the time he arrived at the scene, Jiang Yuan had already tumbled out of the vehicle. Without hesitation, Lin Lu continued to push down the gas pedal, charging toward the woman. Everything unfolded within merely a few breaths. Are there accomplices? The woman's expression shifted dramatically. Gritting her teeth against the excruciating pain, she hastily stuffed the intestines spilling from her abdominal wound back inside, attempting to prevent excessive loss of her insides from hindering her actions. With a fierce shout, a surge of crimson energy coursed through her, and she effortlessly leaped 3 meters into the air, evading the collision with the vehicle with remarkable ease. Witnessing this, Lin Lu slammed on the brakes. Yet the vehicle still collided with the rear of the woman's car, the length of both vehicles abruptly reduced by a third. The impact left Lin Lu reeling, the airbag deploying and splattering his face with blood. Fortunately, despite the terrifying appearance, he sustained no serious injuries that moment. He disregarded his own condition, swiftly retrieving a submachine gun from the passenger seat, releasing the safety, and unleashing a barrage of bullets toward the woman, who had just landed. However, only a few bullets had been fired when a resounding explosion echoed, and a tremendous force struck Lin Lu's SUV, flipping it over. Unbeknownst to him, another off-road vehicle had appeared. Seemingly allied with the woman, a cold-faced man leaped out, disregarding Lin Lu entirely as he charged toward Jiang Yuan. "You deal with that fatso. This kid is mine." The woman's previously beautiful visage twisted into a savage mask, her voice brimming with rage. "This brat has wounded me. He shot me. I will make him pay. Where did he even get a gun? And how does he have accomplices? That bastard claimed it was just this kid. And once we capture him, he let him off without doubling the price." The woman's furious cries reverberated throughout the alley as she charged at Jiang Yuan unarmed. Her weapon was in the vehicle. She believed that eliminating Jiang Yuan did not necessitate the use of any arms. Upon hearing her words, the mysterious man hesitated in his advance toward Jiang Yuan, turning to attack the SUV with a sword in hand. Mid-stride, a flash of crimson glinted across the blade. It was evident that this enigmatic man was also a formidable opponent. The fat man, lacking even the strength of a novice, was bound to face dire consequences. However, at that moment, Jiang Yuan was wholly absorbed in the fray, showcasing the combat techniques he had learned over the past few days. Unfortunately, before this woman, he appeared as a child wielding a stick. With a cold sneer, she flickered like lightning, delivering a high kick aimed at Jiang Yuan's head. Disregarding appearances, he executed a low roll to evade the first 3 strikes. Regrettably, he could not escape the 4th kick, which landed brutally on his abdomen, sending him sprawling several meters away, his stomach churning violently as he coughed up blood. The disparity in power between both sides was insurmountable. The difference between a novice and an advanced practitioner was truly like heaven and earth. Jiang Yuan discerned that this woman was merely a novice of the 3rd tier, the weakest among the advanced, yet she dispatched him with utter ease. Though it seemed slow, everything transpired within an incredibly brief span of time. Over there, Lin Lu observed the enigmatic man charging forward with a sword in a hurried manner. He scrambled out of the driver's seat, clutching a submachine gun and a kitchen knife, initially aimed at his adversary. His expression shifted dramatically upon perceiving the imminent danger to Jiang Yuan. Without a thought for his own safety, he swiftly redirected the gun towards the woman. Bang! As he fired a shot, the man unleashed a crimson sword aura that struck Lin Lu, leaving his left arm grievously wounded and bloodied. Jiang Yuan, who was on the verge of having his arm shattered by the woman's 5th kick, was momentarily spared by the gunshot. However, the bullet merely grazed the woman's shoulder, inciting her fury further. "Kill him now," she bellowed at the man, resuming her assault on Jiang Yuan. A bitter sense of longing for power surged within Jiang Yuan, an emotion he had never experienced so intensely before. Helplessly, he watched as he endured torment, witnessing the fat man being pierced in the shoulder once again. Fortunately, the help had finally arrived. The reinforcements were surprisingly swift. Barely a minute had elapsed since the chaos began. Whoosh! A long spear whistled through the air, thrusting fiercely towards the man. Meanwhile, Xiaofengyu made a beeline for the woman, his primary objective being Jiang Yuan's rescue. Huh. More allies. A low-ranking one. Damn, that scoundrel must have concealed this on purpose. When I get the chance, I will kill him. I must kill him. The woman was on the verge of madness, having anticipated a straightforward mission with a generous reward. Little did she expect a series of unforeseen complications. In her rage, she refused to back down and engaged in combat with Xiaofengyu. For now, she resolved to eliminate Xiaofengyu before attending to that fat man. Forget about that deadweight. Help me take care of this one first. Here he comes. The mysterious, cold-faced man indeed abandoned the fat man and charged at Xiaofengyu. Upon their first clash, Xiaofengyu was effortlessly repelled by the mysterious man, blood spewing from his mouth as he cried out. He's at the 1st tier of the initial stage. Jiang Yuan, you two run. With a push against the wall, Xiaofengyu valiantly surged towards the 2 AT that moment. The mysterious man's expression shifted dramatically. His tone urgent. This is bad. More people are coming. You hold this brat off while I grab Jiang Yuan and leave. Having uttered this command, the mysterious man attempted to bypass Xiaofengyu, heading straight for Jiang Yuan. Naturally, Xiaofengyu could not allow this to happen. With a grim smile, yet his gaze resolutely firm, he ceased to defend himself, instead opening his arms wide. In the astonished eyes of the mysterious man and the woman, he embraced them both tightly. With a voice steeped in despair yet tinged with a strange sense of relief, he uttered a single word, run. Then, He clung to them fiercely, his hands gripping their garments as crimson energy surged forth uncontrollably. Exerting every ounce of his strength to keep them anchored in place, he endured their relentless assaults. The furious man striking again and again to in the blink of an eye. Xiao Fengyu's abdomen was riddled with wounds, blood rapidly pooling around him and staining both of them. Jiang Yuan stood frozen in shock. Just then, Lin Lu appeared, his expression filled with anguish, unable to even glance at Xiao Fengyu as he seized Jiang Yuan and fled desperately. Jiang Yuan, have you forgotten how you promised us that day? Do not let my choices become a source of mockery, will you? As Jiang Yuan's eyes reddened with urgency to rescue him, Xiao Fengyu suddenly spoke, her face a mask of pleading as she gazed at him. In an instant, the once irrational Jiang Yuan was jolted back to reality. Gritting his teeth, he said nothing and swiftly turned to flee the alley. However, after only a few steps, several streaks of crimson sword energy surged from behind, forcing the two to dodge. More sword energies followed, and in a moment of miscalculation, Lin Lu reacted quickly enough to pull Jiang Yuan aside just in time. As a blade grazed his back, leaving a gruesome wound, more sword energies came their way, but this time, they were intercepted by Wang Ro, who had finally arrived, albeit half a minute too late. This brief span, due to her greater distance, had led to such dire circumstances. Although her presence might not alter the outcome, being merely a novice at the third rank, even combined with the two of them, they stood no chance against the mysterious figure of the first rank. She feared she might even lose her own life. Yet, the anguish and guilt within her felt like daggers to her heart. Damn it, forget about that guy. Run. There are still more behind. Run. The mysterious man exerted force, kicking the exhausted Xiao Fengyu aside, and in a flash, disregarding the female companion, he turned to flee. But how could he possibly escape? At this moment, 2 minutes had elapsed. Hu Zhengfeng, Qi Zhengyue, and the distant figure of Wang Dama approached with lightning speed, their presence swift as the wind, their eyes aflame with rage as they witnessed Xiao Fengyu's plight. Still attempting to flee, he would pay for it with his life. Hu Zhengfeng, wielding twin axes, resembled a furious brown bear, roaring and charging towards the panicked, mysterious man. Meanwhile, Qi Zhengyue had shed her ethereal demeanor, transforming into a fearsome fiend. Frenzied, bloodthirsty, and volatile, she uttered not a word, instead lunging toward the equally terrified woman. With her second-rank novice strength, the woman was utterly defenseless against her, with a mere flick of her sword. A scream echoed as she severed the woman's feet at the ankles. The more the woman screamed in agony, the more exhilarated Qi Zhengyue became. It would have been easy to incapacitate her. But Qi Zhengyue chose otherwise. With a flurry of strikes, she ascended inch by inch from Aunt Wang personally came to impart a lesson to Jiang Yuan, with the entire second team present. Her inaugural lesson was to instill in Jiang Yuan the fundamental qualities required of a masquerader. Do not allow the sacrifices of your comrades to be rendered cheap and laughable. When faced with peril, should your ally come to your rescue, and together you find yourselves overmatched, you must flee with utmost swiftness, abandoning your comrade to save your own life. Escape, escape, and yet again, escape. Do not be tempted by the fervor of camaraderie to embrace a shared demise. While such loyalty is admirable and rare, it is ill-suited to the masquerader's path to attain that moment. Shizhongyu spoke earnestly to Jiang Yuan, stating, "If one day I find myself in danger while trying to save you, I wish for you to flee as swiftly as possible. If you look back, I will not be moved. Rather, I will depart this world with regret." Xiao Fengyu, with an arm around Jiang Yuan's shoulders, pointed to himself and declared, "Brother, I am here too, if that day ever comes for me. Let me die for you. Do not allow my death to become a source of embarrassment or worthlessness. Nor let it be a mere jest. Promise me, will you?" Subsequently, Hu Zhengfeng, Wang Ro, Lin Lu, and others echoed similar sentiments. That day, Jiang Yuan felt an immense weight upon his heart. It was on that day he truly comprehended the grave responsibilities that accompanied the profession of a masquerader. On a smaller scale, a masquerader represents a small team, or even an entire division, which has expended all their energy and resources to cultivate their skills. Their demise would incur significant loss, but on a larger scale. If this masquerader were to hold a pivotal role within a malevolent organization, their capture could liberate countless souls from torment. Should they be exposed or killed, the loss of financial, material, and human resources would be incalculable. And how many would remain under the influence of darkness, ultimately sacrificing their bodies and souls as sustenance for the fiends? On an even grander scale, the existence of each masquerader is intrinsically linked to the future of humanity itself. Thus, as Xiao Fengyu fought for those fleeting seconds of escape with his life, uttering the words, "Do not let his choice become a joke." Jiang Yuan's heart was rent with sorrow, yet he resolutely fled the scene. Had he hesitated for even half a second longer, the sword aura from a formidable first-tier adversary might have torn him apart, though perhaps he would not have perished, for Lin Lu stood ready to shield him. Yet, should that shield fail, the ensuing blade would strike him instead. Even if he survived, he would be left with lifelong disabilities, forever severing his ties to the masquerader's vocation, rendering the sacrifices of the two preceding him and the efforts of the second team utterly futile. The mysterious man and woman were now subdued, but they had not been slain. Limbs severed, particularly the woman, who lay amidst a scattered array of flesh and bone. The entire second team, alongside Aunt Wang, had encircled Xiaofeng Yu on the ground, silently bearing witness to the gravity of the moment. Xiaofeng Yu still clung to life, for even at this moment, from the onset of the incident until now, merely a little over 3 minutes had elapsed. Yet, although Xiaofeng Yu had not succumbed, it was solely due to the remnants of his will to survive that sustained the last flicker of his existence. Salvation was beyond reach. Blood-tinged froth still lingered at the corners of his mouth, albeit in diminishing quantities. His pupils began to lose their focus, yet he stubbornly traversed the faces of those surrounding him, as if to engrave their visages more profoundly in his memory. No one else wept, save for Lin Lu, whose cries echoed in waves. His cherubic face was now marred with tears, blood, and snot, a portrait of utter despair. Within the entirety of the second team, his bond with Xiaofeng Yu was the most profound, for the others were either older or female, leaving him as Xiaofeng Yu's closest companion. They, the lost souls, were largely devoid of family, friends, or kin. Particularly, though Xiaofeng Yu had endeavored to save Jiang Yuan, he had also extended his hand to save Lin Lu. In that moment, an unprecedented self-loathing consumed him, a bitter resentment for not having trained harder. For if only he could have been stronger. "You fat fool, stop your blubbering. I'm not dead yet." Xiaofeng Yu could no longer contain himself, forcing a weak smile as he scolded, "Don't let your greasy tears mar my handsome face. Live well from now on." To his surprise, Lin Li's sobs intensified. The 20-something chubby man now appeared as helpless as a child. Xiaofeng Yu fell silent for a few seconds, ceasing to address him. Ultimately fixing his gaze upon Jiang Yuan, he managed to muster a charming smile, uttering something, but his words were drowned out by Lin Li's cries. Bang! A petite foot clad in elegant white shoes kicked Lin Lu several meters away, abruptly silencing his wails. Lifting his gaze, Jiang Yuan saw Qi Zhongyue expressionlessly signaling him, as if to say, "You may proceed." At last, Jiang Yuan discerned Xiaofeng Yu's words. "Jiang Yuan, I am profoundly grateful that you fulfilled your promise, giving my choices significance." Xiaofeng Yu began, his demeanor increasingly frail, his pupils further unfocused. His voice was barely a whisper, yet it gently wafted into Jiang Yuan's ears. "If you seek revenge for me, then strive to grow stronger, and relay more intelligence about the demonic organization that I cannot rely on this fat fool. Revenge rests upon your shoulders." Lastly, he added, "In truth, I am the most handsome man in our trio. Do you care to acknowledge this?" At the utterance of those words, his unfocused pupils miraculously sharpened, brimming with anticipation as they gazed at Jiang Yuan. Tears streamed down Jiang Yuan's cheeks, yet his throat felt constricted, rendering him unable to articulate a single word. Ultimately, he merely nodded earnestly several times. Xiaofeng Yu's face broke into a satisfied, proud expression. This expression would forever remain etched upon his bloodied visage. Xiaofeng Yu was dead. Their acquaintance had spanned less than 11 fleeting days. Yet he had become a guiding light, illuminating Jiang Yuan's path for the remainder of his life. It is the radiance that emanates from him, the composure with which he embraces death to ensure his own survival, the joy he derives from witnessing his sacrifice lead to his continued existence, and the camaraderie with which he shares drinks, embracing him as a brother. Moreover, it is his dedication that sees him rise before the rest and retire after them, meticulously arranging his daily training regimen, serving as both mentor and friend. All of this illuminates Jiang Yuan's path, revealing to him an extraordinary world beyond the veil. It instills in Jiang Yuan a sense of responsibility, commitment, sacrifice, and fearlessness. In this world, which is tainted to its very core, there exists a patch of pure land that flourishes with light. In this realm, shrouded in darkness where light is obscured, even amidst the pervasive evil and the demons that tread upon the earth, there will always be a few valiant warriors, bloodied and battered, who resolutely traverse mountains of blades and seas of flames, proclaiming with unwavering conviction, so long as evil cannot wholly consume the light. Even if we scurry about like rats in the sewers, there will come a day of reckoning. Chapter 26. Ascension Jiang Yuan gently closed Xiao Fingyu's eyes. Aunt Wang gestured to the nearby couple and said coolly, "Go and kill them." She did not name them, yet it was clear to all whom she referred. Jiang Yuan nodded slightly, intending to retrieve his dagger, but suddenly moved towards the long spear still embedded in the concrete floor. This was Xiao Fingyu's weapon. With a forceful tug, he extracted it and approached the two figures before him, expressionless. After a moment's contemplation, he turned and declared, "I will kill one first. I shall see if I can break through. If I succeed, the other is for Lin Lu." The crowd turned their gazes towards Aunt Wang. She furrowed her brow, considering, and glanced at Lin Lu, who had somehow found his way to Xiao Fingyu's lifeless body. Holding the upper half of Xiao Fingyu in his arms, lost in thought. In a low voice, she said, "Very well, I trust you understand what two zealots represent, since you have decided to leave one for Lin Lu. I respect your judgment. However, this initial tier must belong to you. If the redemptive power from his demise cannot facilitate your breakthrough, the second shall also be yours." At that moment, Lin Lu lifted his head, forcing a rather unsightly smile, and said, "Jiang Yuan, you need not concern yourself with me. You are the masquerader, and they are of utmost importance to you. As for me, I will certainly ascend. Yes, I will." Lin Li's words were spoken with a dispassionate tone, devoid of his usual levity, yet none doubted his resolve. Jiang Yuan nodded gently, choosing not to say more. Armed with the spear, he strode purposefully towards the enigmatic couple on the ground. The pair, now thoroughly unsettled, lost their veneer of indifference. The man, panic-stricken, cried out, "No, please don't kill me. I can see, however, this individual possesses only the strength of a beginner's first tier. Even a small fraction of this power surging into Jiang Yuan's body would be tantamount to single-handedly slaying a fervent believer of the third tier. While this force is indeed immense, it is remarkably gentle. Jiang Yuan has studied the method of absorbing the so-called power of redemption, which is more accurately referred to as divine power, by utilizing one's spirit to absorb it. The higher the spirit, the greater the absorption. This elucidates why many believers who have slain the despairing wanderers, or vice versa, have not achieved a breakthrough. Their spirits are insufficient, resulting in an inadequate absorption of the power of redemption. Failing to meet the threshold for advancement, Jiang Yuan, with a spirit level reaching 24 points, clearly does not fall into this category. The absorbed power of redemption swiftly integrates into his being, permeating every cell in his body. A sense of metamorphosis gradually takes root, intensifying with each passing moment. Suddenly, an unprecedented feeling of control surfaces in his heart. At this moment, Jiang Yuan can distinctly sense a wondrous and formidable force within him, ready to be summoned at will. Even without actively channeling this power, the energy coursing through him endows him with superhuman strength, endurance, and speed. Although his actual strength, endurance, and speed are merely on par with an ordinary person, the augmentation from this power instills a profound sense of transformation. Jiang Yuan finally comprehends the vast chasm that exists between not advancing and achieving advancement, the others present, while maintaining solemn expressions and making phone calls to arrange various matters. Soon notice Aunt Wang pausing mid-sentence to glance over at Jiang Yuan, subsequently nodding with a satisfied smile. Hu Zhengfeng, Wang Rou, and Qi Zhongyue all raised their heads, genuinely delighted for Jiang Yuan. Lin Lu, unable to sense any advancement, remains oblivious to the change. On Jiang Yuan's side, after his breakthrough, a significant portion of power remains available for absorption. With a singular focus, Jiang Yuan continues to absorb. After a few minutes, he finally completes the process. Before he can utter a word, Aunt Wang interjects, "Very well, but this is not the time for conversation. Others will soon arrive. You must leave now. We can discuss the rest later. But do take care of yourself. We still need to manage the scene here, and for the moment, there is no one to protect you. This person shall be left to Lin Lu." "Lin Lu? Why are you still hesitating?" Lin Lu, taken aback, glances at Jiang Yuan, astonished that he has truly achieved a breakthrough all at once. Without further ado, he seizes Xiao Fingyu's gun and strides towards the woman, his face etched with hatred. The woman, now utterly weakened, is more exhaling than inhaling. Upon seeing Lin Lu approach, she reveals a flicker of relief on her countenance. Jiang Yuan chooses not to witness the outcome and swiftly departs from the scene. He walks some distance until he arrives at a secluded grove in the outskirts, where he finally halts. Eagerly, he opens his information panel. Name, Jiang Yuan, Strength 10, Endurance 11, Divine Power, LV4, Speed 10, Soul 24, Power Level, Beginner 3rd Tier, Survival 4. Except for Divine Power, and power level. All other attributes remain unchanged. Power level aligns with the design of this world. Only the divine power is displayed as LV4, prompting Jiang Yuan to observe it closely. However, something feels amiss. The mentality section seems to have changed as well, transforming from mentality to soul. Could it be that only after ascending can the mental state be referred to as a soul? Jiang Yuan was unsure about this matter. Nevertheless, it was merely a change of nomenclature, as long as the values remained the same. With a thought, he quickly found a detailed explanation regarding what LV4 behind divine power signifies. In essence, divine power represents a more nuanced, data-driven categorization of one's strength. This world delineates certain tiers of rank. Therefore, the LV4 displayed by divine power is a detailed representation of that rank. There are a total of 10 levels. To advance further, one must reach the next grade. For instance, Jiang Yuan is currently at the initial stage of the third tier. Once his divine power reaches LV10, breaking through would elevate him to the initial stage of the second tier. He would then start accumulating from LV1 once more. This intuitive presentation allows Jiang Yuan to have a clearer understanding of his own strength and when he might break through. Moreover, this makes it considerably more convenient to enhance his divine power using survival points. Upon realizing this, Jiang Yuan glanced at the information, only to pout in dismay. Each level of divine power requires a staggering 100 survival points. Well, that's exorbitantly priced. He simply cannot afford it. How bothersome. What surprised Jiang Yuan further was that after absorbing the redemptive power contributed by the mysterious man, he had directly ascended to LV4. He is merely 7 levels away from entering the initial stage of the second tier. One must admit, the absorption rate is quite impressive. This is the strength of the spirit. Or rather, it should now be referred to as the soul. After half a month in this world, filled with anxiety and dread, he finally became an ascendant warrior, which is indeed a matter worth celebrating. However, Jiang Yuan felt no joy whatsoever. After a moment of silence, he hailed a vehicle and headed straight for the safe house. Aunt Wang and the others were expected to return in 2 hours. It was likely that the place had been turned into a scene of vengeance. This is a routine operation following a murder by the Redemption Organization. The prevalence of vendettas in this world is staggering. With no restrictions on carrying cold weapons in the presence of supernatural powers, the law and order in this realm leaves much to be desired. Additionally, the existence of numerous cults devoted to various demons, vying for followers and creating conflicts over beliefs, coupled with the struggles of the Forsaken, exacerbates the situation. Not to mention the ordinary conflicts between individuals. Countries on Earth frequently find themselves embroiled in violent incidents over trivial matters. And this world is no exception. Consequently, there are numerous homicides on a daily basis, most of which are indeed unrelated to the Forsaken. The group returned to the safe house, their spirits weighed down. As Forsaken individuals, death was a common occurrence, and losing comrades was part of their reality. They should have grown accustomed to it by now. Yet, familiarity does not equate to indifference. It is impossible to remain unmoved when a longtime ally dies before one's eyes. As for Jiang Yuan, after Aunt Wang returned to the safe house, she inquired. Wang Ro replied, "He sent me a message 2 hours ago, stating that he was on his way back to the safe house. He should currently be in the training room." After a brief pause, she added, "Shall I go fetch him?" Aunt Wang nodded and said, "Let us proceed. Since he should be in training, we shall not interrupt him. Lin Lu, having just made a breakthrough, it would be wise for you to train and solidify your gains." The former Lin Lu would have concocted countless excuses to evade such obligations. However, now he merely responded with a non-committal and made his way towards the training room. Observing Lin Li's heavy demeanor, Hu Zhengfeng couldn't help but voice his concern. The death of Xiao Fengyu has undoubtedly had the most profound impact on him, that I wonder if he will be all right. Perhaps Xiao Rou, you should provide him with some psychological counseling. Before Wang Ro could respond, Sister Ma interjected, her expression fierce. "I believe it is you, Hu Zhengfeng, who ought to undergo some psychological guidance. Have you truly returned to your role as captain after all these years? What is our identity? What are we, really? To put it plainly, we are merely a group of individuals who risk our lives at any moment. If we lack even this minimal psychological fortitude, how can we consider ourselves professionals? Might it not be better to live as ordinary drifters instead?" Hu Zhengfeng fell silent, feeling disgruntled in his life. He had only feared 3 women, team leader Aunt Wang, Vice Captain Wang Ro, and team member Qi Zhongyue. Aunt Wang was somewhat manageable, being his superior who could easily overpower him. Wang Ro had always played the role of the brains within the team. and he had grown accustomed to following her lead, therefore refraining from provoking her. As for Jiang Yuan, she usually appeared ethereal, like a celestial being descended from the heavens, yet when enraged, even the most deranged would seem like mere children before her. She was simply unapproachable. With that, everyone proceeded towards the training room together. Jiang Yuan had made a breakthrough, becoming an entry-level formidable warrior. This signified that from this day forth, the prefix in turn masquerader could be discarded. It also implied that, should there be orders from above, he could be thrust into the most perilous environments at any moment, engaging in a battle of wits against numerous adversaries. However, prior to that, the despicable Xiong Yong must meet his end. Chapter 27. Lin Li's resolve. The investigation had clarified matters. The assailants were notorious rogue bandits known for their gendered ruthlessness in recent years, that we suspect that they were hired by Xiong Yong. In the training room, after everyone had engaged in training to vent their inner sorrow and anger, they gathered in a circle. Aunt Wang took a sip of water, her expression somber as she spoke. The others were not surprised by this revelation. It was evident from the woman's words that Xiong Yong was indeed the one behind this. Moreover, Jiang Yuan presented himself as nothing more than an ordinary youth who had just graduated from high school. Who would pay to abduct him? Besides Xiong Yong, it seemed there were no other contenders. This moment, Wang Ro regained her usual calm demeanor, her brow furrowed in contemplation. Who exactly is this Xiong Yong? Has there been any prior investigation into him? He is merely a second-tier entry-level security guard, she mused. Why is he proving to be such a formidable adversary? Aunt Wang rubbed her temples, visibly troubled. Your question has been a source of my own confusion. Logically, even if he suspected Jiang Yuan of being a drifter, he should have made a move by now. Yet, not only has he refrained from acting, he has even employed others to carry out the abduction. That level of caution seems excessive. As soon as her words fell, the phone suddenly rang. She picked it up, listened for a few moments, and her brow furrowed in concern. All right, I understand. After hanging up, the tightly knit brows of Aunt Wang revealed a hint of perplexity. Noticing the collective gaze of the crowd upon her, she finally spoke. I just received some intelligence. Xiong Yong's son, Xiongnan, has gone missing. The crowd exchanged glances. Zhifeng inquired, does Xiong Yong fear that we might retaliate against his family and thus hid his son away? Wang Ro, however, shook her head in denial. If that were the case, he would have taken his entire family, not just his son. Moreover, what reason does he have to believe Jiang Yuan would seek vengeance against his family? Unless the previous kidnapping incident revealed our existence, and he learned of Jiang Yuan's affiliation with our redemption organization. But if that were true, he would have acted preemptively, reporting the situation and bringing people to eliminate us, rather than hiding his son. Hu Zhifeng raked his fingers through his hair in frustration. Such cerebral matters were not his forte. If that was the reason, then what could it be? Why had his son suddenly vanished? Jiang Yuan also voiced her confusion. Silence enveloped the group as no one could fathom Xiong Yong's intentions. Jiang Yuan remained silent, sensing something amiss yet unable to articulate what it was. After a moment of quiet contemplation, Aunt Wang finally declared, enough of this speculation. To be on the safe side, everyone must immediately gather essential belongings and relocate to the designated safe house. Leave via the 7th escape route, and do so swiftly. Aunt Wang decisively issued the command. Understood. The crowd responded in unison, quickly rising to collect their vital possessions in preparation for departure. Regardless of the reasons behind Xiong Yong's decision to hide his son, or the assumption that he had not discovered their presence, it was prudent to vacate the safe house. Only when the threat posed by Xiong Yong was neutralized could they return. In truth, there wasn't much of significance to gather. They simply needed to take anything pertaining to their identities, destroy what could be destroyed, and arm themselves for the journey ahead. Jiang Yuan and Lin Lu were tasked with heading to the armory to select weapons for everyone. In the armory, Jiang Yuan carefully chose firearms and ammunition while Lin Lu, distracted, picked out cold weapons for the group. When his hand brushed against a long spear, he paused, fell into silence for a moment, and resolutely picked it up. Jiang Yuan observed this scene with a sigh, placing an arm around Lin Li's shoulder and speaking earnestly. Stay strong. Our priority now is to survive and ultimately purge Xiong Yong and those vile demon cultists. I believe this is what Xiao Fengyu would wish for as well. Lin Lu nodded at the spear in his hand, forcing a smile, yet his eyes shone brightly. Jiang Yuan, I have made a decision. Jiang Yuan, puzzled, asked, what have you decided? Lin Li's gaze grew increasingly resolute. I have decided to change my vocation. From now on, I will be a redeemer. In the future, the long spear shall become my new weapon. Jiang Yuan stood frozen, hesitantly remarking, Among all professions, the most arduous is that of the Redeemer, enduring unimaginable physical and combat training every single day. When danger arises, one must be the first to charge forward. Have you made your decision? Linla smiled and said, Of course. Do you know? At the moment when Xiaofeng Yu was pierced through by sword after sword, I felt an unparalleled hatred for myself. I loathed myself for not training diligently. At the moment he died, as he spoke, Lin Lu found himself at a loss for words, closing his eyes to steady his emotions. Suddenly, he opened them wide and declared loudly, I can do this. I refuse to hide behind others as a mere support. I wish to charge to the front lines and slay those wretched fanatics one by one. Moreover, it was manageable before. But now, with your presence as a pretender, the Redeemers are insufficient. A typical squad configuration with a pretender consists of 11 members, 6 Redeemers and 4 Guardians. There will undoubtedly be new members joining soon. Or perhaps individuals transferred from other teams. But for now, I no longer wish to be a Guardian. Jiang Yuan had yet to respond. Unbeknownst to them, Aunt Wang had quietly approached the doorway and stated calmly, I support your decision. I do not know when Jiang Yuan will receive a mission, but on the day he does, if you are unable to match one of your level against 3 opponents, you might as well continue as your Guardian. Rest assured, the 3 opponents assigned to you will be Guardians, though you may also challenge Redeemers of equal standing if you can achieve a balanced outcome with them. That is acceptable, but I trust you understand the immense difficulty involved. Being a Redeemer is not something one can simply choose to be. Without waiting for Lin Li's response, Aunt Wang continued, We are all prepared. Let us depart immediately. Jiang Yuan and Lin Lu nodded in unison, gathering their chosen weapons and equipment, and swiftly made their way toward one of the safe houses. A safe house is deemed such not merely for its exceptional concealment, but also for the multiple escape routes distributed in various locations. The entrance and exit of the 7th safe route was surprisingly located in a large warehouse a kilometer away, where several vehicles were parked outside. 2 vehicles were deployed, one for Jiang Yuan and Jiang Yuan, while the others occupied the 2nd vehicle. Although you have now ascended a level and possess the power of redemption, you must not neglect the necessary training. Complacency is not an option. I in the vehicle. Jiang Yuan instructed. In the same realm, the stronger individual will invariably be the one with superior strength, endurance, and speed. It is akin to constructing a skyscraper. Strength, endurance, and speed serve as the foundation and rebar. Only when these 3 aspects are fortified can one ascend to higher realms and construct taller edifices. Jiang Yuan listened intently. However, even without Jiang Yuan's guidance, he would have pursued this path, should he find himself with surplus survival points. He would enhance these 3 attributes to their utmost potential. What if the power of redemption were to be depleted? In that case, he would have no choice but to rely on his innate combat prowess. Moreover, should one's 3 attributes be elevated, the power of redemption, under its auspices, would undoubtedly become even more formidable. This fact is beyond dispute. The vehicle traversed for over an hour, journeying from the eastern suburbs to the western outskirts. There, nestled within a particularly aged residential complex, lay the ground floor of a certain building. It goes without saying that a vast underground chamber must also be present. Upon entering the ground floor of one such building, Aunt Wang elucidated, This is a backup safe house for our 3rd group. Typically, it remains unvisited. During this interim period before we address the potential threat posed by Xiong, you shall conduct your daily training here. Upon descending into the underground facility, one would indeed find an expansive area of approximately 1 to 2,000 square meters, with a layout reminiscent of the previous location. Everyone swiftly acclimated to their surroundings. Those inclined to train engaged earnestly, while others focused on their studies. Presently, there was little inclination for conversation, as a palpable tension simmered within. Jiang Yuan was no exception. His training intensified. His studies became more diligent. He was wholly absorbed, unwilling to show any signs of slackening. The harrowing scene of witnessing a brother perish for his sake was one he wished never to endure again. He set a personal objective. He aspired to embody the Redeemer more than the Redeemer himself, to exemplify the Guardian more than the Guardian. With the untrustworthy veneration in hand, he felt a surge of confidence. Chapter 28. A surge in strength at the stroke of midnight, in the 9th floor bedroom of Jiang Yuan. He awaited the culmination of today's survival points. As the clock struck 0, he was uncertain of the outcome, yet anticipated it would not disappoint. 23. 5900. Congratulations on successfully averting a crisis and eliminating a novice of the 1st rank. Surviving for 24 hours. Comprehensive calculation yields survival points. 1088. 1088 points. Jiang Yuan had anticipated a modest sum, That this figure far exceeded his expectations. Elated, he reveled in this newfound prosperity, a wealth he had never before experienced. Given that each elevation in divine power level necessitated 100 survival points, was he not poised to ascend directly to the second rank of the novice tier? With a wry smile, he acknowledged the allure of such temptation. However, Jiang Yuan was resolute in his decision to refrain from such haste. Rapid advancement, in theory, was untenable. The body could not withstand it, nor could the soul. Even in the absence of these constraints, those who rushed their ascension often found their combat effectiveness lacking. Even when compared to those of a lower realm, colloquially referred to as embroidered pillows. Furthermore, should he wish to grow stronger and reach loftier realms in the future, he must proceed with caution, solidifying his current standing before contemplating the next level of achievement. Casting aside this enticing notion, Jiang Yuan began to strategize the allocation of his survival points, adding to the existing 4 points. He now possessed a total of 1,092 survival points. It was imperative to first enhance his soul further. Without delay, he commenced the augmentation of his soul point 25.26.27. However, upon preparing to elevate from 30 to 31, he suddenly realized that each incremental increase now required 20 survival points. After deliberation, he chose to pause his enhancements. With 1042 points remaining, he resolved to bolster his strength, endurance, and speed. He allocated 10 points to strength, augmenting it by 20 points in one go, thus expending a total of 200 survival points. Any further increases, akin to the soul, would also demand 20 survival points for each additional point. Jiang Yuan began to formulate a clearer understanding of his situation. At 11 o'clock, endurance was augmented, speed was elevated to 10. And all of this was recklessly consolidated to reach a total of 30. This required the expenditure of 390 survival points, leaving a remainder of 452. In that very moment, Jiang Yuan felt as though he had undergone a monumental transformation, even greater than the changes he experienced upon entering his initial rank. In truth, each incremental enhancement in strength, endurance, or speed brought about significant alterations, let alone a simultaneous increase of 20 points. Such a tremendous boost cannot merely be expressed through numerical values. To describe it more vividly, this afternoon, Jiang Yuan engaged in a duel with Lin Lu. Both ascended on the same day, yet Lin Lu had commenced training earlier. Regardless of Lin Li's laziness, Jiang Yuan was no match for him. However, should they face off again now, not just one Lin Lu, but 3, 5, or even more would stand no chance against him. At present, Jiang Yuan's most significant shortcomings lie solely in combat techniques and practical experience, if one were to articulate the magnitude of his current enhancement in a more tangible manner. Jiang Yuan is now akin to a newly initiated second-tier individual, albeit one whose redemptive power falls short of the standard. In fact, some second-tier initiates might not surpass him in strength, endurance, or speed. This underscores the paramount importance of these 3 attributes and the necessity of their enhancement. It is of utmost significance that a person's prowess is not merely reflected in their rank. After a surge of excitement, Jiang Yuan continued to allocate points. With such a substantial increase in the 3 attributes, he required time to adapt properly. Thus, further enhancement was unnecessary. The same applied to divine power. It would be prudent to consolidate his current strength before pursuing further enhancements in divine power. As a pretender, the significance of soul strength is self-evident. Moreover, in just over 10 days, he must attend the faith ceremony in the provincial city. Promptly, he began to fervently enhance his soul. This time, he directly added 17 points, bringing the total to an astonishing 47, having expended 340 survival points. The remaining 112 survival points were reserved for emergencies. After discovering that the soul could regenerate, it was imperative to retain sufficient survival points for unforeseen circumstances. Upon reopening the attributes panel, each data point had undergone a remarkable transformation. Name, Jiang Yuan, strength 30, endurance 30, speed 30, soul 47, divine power LV4, power level, initial 3rd tier survival 112. The entry 4, divine power, had shifted downward, now positioned above power level. This was a small feature Jiang Yuan discovered, allowing him to freely adjust the display order of the various attributes on the panel. Such an adjustment felt much more comfortable. Compared to the meager state from earlier, this current display of attributes was resplendent. His power was no longer comparable to before, even if at this moment Jiang Yuan were to launch a ferocious assault against him. Jiang Yuan was uncertain whether he could best his opponent, but the prospect of being killed by the other party had become nearly impossible. If he could not win, he could still flee, unless Jiang Yuan were also at the initial second tier, with all three attributes at the pinnacle of that realm, or perhaps even surpassing the current tier. Yet, the likelihood of such a scenario is exceedingly slim, as it demands vast amounts of time, energy, and, most crucially, innate talent. Jiang Yuan undoubtedly has ample time, considering his advanced age. However, his vitality is unlikely to be substantial. He has a day job to attend to, and his innate talent is equally improbable. If he possessed such formidable aptitude, he would not be relegated to the role of a security guard. He would have long since assumed a position within the cult of the Zhenyong demon god that he reveres. At the very least, he would undoubtedly hold the identity of a hunter. As Jiang Yuan gazed at his own attributes, he appeared utterly captivated, especially his mind, and even his senses, had become extraordinarily clear and keen. With the increase in soul strength, his perception had sharpened to such an extent. Jiang Yuan felt immense joy. This implies that in encounters with those of significantly lower soul strength, I possess a distinct advantage. This revelation was undeniably delightful. Moreover, his thoughts had become exceptionally agile. This was not merely a matter of intelligence. It indicated that his cognitive responses had accelerated. Early the next morning, Jiang Yuan, brimming with vitality, ventured into the kitchen to prepare a heartfelt breakfast. The love-infused breakfast from yesterday had been ruined, so today he would continue the tradition. Life must go on, and the training in disguise must similarly persist. Upon returning home last night, he had conveniently purchased a new food container from the supermarket, one that was adorably pink. The breakfast was abundant and thoughtfully prepared. Homemade sandwiches, shaped like hearts, totaling 2 pieces, along with the seafood porridge he had simmered before bedtime. Jiang Yuan noticed that Qi Zhongyue had quite the fondness for seafood. With the lovingly prepared breakfast in hand, he strolled out the door. Just as he stepped out of the first-floor elevator and into the open air, an inexplicable sensation struck him. His expression abruptly froze, only to quickly revert to normal. However, his heart became acutely vigilant. In that fleeting moment, upon exiting the building, the familiar feeling of being washed over him once more. And it was not just a single gaze. No fewer than 7 pairs of eyes were fixated upon him. Jiang Yuan felt a chill run down his spine, his entire being turned cold. He recognized 5 of those scrutinizing gazes: Wang Dama, Hu Zhifeng, Wang Rou, Qi Zhongyue, and Lin Lu. But who did the other 2 belong to? If one of them was indeed Xiong Yong, then who could the other pair of eyes belong to? Or could it be just like yesterday, that Xiong Yong had hired thugs or assassins? It was even possible that Hu Zhifeng and the others were not keeping a continuous watch on him. Jiang Yuan felt a surge of anxiety. Just as one storm subsided, another loomed, with Xiong Yong alone causing such chaos for him and the second team. The prospect of an unseen puppet master lurking in the shadows was truly alarming. Clarity was essential. With this thought, Jiang Yuan suddenly furrowed his brow, clutching his abdomen and feigning a stomachache, before turning back into the building. As he re-entered, the sensation of being watched indeed vanished. Simultaneously, Wang Rou's voice emerged from the hidden earpiece. Jiang Yuan? What's wrong? Is your stomach bothering you? Jiang Yuan exhaled, a hint of gravity in his tone. No, I may have discovered Xiong Yong. A brief silence enveloped the earpiece before Wang Dama's voice, tinged with excitement, broke through. Finally, that old turtle has shown himself. Where is he? Did you sense him? Wait a moment. Has your soul experienced a breakthrough? The elevator was empty, and Jiang Yuan replied in a hushed tone. Indeed. After ascending yesterday, my soul has made significant progress. However, I cannot ascertain whether it truly is him. I merely sense the presence of someone clandestinely observing me. Please first disclose your locations, and then enlighten me on whether. Upon my exit from the elevator, your gazes were all fixated upon me. A moment of silence ensued in the earpiece. Wang Rou inquired gravely. Are you implying that you sense not only Xiong Yong but us as well? Wait, you mean to say you even perceive the existence of team leader Wang? Your soul strength, by the end of her statement. Incredulity permeated Wang Rou's tone. It was no surprise to her that she could sense their presence. Jiang Yuan was a master of disguise, possessing formidable soul strength, and if he couldn't accomplish this, he would hardly qualify as a pretender. The critical point, however, was that Wang Dama was a mid-tier powerhouse. Moreover, a mid-tier rank too. Wasn't this soul strength a tad exaggerated? Chapter 29, The Watchful Unknown. I forgot to mention, Xiao Yuan's devotion ritual was personally conducted by his sister. Wang Dama's voice carried a hint of pride. And his sister is a mid-tier rank 3 seeker of the benevolent demon sect. Hiss. Oh my goodness, a mid-tier seeker, my heavens. Within the hidden earpiece, a chorus of incredulous exclamations erupted from my teammates. They were acutely aware of what this entailed. How many individuals could easily be eroded even by the most mundane devotion rituals? Only those with innate disguising abilities could withstand the rituals conducted by initial-tier fanatics, as for devotion rituals performed by mid-tier fanatics. Indeed, there are a few instances nationwide, but they are so rare that it is appalling. Moreover, those individuals are invariably prodigies. Not a single one exists in the entire Binjiang province. And now, our second squad of the third group in the city of Sushu. Binjiang province has astonishingly acquired such a prodigious master of disguise. After the initial shock, excitement washed over everyone. Linlo, Jiang Yuan, you are absolutely incredible. From now on, you are my idol, Hu Zhengfeng. Ha! Does that mean I will be a captain of a super genius from now on? Wang Ro, once Jiang Yuan accepts the task of a pretender, he will automatically be promoted to captain. Thank you. Hu Zhengfeng. Haha, then I was once a captain too, wasn't I? Yue. Impressive, Jiang Yuan. No wonder you managed to break through all at once. Now it all makes sense. Yue's words prompted everyone to realize. Just yesterday, they had slain a fanatic, and even though that fanatic was rank 1 of the initial tier, the power of redemption gained was significantly higher. Yet, unbeknownst to them, Lin Lu had already achieved several kills prior and had only just advanced yesterday. In fact, many bewildered individuals had attempted advancement 8 to 10 times without success. This illustrates the difference. The higher the soul strength, the more redemption power one can absorb and digest, naturally leading to a faster advancement. Initially, it was thought that Jiang Yuan merely had a stroke of luck in achieving advancement yesterday. It now appeared that it was due to his inherent strength, a super genius. Associating with such a master of disguise, one's advancement speed would undoubtedly be accelerated, for there would be more opportunities for kills. A consensus among them. Well, we can discuss that later. Jiang Yuan, please elucidate what exactly transpired. Ant Wang interrupted the conversation, commanding in a low voice. Everyone, report your positions. I am located in the southeast corner, approximately 3,000 meters away, and I was indeed watching you as you emerged. The others promptly composed themselves and reported their respective locations and distances. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuan's expression grew increasingly grave. Hu Zhengfeng was positioned behind this building, rendering him completely invisible. Moreover, Hu Zhengfeng himself had stated that he hadn't even glanced in that direction. This indicated that the other 3 pairs of probing eyes all originated from unknown entities. Ding, the elevator arrived. As Jiang Yuan stepped out, he forced a wry smile, saying, the moment I stepped out of my building, I sensed a total of 7 pairs of watchful eyes, besides the 4 of you. There are 3 more whose identities remain a mystery to me. Perhaps one belongs to Xiong Yong, but the other 2 are beyond my knowledge. An extended silence enveloped the earpiece. It was not until Jiang Yuan unlocked the door to his residence that Wang Ro finally spoke. Her voice noticeably heavy with concern. Has Xiong Yong shared the news with others due to yesterday's incident? Or has he employed someone else? Let us not dwell on that. We must first investigate who it is. Jiang Yuan quickly interjected. No, I should take the lead. I have just memorized their approximate locations, and I will attempt to observe with binoculars first. You are unaware of their precise positions, which could inadvertently alert them. As he spoke, he retrieved a pair of binoculars from his bedroom. This particular device, said to be a highly advanced military-grade binocular, had been brought from the safe house's armory, just as Jiang Yuan was about to stealthily observe. Ant Wang suddenly interjected. Xiao Yuan, go observe from my house. Your sudden return home might attract their attention. It would be more prudent for you to observe from my place. The code for my door lock is 833,240. Jiang Yuan had no objections, feigning a trip to the restroom. Indeed, he still sensed the presence of someone watching him through the window of his home. Exiting the restroom without entering, he lay flat on the ground, crawling towards his front door. Once he stealthily slipped out and arrived at Aunt Wang's residence, he felt no sensation of being watched. Clearly, exercising caution had proven wise. With little thought for Aunt Wang's living situation, she resided alone. He entered a room facing the community entrance. Cautiously, he approached the windowsill, discreetly peeking outside. After a moment's reflection, he directed the binoculars towards a specific location. His soul strength had risen to 47 points, enhancing his perception, allowing him to sense the area more acutely. Though he could not discern further specifics without the binoculars, that he thoroughly scanned each building, leaving no window unchecked. This binocular was indeed remarkable. It could automatically detect human shapes and faces, subsequently magnifying them. Although there might be some discrepancies, the efficiency was greatly improved. It took roughly a minute to complete a search of an entire building. 3 minutes later, upon reaching the 12th floor of the third building in that vicinity. Suddenly, a green frame appeared in the telescope, locking onto a figure, the lens zooming in instantly. This phenomenon had occurred numerous times before, and Jiang Yuan felt no surprise. Yet, the image he beheld this time filled him with overwhelming joy. In that fleeting moment, he discerned a silhouette clad entirely in black, wearing a cap and even a mask that obscured their face. Most notably, the individual was also peering through a telescope at something. However, just as Jiang Yuan intended to scrutinize further, the figure abruptly seemed to sense his gaze, swiftly turning the telescope in his direction in the blink of an eye, within less than 1/100th of a second. The person turned and retreated indoors, leaving Jiang Yuan with nothing but their departing silhouette. This outcome was unexpected for Jiang Yuan. He had not anticipated such keen perceptiveness or rapid reactions from the other party. Through the telescope, he fixated on the figure's retreating form. Due to the considerable distance, he could only vaguely discern the contours of their shape. Initially, it seemed inconsequential, but the more he gazed, the stronger the sense of familiarity grew. Xiong Yong? Yes, it was undoubtedly him. Given their previous encounters, it was only natural for Jiang Yuan to recognize his silhouette. At this moment, the figure had long since vanished, and Jiang Yuan gritted his teeth, exclaiming, "Old turtle, I finally found you." Just then, the familiar sensation of being watched washed over him once more. Before Jiang Yuan could react, that feeling vanished immediately. The two individuals remained and had also noticed him. Jiang Yuan quickly assessed the situation. This revelation frustrated him. He had hoped to ascertain the identities of the other two, but now he could only abandon that pursuit. It was clear that, having discovered his presence, they would no longer watch him from a distance, rendering any further search futile. Nevertheless, it mattered not. Finding Xiong Yong was sufficient. Moreover, once Xiong Yong became aware of Jiang Yuan's observation, the other two would undoubtedly hone in on his location. Jiang Yuan was certain Xiong Yong had informed them, and they were all acquainted. With this thought, he felt no hesitation and declared loudly, "I have located Xiong Yong. He is in the residential building behind the Sushi Mountain Bank Financial Building. He has realized I am observing him. He is likely to flee." Wang Dama's voice immediately resonated. "Well done, Jiang Yuan. You all stay put. I will handle this myself. And the other two, did you catch a glimpse of who they are?" As Wang Dama spoke, a gust of wind whistled in the background, clearly indicating she was already in motion. The two individuals were likely affiliated with Xiong Yong, or perhaps they were hired by him. When Xiong Yong noticed Jiang Yuan watching, the two had quickly glanced over and soon disappeared. Jiang Yuan replied candidly, "No worries, since they are in cahoots. There will be clues to follow. Once we capture Xiong Yong, those two won't escape either. You should return to the safe house and not linger here. I fear that if Xiong Yong realizes you have spotted him, he might resort to desperate measures, leaking your information and prompting the security bureau to come after you." Wang Dama cautioned while making her way. "Understood." Jiang Yuan replied decisively, hastily departing from the scene and rushing downstairs. Indeed, upon venturing out once more, aside from the passers-by, I could only perceive the distant gazes of three individuals: Qi Zhengyue, Wang Ro, and Lin Lu. Without further delay, Jiang Yuan, still clutching the heartfelt breakfast, hailed a taxi as he exited the residential complex. Heading straight for the vicinity of the backup safe house. As he sat in the cab, Jiang Yuan undoubtedly hoped to capture Xiong Yong this time. He knew that he would not find peace until the man was dealt with. Trust in Wang Dama was essential. After all, there were not only his own second team, but also other squads, and even additional groups involved. He was confident that Wang Dama must have made arrangements. As long as Xiong Yong was present, the likelihood of his escape was minimal. The vehicle sped along the road towards the western suburbs, with buildings gradually becoming sparser and the surroundings increasingly desolate. Jiang Yuan's mind kept replaying that elusive figure, sensing something was amiss, yet unable to articulate precisely what it was. Just as he was deep in thought, a sudden vroom erupted as a vehicle's engine roared aggressively. Swiftly approaching from the distance. At that moment, he heard Wang Ro's alarmed voice pierce through his ear. "Jiang Yuan, be careful." Upon recognizing the unusual sound of the engine, Jiang Yuan had already become alert. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a rugged SUV careening towards his taxi from the left at the intersection, as he glimpsed the silhouette of the driver through the window. His pupils dilated in shock. Xiong Yong? Why was he here? How had he managed to escape so swiftly from the Redemption Organization's surveillance? Furthermore, he was clad in a light blue shirt. Chapter 30. The invisible hand. Jiang Yuan had no time to ponder further. Witnessing Xiong Yong's vehicle hurtling towards them at breakneck speed, the taxi driver sat frozen in terror. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Yuan lunged forward, seizing the steering wheel and frantically turning it left several times, aligning the car to face Xiong Yang's oncoming vehicle. With a deafening crash, the front ends of both vehicles collided, sending debris flying in all directions. The deploying airbags obscured all visibility, and the taxi spun uncontrollably for several revolutions before finally coming to a halt. The immense force of the impact hurled Jiang Yuan's body back and forth, yet fortuitously, both the front and back were cushioned by the car's seats. Although the force was substantial, Jiang Yuan had long since transformed. His formidable physical constitution merely induced a momentary dizziness before he quickly regained his composure. The heartfelt breakfast box beside him tumbled to the floor. The driver in front had already succumbed to unconsciousness. Though thankfully he was not dead, of course. Even if he had perished, Jiang Yuan would not feel remorse. They were all disciples of demons, and guilt was not something he could entertain. Xiong Yong. In an instant, Jiang Yuan's eyes blazed with fury, recalling the anxiety he had endured over the past few days, envisioning the scene where Xiao Fengyu clung desperately to the ruthless bandit, only to be pierced time and again by his blade. A raging inferno of wrath consumed Jiang Yuan entirely. He no longer cared to contemplate the connection between the observer and Xiong Yang, nor did he concern himself with the whereabouts of another individual. At this moment, his sole desire was to rend Xiong Yang into 1,000 pieces. With a thunderous roar, he delivered a powerful kick, sending the tightly shut car door flying several meters away. Jiang Yuan, wielding a straight blade, exited the vehicle with an aura of murderous intent, advancing towards the unsteady Xiong Yang, who clutched a curved sword in hand. Jiang Yuan, do not act impulsively. He is a beginner-level second tier. You just ascended and cannot defeat him. The voice of Qi Zhongyue crackled through the earpiece, urgent in its plea for Jiang Yuan to refrain from rash actions. I am aware of my capabilities. I am confident, Jiang Yuan replied, now standing before Xiong Yang. With no further hesitation he unsheathed his straight blade, crimson divine energy surging into the weapon, embodying an unstoppable momentum as he struck down towards the dark-eyed Xiong Yang. Groza? Die! Xiong Yang, caught off guard by the exclamation, faltered momentarily, confusion flashing in his eyes before his expression twisted into madness. Heretic, perish. Today, I shall slay you for a sacrifice. Jiang Yuan, retreat. Jiang Yuan. Damn it, you cannot defeat him. His teammates shouted frantically through the earpiece, but Jiang Yuan was already engaged in combat with Xiong Yang. They could only hope that he could withstand an old-school beginner-level second-tier fanatic. Yet, the next moment, bang. The clash of straight blade against curved sword unfolded in an unbelievable spectacle. They had anticipated that the confrontation would result in Jiang Yuan being sent flying. Yet what did they witness? Both combatants staggered back several steps. Xiong Yang retreated 5 steps before regaining his footing. Astonishment flickering across his frenzied visage, Jiang Yuan stumbled back 4 steps, but then, in a flash, surged forward with astonishing speed. Qi Zhongyue exclaimed in disbelief. What? Lin Lu could hardly believe his eyes. Wow. Hu Zhengfeng's eyes widened in shock. What is happening? Wang Ro was utterly stunned at this. They were all left in a state of shock. Turning their gaze back to Xiong Yang, his expression mirrored their astonishment, mingled with a trace of bewilderment. He could not comprehend how Jiang Yuan, who had only ascended yesterday, managed to force him back 5 steps while he himself had only retreated 4. One should not underestimate this seemingly small discrepancy. It at least indicated that, in terms of raw power, despite Jiang Yuan's lower quantity and quality of redemptive energy, his physical strength surpassed that of Xiong Yang. How could this be possible? Suddenly, Xiong Yang's pupils constricted with dread. Jiang Yuan advanced with the speed of lightning, the swiftness of his strikes presenting a palpable threat of death. No, this cannot be happening. Xiong Yang, seemingly unable to accept this outcome, gritted his teeth and charged at Jiang Yuan. Bang. The two clashed once more. In a flurry of exchanges, Jiang Yuan remarkably held his ground. This scene left everyone astounded. Jiang Yuan was single-minded, fully immersed in his battle with Xiong Yang. In reality, their 3 attributes were quite comparable. While Xiong Yang's physical attributes were indeed inferior, he was a beginner-level second tier, and the augmented power of a more formidable demon would not place him at a disadvantage. In fact, he was slightly superior. At the outset, the reason for the retreat was the unexpected formidable strength of Jiang Yuan, who had not exerted his full potential. Furthermore, Xiong Yang's combat skills were far inferior to those of Jiang Yuan. However, Jiang Yuan possessed a soul perception that was significantly higher and more acute. Lacking in combat techniques, he compensated with his heightened awareness. Even when Jiang Yuan initiated a particular move, Jiang Yuan could anticipate his subsequent actions, thereby enabling him to respond accordingly. Both sides exhibited their respective strengths and weaknesses, resulting in a stalemate, with neither gaining the upper hand at this moment. Unbeknownst to them, the members of Team 2 had already arrived. Yet they did not rush to assist. Instead, they stood by, dumbfounded and wide-eyed as Jiang Yuan continued to engage in battle. Their astonishment morphed into confusion, which then transitioned into silence, ultimately culminating in self-doubt. So this is the disparity between an ordinary person and a super genius? With such an extraordinary soul, does the power of redemption truly allow for such a rapid enhancement of physical conditioning compared to an average individual? But is this not a tad too swift? Or could it be that Jiang Yuan has been concealing his strength all along? Perhaps this is the most plausible scenario. Should we intervene? Lin Lu inquired cautiously of Hu Zhengfeng, who was obliviously left with only the extinguished butt of the cigarette he had been smoking. Upon hearing the question, he hesitated, his lips twitching slightly, and replied, "There should be no need. Let him continue for a while. This is a rare opportunity for practical experience." In another direction, Wang Ro, who had remained silent for a long time, finally spoke. "Let him fight. He will be fine." Qi Jinglai remained silent, her beautiful doe-like eyes reflecting moments of shock, madness, calmness, and a crimson intensity, yet she restrained herself from intervening. Further away, the vehicle driven by Aunt Wang had inexplicably come to a halt beside a rice paddy, where she gazed at the unfolding scene. After a prolonged observation, her brow furrowed, and with a swift maneuver, she turned the vehicle around and sped back down the road. Meanwhile, Jiang Yuan was entirely oblivious to the external circumstances. At that moment, he had fully immersed himself in a state of ecstasy, engaging in combat with unrestrained vigor. With each exchange, he grew more exhilarated and fluid in his movements. His practical combat experience surged rapidly. His body adorned with wounds, yet he paid them no heed. In contrast, Xiong Yong bore far fewer injuries and showed no signs of decline. The power of the demon remained robust. His gaze was exceedingly grim. As Jiang Yuan's prowess exceeded both his expectations and those of everyone else, it was then that Jiang Yuan, feeling the limitations of his power of redemption, inadvertently revealed a critical vulnerability. Xiong Yang's eyes brightened, a fleeting flash of malevolence crossing his face as he resolutely executed a low sweeping kick that caused Jiang Yuan to stagger, followed by a vicious slash aimed at his throat. Jiang Yuan's expression shifted. Yet he did not falter. Gritting his teeth, he summoned his resolve. In an instant, he expended 100 survival points, elevating his divine power from LV4 to LV5. The once dwindling power of redemption surged within him like a long-awaited rain after a drought. Fiercely countering the impending threat, alarmed, the onlooking teammates recognized Jiang Yuan's faltering strength and the imminent danger, their expressions turning grave. In the midst of the tranquil pool, Hu Zhengfeng, perceiving the perilous situation of Jiang Yuan, charged forward. Although Jiang Yuan was in imminent danger, their unwavering vigilance ensured that he would not truly come to harm. However, as they reached the halfway point, they suddenly halted, astonished, their mouths agape, as if they had seen a ghost. Before them, the once unstoppable strike from Xiong Yong was effortlessly deflected by Jiang Yuan, who, with unwavering momentum, directed the tip of his blade towards Xiong Yong's throat in a flash. Xiong Yong's body trembled. His blood-red eyes fixated on Jiang Yuan, before his head drooped lifelessly backward, his form slumping as he fell, utterly devoid of life. Dead, dead. The onlookers struggled to swallow, rendered speechless. They gazed at the dazed Jiang Yuan with expressions of sheer disbelief. The impact of this scene was overwhelmingly profound. They had never imagined that just the day before, Jiang Yuan had only ascended to the first tier, and today, he had single-handedly slain a seasoned second-tier fanatic. This incredible outcome surpassed the bounds of their comprehension. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. Suddenly, a plump figure darted towards them, seizing Jiang Yuan in an exuberant embrace, exclaiming in a frenzied manner, "What the hell? What the hell? Jiang Yuan, Brother Yuan, incredible, you are absolutely phenomenal, a second-tier fanatic, you actually defeated one, teach me, you must teach me, I recognize you as my adoptive father, as long as you are willing to instruct me." Lin Lu, in a fit of excitement and fervor, bellowed, releasing the overwhelming shock that coursed through his being. Jiang Yuan, however, did not respond. He merely furrowed his brow, gazing at the lifeless Xiong Yong on the ground. Disregarding the freshly bestowed power of redemption. To the onlookers, It appeared as though he had effortlessly parried Xiong Yang's lethal strike and turned the tables to achieve an astonishing feat, yet only he understood that in that fleeting moment between life and death, Xiong Yang's blade had come to an abrupt halt, allowing him to effortlessly deflect it and slice open his throat. He had not even needed to tap into his reserve of survival points. In that moment of Xiong Yang's stilled blade, Jiang Yuan had distinctly perceived the flicker of struggle, pain, and resentment in Xiong Yang's eyes, which swiftly morphed into resoluteness. Yet, as his throat was cut, Xiong Yang's gaze bore a fleeting hint of pity and mockery. Though it vanished in an instant, Jiang Yuan was certain he had not misinterpreted it. An eerie sensation enveloped him once more. At that moment, it felt as if an unseen hand was orchestrating everything from the shadows. The purpose remained unknown, as did the identity of the puppeteer, but their intentions were undoubtedly sinister. Chapter 31. The fog. Despite the myriad of doubts swirling within, he could only temporarily set them aside, focusing instead on absorbing the power of redemption that descended from the heavens after vanquishing Xiong Yang. Today, the power of redemption was far more robust than that of the previous day. Jiang Yuan had single-handedly defeated Xiong Yang, without any interference from others, thereby reaping the entirety of the second-tier fanatic's power. A vast torrent of redemption surged into his being as he eagerly absorbed it. The higher the strength of his soul, the greater the efficiency of absorption. To put it succinctly, if the absorption efficiency of an ordinary seeker of redemption is less than 10%, then the current absorption efficiency of Jiang Yuan has astonishingly reached 20 to 30%. The progress in the divine power category is surging forth. Beside him, Qi Zhongyue hastily cautioned, Jiang Yuan, I am uncertain how much redemption power you can digest. But remember, even if you can break through, you must not do so. Under no circumstances should you break through. Your strength, endurance, and speed are indeed formidable, but from your recent battle, it is evident that you have neither solidified nor fully mastered your current power. Advancing to the second tier would only bring disadvantages without any benefits. If you have surplus redemption power, focus on enhancing your 3 attributes. Do you understand? If Qi Zhongyue had not spoken, it was indeed possible that Jiang Yuan would have allowed the redemption power to surge him to the initial second tier. After all 3 of his attributes had reached 30 points. Upon hearing this, when the divine power reached LV10, he immediately ceased his absorption, directing the surplus redemption power to envelop his limbs and nurture his physique. This is Jiang Yuan. If it were any other seeker of redemption, the absorbed power would likely not suffice to reach the critical breakthrough point. Yet Jiang Yuan still had excess redemption power to strengthen his constitution. This is precisely why, upon learning that Jiang Yuan single-handedly resisted the mid-tier seeker's faith ritual, everyone quickly concluded that he was a super genius. The intensity of one's soul truly determines their talent. With not much power remaining, it was no longer feasible to directly increase his existing values. However, it served to consolidate and solidify his foundation. Once all was absorbed, Jiang Yuan's control over his own strength and muscles became more fluid. Free from the constraints that followed his earlier surge in power, after a period of intense training, he believed he could solidify his current strength and progress to the next stage. You go ahead. We will handle things here. Seeing Jiang Yuan open his eyes, Hu Zhifeng had a multitude of questions he wished to ask but could only suppress them, allowing Jiang Yuan to leave first. Over 10 minutes had passed since the battle, yet the locations chosen by the notorious bandits from yesterday and the formidable Xiong Yang today remained exceedingly remote. Today was even more secluded than yesterday. Jiang Yuan nodded, not departing immediately. Instead, he approached the taxi, opened the back seat, and retrieved 2 small, pink food containers. In the midst of the astonished gazes of the onlookers, he walked to Qi Zhongyue, his demeanor warm and graceful, his tone sincere yet tinged with regret. I apologize. The heartfelt breakfast I prepared for you yesterday was ruined, and today's offering encountered Xiong Yang. Fortunately, it only rolled around in the car for a few turns without being damaged, so it should still be edible. Qi Zhongyue took the containers in a daze, Jiang Yuan's fervent and genuine gaze causing her to instinctively avert her eyes. However, she quickly reminded herself that this was all an act. So she took a deep breath to calm her racing heart, transitioning into her performance. Her exquisitely beautiful cheeks flushed slightly, inadvertently portraying the shyness and joy of a young girl. Lowering her head, she accepted the food containers, her voice imbued with a hint of excitement. Thank you. I really like it. Embracing the food box tightly in her arms, a shy sweetness graced her delicate face. Beside her, Lin Liren stood in a daze, his expression mirroring that of a chat application-s emoji, where hands cover the cheeks, embodying sheer terror, casting a glance at the refined and gentle gentleman, Jiang Yuan, then at the bashful girl, Yuan, whose heart fluttered with newfound feelings. Lin Luren felt as though his world had crumbled. Wasn't he at you? Jiang Yuan, who had just ruthlessly slain the fierce Xiong? And was he at you? Yuan, with a temperament so tumultuous that even the grotesque seemed to pale in comparison. Yet here you were, playing the roles of a gallant suitor and a timid maiden? Such acting, I, Lin Luren, must commend. I shall take my leave now. Jiang Yuan replied with a gentle smile. Yuan slightly nodded, her doe-like eyes sparkling with concern as she softly urged, "Be careful, all right?" "Yes, understood," Jiang Yuan responded. And without further delay, he swiftly departed from the scene. Upon returning to the backup safe house, Jiang Yuan immediately made his way to the training room, setting the speed to 50 kilometers per hour as he began to run. This period of training had revealed something significant to Jiang Yuan. He discovered that the more intense the exercise, the clearer his thoughts became. He needed to reflect deeply on everything that had transpired today. Having eliminated Xiong, a grave threat, he felt no joy. Instead, a heavier gloom enveloped him. Xiong's final strike was clearly aimed at his demise. Yet why did he suddenly change his mind at such a critical moment? Furthermore, what did the successive shifts in his gaze signify, along with the cold smile, pity, and mockery he had displayed at the moment of his downfall, since the day his parents had met with misfortune? Xiong had lurked in the shadows, steady as a seasoned dog. Just yesterday, he had even hired thugs to abduct him, never showing his face. So why did he emerge today, so abruptly? Was it the battle with the male and female bandits yesterday, along with the appearance of his team members, that confirmed Jiang Yuan's identity as a breaker of despair, prompting him to finally take action that seemed even more unreasonable? He was well aware that Jiang Yuan had joined the Redemption Organization. Surrounded by numerous powerful allies, how could he possibly come alone to kill him? What difference would that make from a death wish? Moreover, what of the three unfamiliar gazes he had sensed earlier? Who did they belong to? If the figure he had glimpsed truly was Xiong, even without considering the personnel arranged by Aunt Wang, how could he have arrived so swiftly to intercept him and pinpoint his location so rapidly? Such occurrences were clearly illogical. Jiang Yuan recalled the positions of those three unknown gazes, feeling a chill in his heart. If Xiong had been in that far-right position, then he would have indeed had enough time. There was even some leeway, as that position was near the site of their skirmish. But if that were the case, then whose vaguely familiar silhouette had he seen? Of course, it could also be a mere illusion. After all, people's appearances and physiques often bear striking similarities, with only height and build differing. It was not extraordinary for someone to resemble another in silhouette, shape, or stature. Hence, setting aside notions of familiarity to avoid being misled by preconceived thoughts. One thing remained clear. If the stranger who had been watching him was not Xiong, then who could it possibly be? Another stranger has emerged. After eliminating Xiong, a series of enigmas has surfaced, shrouding the situation in an impenetrable fog, rendering clarity impossible. Alas, overthinking serves no purpose. When the soldiers come, let the generals respond. When the waters rise, let the earth be fortified. As long as my identity remains concealed, irrespective of who the puppet master may be, they shall inevitably reveal their true nature one day. The path to true strength is paramount. Once I possess sufficient power, any schemes and machinations shall crumble. Unable to make sense of it all, Jiang Yuan decided to cease his ponderings. Xiong had been vanquished, and by his own hand no less. He believed that the higher-ups would soon assign him a new mission. He must seize this fleeting opportunity to bolster his own capabilities, enabling him to confront the forthcoming perils with greater composure. As for the notion of no longer being a masquerader and leading a life of idleness, Jiang Yuan had never entertained such thoughts. In a world rife with danger, a single step back could plunge one into the abyss. Only by bravely forging ahead and overcoming obstacles can one truly earn a sliver of survival. The lurking threats that concealed themselves in the shadows could claim his life at any moment. It was no longer a matter of choosing to be complacent. Casting aside all distractions, he immersed himself entirely in training. Chapter 32. The annihilated second team. Aunt Wang's investigation yielded no results, which came as no surprise. After all, she had no inkling of the identities of those two individuals. Jiang Yuan had merely glimpsed their silhouettes. Attempting to identify them based on such vague impressions was akin to chasing phantoms. In this world, the Redemption Organization was inherently at a disadvantage, whether it was sealing off areas or searching for individuals. Everything had to be conducted covertly. Furthermore, lacking concrete intel meant that even with Aunt Wang deploying considerable resources in the region and requesting assistance from other teams, The outcome remained fruitless. After listening to Jiang Yuan's analysis, Ant Wang acknowledged that while it could not be definitively confirmed whether a puppet master existed, if they did, their true form would eventually be unveiled. The fact that Jiang Yuan's identity had not been exposed indicated that the puppet master's objectives had not been achieved. Until their goals were realized, Jiang Yuan's identity should remain secured. He concurred with this assessment and chose not to dwell further on the matter. Additionally, with Xiangyang's demise, the comprehensive protection afforded to Jiang Yuan would revert to a standard state of safeguarding from masqueraders. He would still receive protection, albeit not as stringent as during this recent period. Ant Wang would no longer personally oversee matters, as there were other teams in the 3rd unit, along with a masquerader squad. It was impractical to focus solely on Jiang Yuan. Nonetheless, Ant Wang assured him that precautions against the puppet master and ongoing investigations would persist, urging Jiang Yuan not to let this matter interfere with his training and studies. That night, at home, he awaited the reward settlement in tranquil anticipation. 0000. Congratulations on successfully averting a crisis and eliminating a beginner-level 2nd-tier foe. Having survived for 24 hours. Comprehensive calculation. Reward survival points. 566 points. Jiang Yuan stroked his chin. He had initially believed that today's reward would at least match or exceed yesterday's. However, it appeared that was not the case. The calculation method for unbelievable faith. Survival points did not correlate with the contributions made from eliminations. Rather, it is calculated solely based on one's own kills, regardless of the extent of your contribution, even if the opponent is barely clinging to life, as long as it is you who ultimately delivers the fatal blow. It counts as your complete kill. If I am not mistaken, eliminating a beginner of the 1st rank should yield a reward of 1,000 survival points. For a beginner of the 2nd rank, it ought to be 500 survival points. I am unaware of the reward for a beginner of the 3rd rank, as I have yet to encounter one. The additional survival points gained from a kill likely stem from surviving an entire day. Mitigating danger and other customary rewards. The kill reward is a fixed value, while the customary rewards fluctuate based on the level of peril encountered, with the 566 survival points accumulated, plus the remaining 12 points. I have reached a total of 578 points. Having experienced the benefits of heightened soul intensity, Jiang Yuan resolved without a moment's hesitation to elevate his soul intensity to 60 points, consuming 260 survival points in the process. Should he wish to increase it further, he would face a staggering ratio of 100:1, meaning that adding a single point of soul intensity would require 100 survival points. Reflecting on this, he decided against raising his strength, endurance, and speed, as they had yet to be fully consolidated. There was no necessity for enhancement at this juncture. The remaining 318 survival points would serve as a strategic reserve. Imagine, in the midst of battle, if Jiang Yuan were to suddenly manifest the prowess of a beginner of the 2nd rank, his opponent, caught unprepared, would undoubtedly fall victim to deception. He then proceeded to check his latest attributes. Name: Jiang Yuan. Strength: 30, endurance: 30, speed: 30, soul: 60, divine power: LV 10, strength level. Beginner 3rd rank, survival: 318. With a satisfied smile, he drifted into a restful slumber. Ding ding ding, do. The jarring sound of his phone's ringtone jolted Jiang Yuan awake. Instinctively, he sat up and grasped the dagger at his bedside. Only after fully regaining consciousness did he realize it was merely the phone ringing. Puzzled, he glanced out the window, where the moon hung high in the sky. A quick look at his phone revealed the time: 2:26 a.m. The caller was Ant Wang. Jiang Yuan immediately composed himself, answering the call without hesitation. A call from Ant Wang at 2:30 in the morning could only signal something of utmost importance. Without delay, he was instructed to leave immediately. The further away, the better. Upon uttering this, she hung up before Jiang Yuan could respond, her urgency palpable. Jiang Yuan's pupils contracted. Without a second thought, he snatched up his clothes, grasped the dagger and phone, and bolted outside. The door. He hastily grabbed a pair of shoes, neglecting the elevator in favor of racing down the emergency stairs. This scene felt oddly familiar as he ran. Jiang Yuan repeatedly pondered what could have possibly transpired. The most likely hypothesis was that Xiangyang had indeed leaked his identity as a breaker, and now someone was coming to hunt him down. He sprinted through the neighborhood, continuing until he had put considerable distance between himself and the area. Only in a dark alley did he pause, slightly out of breath, scanning his surroundings with vigilance while donning his clothes and shoes. However, he couldn't shake the confusion. If someone were indeed coming to hunt him, Why had he encountered no obstacles along the way? As he pondered in bewilderment, the ringtone of his phone sounded once more. He hastily picked it up to find that it was a call from Hu Zhengfeng. The latter was also panting heavily, evidently having just been running. Huff, Xiao Yuan, have you managed to escape? Is your current location safe? Hu Zhengfeng inquired between gasps. Jiang Yuan glanced around the alley, then whispered, I believe there are no issues here. I haven't detected any danger. Zheng Ge, what is going on? What has happened? Has my information been leaked by Xiong Yong? Are the hunters coming to kill me? Hu Zhengfeng's voice took on a somber tone. No. I just received the news myself. Our Susan branch's second team was just annihilated by several factions of fanatics. Even the team leader and both vice leaders were taken down, offered as sacrifices to the demon on the spot. Only a handful survived, it's not just us. All the seekers from the Susan branch are on the run. Until the situation becomes clearer, no one dares to return. Jiang Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. The entire second team? Are you joking? I remember the team leader being stronger than team leader Wang. I heard he was quite a formidable mid-tier expert, and there were so many people in the second team. Different squads, each likely unfamiliar with one another. Our own members might not even know who is in the other teams. How did the fanatics find out? Could it be that a sleeper agent? Upon hearing this news, Jiang Yuan's first reaction was the notion of a sleeper agent. The demonic faction's infiltrators had begun to act. Otherwise, who besides the infiltrators could so precisely pinpoint the information of these personnel? It is crucial to note that even within the same team, apart from the team leader, not even the vice leaders would necessarily be privy to all the information about the various squads. He had previously heard Hu Zhengfeng and the others discussing that the Susan branch's second team comprised 5 squads in total, 1 team leader and 2 vice leaders. Naturally, the team leader would be well informed. But the 2 vice leaders managed 3 squads and 2 squads respectively, with no knowledge of the situation or member details of each other's squads. This management model was, in fact, employed throughout the entire Redemption organization. From branches to provincial headquarters, regional headquarters, and even the Yinshan national headquarters. The purpose was to prevent deeply embedded infiltrators from leaking information and to capture them all in one fell swoop. Even at the level of regional headquarters, there would be 2 or more individuals of the same rank and position, each managing their own personnel and areas, without interference or knowledge of one another. At the Yinshan national headquarters, there were more than a dozen elders, each managing their own affairs, convening for major decisions and discussions. However, if one were to inquire about the personnel under my command, apologies, but that is a dream. Anyone who dares to pry will meet their demise. I am at a loss regarding that. We shall await the results of the upper echelon's investigation, Hu Zhengfeng sighed. In any case, our immediate priority is to escape safely. That we will split our second squad into 2 groups. You and Chizhongyu will form one group, while I, Wang Rou, and Lin Lu will form another. We divided ourselves into 2 groups to hide separately, allowing for mutual support, though too many people would be problematic. We shall wait patiently until the situation becomes clearer. Shortly, I will have Qi Zhongyue contact you. You 2 can discuss where to go, as I shall neither inquire nor interfere. Above all, ensure your own safety. If danger arises, flee at once and contact us immediately. Jiang Yuan had no objections, replying, Understood. Soon after, Hu Zhengfeng ended the call. Within half a minute, Qi Zhongyue called, immediately asking, Where are you? Jiang Yuan responded, I am uncertain of my location. Please suggest a place, and I shall come to you. All right, let's south meet at Wangjia Road. There is a kiss bar there that we will gather there. Very well. Having established the meeting point, Jiang Yuan swiftly hailed a taxi and headed straight for his destination. Were they infiltrators? Or had the leader of the second group betrayed them? And who was the fanatic demon that struck? All these remained a mystery. However, one thing Jiang Yuan could be certain of, from this day forth, Su County would likely not be tranquil. Chapter 33. Are you this brazen? The bar was quite lively at 3 in the morning, with numerous young men and women unabashedly shaking their youthful bodies. Wow, look, a super handsome guy has arrived. Goodness, he is truly handsome. Come on, let us go get his contact information. Just as Jiang Yuan stepped inside, before he could even search for Qi Zhongyue, several heavily made-up women in revealing attire approached him. Handsome, are you alone? One woman, clad in a crop top that exposed her midriff, a form-fitting skirt, and high heels, asked with sparkling eyes. How about sharing your contact info? Handsome, want to have some fun together? Another short-haired girl invited. The third girl was even more forward, attempting to grab Jiang Yuan and pull him towards a seat, saying, "Oh, come on, why are you still shy? Let us have some fun together. We can enjoy ourselves here and later find a place to have even more fun, just the four of us." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuan immediately perked up. These girls, were they this bold? With a slight twist of his body, he deftly evaded the grasp of the third girl. Just as he was about to decline their advances, a delicate and slender hand grasped his elbow. Turning to look, he recognized her. It was indeed Qi Zhongyue. Ignoring Jiang Yuan's peculiar gaze, Qi Zhongyue calmly met the eyes of the three girls, and no words were exchanged. Yet her presence alone caused the three girls to smile awkwardly, and after appraising Qi Zhongyue's near-perfect figure, they pouted and discreetly retreated. Once the three women had departed, Qi Zhongyue took Jiang Yuan's arm and led him deeper inside. Navigating through the crowd, she unexpectedly brought him to the restroom, pulling him directly into the women's lavatory. Inside, there was another woman who had just finished using the toilet and was in the process of pulling up her pants. The door was ajar. Seeing a man enter, she instinctively wanted to scream, but upon catching sight of Jiang Yuan's face, she suppressed her reaction, merely casting a flirtatious glance at the pair, tinged with a hint of envy. She said nothing, adjusting her pants with a nonchalant air before leaving, seemingly unconcerned that she had just been seen by Jiang Yuan. Such nonchalance. Jiang Yuan, who had never set foot in a bar before, was genuinely taken aback. Is it truly this open? It can't be, can it? Jiang Yuan touched his face, pondering. Under normal circumstances, a boy would be perceived as a lecher and promptly ejected, but only someone like me, the second most handsome man in Sushi City, could enjoy such treatment. What? Are you reluctant to leave? Do you wish to return and entertain those three young ladies? Is it my intrusion that bothers you? As Jiang Yuan reveled in his thoughts, a soft voice drifted into his ears. The tone was rather unremarkable, yet it made Jiang Yuan shudder, and he retorted with righteous indignation. What are you saying? I was merely astonished that despite your heavy makeup, you still managed to outshine everyone. Truly a natural beauty, the fairest of the summer. I must say, Jiang Yuan was indeed speaking the truth. Upon his first glance at Qi Zhongyue, he hardly recognized her due to the extravagant makeup she wore. While others adorned themselves to conceal their flaws and enhance their beauty, Qi Zhongyue seemed to have done the opposite, deliberately diminishing her own allure. She had even dotted her face with several faux freckles. Yet, even with her efforts to appear less attractive, she remained extraordinarily beautiful, complemented by her near-perfect figure, causing the three girls to retreat in defeat. Qi Zhongyue rolled her eyes elegantly, but chose not to dwell on Jiang Yuan's deliberate change of subject. Her expression turned serious as she said, "Let's set that aside for now. Come with me." With that, she pulled Jiang Yuan into one of the restroom stalls. After shutting the door, she rummaged through her bag and swiftly produced an array of cosmetics. Jiang Yuan, sensing the moment, slightly bent forward and closed his eyes, allowing Qi Zhongyue to apply makeup to his face. All done. A few minutes later, Qi Zhongyue finished her artistic endeavor, glanced around at her handiwork, and nodded in satisfaction. Unbeknownst to them, the proximity between the two was rather intimate. As she spoke, her warm breath wafted over Jiang Yuan's face, fragrant and subtle, perfectly embodying the expression breath like orchids. "Thank you." Jiang Yuan smiled faintly, his gaze softening, his tone gentle. This atmosphere, this closeness. How could he not seize the opportunity to showcase the acting skills he had diligently honed over the past month? Qi Zhongyue's expression momentarily stiffened, and she awkwardly turned her head away, saying, "No need. Let's go to my place." She was the first to open the restroom door and stepped out. Jiang Yuan followed closely behind, reflecting on his own shortcomings. Indeed, in the realm of performance, he still had much to learn. Qi Zhongyue's slight awkwardness had been so naturally portrayed. With such foundational skills, he had a long journey ahead. He quickly dismissed these thoughts and curiously inquired, "To your place?" Qi Zhongyue, walking ahead without turning back, replied in a calm tone, "Yes, my other residence that I've never stayed there before, and if that place isn't safe, then nowhere in Sushi City is safe for us." Jiang Yuan nodded gently, refraining from further questions, and followed Qi Zhongyue as they swiftly exited through the back door of the bar. Qi Zhongyue's residence was an apartment building, her home situated on the 26th floor. A 2-bedroom, 2 living room, 1 kitchen, 1 bathroom apartment. The decor is both minimalist and inviting. However, since no one has resided here, and given that this house has been owned by Qi Zhongyue for several years, a thick layer of dust has settled throughout. Fortunately, the furniture, sofa, and bed are all covered with fabric, requiring only the removal of these coverings and a quick mopping of the floors to make the space livable. The two of them worked together. And in no time, they had tidied up the home. You can stay in this room. Jiang Yuan indicated one of the bedrooms to Jiang Yuan. Your toiletries and towels are all in the cabinet beneath the wash basin. You can find them yourself. All right. Jiang Yuan had no objections, yet he did not rush to rest. Furrowing his brow, he inquired, have there been any updates regarding the investigation from Team 2? Upon bringing up serious matters, Jiang Yuan's usual gentleness faded. Her delicate brows furrowed as she shook her head and replied, no, I possess no more information than you do. There is no need to dwell on that. Team Leader Wang and the higher-ups are certainly managing this situation. I believe there will be results by tomorrow. For now, focus on getting a good night's sleep to rejuvenate your spirit, so you are ready to face any unforeseen circumstances. After a brief pause, she added, seeing as you still seem quite alert, I shall go wash up first and I plan to retire for the night, so you may wash and prepare for bed afterwards, and do make your own bed. I shall leave that to you. Jiang Yuan nodded. I will manage it myself. You go ahead and freshen up. As Jiang Yuan went to wash and bathe, Jiang Yuan sat on the sofa, furrowing his brow in contemplation, but ultimately found himself at a loss and decided to set those thoughts aside. Just as Jiang Yuan had mentioned, there should be clarity by tomorrow. He was about to make his bed when he suddenly blinked and glanced towards Jiang Yuan's room. Her bed was also bare, merely a mattress. Drawing inspiration from the behavior of the warm-hearted protagonists in films, television shows, and novels, he thought, should he not be the one to make the bed for the female lead at this moment? With that thought, he sprang into action. He rummaged through the cupboard in her room and quickly laid out the sheets, duvet cover, and mattress pad. It be by the time Jiang Yuan finished making his own bed, Jiang Yuan emerged from her washroom, freshly attended to. Naturally, she could not be wearing pajamas but was instead dressed in attire suitable for daytime outings. Drying her hair with a towel, I'm done washing up. You should go, she began, only to be taken aback by the neatly made bed in her room. Nodding appreciatively, she remarked, not bad. You're learning quite quickly. It's evident that you have invested significant effort into mastering the art of disguise. Keep it up. I shall retire now. By the way, starting tomorrow, if there are no other matters at hand, I will teach you the next lesson in disguise. Jiang Yuan, astonished, asked, should I continue playing the role of the suitor for now? Without turning back, Jiang Yuan entered her room, and a moment later, her voice floated back, cool and calm. Yes, continue. Your current acting skills have merely scratched the surface. You must delve deeper. Understood. No problem, Jiang Yuan replied confidently. To portray the suitor effectively, he had spent his free time reminiscing about the films and television shows he had watched on Earth, recalling various archetypes such as the warm-hearted man, the domineering CEO, the gentle pet, the wolf-like protector, the hamsters, the sheep, the tigers, the cats. And so forth. This was merely the beginning. He had much more to learn. Chapter 34. The darkest days at Susan Division. Jiang was roused from her slumber by a phone call from Wang Ro. Glancing at the clock, she realized it was only 7 in the morning, having barely slept for a few hours. As soon as she answered, Wang Ro's grave voice resonated. Jiang, during this time, you and Jiang Yuan should stay hidden. Avoid exposing yourselves as much as possible. The severity in Wang Ro's tone caused Jiang to adopt a serious expression as she inquired, what is going on? Have the investigations yielded results? Is it a mole or a betrayal from the team leader? Wang Ro let out a sigh from the other end, explaining, I was unexpectedly called in to assist at 4 in the morning, but based on our current investigation, the team leader of the second group has not betrayed us. Whether there is a mole remains unclear. We have yet to find any signs of their activity. Moreover, even if there is a mole, we believe it improbable for them to acquire the complete personnel information of a team, let alone pinpoint their locations. Typically, moles only reveal themselves when targeting truly valuable individuals. They tend to remain concealed from ordinary disruptors. The personnel lost in the second group yesterday were all Redeemers and Guardians, while the disguisers in the second group remained unscathed. Thus, we suspect it may not be a mole. The exact cause is still under investigation. Until we uncover the truth, keep your heads down and stay hidden. Do not give the fanatics any opportunities, especially Jiang Yuan. You are well aware of his significance. Jiang responded resolutely. Rest assured, Ro Jie, he will not come to harm before I do. All right, we shall proceed as such. I will inform you of any updates, and please ensure to notify us of any developments on your end at the earliest. Wang Ro suddenly chuckled and remarked, perfect. Take this opportunity to mentor Jiang Yuan one-on-one. I trust that your individual guidance will yield progress as swift as in the safe house. After all, that you two transitioned from being a disguiser and were hailed as a prodigious talent in that field. In any case, strive to accelerate his advancement. I have learned from team leader Wang that plans for Jiang Yuan's assignments are already in the works. When Wang Ro referred to the past, Shizhangyu's expression remained unchanged, her demeanor unusually calm. Once Wang Ro finished speaking, she softly replied, "Understood. Ro Jie, I will ensure to teach him well." After ending the call, Shizhangyu found herself unable to return to sleep. She dressed and stepped out of her room. Upon exiting, she was taken aback to see a lavish and aesthetically pleasing breakfast laid out on the dining table. She looked up in astonishment towards the kitchen, where Jiang Yuan was busily tying an apron around himself. "That you're awake. Go wash up and prepare for breakfast," Jiang Yuan said, turning around with a radiant smile upon hearing her movement behind him. Shizhangyu averted her gaze slightly, asking, "Did you not sleep at all last night?" Jiang Yuan shook his head, responding, "Of course not, that I've simply grown accustomed to waking up early. Then I shall wash up. Thank you for your hard work. It's no trouble at all." 10 minutes later, the two were seated at the dining table, enjoying breakfast. By the way, did you prepare all this breakfast yourself? Did you leave early this morning? Shizhangyu suddenly recalled this matter, furrowing her brows as she inquired. Jiang Yuan replied, "At such a critical moment, I am far from foolish. I ordered a delivery via a mobile app to purchase ingredients from the market. Enough to last us several days, so we won't need to step outside for a while." Shizhangyu, upon hearing this, relaxed her delicate brows, a hint of satisfaction gracing her youthful face. "Not bad, not bad. Your vigilance is commendable. These past few days haven't been in vain. The taste is quite delightful. Thank you for the breakfast. I truly enjoy it." Jiang Yuan beamed brightly once more, radiating warmth and charm. "As long as you like it, sister." In an instant, Shizhangyu's beautiful doe-like eyes widened, her cheeks puffing up in surprise as she gazed at Jiang Yuan, momentarily speechless. "What did you just call me?" Jiang Yuan repeated, "Sister" this time. The term was laced with a lingering tone. Shizhangyu shivered slightly, nearly dropping her chopsticks onto the table. She was acutely aware that Jiang Yuan was being intentionally playful, adopting a new persona as a suitor. Indeed, she had to admit that Jiang Yuan possessed a notable talent for such performances. However, as the subject of this experiment, she found it rather difficult to accept this particular style. It wasn't that it was distasteful. Rather, it was simply overwhelmingly saccharine, truly unbearable. "Stop. Please don't call me that," Shizhangyu quickly interjected, but as Jiang Yuan appeared ready to speak again, she hastily added, "Hold on, let us get back to business. Just now, Ro Jie called me about yesterday's events." Soon as the conversation shifted to serious matters, Jiang Yuan regained his composure. Shizhangyu recounted Wang Ro's words. Indeed, upon hearing them, Jiang Yuan looked perplexed, furrowing his brow. The team leader hasn't defected, nor are there any signs of infiltrators. This makes no sense. After pondering for a while without arriving at a conclusion, he sighed. Let the higher-ups deal with this headache. That he then set down his bowl and chopsticks, no longer pretending to be the playful puppy, and cheerfully remarked, "I'm full now. You take your time eating. I'm going for a run." Shizhangyu's apartment was equipped with a treadmill, albeit a standard one that only reached moderate speeds. Still, having one was better than none. After 2 hours of vigorous exercise, Shizhangyu began to teach Jiang Yuan some skills he had been learning. She taught with great seriousness, and Jiang Yuan was equally earnest in his studies. Thus, time passed unobserved, and the two of them resembled a cozy couple sharing a life together. Their days filled with warmth and fulfillment. While their interactions were harmonious, the external situation was a chaotic mess. They remained in the small apartment for a full 3 days. Not only did no good news arrive, but a string of unfortunate tidings followed. The reason for the targeted elimination of Team 2 remained elusive, and moreover, members from Teams 1, 4, and 6 began to be systematically hunted down during these 3 days. Only Teams 3 and 5 managed to escape the carnage. Thankfully, this wave of precise attacks did not result in the wholesale annihilation witnessed with Team 2. Instead, it was a gradual process. A few hunted down one day, and a few more the next. By the end of the 3 days, 8 individuals from the 3 groups lay dead. Anxiety permeated the AI. No one knew exactly what was happening or how those fanatics had discovered. Jiang Yuan and Shizhangyu were currently seated in the living room, engaged in a video call with Wang Ro. Wang Rou's voice sounded remarkably fatigued. During this period, you must refrain from going anywhere in our entire sub-branch of Susan City. Only our teams 3 and 5 have managed to escape unscathed. Yet, none can guarantee that those fanatics won't target us, so we must remain hidden for the time being. After a brief pause, Wang Rou continued, however, I believe the situation will be resolved swiftly. It is said that the provincial headquarters is furious, and a deputy minister has personally come down to investigate. Our sub-branch's minister and deputy ministers have all been isolated, and this deputy minister will intervene directly. Let us endure for a few more days. I have faith. Jiang Yuan's expression was grave. The fear of the unknown was most disconcerting. Knock, knock, knock. Before Wang Rou could finish her sentence, a sudden rap on the security door interrupted them. That a man's voice called from outside. Hello, I'm the courier. I have brought the items you ordered. Beside him, Jiang rose and informed Wang Rou through the video, Sister Rou, I'll go get it. We've run out of groceries these past few days. So I had the courier buy some more. Wang Rou nodded gently. However, just as Jiang was about to open the door, Jiang Yuan abruptly seized her, his countenance shifting dramatically as he glanced towards the door. In a somewhat awkward, breathless tone, tinged with a hint of exhilaration, he shouted towards the entrance. Hey there, just a moment, please. My girlfriend and I are a bit indisposed at the moment. So sorry. We'll be right with you. With that, he swiftly grabbed a knife from the coffee table and Jiang long sword, handing the latter to her. Wang Rou's expression shifted dramatically, her face paling in an instant. She dared not utter another word and hastily dashed towards the adjacent room where Aunt Wang was located. She didn't even dare to end the video call, fearing that the sound of disconnection might attract the attention of the person outside. On this side, Jiang comprehended Jiang Yuan's first words immediately, her expression changing in an instant as well. Yet, her transformation was unlike that of Wang Rou or Jiang Yuan. One moment, she was the gentle, lively, and exquisitely beautiful neighborly fairy. The next, she morphed into a frenzied, bloodthirsty figure, her eyes ablaze with madness. Fortunately, her frenzy was not the mindless kind exhibited by demonic zealots. She was wild yet remarkably composed, in a tone that was both bashful and teasing. She remarked, "Oh dear, you can just go yourself. I'll simply hide in the room. You take care of it." Although she spoke with a voice that could make one's heart tremble, her movements were assured and decisive. She silently guided Jiang Yuan to the floor-to-ceiling window on the balcony, swiftly drawing back the curtain on the left side. But on the left side of the balcony was a half-wall, and embedded deep within it was a bolt with a hook. Above the hook, a thick safety latch was secured, which was connected to a large bundle of parachute rope, the end of which bore another safety latch. This was a high-rise fire escape mechanism. Jiang Yuan was elated. He had expected to engage in a fierce battle, perhaps even meet his end today, considering that none who had been accurately targeted in recent days had survived. Now that we possess this item, our chances of survival have significantly increased. Are you ready? I still need to send the next order, so please hurry. Jiang swiftly bound Jiang Yuan with a rope, to which Jiang Yuan responded rapidly, coming right away. However, just as the words left his mouth, a thunderous crash resounded as a powerful kick struck the sturdy security door, causing the entire house to tremble momentarily. Fortunately, the door was custom-made and did not yield to the force. Witnessing this, the two dared not delay any further. Jiang leapt onto Jiang Yuan, wrapping her arms tightly around his neck, while her long, elegant legs encircled his waist. Jiang Yuan, with one arm around Jiang, smashed the side window with a fierce blow, without a moment's hesitation. Embracing Jiang, he leaped from the 26th floor. Chapter 35. The hunter. The howling wind whistled past, causing a slight pain in their eardrums. Jiang clung even tighter, her body pressed against his. Even with her initial second-tier strength, a fall from the 26th floor would certainly spell death. The fierce wind whipped Jiang's hair into a wild dance, each strand brushing against Jiang Yuan's face, obscuring his vision. Midway through their descent, amidst the roaring wind, they distinctly heard a tremendous crash from the 26th floor. The heavy security door had violently slammed against the floor-to-ceiling window on the balcony, protruding slightly. Had it not been for the aluminum alloy frame of the window, the door might have burst through entirely. That moment, accompanied by a sudden and immense pulling force, the ropes tied around their legs and waist tightened abruptly, causing a sharp pain that coursed through those areas. Fortunately, Jiang Yuan's physical condition remained unscathed. Though he felt pain, it did not hinder him. They were now only half a meter from the ground. Suddenly, The ropes began to stir, and looking up, they saw a man with a long pole wrapping the ropes several times before leaping down, his expression devoid of emotion, his red eyes fixed intently upon them, betraying signs of losing his sanity. With a swift motion, Jiang Yuan, wielding a long sword, severed the ropes while declaring in a commanding voice, "First-tier hunter, run." Upon hearing first-tier hunter, Jiang Yuan did not hesitate for a moment. He turned and sprinted away. Just like the redeemers among the broken ones, those who serve as hunters in the demon faction are invariably the most formidable fighters. Take, for instance, the recent incident involving the male and female bandits. Hu Jingfeng was merely a second-tier fighter. Yet that man was a first-tier. However, the latter was subdued by Hu Jingfeng. Although Hu Jingfeng sustained considerable injuries, his opponent's reluctance to engage had granted him the opportunity, indirectly highlighting the strength of both the redeemers and the hunters. Into the mall ahead, Jiang Yuan shouted, pointing toward a small shopping center. Jiang Yuan immediately changed direction and dashed forward. This moment, the hunter behind them had landed, moving even quicker, his eyes glinting with excitement and madness as he fixated on their retreating figures. As the distance between them diminished, Jiang Yuan's voice resonated loudly, yet remained remarkably calm. "You run ahead, I will hold them off." With that declaration, she stood her ground, turning to face her adversary, her sword poised before her, exuding a cold, bloodthirsty, and frenzied aura. Instead of retreating, she advanced, letting out a fierce cry as she boldly confronted her opponent. Jiang Yuan felt a jolt in his heart, gritted his teeth, and dashed into the shopping center. Behind him, the two combatants had already engaged in battle. Observing Jiang Yuan's unwavering flight, Jiang Yuan's increasingly frenzied emotions revealed a hint of satisfaction, yet unbeknownst to her. A fleeting shadow of unrecognized solemnity flashed across her. Nevertheless, all emotions quickly smoothed over. She yearned to survive as much as anyone else, and faced her relentless pursuer with unwavering resolve. The surging force of redemption coursed through her. A crimson sword beam swept toward her opponent. The fundamental distinction between the power of redemption and demonic energy did not lie in the color of the energy. Both were a vivid crimson, but rather in the nature of their essence. The power of redemption was a pure and mysterious energy, whereas demonic energy bore the mark of malevolence, possessing a profound corrosive effect on the soul. Were demonic energy to shed its insidious grip on the soul, it would, in essence, become indistinguishable from the power of redemption. This sword beam was effortlessly evaded by her opponent, who, in the process, leaped into the air, wielding a metallic staff, and roared with a fierce countenance as he brought it crashing down upon Jiang Yuan. The speed was astonishing, and the force immense, producing a sound akin to the rending of air. Bang! Puff! The hunter's metallic staff struck Jiang Yuan with tremendous force, propelling her back over 10 meters and causing her to spit a mouthful of blood. The disparity in power between the two was stark. This hunter was not merely a novice-level pursuer. He was a seasoned first-tier hunter. By Jiang Yuan's classification, this adversary would be an initial first-tier LV7 or higher, potentially even LV10, merely a step away from the intermediate tier. The difference between an initial first-tier LV1 and LV10 was substantial. Struck and bloodied, Jiang Yuan's fury and ferocity ignited. The power of redemption surged wildly within her. Her beautiful doe-like eyes now of vivid crimson. The true essence of control over zealots lies not in their reason, but in their thoughts and souls. Due to the feeble strength of the majority of believers, particularly the novice zealots, they are prone to losing their rationality. However, for some formidable individuals, the likelihood of succumbing to madness in the face of despair is markedly diminished. It is essential to distinguish between reason and thought. A zealot whose thoughts and soul are manipulated cannot, irrespective of their rationality, transform into a figure of despair. The hunter before them evidently possesses a rather lackluster soul strength, initially able to maintain a semblance of reason. Upon encountering Jiang Yuan, he is immediately seized by the impulse to flee, his rationality swiftly evaporating. The two engage in combat once more. This hunter is indeed formidable, yet Jiang Yuan is far from defenseless. Although she finds herself at a disadvantage, it is no trivial matter for her opponent to eliminate her with ease. Their fierce battle wreaks havoc on the surroundings of the shopping center, scattering debris everywhere, while onlookers have long since retreated to safety, observing from a distance. Of course, had they known Jiang Yuan was a figure of despair, they would have charged in like a horde of zombies. Such scenes are hardly surprising in this world. They occur daily. With a sudden miscalculation, Jiang Yuan is struck once more, hurtling against the tempered glass door of the mall, shattering it and creating a sizable hole. She collapses to the ground, blood streaming from her mouth. This moment, she is almost devoid of the strength to move, having underestimated the potency of a novice first-tier hunter. Glancing at her adversary, he too bears numerous wounds, yet none are fatal. The most severe is merely a bloodline along his abdomen. His expression is one of frenzied excitement, muttering incoherent phrases such as "die, sacrifice, I shall chop you up for the offering." In a flash, he transforms into a dark shadow, lunging once more at Jiang Yuan. The raised metal staff brims with demonic energy. It is not difficult to envision that a single strike would obliterate her head, as if it were a watermelon. At this juncture, evasion is no longer an option for Jiang Yuan. She can only watch helplessly as the staff descends, her gaze betraying little fear or despair. Instead, she appears eerily calm, even hinting at a sense of liberation. Death could indeed be a welcome release. It would mean reuniting with her mother and seeking atonement face to face. Yet, at that very moment, a small pig-like figure suddenly bursts forth from behind the entrance of the mall. Like a bolt of lightning, a gleaming straight sword, radiating a chilling brilliance, is aimed directly at the back of the hunter. Chapter 36. The pig hero descends from the heavens. Fleeing is unequivocally not an option. When the time comes to run, that will be a different matter. However, in the current situation, Jiang Yuan cannot possibly retreat. He has a trump card. He can directly break through to the novice second tier. Though it may not guarantee victory against the hunter, he believes that together with Jiang Yuan, survival is certainly achievable. Confrontation is clearly not a prudent approach, and unless absolutely necessary, Jiang Yuan is reluctant to hastily ascend to the novice second tier. His current strength has yet to be fully consolidated. A rash breakthrough could have significant ramifications for the future. Upon entering the mall, Jiang Yuan's mind raced, contemplating how to navigate the predicament that as he surveyed his surroundings. A sudden inspiration struck him upon noticing a person in a costume distributing flyers at the entrance of the mall. He promptly spent 3,000 yuan to purchase the costume and donned it himself. Choosing to conceal himself beside the mall's entrance, patiently awaiting the opportune moment, watching the beleaguered Jiang Yuan and Jiang Yuan, anxiety surged within him, compelling him several times to launch himself into the fray to assist. However, his rationality prevailed, urging him to remain calm and wait for the perfect opportunity. Perhaps it was Jiang Yuan's heightened emotional state that triggered a mechanism of the untrustworthy belief, causing his personal attributes to manifest. A sudden epiphany blossomed within him. Initially taken aback, Jiang Yuan, following this instinctive feeling, attempted to mobilize 10 points of survival points. In the next moment, a surge of salvific power, seemingly from nowhere, enveloped him entirely. This redemptive force did not originate from within him. Rather, it was derived from the conversion of survival points. This revelation sent Jiang Yuan into a frenzy of joy. He had indeed been oblivious to this aspect of the untrustworthy belief. Upon further contemplation, he discerned that this salvific power was not particularly formidable. However, it could be enhanced by expending additional survival points, with varying quantities resulting in different magnitudes of redemptive strength, akin to different realms of power. In essence, this function provided Jiang Yuan with an additional power bank. Moreover, it could be adjusted for greater output, allowing him to temporarily exhibit strength surpassing his current capabilities, before he could delve deeper into this newfound ability. Jiang Yuan was abruptly hurled into the air, shattering glass as she crashed to the ground. The hunter followed closely, his face twisted in maniacal glee as he brandished his metal staff, with no time to spare for contemplation. Jiang Yuan immediately expended 300 survival points to convert them into redemptive power. Initially, he had intended to deplete all his points, but alas, only whole numbers could be consumed in that instant. A torrent of ferocious redemptive power erupted within him. Starkly contrasting the gentle rewards typically granted after vanquishing fervent believers, the sheer ferocity of this force nearly caused Jiang Yuan to explode from within. Fortunately, his physique had reached the Li with a soft thud. The blade, empowered by the first tier of beginner's redemptive force, effortlessly pierced the left flank of the hunter. Jiang Yuan positioned the knife horizontally, intending to deliver a swift cut through the gaping wound. The adversary let out a furious roar, leaping backward with such force that he extricated himself from the blade. Blood gushed forth. I will kill you. I will kill you. Heretic, I shall slay you. the zealot's eyes burned crimson. The agony did not bring him clarity, but rather drove him into a frenzied rage. Ignoring his wounds, he charged forward with a beastly howl. Be careful. Run, now. At that moment, Jiang Yuan, lying in the pool below, could no longer afford anger or disappointment. Her mind was too overwhelmed to ponder how Jiang Yuan had managed the sneak attack. That it was well known that with a two-tier difference in cultivation, even a surprise attack had a high probability of failure unless the distance was exceptionally close. Seeing the hunter fixate on Jiang Yuan, she anxiously shouted, gritting her teeth, forcing her battered body to rush forward with her sword in hand to provide support. I'll hold them off. You must go. Get out of here. Leave. As Jiang Yuan approached the hunter first due to her proximity, she threw those words over her shoulder without a backward glance, boldly charging at the foe. Her demeanor radiated a fearless resolve, as if she had already accepted her fate. This only incited further wrath in the hunter, who swung his staff in her direction, just as the two were about to clash. Unexpectedly, a warm yet powerful hand grasped the elegant nape of Jiang Yuan's neck, pulling her back. In the midst of her bewilderment, a comical figure appeared before her, plump and tall, adorned with large pig-like ears and a prominent belly, even sporting a curly pig's tail. When the knife met the staff, the anticipated clash did not occur. The pig-like figure merely took a small step back, while the hunter stumbled back 7 or 8 steps. Barely managing to steady himself, blood flowed from his injured hand. The sheer force of the impact had cracked his palm. Jiang Yuan stood frozen in place. Looking again at the pig-like figure, she saw Jiang Yuan toss the pig head aside, sending it rolling far away. That he swiftly slashed the blade across himself, accurately severing the bindings of the figure, liberating it completely. There was no time for further conversation with Jiang Yuan. Seizing the moment, he bellowed louder than his opponent, "Heretic, die! I shall offer you as a sacrifice. All who betray the benevolent Holy One deserve death." His voice thundered across the arena. Jiang Yuan's expression had morphed into one of manic insanity, surpassing even that of his foe. There was no choice. They were in a marketplace, surrounded by cameras, with many onlookers eager to witness the spectacle. What Jiang Yuan failed to notice was that when he removed the pig mask and revealed his face, a flicker of clarity emerged in the eyes of the frenzied hunter, momentarily dispelling his madness. With a hint of struggle and calmness replacing the frenzy, he charged towards Jiang Yuan once more. Chapter 37. The Hidden Hand. Bang bang boom. Clang. Bang. The grand hall of the shopping mall had transformed into a chaotic scene amidst its luxurious decor. In the center of the hall, 2 figures collided with fervor, their blades and staffs creating a dazzling display of light, as if their silhouettes were mere phantoms. At this moment, Jiang Yuan steadied herself with one hand on her longsword, which she had planted on the ground, while the other hand pressed against her severely injured abdomen, silently observing the fierce struggle unfolding before her. For a fleeting moment, she even entertained the notion that Jiang Yuan might be an infiltrator. Had he orchestrated an elaborate scheme to lure Captain Wang into the trap, subsequently embedding himself within the Redemption Organization? Otherwise, how could one explain the bewildering scene before her? She could comprehend and accept Jiang Yuan's previous solitary defeat of Xiong Yong. However, what was this madness? He was merely at the initial 3rd rank, and he had only just recently achieved that status. How could he possibly contend with a first-rank hunter in such an evenly matched manner? Of course, she only pondered this without genuinely believing Jiang Yuan to be an infiltrator. Firstly, considering Jiang Yuan's age, it would be nearly impossible to cultivate someone so profoundly skilled without any visible flaws unless they had been trained from a young age. Moreover, before the age of 18, one could not pledge allegiance to a demon, as their soul would not have fully matured. Engaging in a pact before then would inevitably lead to death. The corruption from the demon's power would be insurmountable, and even those with inherently strong souls would find it futile. If the soul was incomplete, no degree of strength could compensate. Therefore, was it merely a matter of talent? Jiang Yuan found herself reluctant to engage in further dialogue. Bang! Once more, the 2 combatants clashed, the hunter forcefully repelling Jiang Yuan with a strike. This time, he refrained from advancing further. Casting a deep glance at Jiang Yuan, he uttered not a word and swiftly turned to depart. Jiang Yuan, observing the retreating figure, made no attempt to pursue. It was not that he lacked the desire to chase, but rather that he could not. After approximately 2 minutes of intense fighting, he realized that the immense power of redemption would not endure much longer. Ultimately, it was not his own. It could not remain condensed around him indefinitely. The toll of his own exertion, coupled with natural depletion, was considerable, estimating that he could only maintain such a state for a maximum of 3 minutes under full exertion before it dissipated. He acknowledged that if he ceased fighting, it would vanish within half an hour. He could neither absorb it nor cultivate it within his body. The sole advantage lay in the temporary acquisition of combat strength far surpassing his own realm. However, the expenditure of a full 300 survival points was enough to cause Jiang Yuan considerable distress. It was worth noting that accumulating 300 survival points under normal circumstances would require a full 100 days. Yet, the silver lining was that he now possessed a formidable trump card for survival. Furthermore, he could currently only endure the infusion of the initial first-rank power of redemption. Any additional power, even a fraction, would cause him to explode from the strain. Nevertheless, Jiang Yuan's thoughts were far removed from this concern as he gazed toward the direction in which the hunter had vanished. His expression darkened, and his heart was shrouded in a thick veil of gloom. Initially, he had not perceived the anomaly. Yet, as the battle progressed, he realized that the opponent had no genuine intent to kill him. On numerous occasions, the adversary's strikes had aimed directly at his vital points, but each time, the assailant either altered their attack trajectory or entirely refrained from targeting that area. This bizarre situation did not bring the slightest joy to Jiang Yuan. Rather, it seemed as though the elusive puppet master he had deliberately chosen to ignore for several days had resurfaced once more. What exactly did he intend to do? What was his ultimate goal? Initially, it was Xiong Yang, and now it was this enigmatic hunter, approaching him with the intent to kill yet refraining from doing so, especially in the case of Xiong Yang, who had almost seemed to offer his own head on a platter. Wait, a sudden chill coursed through Jiang Yuan's body as he contemplated a chilling possibility, offering one's head. Indeed, in hindsight, did not Xiong Yang merely deliver himself to Jiang Yuan as a sacrificial offering? What was the purpose behind this offering? To facilitate his breakthrough, to elevate his status. Then what was the ultimate aim of this elevation? Moreover, what kind of individual could compel another to willingly surrender their own life? According to the findings from Aunt Wang's investigation, Xiong Yang was a devotee of the righteous courage demon. This implied that the shadowy figure behind it all was none other than the followers of the righteous courage demon. A bitter smile crept onto Jiang Yuan's lips. If that were indeed the case, it would be nothing short of a calamity. The righteous courage demon is one of the most powerful demonic entities among the current followers of Yin Huang. To be targeted by the righteous followers, and it seemed to be a prominent figure among them. Did he truly still have a chance to escape this predicament? He did not know. Furthermore, how had such a significant figure set their sights on him? Xiong Yang? What interest could they possibly have in a mere insignificant character like himself? Did they discover that he was an imposter? If they knew he was an imposter, should they not have eliminated him at the first opportunity? Too many enigmas remained unresolved. Hurry, the security personnel are on their way. Soon it will be impossible to leave. As Jiang Yuan remained ensnared in a web of uncertainty, he heard Qi Zhongyue's urgent urging. Startled back to reality, he glanced at Qi Zhongyue's current state and, without a word, bent down to scoop her up in a princess carry, striding swiftly away from the scene. Qi Zhongyue remained silent, neither protesting nor urging Jiang Yuan to set her down, nor offering a single word. It was not until the crowd began to thin that she finally spoke, her voice cold and expressionless. "Put me down." Jiang Yuan glanced around, confirming that there was no immediate danger, and nodded before gently placing Qi Zhongyue back on the ground. The moment her small feet, clad in white shoes, touched the ground, she gasped, evidently feeling the strain of her injuries. "Let me support you," Jiang Yuan promptly offered, extending his hand to steady her. Slowly, Qi Zhongyue withdrew her arm, maintaining her silence as she trudged ahead, seemingly unaware of their destination. Jiang Yuan cleared his throat. He could discern that Qi Zhongyue was upset. Nonetheless, he could not bear to witness her risking her life for him. Indeed, his actions had not been those of a rational and mature impostor. Yet the recent death of Xiaofeng Yu was still fresh in his mind, and he could not allow Qi Zhongyue to repeat that tragic fate. Besides, he had enough confidence to refrain from fleeing alone. Stealing a glance at Qi Zhongyue, he could not discern her true emotions. That he pondered how to placate her. Should he dash forward and embrace her like a domineering CEO, or perhaps whine like a little puppy? Or perhaps in the midst of contemplation, suddenly, a single droplet of crystal-clear water fell silently, splattering onto the cement floor and forming a circle, akin to a blooming crystal flower. Jiang Yuan stood in a daze, momentarily silent, before hastily taking a few steps forward to gently grasp the arm of Qi Zhongyue, his voice laden with regret. "I'm sorry." Before he could finish, Qi Zhongyue abruptly halted, spinning around with fervor. Her small fist pounding relentlessly upon Jiang Yuan's shoulders as she cried out in a fit of hysteria. You scoundrel, why didn't you run? Why didn't you run? You promised me yourself. Why did you come back to save me? Why did you come back? Scoundrel, scoundrel, scoundrel. Tears cascaded down like a string of pearls, rolling off one by one. That the more she cried, the deeper her sorrow and regret became. Why didn't you let me die? Why did you save me? Why can't I go meet my father, my mother, and my sister? Why can't I be like you, who disregards everything? Her cries resonated with a profound sense of regret and sorrow. Jiang Yuan remained silent. Chapter 38. Qizhongyue. Beside the road leading to the town, there lay a ditch, across which stretched an endless expanse of cornfields. This moment, a young couple was seated on the ground beside the ditch. The young man was handsome, while the young woman was stunningly beautiful. Were it not for the bloodstains adorning their clothes and the swelling around her eyes, anyone who laid eyes upon them would surely marvel at the sight of such a pair of golden youth. Qizhongyue wept until exhaustion overcame her, yet after venting her emotions, she seemed somewhat steadied. Her beautiful, swollen eyes, resembling those of a doe, gazed longingly at the murky water in the ditch as she softly recounted, I used to actually be a pretender as well. A born disillusioned one. Surprised, aren't you? Only team leader Wang and sister Ro know about this. The captain, Lin Lei, and Xiao Fingyu only know that I was a pretender. And of the latter kind. I am a natural disillusioned one, yet my parents and my sister, who is a year older than me, are all believers. Thus, my relationship with them has always been particularly strained. Then one day, team leader Wang found me. By that time, I had already undergone the initiation ceremony under the supervision of other demonic believers. Subsequently, I became a pretender. As she spoke, Qizhongyue appeared entirely absorbed in her memories. Her flawless face adorned with smiles and reminiscences, yet overshadowed by deeper pain. In truth, several years ago, we were not the second team, but the first team that time. Hugu and Sister Ro were not the captains. They were merely ordinary members. The captain then was a sister who took special care of me, while the vice captain was a gentle elder. We had several teammates, and our bonds were exceptionally strong. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuan could already surmise the ensuing narrative without requiring further elaboration from Qizhongyue. He gazed tenderly at this girl who harbored such a secret, yet could only sigh. Having merely been a pretender for a few days, the death of Xiao Fingyu for his sake had left Jiang Yuan's heart encumbered with an immense stone, causing him great discomfort. As expected. In the stillness of the pond, Qizhongyue lingered in a moment of daze, suddenly breaking into a haunting smile, her tone steeped in sorrow as she recounted. There came a time during a mission when I was poised to relay crucial intelligence, only to be plagued by doubts that my pursuer was simultaneously making his move. That my captain, vice captain, and several comrades sacrificed their lives to cover my retreat, all mercilessly slain. Ultimately, only Hu Zhongfeng and Ruji remained to shield me as we fled. Yet we were still relentlessly pursued by the Seeker. I thought my demise was inevitable. Perhaps had that been the case, I could have accepted it with equanimity. It was then that my father, mother, and sister, astonishingly aware of my identity as a betrayer, came to enact my execution. They even proclaimed their intent to dismember me into a gruesome paste to offer to the demon. I was engulfed in despair. At this juncture, Qizhongyue's body trembled uncontrollably, her profound sorrow palpable to Jiang Yuan, who could sense the eruption of her anguish. Tears cascaded down her cheeks anew as she lamented. In that moment, my despair was profound. Being hunted by those fanatical demons was one thing, but to be pursued by my own flesh and blood was unbearable. I recognized that their souls had been tainted by the demon's power, yet in that instant, it was a reality I could not endure. But, do you understand? When they descended upon me in a frenzy, my father suddenly smiled gently at me, a smile I had never witnessed before. Then he detonated himself with a bomb. Following that, my sister too smiled at me and followed suit, sacrificing herself alongside the remaining zealots. I was on the brink of madness, truly on the edge of insanity. At that moment, the only one who did not mirror their frenzy was my mother, who continued her advance towards me with lethal intent. It was then that I realized my mother was, in fact, a formidable mid-tier warrior. As she approached, the other fanatics, alerted by the commotion, emerged, and then my mother. She trembled intensely, her crimson lips quivering for what felt like an eternity. Yet she could not utter another word. Jiang Yuan stood in stunned silence. The only comfort he could provide was a gentle stroke along Qizhongyue's trembling spine, attempting to soothe her turmoil. Then, astonishingly, my mother berated me, calling me a disciple of the demon, cursing the deity she had devoted herself to as a wretched fiend. She decried me as an unfilial daughter for exposing her. I was utterly stunned, paralyzed with fear. She clashed with those fanatics, and in that moment, I truly wished to aid her. I truly did. But upon meeting my mother's gaze, a look of unprecedented tenderness in her eyes, I understood her silent message. I watched helplessly as my mother met her tragic end before my eyes. It was only then that the truth dawned upon me. They had recognized my heightened soul strength when I was but a child and had been grooming me as a decoy since my early years. For a long time, I have deliberately disguised myself as a believer, which has led me to harbor feelings of aversion, even loathing, toward them. It is only in this manner that I can better conceal my true self and safeguard my existence. They have cultivated me as a masquerader, while they themselves have assumed the role of my darkest adversaries. It turns out they are indeed my darkest adversaries. My greatest tormentors were none other than my despised father, mother, and sister from my childhood. As she reached the end of her lament, Jiang Yuan found herself unable to utter another word, tears streaming down her face. Jiang Yuan was profoundly shaken, overwhelmed by the revelation. He had contemplated countless possibilities, yet he had never envisioned Jiang Yuan's experiences to be so harrowing. He finally understood why she had once been a masquerader and had now transformed into a redeemer. After enduring such tribulations, it was unlikely that any masquerader could continue to hide their true self amidst a congregation of demonic believers. He came to comprehend why Jiang Yuan's emotions would become so extreme whenever she spoke of demons or fanatics, especially when the time came to confront these zealots. If it were him, he would be even more radical. He would lose all restraint, annihilating every last one of those demonic fanatics, flaying them alive, tearing them apart, reducing them to mere pulp. Although the true source of malevolence lay with the dim, rest assured. Whenever I lack confidence, I shall flee at the first opportunity. Today, however, I am genuinely assured. Look, both of us are doing quite well, are we not? Jiang Yuan's words prompted Jiang Yuan to nod in agreement. Though she could not conceal her astonishment as she inquired, "How did you manage that? You have only just recently ascended, yet you managed to hold your ground against a first-tier hunter." After speaking, she quickly shook her head, adding, "Never mind, I shan't pry. This is your secret, and I merely need to acknowledge your prowess. However, you must not disclose this to anyone else, remember, to anyone. This shall serve as your trump card." Jiang Yuan nodded gently. Without Jiang Yuan's admonition, he would have done the same. The only regret was that the hunter had escaped. One could only wonder if he would report to his hidden masters. Nevertheless, Jiang Yuan was unconcerned, for he possessed more than one trump card. After a moment's contemplation, he smiled and said, "I can share this with you. In truth, I am quite perplexed myself." Jiang Yuan recounted the thoughts he had crafted along the way, stating, "This situation is somewhat unexpected. Just a couple of days ago, I had a sudden inspiration. If the power of redemption could enhance one's combat abilities, could the soul not do the same? Thus, I began my experiments and discovered that by expending a significant amount of soul energy, I could attain power far beyond my current realm for a fleeting moment. Alas, it cannot be sustained and drains the soul considerably. But fortunately, this depletion is recoverable, taking perhaps a few days." Jiang Yuan listened in stunned silence, her mind racing with disbelief. To expend vast amounts of soul energy for a brief surge in power? Impossible. This cannot be true. She raised her doubts, yet Jiang Yuan's prior performance was vivid in her memory, leaving her with no choice but to believe. In that instant, exhilaration surged within her. Perhaps Jiang Yuan had uncovered a novel application for the soul. If that were the case, could she not also? Without further ado, she hastily began her own attempts. Regrettably, after numerous trials, she still observed no results. Unwilling to concede defeat, she pressed on. "How exactly did you accomplish this? Is there a special method?" Jiang Yuan shook his head. "There is no special method. It is merely a matter of harnessing one's willpower to control one's thoughts. Become stronger, become stronger, become stronger, and then one becomes stronger. He had no real method to offer. These words were the best rationale he could concoct in such a brief span. Where could he possibly find a genuine and effective technique? As for why others failed where he succeeded, he would not elaborate. The answer was simply innate talent. Jiang Yuan fell silent. She attempted once more, yet still to no avail, ultimately resigning herself to disappointment. She did not harbor doubts, believing instead that Jiang Yuan must possess extraordinary talent. Once more, she reiterated, "This matter must remain between us. Do not disclose it to anyone. Under any circumstances," the moon in the pond advised. "Since this method requires both innate talent and an exceptionally high level of spiritual strength, it is evident that an ordinary person cannot possibly achieve it. Although my own spiritual power is considerable, I still find it unattainable. Thus, it stands to reason that our captain and the others are equally incapable. Therefore, there is no need to speak of it, lest this method inadvertently reaches the ears of those zealots. Should a fanatic manage to wield it, it would pose yet another blow to us. The seekers of truth that it is best to keep all of this buried deep within our hearts. Jiang Yuan naturally harbored no objections. He was merely attempting to obscure the fact that he wished to suddenly grow stronger. Since Jiang Yuan chose not to speak of it, he certainly would not bring it up himself. However, it was likely that concealing it from the captain and the others would be impossible. Nevertheless, it mattered little. They could merely use the same line of reasoning. After all, they had no means to verify the truth of my words, so why should they assume I speak falsely? Clearly, it is a matter of their own insufficient talent. Have you taken your phone? Please return a call to Sister Ro, lest she grows anxious. At this, Jiang Yuan remarked. Jiang Yuan nodded gently. Jiang Yuan's phone was left at home, while his own lay nestled in his pocket. Since the warning from unbelievable, Wang Ro had not called, likely fearing that she and Jiang Yuan might be evading contact, as a phone call would expose them. Speaking of unbelievable, Jiang Yuan sensed there might be additional functionalities yet to be discovered. Setting aside the temporary enhancement of salvational power via survival points utilized today, prior to that, unbelievable typically only alerted one when it sensed dubious intentions in another. However, when the hunter knocked at the door, unbelievable also issued a warning, providing Jiang Yuan ample time to escape. There must surely be other functionalities, but these will require further exploration on my part. The moment he dialed the number, it connected immediately. And Wang Ro's voice, laced with urgency yet calmness, resonated. Jiang Yuan, how are things on your end? Are you safe? Where are you? We are on our way to provide assistance. Jiang Yuan replied with a smile. There's no need. Sister Ro, we are quite safe now. Indeed, we were pursued by a hunter not long ago, but Jiang Yuan and I joined forces to repel him, and we are currently in a secure position. Wang Ro noticeably exhaled in relief, her astonishment evident as she inquired. You two managed to repel him together? Do you realize that you are the only ones who have survived in recent days? Prior to this, any other group members targeted did not make it out alive. By the way, do you know which demon's follower attacked you? And what was his strength? Jiang Yuan did not conceal the truth. Responding candidly, I am unaware of which demon's follower he was for his strength. He was in the first tier of the initial stage. The first tier of the initial stage? A first-tier hunter? Wang Ro's tone reflected shock, yet she did not probe further, merely stating, all right, as long as you are safe, that is sufficient. We will not come over. Too many people might attract unwanted attention. For the next few days, you should continue to hide. As for where to go, I shall not inquire. That is for you to decide. However, you may rest assured that the deputy minister of the provincial headquarters has already arrived with a team and is currently conducting an investigation. He firmly believed that this crisis would soon be surmounted. Wang Ro refrained from inquiring how the hunter had managed to locate Jiang Yuan, for such questions were futile. So many had been slain. Yet no clarity had emerged from the investigations. It was improbable that Jiang Yuan possessed any knowledge on the matter. Moreover, if he were privy to such information, he would certainly have shared it. After ending the call, Jiang Yuan fell into a deep contemplation. In truth, he had been mulling over this very issue. How on earth had that hunter discovered their whereabouts? For reasons unknown, the image of two other pairs of watchful eyes, aside from Xiong'un, resurfaced in his mind, particularly the silhouette of that familiar figure. Could it be that they were also involved? If so, how had they become aware of him? If they were surveilling him, they would undoubtedly have the means to uncover his presence. It was either through some alternative method of observation, or perhaps it was someone with a greater soul strength than his own who was scrutinizing him. The exact nature of this remained uncertain, but damn it, just as Jiang Yuan was lost in thought, that familiar sensation of being watched returned, causing his expression to change abruptly. He swiftly turned to gaze in the direction from which the feeling emanated and beheld a black sedan cruising down the road. It seemed to have detected them as well, abruptly altering its course and accelerating towards their location. Chapter 40. Lin Li's inner turmoil. Jiang Yuan was genuinely furious. Was this never ending, one after another? And they had yet to kill him. What on earth did they want? Anger aside, he could not afford to gamble on the notion that these mysterious individuals would hesitate to take his life. Even if he were willing to take that risk, he would not stake Jiang Yuan's life on it. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, and with no time to exchange words with Jiang Yuan, he once again swept her up in a princess carry and dashed into the cornfield ahead. Although the corn had yet to grow in this season, the stalks had already reached a considerable height, ample enough to conceal them. The screech of tires echoed behind them, and at that moment, Jiang Yuan finally comprehended the gravity of the situation, her expression darkening instantly. Just when she thought they were safe, another threat had emerged. Jiang Yuan, remember what you promised me. Put me down. Before she could finish her sentence, Jiang Yuan interrupted. Silence. Do not speak. Do not distract me. Also, retrieve my phone from my pocket and call for backup. Jiang Yuan hurriedly complied, her small hands searching Jiang Yuan's trousers. However, due to the jostling from their rapid movement and the fact that she was being carried, her search was blind. As she fumbled, Jiang Yuan's body suddenly jolted, and with an awkward expression, he stammered, "Why you that thing isn't a phone?" Jiang Yuan had already realized what she had grasped the moment she touched it, and she instinctively recoiled as if electrified. Her cheeks flushed crimson, and she pressed her lips together, choosing to remain silent, but she managed to retrieve the phone. Ignoring her embarrassment, she hurriedly unlocked it and anxiously dialed Wang Ro for assistance. Jiang Yuan focused solely on running, feeling exposed without a survival point to rely on, unable to retaliate against the foes pursuing them. Behind them, the footfalls of their pursuers remained close, steadfastly trailing behind. In the embrace of the river's depths, Jiang Yuan cast a glance backward, her expression gradually darkening. There were 3 in total, 1 at the initial first rank and 2 at the initial second rank. Jiang Yuan remained silent, feeling an immense sense of relief for not having blindly pursued higher realms, but instead allocating a considerable amount of survival points to his 3 attributes, ensuring that speed was not neglected. Particularly fortunate was he that the initial first-rank pursuer behind him was far inferior in speed to the previous hunter. Otherwise, he would likely have been caught by now. With the enhancement of the power of redemption and a remarkable 30 points in speed. Even while carrying another person, Jiang Yuan astonishingly maintained a balanced distance from the fervent pursuers behind him. Fighting was never a consideration for him. His only desire was to run, desperately run, until Wang Ro and Aunt Wang arrived to provide support. The once neatly arranged cornfields were now marked by numerous paths carved through them. Jiang Yuan did not run in a straight line. To confound his pursuers, he twisted and turned, darting left and right. Although they followed the traces of his escape, their ability to encircle him was rendered impossible by the obstructed view. He continued to weave through the expansive cornfield, akin to walking a dog. Moreover, the more he ran through the cornfield, the more his tracks multiplied, significantly complicating the difficulty of tracing him. 0.5 minutes past, 0.10 minutes past, 0.20 minutes past. The more Jiang Yuan ran, the more he appreciated the endurance training he had diligently maintained over the past few days. At last, as the clock struck 27 minutes, a series of jarring screeches of brakes pierced the air. Before the vehicles had even come to a complete halt, several shadowy figures burst forth, weapons in hand. "There, Zheng Feng, you take Linla to intercept that initial second rank on the right. Zheng Yu, you and Wang Rogo intercept the one on the left. Shi Qing, you assist those two," commanded Aunt Wang, wielding a 9-ring knife as she sprinted towards the initial first-rank fanatic. Understood. The figures surged toward their designated targets. In the cornfield, Jiang Yuan gasped for breath, and Jiang Yuan suddenly exclaimed in delight. "The team leader Wang and the others have arrived." Instantly, Jiang Yuan's anxious heart settled. Seizing the moment, he glanced back only to find that the 3 fanatics, upon noticing Aunt Wang and her team, had not fled but continued their pursuit of the 2 of them, igniting his ire. "Can you still fight? If so, turn back and take them on," Jiang Yuan inquired, having been inexplicably hunted down multiple times that day. Jiang Yuan was already seething with rage, yearning to tear the fanatics apart. Upon hearing his words, her beautiful eyes glimmered with a fierce murderous intent as she coldly replied, "Put me down." Jiang Yuan immediately released her, drawing his blade and turning to face the 3 assailants with a steely gaze. Aunt Wang and her team were close behind. A brief engagement would pose no life-threatening danger, though he feared the trio might escape. "Kill." Both of them charged towards their targets. The 2 initial second-rank fanatics to AS for that novice zealot. Only a fool would engage in a confrontation with the opponent. A single misstep, even with the moon reflected in the pool, could lead to death. Jiang Yuan felt a tinge of excitement. Perhaps there resided a combative spirit deep within his bones, for each skirmish invigorated him immensely, just when his survival points had dwindled. Fate presented him with an opponent at his doorstep. Moreover, during his previous encounter with that novice hunter, he sensed a notable enhancement in his combat experience. And now he had the perfect opportunity to test his skills against a novice second-tier adversary. Wait. As Jiang Yuan contemplated this, a sudden flash of insight struck him, revealing a possibility that rendered his breath momentarily shallow. Test skills? Practice. With the bear warrior offering up heads and a novice zealot arriving for him to hone his abilities. Could it be that his suspicions were indeed correct, all orchestrated by that enigmatic puppet master? What, then, were these three individuals before him truly up to? Were they here to further aid his practice or merely to offer themselves as fodder? Maintaining a stoic demeanor, Jiang Yuan was uncertain, yet it mattered not. A trial would reveal all. Leave this one to me. Do not interfere. With that declaration, Jiang Yuan wielded his blade and charged forward. The two parties soon clashed in a fierce battle. However, what transpired next cast a shadow of doubt over Jiang Yuan's initial assumptions. In the midst of the fray, it became evident that his opponent had succumbed to irrationality, each strike aimed directly at his vital points. Each attack intent on taking his life. Could it be that I have misjudged? Jiang Yuan pondered while parrying. This novice second-tier zealot was merely a frenzied fanatic, lacking even the semblance of training, much like the lost ones. Not every lost individual possessed a vocation. Some merely drifted through life, timid and fearful, avoiding contact with the redemption organization, choosing instead to languish among the zealots day after day. While these lost souls might possess considerable realms, their combat prowess often fell short. Not all zealots and lost ones were professionals. Seeing no discernible threat from this individual, Jiang Yuan decided against further probing. His prior battle with the hunter had drained his survival points through the conversion of his redemptive power. Yet his own reserves remained largely intact. Coupled wit in the tranquil waters, the beautiful and pure eyes of the fawn shimmered with delight and excitement, causing a flutter in Jiang Yuan's heart. However, it must be stated that these two zealots were indeed rather weak. Jiang Yuan effortlessly dispatched one, and even the severely injured Jiang was able to eliminate another with ease. Ordinary zealots are simply not on the same level as professionals, particularly those among the professionals who are redeemers and hunters. Observing the swift demise of two adversaries, Wang contemplated for a moment before gesturing to Hu Jingfeng. Jingfeng, this one is entrusted to you. You have lingered too long in the initial second tier. Let us see if you can break through to the first tier this time. Hu Jingfeng, naturally, would not decline the opportunity for someone like Wang. A mid-tier second, a mere novice first-tier adversary would not provide substantial assistance. It would be far more advantageous to elevate Hu Jingfeng further. A stronger team around Jiang Yuan would not only afford him better protection, but also spare her the need to run back and forth every time. After all, we are not getting any younger. It is exhausting. Lin Lu, Wang Ro, and the two unfamiliar individuals harbored a glimmer of envy in their eyes. Despite the fact that both zealots and the bewildered could gain corresponding redemptive power by slaying enemies of opposing forces, it seemingly should be a rapid means to enhance oneself. However, that is merely theoretical. Everyone encounters a bottleneck. Even if Jiang Yuan possessed unbelievable faith, merely having an ample supply of survival points does not guarantee an easy breakthrough. In reality, the path is far from straightforward. He has yet to encounter a bottleneck, largely due to his three attributes being at the maximum value for the current tier. While one can forcibly break through with unbelievable faith, even without reaching maximum values, the future remains uncertain. The very reason he has not faced a bottleneck is that all three of his attributes are currently at full capacity, which naturally dispels the notion of a bottleneck. Others, however, do not enjoy such fortune. It is exceedingly rare for anyone to reach a state where all three attributes are maxed out at the current level. Hence, bottlenecks inevitably arise. Moreover, another significant reason is that zealots are not so easily dispatched at will. What a joke. Unless they approach you themselves, their arrival often signifies that you have likely exposed your position. Take, for instance, those individuals who have been hunted by zealots in recent days. If zealots do not come seeking you, dare to hunt them down on your own? The security personnel are not to be trifled with. During the encounters with the fierce bandits and the valiant Jiang Yuan, Jiang Yuan had the protection of Wang Ro and others from his team right from the start. The surveillance cameras along the path were swiftly neutralized. After their elimination, Wang even requested reinforcements from other teams and divisions to aid Jiang Yuan in concealing their actions. It is highly probable that she enlisted the help of an infiltrator holding a significant position in Sushi City for this purpose. One must recognize that every time an infiltrator is deployed, it carries a tremendous risk of exposure. Do you truly believe that committing murder in the streets would go unnoticed by the security personnel? Thus, the combination of bottlenecks and the necessity of utilizing substantial resources for each kill results in the opportunities for slaying zealots and obtaining redemptive power rewards being exceedingly rare. As the team leader, Hu Jingfeng may not possess extraordinary talent, but his strength is undoubtedly commendable. Even though the opponent was merely a novice of the first rank, Hu Zhengfeng successfully dispatched him on the spot, paying the price of 7 injuries to his own body. Meanwhile, as Hu Zhengfeng achieved his kill, Jiang Yuan and Qi Zhongyue were already savoring the rewards of the redemption power that followed the slaying. A breakthrough was not within reach. At present, Jiang Yuan was still a fraction away from the perfect state of the novice third rank. Perhaps it was the manifestation of his obsessive-compulsive tendencies. Or it could be attributed to his perfectionist nature. He resolved to commence from the novice third rank, aspiring to attain the most flawless state at each subsequent tier before advancing to the next realm. What did the most perfect state entail? It meant honing his current prowess to a point where no flaws could be detected, achieving a mastery over his abilities that bordered on the sublime. Only then could he ensure invincibility at every stage, eliminating any notion of bottlenecks. A considerable amount of redemption power was being meticulously refined into his physique by Jiang Yuan. The awkward sensation that had arisen from the rapid increase of his 3 attributes began to dissipate gradually. Strength, endurance, and speed, with the aid of the redemption power, became seamlessly integrated with his very being. The previously stagnant attributes commenced their autonomous growth. The maximum state for the 3 attributes at the novice third rank was 30 points. However, this did not imply that one could not continue to grow even after reaching this cap. Before long, the redemption power was entirely depleted. For others, Jiang Yuan's approach would be deemed extravagantly indulgent. Yet for him, the reward of redemption power felt more like an additional gift, a means to solidify his realm's strength. What truly set him apart was the existence points earned through untrustworthy faith. It was these untrustworthy faith existence points that formed the foundation of his ascent to greater strength. While Jiang Yuan concluded his endeavors, Qi Zhongyue was still in the process of absorption. Her soul's strength was inferior to his, and as she absorbed the redemption power to elevate her own realm, her progress was understandably slower. Like Hu Zhengfeng, she intended to seize this opportunity to see if she could make a leap to the novice first rank. Time passed. Jiang Yuan, allow me to introduce you. Seizing the moment, Aunt Wang patted Jiang Yuan's shoulder with satisfaction and stated, "They are the personnel specifically dispatched to assist you." The second squad was currently understaffed, and with your impending mission, it was likely that more individuals would join soon. But rest assured, I will personally oversee these individuals and ensure that no infiltrators slip through undetected. After providing the explanation, she began the introductions, starting with the taciturn and stern young man, Lu Zhangyu, a former member of the first team of the second group, a guardian, and one of the few survivors of the second group's annihilation incident. He had been fortunate enough to survive because he was assigned a safeguarding task that day, remaining in the safe house. Once Aunt Wang completed the introduction, Lu Zhangyu turned to Jiang Yuan with a serious expression and stated, "Captain, my name is Lu Zhangyu, novice second-rank guardian." "Hello, I am Jiang Yuan," Jiang Yuan replied, then gestured toward Hu Zhengfeng, who was still engaged in his training, saying, "By the way, he is actually our second squad leader." "Not me." Lu Zhangyu shook his head and chose not to elaborate further. Aunt Wang, with a helpless smile, explained, "Very well, I had originally intended to discuss this matter with you after it had passed. Or perhaps before your journey to the provincial capital." Her expression grew serious, adopting an unprecedented gravitas as she spoke solemnly. "Just yesterday, a task has been assigned to you from above. Should you choose to accept this task, from this moment forth, you shall officially become a registered and documented impersonator, endowed with a top-secret dossier. Furthermore, you will automatically be promoted to the captain of your squad, possessing an obscurer uniquely designated for you. Naturally, you shall remain entirely unaware of the identity and nature of your obscurer, save for the obscurer themselves and their team, who alone will know who they truly are. These 2 individuals are the additional members assigned to you from above. If you accept the task, further reinforcements will join you, culminating in a fully staffed team. So, would you like to hear about this task first?" Jiang Yuan felt a jolt of surprise regarding the impersonator mission. He had mentally prepared himself since the day he decided to take on this role. Yet, he had not anticipated it would come so swiftly. It had been scarcely a month since he had joined the Redemption Organization. However, since the task had arrived, there was no reason to retreat. No need to listen. "I accept the task," Jiang Yuan answered resolutely, not bothering to inquire about the task specifics. The higher-ups would not send him on a fool's errand. The task assigned to him must have undergone extensive verification and research, deemed most suitable for him. A sense of relief washed over Aunt Wang, her plump face breaking into a smile as she nodded. "Excellent. Let us find a more secure location to discuss this in detail. This is not a place to linger." She then gestured towards a rather ordinary-looking girl nearby, introducing her, Song Shiqing, formerly of Team 1's Redeemers. First rank beginner, Song Shiqing was a cheerful and smiling girl, and upon hearing Aunt Wang's introduction, she beamed at Jiang Yuan, exclaiming with a bright voice, "Captain, I'll be following you from now on." In the Redemption organization, strength had never been a rigid criterion for determining one's rank. For instance, Wang Ro, despite still being merely a third-rank beginner, held her position as vice-captain unchallenged. Her importance had yet to be fully realized. A consequence of their brief acquaintance, compounded by Jiang Yuan's previous status as an apprentice impersonator, that in due time, as Jiang Yuan formally commenced his missions, her abilities and contributions would undoubtedly manifest at that moment. Lin Lu approached, scrutinizing Jiang Yuan from head to toe, his expression oscillating between disbelief and admiration, which elicited a chuckle from Jiang Yuan. "Speak your mind," Jiang Yuan jested. Their camaraderie had blossomed, and playful banter only served to deepen their bond. Lin Lu, undeterred, gazed at him eagerly and inquired, "I simply want to know how you've trained. Our disparity is simply too vast." Jiang Yuan laughed, replying, "No questions asked. Just know that I am exceptionally gifted. Something you cannot replicate." Lin Lu immediately fell silent, enveloped in a sense of defeat. He turned his gaze towards Song Shiqing, his face flushed with a hint of shyness, and inquired, "Well, we should be around the same age, right? You have already achieved the rank of a first-tier novice. Since we will be teammates and fellow redeemers, could you perhaps teach me?" This was, in fact, their first encounter. Liu Zhongyou and Song Shiqing had been together with Aunt Wang from yesterday until the incident in Jiang Yuan today. However, Lin Lu possessed an affable disposition, and Song Shiqing appeared to be quite approachable, unlike Liu Zhongyou, who remained taciturn and bore a stern expression, exuding an aura that made him seem difficult to engage with. Song Shiqing blinked in confusion. "You are also a redeemer? Is that true?" Lin Lu felt a surge of indignation, his face reddening as he replied, "Of course I am. Although I am currently in the internship phase. I will certainly be one in the future," Song Shiqing realized. "Ah, so you are in the internship phase. Teach you. To be honest, I don't have any special methods. Perhaps it's just a matter of putting in more effort? Or maybe it's a gift." Lin Lu sat down suddenly, wordlessly plopping onto the ground, indifferent to the dirt, simply wishing to retreat into silence. While the few of them were engaged in conversation, Qi Zhongyue suddenly opened her eyes, a glimmer of joy flickering in her gaze. Wang Ro was the first to notice, exclaiming, "Zhongyue, have you broken through?" Qi Zhongyue nodded with a smile, saying, "Yes, I was fortunate enough to finally break through to the first-tier novice." Wang Ro, having unknowingly picked up a small medical kit, cheerfully stated, "That's wonderful. Since you have completed your breakthrough, let's go treat your injuries." Qi Zhongyue had sustained considerable wounds during her battle with the hunter, enduring them until now. Upon hearing this, she immediately joined Wang Ro to return to the vehicle for treatment. Now, only Hu Zhenfeng remained. It was uncertain whether he could achieve a breakthrough, but fortunately, he did not disappoint. A few minutes later, Hu Zhenfeng also opened his eyes, a smile gracing his face as he exclaimed, "I have been stuck at the second-tier novice for over a decade, but I finally broke through today." "Where is Zhongyue? Has she broken through?" Aunt Wang replied with a smile, "She has broken through as well." "Excellent. The second team now has you two first-tier novices, making our subsequent missions considerably safer, although first-tier novices are still novices. They are already regarded as rare experts, especially being first-tier redeemers. With the addition of the new member, Song Shiqing, the second team now boasts 3 first-tier redeemers, undeniably a formidable force. Should they encounter the hunter from today again, any one of them could handle the situation. While defeating him might be uncertain, at the very least, they could certainly restrain him for mid-tier. If they could already be considered strong, in the entire ordinary city's redemption organization. There are only about 10 mid-tier individuals. After all, during Jiang Yuan's numerous days of traversing, he had only encountered Aunt Wang as a mid-tier powerhouse. And there was also an elder sister. All right. We should not linger here any longer. Let us swiftly dispose of their bodies and traces, and prepare to withdraw, Aunt Wang instructed. While the two were breaking through, Wang Ro and the others had already begun clearing the traces at present. Wang Ro is attending to the injuries of Qi Zhongyue, while Hu Zhenfeng has already achieved a breakthrough and swiftly commenced the task of obliterating all traces. Lin Lu, an in-turn redeemer, finds himself amidst a shortage of personnel in the second team. In order to expedite the cleanup process, he, along with Hu Zhenfeng and Jiang Yuan, has joined in the efforts. Body bags are essential tools for individuals like them, and they carefully place the 3 corpses into the bags. Transporting them to the trunk of the car they had arrived in, Liu Zhongyo squats on the ground, meticulously searching for any traces. Any evidence discovered, such as bloodstains, would be marked with a label. At this juncture, Jiang Yuan approaches with an unlabeled spray bottle, applying its contents to the bloodstains. Upon contact with this specialized liquid, the bloodstains rapidly dissolve and decompose, ultimately evaporating along with the liquid, leaving no trace behind. Even the most sophisticated equipment would be incapable of detecting the bloodstains, and a soil sample taken for analysis would yield no DNA information. Meanwhile, Lin Lu is crouched down, commencing the removal of footprints. Jiang Yuan drives away in the car of the three zealots, transporting their corpses, and departs with Song Shiqing. Generally, the bodies would be handed over to the Tian, where internal personnel of the Redemption Organization would quietly receive them. During the sacrificial ceremony at Tian, these bodies would be discreetly mingled into a pile of remains, ultimately transformed into meat candles. Unnoticed by anyone. As for the vehicle brought by the zealots, it would be disposed of in a remote area, doused in gasoline and set ablaze. With all traces meticulously handled, the group wasted no time and swiftly departed the scene. As for their destination, Jiang Yuan did not inquire. He would simply follow Aunt Wang. Simultaneously, he harbored great curiosity about the task that had been assigned to him. Chapter 43. Mission Assignment. A few vehicles soon arrived at a warehouse. From the outside, it appeared to be an ordinary storage facility, but the interior told a different story. It was divided into several areas. While not as opulent and concealed as a safe house, it was still quite satisfactory. This will serve as a temporary refuge. We'll stay here for the next couple of days, Aunt Wang explained. Jiang Yuan had no objections and nodded in agreement. Aunt Wang did not immediately begin to outline Jiang Yuan's mission. After approximately an hour, Hu Zhengfeng and Song Shiqing arrived. Only then did Aunt Wang gather everyone together and speak. I believe you have all anticipated what I am about to say. Firstly, let's discuss the personnel arrangement for your second team. Aunt Wang continued. Jiang Yuan, you are automatically promoted to the position of team leader. Hu Zhengfeng and Wang Ro will serve as the two deputy leaders. Hu Zhengfeng will oversee the Redeemers, while Wang Ro will manage the Guardians. Are there any objections? Everyone shook their heads in unison. This arrangement had long been anticipated and was customary, so there were naturally no dissenting voices. Hu Zhengfeng raised a hand toward Jiang Yuan, beaming with a hearty laugh. Captain, feel free to give orders whenever necessary. Wang Ro also offered Jiang Yuan a smile, stating, in truth, I couldn't wait for this day to arrive. Only then can we seize more opportunities to eradicate the zealots and strengthen ourselves. Jiang Yuan clasped his hands together before the assembled team members, speaking earnestly. Let us strive together in the future. And I am grateful for everyone's support. The role of a deceiver is never a solitary battle. It is a collective struggle centered around the deceiver. Only through unity and cooperation can we overcome the perils and challenges that lie ahead. At this moment, Aunt Wang continued. Now, let us discuss the tasks assigned to you. The atmosphere grew solemn as all present attentively tuned in. This task, barring unforeseen circumstances, would likely be their sole endeavor for an extended period. The nature of the assignment for Jiang Yuan remained uncertain. The tasks for the deceivers are meticulously tailored to align with one's background and identity. Aunt Wang elaborated slowly. Based on our intelligence, it is unequivocally confirmed that Jiang Yuan's sister is a seeker within the benevolent demon faction. She belongs to the lineage of the fourth spreader, possessing formidable strength and significant renown as one of the most talented individuals within the benevolent demon ranks. At this juncture, Aunt Wang cast a brief smile at Jiang Yuan, saying, as a matter of fact, I reside next door to your family, specifically drawn by her presence. Who would have imagined that the illustrious seeker of the benevolent demon would have a naturally gifted deceiver as a brother? As her words trailed off, Aunt Wang's smile faded, and her demeanor grew serious. I trust you have begun to surmise the nature of the task assigned to you. Indeed. Your mission is to leverage your sister Jiang Yu's connections to infiltrate the benevolent demon organization and gather intelligence on their operations. In essence, your ultimate objective is to ascertain the true identity of the fourth spreader. In this pursuit, you may find yourself in direct conflict with your sister Jiang Yu, perhaps even in a life-or-death struggle. There may come a day when you are compelled to take the life of your own sister. We acknowledge that such a conclusion is profoundly cruel. Even if your sister is a zealot, it remains a harrowing fate. Hence, I have been instructed to inform you that upon disclosing this task, you still retain the right to refuse. Should you choose to decline, alternative assignments will be arranged for you. However, this particular task is undoubtedly the most suitable for you. Thus, The decision to accept or reject lies entirely with you. We shall not coerce your will in any manner. Jiang Yuan remained silent. Indeed, as Aunt Wang mentioned his sister and the benevolent demon, he had already deduced the essence of his mission that I in his silence. Zhongyu gently placed her hand on his arm, softly assuring him. We understand, and regardless of your decision, I will support you. Linla nodded vigorously, adding, Yes, yes. So, Jiang Yuan, please do not feel pressured. I will follow your lead, though the other team members refrained from vocalizing their thoughts. They all nodded gently, expressing their unwavering support. Why did everyone aspire to join a team of deceivers? With a deceiver present, the opportunities truly multiply, provided that there is a task at hand. Jiang Yuan did not deliberate for long. To speak candidly, he and Jiang Yu were, in fact, not related by blood and did not share a genuine sibling bond if it ever came to a dire situation, such as Jiang Yu threatening to take her own life or the necessity to eliminate her to save countless comrades and allies. He would not hesitate to act. Nevertheless, deep within, Jiang Yuan was reluctant to witness such a scenario unfold. Ultimately, he would accept the mission. He could not abandon it merely because of Jiang Yu. With this thought in mind, Jiang Yuan lifted his head once more, his tone and demeanor resolutely firm. I will take on this mission. I have no objections. Aunt Wang smiled with satisfaction and remarked, Very well, since you confirm there are no issues. I shall refrain from further comment that I merely wish for you to understand that you are under no obligation to accept this task. No one will hold it against you. However, should you choose to undertake it, remember that if you show mercy, the consequences will extend far beyond your own life. This is a point I hope you grasp. Jiang Yuan nodded again, speaking earnestly. Rest assured, I am fully aware. Aunt Wang then ceased her words and handed him a card, saying, This is an anonymous bank card. It holds a balance of 10 million, which you may utilize at your discretion. Should you exhaust the funds, you may request more from me, and I will arrange for additional resources. Furthermore, should you have any needs, feel free to reach out to me. I will do my utmost to accommodate you. Jiang Yuan accepted the card without reservation. Subsequently, Aunt Wang began to elaborate on the specifics of the mission. As I previously mentioned, your ultimate objective is to uncover the true identity of the fourth disseminator of the benevolent demon. Engaging through your sister is the most appropriate approach. The upcoming faith ceremony in a few days is reportedly organized by the fourth disseminator. If you lack confidence in withstanding the demonic forces at the faith ceremony, feel free to inform me, and we will arrange for an unforeseen circumstance that prevents your attendance. However, if you believe you can endure the corrupting influence of the demon during the ceremony, we recommend your participation, as it would serve as your initial step into infiltrating the benevolent demon organization and gaining the trust of those fanatics. Aunt Wang continued, As for the specifics of how to proceed, it is entirely at your discretion. We will not interfere with your decisions. The mission is yours alone. We merely provide assistance and expect results. You need not concern yourself with the affairs of Sujia City. So you may, if you wish, proceed to the provincial city with your second team at any time. When to commence the mission is entirely up to you. From Aunt Wang's words, it was evident that the Redemption organization operated with a remarkably lenient management style, particularly towards infiltrators, allowing for great freedom. This was precisely what Jiang Yuan desired. As for heading to the provincial city ahead of time, Jiang Yuan deemed it unnecessary. The faith ceremony was only a few days away. Arriving early would complicate matters with his sister, At present. The priority should be to earn his sister's trust and seize the opportunity to penetrate the inner circle of the benevolent demon. Was it not? It is essential to recognize that my sister is a seeker, the nemesis of impostors. Jiang Yuan felt a slight headache at the thought of this task, which would undoubtedly pose a formidable challenge. Chapter 44. The phone call from sister in the following days. Jiang Yuan and his companions remained holed up in this makeshift warehouse, training and familiarizing themselves with the two newly joined members. More recruits were expected to arrive eventually, but there was no immediate plan to transfer personnel. Each individual belonged to a distinct team, with their own responsibilities and missions. That it was not feasible to simply reorganize a full team from other squads whenever an imposter was encountered, as this would severely disrupt the functioning of those teams. Interestingly, ever since Jiang Yuan and Zhongyu were attacked, there had been no reports of further assaults for several consecutive days. It was uncertain whether the information held by the zealots had been substantially cleared or if the presence of the deputy minister from the provincial headquarters had prompted the zealots to retreat. After several days of investigation, not a single lead had been uncovered, casting a shadow over the entire Sushi City division. On this day, his sister Jiang Yu called to inform him to prepare for a trip to the provincial capital. Jiang Yuan had just concluded a match with Lu Zhongyou, resulting in a draw, though it could be said that Jiang Yuan had a slight edge. After all, Lu Zhongyou was not a redeemer. His expertise lay in safeguarding. He was adept at obliterating evidence, skilled in computer networks, and proficient in the fabrication of various miniature precision instruments. But combat was not his forte. Nevertheless, as a primary Tier 2, he trained daily, and while the intensity of his training may not have matched that of a redeemer, he was by no means comparable to an ordinary primary Tier 2 zealot. Yet, Jiang Yuan, a primary Tier 3, managed to dominate him. After several days, Lu Zhongyou's admiration for Jiang Yuan had grown profoundly genuine. As soon as Jiang Yu's call came through, Jiang Yuan raised his hand in a gesture of acknowledgement. Lu Zhongyou nodded, refraining from making any noise. The surrounding trainees also fell silent, their attention fixed on this interaction. Taking a deep breath to steady his post-exercise panting, Jiang Yuan finally answered the call. His voice bright and cheerful. "Sister, what prompted you to call me?" Jiang Yu's displeasure was palpable through the phone. "Pray tell, how long has it been? Have you ever called me even once?" "Huh, is it that now you're all alone at home, and have forgotten about your sister?" Jiang Yuan chuckled lightly. "That cannot be. I am merely adhering to your advice, dutifully honoring the compassionate saint at home and diligently training in my spare time. I must tell you, I have now reached primary Tier 3, on par with our father." As expected, his words elicited an exclamation from Jiang Yu. "Primary Tier 3? You must be jesting. Is this true? Do you possess such remarkable talent?" Jiang Yuan responded with a tone of pride. "Indeed. I, too, did not foresee such rapid progress after embracing the compassionate saint. However, I believe I should express my gratitude to you. Dear sister, the faith ceremony you held for me that day has brought me immense benefits that in fact, on the night you departed, I had already advanced to the 3rd rank of the initial stage." Jiang Yu's voice was unmistakably filled with joy and excitement. "Very well, as expected of my brother Jiang Yu. Hurry over, and buy a high-speed train ticket for tomorrow. I want to see for myself." Jiang Yuan naturally replied, "Understood, sister, I will go tomorrow morning." "All right then, let us leave it at that. Once you purchase the ticket, send me a message, and I will come to pick you up." "Okay, sister, I shall hang up now." "Go ahead." After ending the call with Jiang Yu, Jiang Yuan's smile gradually faded. The conversation he had just shared with his sister was something he had contemplated for quite some time, especially after learning of his task a few days ago. He promptly decided to construct an image of himself as a super genius. This persona was not particularly outlandish. Firstly, the super geniuses within the demon faction could obtain energy and enhance their power through the veneration of demons. Only those with ordinary talent would struggle for many years without breaking through, requiring the sacrifice of a broken wanderer to achieve advancement. This notion is somewhat akin to the broken wanderers, who must destroy statues to gain the necessary redemptive power, as their strength does not simply materialize from thin air. To grow stronger, broken wanderers must eliminate fanatical believers and destroy statues, while believers must sacrifice broken wanderers and venerate demons. These are the only 2 methods for each faction to gain strength, particularly for believers. Not only must they slay broken wanderers, but they must also offer sacrifices before demons can bestow upon them their infernal power. This is because demons need to ascertain whether the entity you have slain is indeed a broken wanderer. What if you mistakenly killed one of my believers? Would they then bestow you with demonic power? It is precisely because there exists this alternative method of gaining strength through the veneration of demons that Jiang Yuan felt emboldened to assert his own prowess, thereby crafting an image of an exceptionally gifted individual. Furthermore, his abilities would eventually be revealed, so it was wiser to declare them himself rather than face suspicion upon an unexpected discovery of his strength. By establishing such a persona of a super genius, his entry into the benevolent demon organization would become significantly easier. This explains why, after dispatching that 2nd-rank fanatic a few days ago, Jiang Yuan had the opportunity to directly advance to the 2nd rank but chose not to. Instead, waiting for the day of the faith ceremony to break through in front of so many believers and fanatics present. This would solidify his identity as a super genius, possibly even attracting the attention of the 4th disseminator or securing their favor. If that were to happen, he might complete his task in no time, setting a record for the fastest completion of the Redemption Organization's Masquerader task. Lastly, it is worth noting that Jiang Yu is merely 3 years his senior. As she embarks on her senior year at university, she is 21 years old. Possessing intermediate strength at the age of 21 undoubtedly qualifies her as a prodigy among prodigies if the sister is a genius. then the brother must also be a genius, or perhaps even slightly more gifted than the sister. This seems quite reasonable, does it not? It is not at all outlandish, is it? Thus, the conversation that had just transpired with his sister was entirely premeditated by Jiang Yuan. Serving as a foundation for the forthcoming mission, the plan was set in motion. After mentally reviewing the task's outline, Jiang Yuan raised his hand and commanded in a deep voice, "All personnel, heed my orders." At this proclamation, everyone rushed over with a mixture of anxiety, excitement, and anticipation. The mission was finally about to commence. As for the details of the plan and its execution, they remained oblivious. Such matters were to be contemplated solely by Jiang Yuan. The team leader, even Wang Ro, could not make any decisions regarding the task as planning on Jiang Yuan's behalf. To put it bluntly, this was no ordinary mission. It was a masquerade operation. Given its nature, all arrangements would undoubtedly fall under Jiang Yuan's purview. She would only voice her thoughts if Jiang Yuan solicited her opinion. "Lin Lu, please check for the latest high-speed train tickets to the provincial capital today, and purchase tickets for you all to head there first." Jiang Yuan began to organize. "Once you arrive, find a hotel to settle in. Then, you will divide into two groups. One will investigate who is attending the upcoming faith tribute. From what I know, ordinary believers and fanatics do not qualify to participate. Only those with social standing and background among the benevolent believers are eligible. Therefore, clarify their identities as much as possible, especially those of prominent figures' offspring, as they may prove useful later on." The group nodded in agreement. Acknowledging the instructions, Wang Ro eagerly volunteered, "I will handle this investigation. Then, Zhong Yue and Shiqing, you two will join me, while the three gentlemen will form the other group." Hu Zhengfeng shrugged, expressing no dissent, and looked at Jiang Yuan, awaiting the assignment for his group. Hu Gu, your team will search for suitable locations to serve as safe houses. We need 2 large and 2 small safe houses, ensuring they are sufficiently distanced from one another. You will determine their exact locations later, and for funding, just apply to Team Leader Wang. For now, this is the plan. You need not concern yourselves with my end. If there are no objections, then let us commence our operation. Chapter 45, The Facade of Identity. Take care of yourself. The team swiftly gathered their belongings in preparation for departure. If all went as anticipated, they would likely remain in the provincial capital for an extended period. In a month, the university he was attending would commence, and with his sister in the provincial capital, infiltrating the benevolent demons through her would undoubtedly be the most advantageous route. At that moment, Zhong Yue, pushing a suitcase, stood before Jiang Yuan and spoke softly, her eyes reflecting concern and worry. "We still do not know the circumstances surrounding that hunter. However, since there has been no news of your identity as the breaker of illusions circulating until today, it suggests that they do not intend to reveal your identity, at least for the time being. I fear, however, that they may wish to possess you exclusively, which means they could strike at any moment. In any case, please take care." Jiang Yuan smiled and nodded, responding, "Rest assured, my strength that you are well aware of it. As long as no mid-tier zealots approach, even if several first-tier novices appear, I can easily flee if they prove to be no match for me, so there is no cause for concern. Conversely, for you, investigating those involved in the faith's adoration is a task that could easily arouse suspicion among others. It is perilous, and you must exercise caution." Zhong Yue remarked, "Indeed, we shall." With that, Jiang Yuan waved goodbye to the group, and they all departed with their respective belongings. Once they left, Jiang Yuan did not linger in the area. He strode confidently out of the warehouse and made his way home, not with any ulterior motive, but rather to see if he could draw out the mastermind behind it all. With the provincial headquarters minister present, this was an opportune moment to unearth the puppet master's identity. I remain oblivious to the true purpose of this elusive figure, which leaves me feeling unsettled. It's as if I am being set up as bait while also being offered combat experience. Indeed, I suspect that the 3 zealots from a few days ago were likely arranged by this same mastermind. The reasoning is straightforward. During those days, the assaulted seekers were all pursued and killed by hunters. Yet, when it came to me, I faced 3 zealots. Is that reasonable? Not in the slightest. Like Xiong Yong, it feels more like a ploy to hand me over as prey, showcasing formidable strength. The outcome may be favorable, but I detest this sensation of being manipulated. As for whether this entity might be amicable, that is even less probable. If they were truly friendly, they would approach openly. Furthermore, if they were indeed benevolent, they must belong to the Redemption Organization, implying that Xiao Fingyu would not have perished. Thus, the notion of friendliness can be dismissed. Yet, with Jiang Yuan's brazen appearance, there was no sense of being targeted, let alone attacked. It was as if there were no prying eyes upon him. Of course, it is also conceivable that the soul of the one surveilling him possesses greater strength, which cannot be ruled out. As for the nature of this entity, with no overt actions taken, Jiang Yuan could only express his resignation. If they choose to remain hidden, so be it. I shall quietly bolster my strength. Awaiting the day they emerged to surprise them with a grand revelation. With such thoughts, Jiang Yuan began to gather his belongings. In truth, there was little of significance to pack, as most items were remnants of his former self, which he intended to discard. Once in the provincial city, he could purchase anything he lacked. Ultimately, after tidying up, the items he needed barely filled a backpack. Shaking his head, he casually tossed the backpack onto the living room sofa, first purchasing a high-speed train ticket to the provincial city for the following morning before immersing himself in the study of disguise techniques. The pursuit of knowledge is boundless. Investing extensive effort into this subject is never excessive. A night passed without incident, the quietude rendering the atmosphere somewhat eerie. At dawn the next day, Jiang Yuan took a shower and tidied himself up. But if all goes as planned, the persona he crafts for himself will secretly portray him as a super genius among the compassionate followers, while outwardly he will be an unparalleled, irresistibly cheerful and charming young man. Such a character should be quite appealing, easily fostering a sense of familiarity, while the cool, aloof gentleman may attract a portion of female admirers. A sunny, warm-hearted, and athletic young man is likely to win over people of all ages and genders alike, don't you think? Moreover, Jiang Yuan truly possesses such a disposition, albeit lacking in the sunny cheerfulness and laughter that often characterize such traits. After all, the experiences he has endured over the years have undeniably shaped his personality. However, during these past few days spent with his teammates, glimpses of his true nature have begun to surface. And it suffices to say that with a little more flair, he could convincingly mask his pretenses. After showering and drying his hair, he whimsically applied a bit of hair gel, crafting a stylishly textured short hairstyle. With a face already strikingly handsome, indeed, the title of second most handsome was not bestowed lightly. This new hairstyle accentuated his chiseled features to perfection. His arched brows and alluring eyes, paired with a high nose and thin lips, complemented his well-defined jawline, presenting an exquisite blend of refinement and masculine ruggedness, tinged with a hint of rebellious charm. Even without any embellishment, he was undeniably handsome. Now, with this transformation, Jiang Yuan found himself momentarily taken aback. Wow, am I really this handsome? He mused, stroking his chin, realizing that maintaining a low profile in his disguise would be quite the challenge henceforth. Yet, who decreed that a masquerader must be discreet? The more ostentatious one is, the less likely one is to arouse suspicion. Thus, he decided to embrace this approach. Slinging his backpack over his left shoulder and grabbing a straight-edged knife, he stepped out the door. The immediate effect of his deliberate grooming was palpable. As the elevator doors opened, he found it already occupied by a middle-aged woman and a girl of about 15 or 16, who bore a striking resemblance to one another, likely a mother and daughter. Upon catching sight of Jiang Yuan, both the woman and the girl stared, their eyes widening in an unmistakable expression akin to that of a boy beholding a stunning beauty. Jiang Yuan offered them a gentle smile, radiating warmth and sunshine. The girl's face flushed visibly, while the middle-aged woman involuntarily swallowed hard, suddenly breaking into what she believed to be her most enchanting smile. With a soft voice, she remarked, "Young handsome, I remember you. You must be from the Jiang family, right, Jiang Yuan?" Jiang Yuan nodded slightly and replied softly, "Yes, that is correct. Hello, sister." The woman erupted into a fit of giggles, her face alight with joy, though she feigned a wave of her hand, saying, "My child is nearly your age. You can't call me sister. That would be quite improper." Yet, the smile on her face bloomed like a radiant flower, utterly uncontainable. Pausing for a moment, she glanced at her bashful daughter, who was then making playful gestures, seemingly hinting at something. The girl secretly formed an okay sign with her hand and cheerfully inquired, "Little Jiang, where are you headed?" "Out and about. Would you like me to accompany you?" "No, thank you, sister. I've already called for a ride. The elevator has arrived. See you next time." Jiang Yuan waved his hand and strode away, leaving the girl gazing after him with a look of longing. Once Jiang Yuan had departed, the girl pouted, expressing her discontent. "Mom, I was just trying to signal you to get his contact information, and you didn't respond at all." The middle-aged woman finally shifted her gaze from Jiang Yuan's retreating figure, chuckling softly. "What's the rush? We live in the same building. Are you worried he might escape? When we cross paths again, I'll definitely have you add him." The girl's face instantly lit up with joy as she embraced her mother, rubbing her small cheek against her mother's arm while giggling. I just knew Mom is the best. Love you lots, hee hee. The middle-aged woman affectionately stroked the girl's hair and lovingly remarked, Mom understands. Mom knows everything. Over the years, it has indeed been just the two of us. And our home lacks a man. I think he is quite suitable to be your stepfather. The girl's smile grew even sweeter and more radiant. However, upon hearing those last two words, her expression abruptly froze. What on earth? Stepdad? Chapter 46. Sister and best friend Jiang Yuan ambled along, having done no one any wrong, when he suddenly felt an urge to look back. That a hint of confusion crossed his face. Just now did he faintly hear a little girl's scream. It sounded as if she was shouting, Mom, I hate you. Was it that girl from earlier? What a bizarre situation. Everything seemed fine just moments ago. Surely, he must have misheard. Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought and boarded a vehicle at the community entrance, heading towards the high-speed train station. Jiang Yuan suddenly realized that being overly handsome seemed to have its drawbacks. From waiting at the station to the journey to the provincial city, a total of 7 girls had approached him, asking for his contact information and inquiring whether he had a girlfriend. This figure was quite alarming, considering how few in the real world would dare to ask for someone's contact details. Naturally, he had no intention of sharing his information. However, he decided to take this opportunity to adapt to his new persona and play the role a bit more. After about an hour, he finally arrived at his destination. Grabbing his backpack, he quickly departed, leaving behind a few disappointed girls who had just disembarked and hadn't even exited the station yet. As soon as he stepped off the train, his sister's call came through. Xiao Yuan, have you arrived? Jiang Yu inquired from the other end. Just got off the train. Where are you, sis? I'm at the exit. I came with my best friend. You'll see us as soon as you come out? Okay, see you soon. Jiang Yuan ended the call. To be honest, he felt a tinge of nervousness about meeting his sister shortly. After all, she was a seeker and had previously discovered his peculiarities. Although her personally conducted faith ceremony had dispelled her doubts about him, achieving complete tranquility was still somewhat challenging. Lost in thought, he soon reached the exit. As he arrived, a number of gazes converged upon him. Scanning the crowd, he quickly spotted Jiang Yu waving at him, accompanied by a girl whose head nearly brushed against hers. Jiang Yuan took a longer look at the girl. She wasn't particularly tall, perhaps around 1.60 meters, but she was quite attractive. In Jiang Yuan's estimation, she would score about 82 points. To the ordinary eye, she would be considered a beauty, perhaps even the school belle. The kind of girl with a perfect score of 98 in appearance, physique, and charm was a rare find, seen only once in a blue moon. Although her height was modest and her looks decent, her figure certainly caught Jiang Yuan's eye a couple of times. One could only say that she had a fierce allure. That moment, the girl was covering her mouth, her eyes sparkling as she stared at him with an infatuated expression. Sis, Jiang Yuan approached the two individuals and greeted them. Jiang Yu, somewhat taken aback, scrutinized Jiang Yuan from head to toe and exclaimed, Xiao Yuan, why do you look so handsome today? Quite impressive. Indeed, you truly are my brother. She then pointed to the girl beside her, who was gazing intently at Jiang Yuan, and introduced her. This is my dear friend, Mu Luiying. Hey, wake up. You're making me lose face here. The last remark was directed at Mu Luiying, and she pushed her friend's arm with evident dissatisfaction, her expression one of exasperation. However, Mu Luiying seemed utterly unfazed by Jiang Yu's annoyance and gushed. Jiang Yu, you mentioned that your brother was handsome, but you never told me he was this handsome. Jiang Yuan, do you have a girlfriend? If you do, would you mind breaking up with her? Jiang Yuan shook his head, smiling as he replied, not yet. Oh, your smile makes you even more dashing. Wow, let me be your girlfriend. Jiang Yuan, let me be your girlfriend. I can do anything. Plus, I have a wonderful personality, and my family is quite wealthy. I can buy you anything you desire. I doubt what at that moment. Jiang Yu, unable to endure any longer, covered Mu Luiying's mouth with her hand and said darkly, if you embarrass me any further, I will sever ties with you. Mu Luiying immediately blinked in acknowledgement. Only then did Jiang Yu huff and release her hand, and seeing that Mu Luiying had finally settled down, she turned to Jiang Yuan and said, let's head out. I've booked a room for you near the school, and then I'll take you out for some delicious food. All right, sister. The three of them left the station together, making their way toward the parking lot. It must be said that Mu Luiying was not exaggerating. Upon arriving at the parking lot, their eyes fell upon an elegantly designed car. Jiang Yuan, now more knowledgeable about the world, recognized it as a luxury vehicle priced over $1 million. Known as a galloping horse. Come on, brother, get in, Mu Luiying said with a bright smile as she opened the passenger door, taking the initiative to let Jiang Yuan in. Jiang Yu rolled her eyes, feeling too exasperated to say anything further, and sat down in the back seat. Jiang Yuan smiled warmly and said, "Thank you, Sister Luiying. Oh my, you certainly know how to charm." Mu Luiying replied with a beaming smile. Closing the door with a flourish, her service impeccable, with a cheerful demeanor, she hopped into the driver's seat and started the vehicle, seemingly in high spirits. "Drive carefully. I really don't want to lose anyone for no reason." Jiang Yu quipped from the back seat. Mu Luiying shot Jiang Yu a fierce glare through the rearview mirror, but quickly switched to a cheerful expression, turning to Jiang Yuan with a grin. "Don't worry, brother. My driving skills are exceptional." What else could Jiang Yuan do but nod? Engaging in conversation with his sister and Mu Luiying, the vehicle soon departed. Their school, known as Bingzheng University, is considered one of the top 20 institutions in the Yinxia Kingdom, which is quite respectable. "Look, this is your economics faculty campus. Our department isn't located in this area, but it's not far away," Jiang Yu introduced to Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan followed Jiang Yu's gaze, and without further ado, he noted that the school gate appeared quite impressive. However, with the semester not yet commenced, the campus was rather desolate. The hotel Jiang Yu had booked for him was a commendable establishment, conveniently located not far from the entrance of the academy. Since Jiang Yuan was arriving, Jiang Yu decided to reserve a room for herself right next to him. By the way, Xiao Yuan, are you planning to return home after the faith ceremony, or will you stay here until the semester begins? Jiang Yu inquired. "Personally, I recommend that you remain here for a while to familiarize yourself with the provincial city. After all, you have nothing pressing back home, right? Furthermore, with our parents gone, I feel uneasy when you are not by my side." Jiang Yu's words resonated with Jiang Yuan's thoughts, prompting him to nod in agreement. "That sounds good. Honestly, I find it quite dull at home." He continued. "During this time, I shall rent a place temporarily." Jiang Yu was quite pleased. But before she could respond, Mu Luqing, brimming with excitement, interjected, "No need to rent a place. Why would you need to rent? I recently purchased an apartment nearby. You can stay with me," she added, "whenever my sister and I have free time. We often stay there. It will be the three of us together." Jiang Yuan managed a wry smile, while Jiang Yu rolled her eyes, saying, "All right, be careful not to frighten my brother back home." She then turned to Jiang Yuan. "I'll arrange for you to rent a room close to the school, whether short-term or long-term. It's up to you. If you prefer not to stay in the dormitory, you may stay outside. It's your choice. If you run low on funds, just let me know, and I'll transfer some to you." Their family's financial situation was quite stable, and after their parents' passing, the siblings had inherited their lifetime savings. Although this money resided in Jiang Yu's bank account, she was always willing to share it with Jiang Yuan whenever he needed. Moreover, as a trusted confidant of the fourth spreader and a mid-level seeker, Jiang Yu was not one to lack funds. Seeing Jiang Yu's insistence, Mu Luqing pursed her lips, opting not to press the issue further for fear of genuinely scaring Jiang Yuan away. After settling their backpacks at the hotel, the trio went out for lunch together. In the afternoon, they accompanied Jiang Yuan to rent a 2-bedroom, 2-living-room apartment, which wasn't a short-term lease. They paid 6 months' rent up front, allowing Jiang Yuan the flexibility to choose between the dormitory and the outside accommodation later. Once the apartment was secured, they ventured to a nearby shopping mall, indulging in a spree for clothing, shoes, bedding, and daily necessities, purchasing everything they could possibly need. With the apartment rented, there was no longer a need to stay at the hotel. So they checked out and returned to their new residence. As evening fell, Mu Luqing departed first, while Jiang Yu chose to stay. They had not seen each other for half a month, and their previous meeting had been brief. She intended to help Jiang Yuan tidy up the apartment. Jiang Yuan was indifferent to this arrangement. The more time he spent with Jiang Yu, the more trust he could earn from her, thereby creating an opportunity to infiltrate the benevolent demon organization. After a day of bustling activities, they washed up and retreated to their respective rooms to prepare for sleep. By the way, Xiao Yuan, if you have nothing planned for tomorrow, let me assess your current abilities. I'll also point out any shortcomings. Remember to rise early. I'll take you to a nearby gym before going to sleep." Jiang Yu exclaimed with great enthusiasm, "All right, sister." Jiang Yuan, of course, would not decline. He felt fortunate that he had not been preoccupied with breaking through to the second tier of the initial stage a few days prior. Otherwise, such rapid progress would have been utterly inexplicable. Upon returning to his room, Jiang Yuan was contemplating the events of the following day when suddenly his expression froze. A flicker of disbelief and a hint of terror flashed in his eyes. That familiar sensation of being watched had returned once more. Chapter 47. This operation is 2S. To be frank, when Jiang Yuan, through his telescope, discerned that the silhouette watching him bore a certain familiarity. He had even entertained doubts about his sister, Jiang Yuan. How could he not suspect? Yet, upon further reflection, it did not add up. If it truly was his sister, knowing that he had not genuinely become a believer, what could her motive be for observing him? Thus, he dismissed that conjecture. However, at this very moment, the familiar sensation of being scrutinized unequivocally eliminated any suspicion of his sister. His countenance was exceedingly grim. He had certainly not anticipated that such a feeling of being watched would return. What did this signify? It implied that the observer seemed to possess knowledge of everything about him, his identity and his movements. This was an enormous ticking time bomb, poised to explode at any moment. With this thought, Jiang Yuan refrained from covertly observing any longer. Instead, he directed his gaze straight out of the window toward the street across from him. There, under the glow of the street lamp, he could vaguely make out a shadowy figure standing below. Though the area was shrouded in darkness, it was still possible to discern the figure's outline. Upon closer inspection, the contours of the figure resembled those he had previously observed, strikingly similar. Even the attire was remarkably alike, clad in black and wearing a cap. It had to be him. Even if he was not the mastermind, he was undoubtedly linked to the puppeteer by countless threads. Gritting his teeth, an ingenious idea suddenly sparked in Jiang Yuan's mind, and without hesitation, he shouted toward the back, "Sister, come here quickly." His voice was urgent, aimed at summoning Jiang Yu as swiftly as possible. Indeed, upon hearing Jiang Yuan's anxious call, Jiang Yu assumed something was amiss and responded loudly, "What's wrong? What happened?" As she spoke, she hurried toward him. In just a breath, the door swung open forcefully, and Jiang Yu rushed in like the wind, asking, "What's the matter? What happened?" When Jiang Yu appeared, Jiang Yuan's eyes were slightly bloodshot. His expression frenzied as he pointed toward the direction of the figure in black. Speaking in a manic tone, that person has been watching me. He has been fixated on me. He harbors ill intentions. He is a heretic. He must be a heretic. I have seen him before. He has watched me before. A heretic. A heretic. He is a heretic." Jiang Yuan's tone grew increasingly frantic. As if he were on the verge of losing control, that a flicker of astonishment passed through Jiang Yu's eyes. Yet she quickly turned to look in the direction Jiang Yuan indicated. Indeed, she spotted a shadow swiftly fleeing the scene. Perhaps it was due to an overwhelming sense of urgency, or perhaps it was simply the unexpected audacity of a mere wanderer like Jiang Yuan, who managed to orchestrate such an audacious maneuver. This wanderer, of all people, had the gall to summon the Seeker's sister and, pointing at someone who was privy to Jiang Yuan's true identity, accused him of being a heretic. Absurd, perhaps fueled by a surge of emotions. As he turned to flee, he stumbled, nearly losing his balance, then hurriedly darted away in a rather awkward manner, vanishing into a nearby alley. A flicker of confusion crossed Jiang Yuan's gaze, but it quickly dissipated as he exclaimed frantically, "He is getting away. We must kill him, sister. Let us hunt him down together." With that, he seized a nearby dagger and prepared to rush out. Jiang Yu swiftly grasped Jiang Yuan's arm. Her brow furrowed in concern as she questioned, "Are you certain he is a heretic? How did you ascertain this? Do you possess irrefutable evidence?" Jiang Yuan calmed slightly, but remained obstinate, insisting, "He must be. Why else would he have been spying on me? He is undoubtedly a heretic, intent on killing me to gain strength." Jiang Yu's expression tightened further, and after a moment of contemplation, she declared, "Let us go. I shall accompany you." Regardless of his true nature, it is ill-intentioned for someone to be lurking here at this hour, fixated on you. I wish to see who dares harbor such malicious thoughts towards my brother. By the end of her statement, Jiang Yu was brimming with a fierce resolve. Without further ado, she turned and dashed outside, dragging Jiang Yuan along. Jiang Yuan followed closely behind his sister, his face shrouded in darkness. Yet his eyes betrayed an unsettling calmness, or perhaps a deep-seated gloom. That figure was all too familiar. Could it be? A chilling possibility crept into his mind. Might this individual be associated with the Redemption Organization? The people he had encountered most frequently were indeed members of that organization. The only ones who evoked such familiarity, apart from his sister, seemed to be those affiliated with Redemption. If this were truly a member of Redemption, who could it be? No, that doesn't seem right. During the first instance of being watched, Aunt Wang and several members of the second squad were all present with him. This detail could be dismissed. Thus, it must indeed be a mere illusion on his part. The stranger's silhouette merely resembled someone he knew. That must be the case. The most likely candidate would be from the faction of Xiong Yong. Xiong Yong had revealed his identity to those behind him. This seemed the most plausible explanation. With these thoughts racing through his mind, he and his sister quickly arrived beneath the street lamp. The mysterious figure had surely long since vanished. Leaving them to search the vicinity in vain, Jiang Yuan meticulously surveyed the area, her expression turning grave as she shook her head, stating, "There are no cameras here, nor any trace left behind. For now, we shall be unable to uncover their whereabouts. Let us see if he reappears another time." Jiang Yuan sighed, feeling unsurprised by the outcome. This revelation weighed heavily on him. His sister was a seeker, and he had to remain vigilant, ensuring his identity remained concealed. Simultaneously, he had to guard against this shadowy figure, uncertain of their true intentions, fearing that one day they might emerge and claim his life. Yet, understanding the adversary's motives paradoxically assuaged his fears. Even with his status as a mere wanderer, he felt a strange sense of security. The unknown is what instills the greatest fear. "Come, let us return home. With my sister here, you shall be safe." Jiang Yu smiled as she reassured Jiang Yuan, offering him a sense of security. Jiang Yuan managed a bitter smile. "If only you understood my true identity. Dear sister, once you grasp that, the first to bring about my demise would undoubtedly be you." He resolved not to dwell on it any longer and accompanied Jiang Yu back to their rented apartment. The following morning, the siblings set off for the gym that Jiang Yu had mentioned. This establishment was run by a fervent devotee of the benevolent compassion sect, where one could train with confidence and vigor. Jiang Yu introduced. As they reached the ground floor of the gym, Jiang Yuan glanced up at the name of the gym, Compassionate Gym. The implication of praising benevolence filled him with delight. He had not anticipated such an effortless opportunity. He had been pondering how to quickly connect with other followers of compassion, only to find himself brought here by Jiang Yu the very next day. It was clear that those training within were either devotees or fanatics of the benevolent demon, and he might even encounter a few internal administrators, which would greatly benefit his subsequent masquerade. Initially, he had intended to conceal some of his abilities, but it seemed prudent to showcase his extraordinary talents to attract the attention of these administrators. As for the question of how he could evolve from a mere follower to such formidable strength in just a month, without even having sacrificed a lost one, the answer was simple. The benevolent demon is my grandchild, and I am his great-grandfather. My grandchild honors his great-grandfather by occasionally bestowing some demonic power upon him. Is there anything unreasonable about that? No, it is entirely reasonable. Chapter 48. Certified fanatic. Such musings were merely Jiang Yuan's internal monologue. To voice such thoughts aloud would surely result in being torn to shreds by these fanatics. In this world, whether within the redemption faction or the demon faction, the existence of prodigies is permitted. To this end, Jiang Yuan had even tasked Wang Ro with gathering pertinent information. The previous fanatics are one matter. Among the current fanatics, several super prodigies have emerged. For instance, one of the youngest fanatics, merely 22 years of age, has already attained a high-tier status, on the cusp of transcending to an even higher echelon. Truly absurd. This is the realm of the transcendent. To illustrate without resorting to strength comparisons, consider ranks instead. As far as Jiang Yuan is aware, the minister of the redemption organization at the Jiang province headquarters is merely a high-tier first-realm powerhouse. The transcendent level, however, surely corresponds to the ministers at the regional headquarters, at the subministerial level. Thus, is it truly surprising to find an 18-year-old at the initial third tier? The gym occupied the entire 7th floor, spanning several thousand square meters, an impressively vast area at that moment. Numerous individuals were engaged in their training. The arrival of Jiang Yu and Jiang Yuan drew considerable attention. Jiang Yu, what brings you here today? Lady Jiang Yu. Is this your boyfriend? Lady Jiang Yu. Quite handsome. Greetings, Lady Jiang Yu. Upon seeing Jiang Yu, many greeted her enthusiastically. Only a couple directly called her by her name, while most referred to her as Lady Jiang Yue. In the demon organization, it is customary to address individuals with such honorifics, which are determined by rank. Jiang Yu is a mid-tier seeker, holding a status that surpasses that of an ordinary practitioner. Those of lower ranks are obliged to address her as Milady. However, the highest rank undoubtedly belongs to the disseminators, who are not even required to consider their own power levels, unless they are dealing with significantly more powerful elders. Otherwise, they too must refer to the disseminators as Milady. This is my younger brother, Jiang Yuan, and not my boyfriend. Jiang Yu greeted those around her with a cheerful smile, while introducing Jiang Yuan to them. Oh, so he is your brother. No wonder he is so handsome. TSK. Your family's genes are truly remarkable. Need you even say that? The genes of the Jiang Yu family are not only about appearance, but also about talent. Indeed. Jiang Yu smiled gently, choosing not to speak further, as she led Jiang Yuan to the counter to complete the necessary formalities. What is referred to as completing formalities is more akin to providing Jiang Yuan with an official identification card, proof of his affiliation with the benevolent demon organization. With this proof, Jiang Yuan is effectively a full-fledged member of the organization. In this world, although there are countless followers of demons, only a select few possess the qualifications to truly join. His just turned 18 a month ago, a beginner's third tier. No wonder he is your brother. His talent is indeed astonishing, exclaimed a young woman at the counter, her eyes sparkling as she regarded Jiang Yuan. However, with Jiang Yu present, she dared not flirt with him. Soon, she prepared a card for Jiang Yuan, which contained his identity information and indicated his affiliation with a particular demon. The power level was not displayed, and the profession listed was simply fanatic. This card represents the official certification of his identity within the benevolent demon faction. Normally, if someone else were to seek this identity, they would have to undergo rigorous assessments and screenings to confirm their legitimacy. Otherwise, who knows if they might be an imposter? Yet with Jiang Yu, a mid-tier seeker, personally vouching for him, all intermediary steps were bypassed, and he was granted immediate identity certification from now on. You shall be a fanatic within our benevolent sacred sect. Jiang Yu expressed with evident delight. Currently, you are merely a fanatic, but should you wish to assume any position in the future, you must be chosen by a disseminator. Without their selection, no matter how powerful you become, you will remain just a fanatic. Once chosen by a disseminator, you are bound to them in loyalty. Even if other disseminators seek you, you cannot join them, lest it be considered treachery. Jiang Yuan examined the benevolent identity card in his hand and nodded, saying, I understand. Sister. He was undoubtedly already aware of these matters, as they apply not only to the benevolent demon faction but to any demon organization. To put it simply, if a demon organization has identified 10 disseminators, these 10 serve as distinct factions within the organization, each developing their own power without interference. Of course, should a threat arise that endangers the entire organization, they will unite. However, under normal circumstances, they operate independently, often in conflict and competition with one another. Above the disseminators, or the demonic offspring and witches, there exists a supreme identity, the Grand Disseminator. This title may also be referred to as the Great Demon or the Great Witch. In essence, they too are disseminators. However, within any demonic organization, there exists only one Grand Disseminator, who holds the highest position and authority. The Grand Disseminators are selected from among the ordinary disseminators based on criteria such as the influence they wield, the contributions they have made, and the achievements they have attained. According to intelligence reports, the fourth disseminator to whom my sister belongs is regarded as being of moderate to lower standing within the benevolent demon organization. Come, let me witness the extent of your strength and potential. Jiang Yu waved her hand and led Jiang Yuan toward the combat area. A considerable number of onlookers eagerly followed, having just heard that Jiang Yu's younger brother, Jiang Yuan, had recently turned 18 and had yet to sacrifice any of the lost souls, yet had already attained the initial third-tier realm. This was undeniably a prodigy, naturally. Their curiosity was piqued. A throng of people swiftly arrived at the combat zone, where the fighters who had been engaged in battle promptly made way, watching curiously from the sidelines. Feel free to attack me with your straight sword. Hold nothing back and give it your all, Jiang Yu declared as she positioned herself at the center of the combat area. Jiang Yuan did not hesitate, swiftly drawing his straight sword. Be careful, he exclaimed, and in an instant, he charged directly at Jiang Yu. As Jiang Yu stood casually in place, the moment she perceived Jiang Yuan's speed, her expression shifted to one of profound astonishment, eliciting a collective gasp from the spectators who were evidently taken aback by Jiang Yuan's swiftness. Approaching swiftly, Jiang Yuan aimed a strike toward Jiang Yu's neck. However, she merely took a slight step back, and in a movement as quick as lightning, her right hand darted out. Before Jiang Yuan could even react, he felt an overwhelming force grip his wrist, and in the next moment, Jiang Yu deftly twisted it, causing him to involuntarily release his sword, which fell into her hands. Upon closer inspection, the tip of the blade was now resting against his throat. Everything transpired with such ease and grace. Not bad at all. Come, let us continue, Jiang Yu said enthusiastically as she tossed the sword back to Jiang Yuan. Unfazed, he did not suppress his strength, endurance, or speed. Yet he restrained his combat skills to a mere 10%. This was because power, endurance, and speed could be attributed to innate talent. However, combat skills stemmed purely from extensive battles and real-life experiences, particularly those accumulated from life and death encounters. Without hesitation, he charged once more at Jiang Yuan. Chapter 49. A critical situation. Oh, your strength is quite impressive. Having already reached the standard of the initial second tier, your endurance is commendable as well. Excellent. Excellent. Come again. Within the combat area, Jiang Yuan was repeatedly repelled with ease, only to charge forward once more. Jiang Yu's satisfaction and excitement grew with each exchange. Only after thoroughly assessing Jiang Yuan's capabilities did she raise her hand and declare, "All right, that will suffice for now." Relieved, Jiang Yuan finally came to a halt, wiping the sweat from his brow. The crowd that had gathered around, unbeknownst to them, had filled the space, each person gazing at Jiang Yuan with unparalleled astonishment. They had surmised that Jiang Yuan possessed formidable talent, yet they were utterly unprepared for just how extraordinary he truly was. Realm is one thing, but attributes are another altogether. Initially, they believed Jiang Yuan's prowess lay solely in his realm, only to discover that his three attributes were equally commendable, if not slightly superior. In truth, overcoming the limitations of one's attributes is far more challenging than ascending in realm, with a solid background and ample resources. Advancing in realm is relatively straightforward. However, mastering the three attributes demands years of relentless training and immense perseverance. Such a feat is indeed rare. Xiaoyu, is this your brother? At that moment, a deep, resonant voice boomed from within the throng. Jiang Yuan turned to see a burly, broad-shouldered bald man regarding him with evident admiration. The man stood at least 1.9 meters tall, his stature nearly matching Jiang Yuan's, but his imposing physique exuded a palpable sense of pressure, making even Hu Zhengfeng appear diminutive in comparison. "Uncle Li, what brings you here today?" Jiang Yu inquired, her expression one of surprise, before promptly introducing the two. "Uncle Li, this is my brother Jiang Yuan. Xiao Yuan. This is Uncle Li Kongwu, a mid-tier first-class hunter." Without needing further explanation from Jiang Yu, the gazes of those surrounding them shifted to Li Kongwu, imbued with respect and even a hint of trepidation. However, upon hearing Jiang Yu's introduction, Jiang Yuan's heart raced with astonishment at a mid-tier first-class hunter. This level of prowess was undoubtedly the strongest Jiang Yuan had ever encountered, surpassing even Aunt Wang, who was merely a mid-tier second-class. Consequently, he quickly exclaimed, "Lord Li Kongwu." In this era, addressing someone as Lord might seem peculiar, yet it was a customary practice within the demonic camp. Peculiarities aside, could one truly be perturbed by such a title? Li Kongwu stepped closer, his eyes sparkling as he appraised Jiang Yuan, as though he were a rare gem, and stated unabashedly, "Young man, I presume you lack a position at present. How about joining me?" Jiang Yuan was momentarily taken aback, yet before he could respond, Jiang Yu interjected with discontent, "Uncle Li, this is my brother. You can't just poach him like that. I will personally mentor him. He aspires to become a seeker." Li Kongwu clicked his tongue, remarking, "A seeker, that is commendable, but with Jiang Yuan's talent, he is clearly more suited to be a hunter. If I am not mistaken, all three of his attributes are at maximum capacity, ready to break through to the initial second class at any moment. Furthermore, during your recent battle, I observed his remarkable combat aptitude. Thus, becoming a hunter under my guidance would surely be the most promising path." Jiang Yu's displeasure was evident as she glared at him, retorting, "What makes you think being a seeker lacks promise? Aside from mindlessly killing, what else can a hunter do? My brother has excelled academically since childhood. He is intelligent and perfectly suited to be a seeker. Furthermore, can't a seeker possess formidable combat strength as well?" Li Kongwu chuckled, his voice deep and resonant. "Who said I only know how to mindlessly kill? I possess intellect as well. Never mind, I shan't argue with you. Let your brother make his own decision." That he then turned his attention back to Jiang Yuan, grinning broadly and displaying what he believed to be his most amicable smile, and said, "Young man, the choice is yours. Regardless, as long as you associate with me, I can confidently assert that I am unparalleled among my peers. Your innate talent marks you as a born predator." Jiang Yu let out a light snort, yet did not decline. Instead, she turned to Jiang Yuan, allowing him to make his own decision. Was Jiang Yuan moved? Indeed, he was, but he dared not act if he truly allied himself with Li Kongwu. Would Jiang Yu not tear him apart? With a quick flick of his eyes, he flashed a radiant smile, one so captivating that it made the surrounding female devotees yearn to compose poetry. "Uncle Li, since we are all family, how about this? I could acknowledge you as my master. You teach me the art of combat, and I shall continue to be a seeker." Li Kongwu was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. "You lad have quite the beautiful dream. You wish to be a seeker alongside your sister while learning combat from me. After a brief hesitation, he added, well, it's not entirely out of the question. Let us do this. You are here to participate in the faith tribute, correct? Here's the deal. If you can achieve a breakthrough to the initial second rank during this faith tribute, I shall take you as my disciple. However, if you cannot even manage that in your current state, then it would be best for you to continue as a seeker. What do you say? Beside them, Jiang Yuan readily agreed. No problem. I've spoken on Xiao Yuan's behalf. Uncle Li, let us not have any second thoughts about this. Li Kongwu chuckled. I, Li Kongwu, am a man of my word. It's settled then that I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Young man, I shall be looking forward to the results tomorrow. Jiang Yuan nodded enthusiastically in response. After Li Kongwu departed, Jiang Yu did not press Jiang Yuan further regarding his strength and instead led him away from the area. Uncle Li possesses formidable strength. Put in your utmost effort tomorrow and see if you can achieve a breakthrough to the initial second rank. In the elevator descending, Jiang Yu remarked, learning combat under Uncle Li will significantly enhance your own abilities. Do not let this opportunity slip away. Jiang Yuan replied with a firm saying, rest assured, sister, I won't disappoint you tomorrow. Jiang Yu smiled with satisfaction, then suddenly said, by the way, Xiao Yuan, you should entertain yourself today. I have some errands to run and will return early. I'll come back to pick you up tonight, or at the latest by tomorrow morning. Jiang Yuan was taken aback. Sister, what do you need to go out for? Never mind. I want pry. Jiang Yu laughed. There's nothing too secretive. While I can't disclose it to others, you are my brother, and you are already one of our own. According to the intelligence, just the day before yesterday, a group of despondents had emerged and I intend to investigate and see if I can locate them. Boom. Jiang Yuan's mind exploded. His heart felt as though it were being gripped tightly, and his breath momentarily ceased. Yet, the training in disguise over the past few days had not been in vain. Regardless of the tumult within, his face remained expressionless as he curiously awaited Jiang Yu to continue. Oh, right. It seems this group originated from our Sioux city. I'm not entirely clear on the specifics. Further investigation is necessary. Having said that, there is little more I can share with you, as it is the rule. Jiang Yu waved her hand and smiled, saying, Sister will take her leave now. You can return by yourself. With that, just as a taxi arrived at the roadside, she hopped in and departed from the scene. It was not until the taxi's taillights vanished around the corner that Jiang Yuan, in a moment of panic, instinctively reached for his phone to send a warning. Yet, suddenly recalling something, the look of frantic confusion and fear on his face vanished in an instant. Maintaining his earlier composure, he glanced around as if he had just noticed the nearby restaurant, smacked his lips, and strolled over, feigning hunger. His pace was leisurely, but his heart raced violently within his chest, reflecting the tumultuous waves crashing inside him. Chapter 50. Signaling the 100 meters towards the restaurant felt like an immense torment for Jiang Yuan. His mind raced with frantic strategies. Should he directly call them and urge them to flee? That would be ill-advised, absolutely unacceptable. From the moment the masquerader's mission commenced, it became imperative that the masquerader should not casually contact others unless absolutely necessary. Never underestimate this group of zealots, and even more so, do not underestimate the seekers. Discovering the masquerader is the specialty of the seekers, and one should never challenge their expertise. You cannot fathom where they might uncover your vulnerabilities. Once exposed, all efforts would be in vain. Thus, Jiang Yuan knew he could not use his phone to notify anyone, and even sending a message within this area could prove perilous. Who knows if his sister's recent words were merely a test of his resolve? What if it was indeed a test? With technological devices monitoring his communications, it was entirely possible that the entire area he occupied was under surveillance. Stay calm. He must remain composed. Jiang Yuan forced himself to steady his nerves as he entered the restaurant. Regardless of whether it was a test or not, the message needed to be conveyed. Better to be safe than sorry. Thus, the challenge lay in how to relay the information without drawing suspicion upon himself, which would depend on how he could maneuver from here. Upon entering the establishment, Jiang Yuan discreetly surveyed the room, pinpointing the locations and angles of 2 surveillance cameras. After taking a seat and placing his order with the attentive waiter, he maintained a smile, concealing the urgency that gnawed at him within. Once his order was placed, Jiang Yuan seized the opportunity when the surrounding patrons were distracted, rising under the pretense of fetching a drink from the restaurant's fridge. In reality, the path to the fridge offered a blind spot from the cameras. As he passed through this area, he deftly flipped his hand, revealing 2 small, black square objects, each the size of a fingernail. that had mysteriously appeared in his grasp. With a flick of his finger, he accurately struck the side of one of the cameras. These two objects possessed magnetic properties, adhering directly to the surface. They were ultra-miniature signal jammers, a small gadget he had acquired from Lu Zhongyou.I. In addition to these signal jammers, he had several other inconspicuous items that, while seldom utilized, proved invaluable in critical moments. The function of the jammers was not to simply obscure the camera's footage, but to disrupt the camera's memory and chip through virtual signals, causing it to replay the previous hour's content. Casually retrieving a bottle of carbonated beverage from the freezer, he returned to his seat, appearing to await the arrival of his meal, while in reality, he was meticulously observing the surrounding diners. It was lunchtime, and the establishment was bustling with patrons engaged in lively conversations or engrossed in their phones. Jiang Yuan's attention was primarily fixated on those absorbed in their devices. After several minutes of observation, a young woman, perhaps weary from her chat, nonchalantly picked up her phone from the table. However, her device seemed to be of inferior quality, as it failed to recognize her face after several attempts, prompting a password input screen to appear. The individual seemed unfazed by this familiar routine, albeit somewhat disgruntled, as she reluctantly entered a 6-digit code. From a distance, the specific numbers were indistinguishable, yet Jiang Yuan was adept at inferring the digits and their sequence based on the angles of her fingers. Committing her phone password to memory, he continued his scrutiny. Before long, the food arrived at his table, and Jiang Yuan consumed his meal with an air of tranquility. Nevertheless, his peripheral vision remained fixated on the young woman. At that moment, she exchanged a few words with her companion before heading towards the restroom with her phone in hand. Jiang Yuan promptly set down his utensils, took a few paper napkins to wipe his mouth, and nonchalantly made his way in the same direction. He deliberately quickened his pace, inadvertently colliding with the young woman. Instantly, she erupted in anger, turning to exclaim, "Are you blind when you walk?" However, her demeanor shifted as she quickly added, "Are you all right? I'm so sorry for being in the way." This transformation from fury to concern was nothing short of masterful. Upon noticing Jiang Yuan's striking appearance, her face lit up with what she perceived as her most charming smile, and she inquired with genuine interest. "My apologies, miss. I didn't mean to bump into you. I was in a bit of a rush." Jiang Yuan feigned remorse, his expression imbued with sincerity. The young woman found herself nearly enchanted by his charisma. Wondering if he was a celebrity. "Oh my goodness, he is so handsome," she internally exclaimed, while outwardly responding, "It's quite all right. I was walking too slowly in the middle of the path. Please hurry to the restroom." Jiang Yuan offered her another apologetic smile, and under the spell of her infatuated gaze, he swiftly entered the men's restroom. Shortly thereafter, he slipped into one of the restroom stalls, his hand deftly retrieving the young woman's phone adorned with a pink case. He felt a surge of relief for having diligently learned the art of thievery from Lin Lu. Setting aside any distractions, he proceeded to input the password he had memorized. As anticipated, it unlocked instantaneously. Exhaling in relief, he promptly accessed the messaging app. Inputting Wang Ro's phone number to draft a message, he refrained from making a call. If this area were indeed under surveillance, his voice would undoubtedly be captured, leading to his exposure. Even sending a text needed to be discreet. Thus, he sent a simple string of numbers, 444. This was their prearranged code, the most elementary signal among several, with the complexity of the numbers indicating the level of danger. The highest being 5 digits. A 1 signified imminent peril with no expectation of rescue. A 2 indicated danger but allowed for immediate support. A 3 warned of danger to them, prompting vigilance. A 4 conveyed the need for immediate evacuation. Escape. 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 A multitude of numbers, each signifying a distinct meaning, lingered behind. Jiang Yuan, in a display of urgency, dispatched a trio of 4s, signaling an imminent threat, an unequivocal danger. The absence of a 5th 4 indicated Jiang Yuan's inability to ascertain whether Jiang Yu and her companions were indeed the targets. Should he have sent 5 4s, it would have unequivocally suggested that the situation had escalated to a dire emergency, perhaps with the adversaries already at their doorstep, effectively cornering them. While the current circumstances were perilous, they did not yet reach the threshold warranting 4 or 5 4s. This code could not be frivolously employed. Miscommunication could lead to erroneous signals for his comrades. For instance, the transmission of 5 4s would imply an inescapable predicament, one where survival was almost hopeless, leading team members to contemplate a desperate last stand, preferring death while taking a few enemies down with them, resolute in denying the adversary the opportunity to exploit their demise for gain. Upon conveying the message to his teammates and erasing all traces of his presence, Jiang Yuan swiftly concealed his phone back in his pocket, adopting an air of nonchalance as he exited the restroom. Casually washing his hands, he meticulously wiped the fingerprints from the girl's phone and placed it on the sink. As he rounded the corner, he spotted the very girl, anxiously rummaging through her pockets while scanning the area with a furrowed brow. "Hello, are you looking for your phone? I believe I saw one on the sink that might belong to you." Jiang Yuan approached her with a smile. The girl paused in surprise, her expression shifting to one of delight as she nodded eagerly. Yes, I lost my phone. Oh dear, I must have accidentally left it there while washing my hands. Thank you so much. Let us exchange contact information." Jiang Yuan waved his hand dismissively, replying with a grin. "Goodbye." He turned and departed, leaving the girl standing there, her face reflecting a mix of regret and gratitude. Upon reaching the dining area, Jiang Yuan discreetly produced a toothpick from an unknown source. He snapped it in half, holding one piece in each hand, infusing them with a faint but palpable essence of redemption. With a flick of his fingers, the two halves, imbued with this redeeming power, shot forth with precision, striking the signal disruptors on two surveillance cameras. The delicate devices shattered upon impact, scattering fragments across the wall, unnoticed due to their diminutive size. Even if these remnants were discovered by the enemy, they would yield no valuable information. Having accomplished his task, Jiang Yuan lingered no longer. After settling the bill, he exited with an air of composure. Whether Wang Ro and her companions could evade this crisis remained uncertain to him. In any case, he had done all that he could. The rest was left to fate. Chapter 51. Counter-ambush. Upon returning home, Jiang Yuan settled into a quiet anticipation. There was nothing to do but wait. Wang Ro could not reach out to him, nor could he inquire about her situation. He struggled to suppress his growing anxiety. Studying was futile, so he opted instead to run on the treadmill he had purchased just the previous day for home workouts. Yearning to alleviate my emotions through physical exertion, I embarked on a run that spanned the entirety of the afternoon, pushing myself to the limits of speed. It felt as though the treadmill's motor was on the verge of overheating before I finally brought my session to a halt. In tranquil solitude, I prepared a modest dinner for myself, and after finishing my meal, I resumed my waiting. Unbeknownst to me, time had stealthily crept into the early hours of the morning, reaching 3 o'clock. This anticipation was the most agonizing of all. Fortunately, news finally arrived. A knock echoed at the door, prompting Jiang Yuan to swiftly approach and open it, revealing his sister. Jiang Yu. A slight tension gripped Jiang Yuan's heart as he noted Jiang Yu's pallid complexion and inquired with concern. "Sister, what happened? Was it unsuccessful?" Jiang Yu offered no reply, her voice low and somber as she urged, "Let us discuss this inside." Jiang Yuan quickly stepped aside to allow her entry. Once inside, Jiang Yu flung a sickle-like weapon onto the sofa, her expression darkening as she declared, "We were ambushed." Jiang Yuan's expression shifted dramatically, yet internally, he felt a surge of elation as he eagerly asked, "Ambushed? How is that possible? Could it be that the information was leaked?" His tone brimmed with indignation, as if he were incensed by their side's misfortune. Jiang Yu met Jiang Yuan's gaze momentarily before averting her eyes, exhaling deeply, and gritting her teeth as she explained. "It remains unclear at this moment. We led a group to launch an assault, but as we initiated our attack, a multitude of adversaries emerged from various directions, an entire squad of redeemers, over 30 of them, and the squad leader was of upper mid-tier rank, with one of the two vice-captains also being upper mid-tier, while the other was mid-tier. We suffered devastating losses, losing more than 10 zealots, with only a handful managing to escape." Jiang Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. The division of forces among the two major factions is similar, ranging from low to high. They are categorized as small teams, squads, mid-groups, and large groups. In a third or fourth tier city, such as Sushi City, they are typically referred to as branches. Only in major cities or provincial units do terms like mid-group and large group come into play. It is only in the provincial capital of Bianjiang that one would encounter redeemer squads, and even mid-groups. Additionally, there are protector squads and mid-groups. Generally speaking, a redeemer squad comprises 3 small teams, with each small team consisting of 10 individuals. The maximum size for a reinforced squad is 5 small teams, totaling over 50 individuals, including the squad leader and others. However, Jiang Yuan discerned an intriguing detail from Jiang Yu's words. She mentioned the loss of more than 10 zealots. She did not refer to the loss of hunters or seekers, but specifically zealots. Did Jiang Yu lead zealots this time? Uncertain, Jiang Yuan quickly scanned Jiang Yu from head to toe, asking with genuine concern, Sister, are you unhurt? Jiang Yuan's worry elicited a faint smile from Jiang Yu as she replied. I'm fine. Uncle Li accompanied us, and those wretched lost ones dared not pursue us excessively. They are merely a bunch of rats scurrying in the sewers. We initially suffered some losses due to the ambush, but none of us were injured. Moreover, as soon as we detected the ambush, we retreated without engaging them. Jiang Yuan appeared to exhale in relief, yet with a countenance still adorned with anger, he remarked. Sister, as long as you are unharmed, it is a blessing. Alas, this has been exceedingly perilous. I cannot fathom which scoundrel has betrayed our whereabouts. Such a wretched cur deserves the utmost contempt. Jiang Yu, however, shook her head and replied. It may not necessarily be the case that someone has betrayed us. Our preliminary suspicions lean more towards the notion that that band of wretched vagabonds has deliberately revealed themselves to lure us in, laying a trap for us to stumble into. Clearly, they have achieved their objective. We have indeed fallen into their snare. Jiang Yu seemed profoundly incensed, yet utterly powerless, and could only assert, you need not concern yourself with this matter. The faith ceremony is to be held tomorrow, so retire now and gather your strength. Do not let me down. Listening to Jiang Yu's words, Jiang Yuan's heart was already brimming with elation, though his exterior betrayed a mix of anger and regret as he nodded and said, Very well, sister, I shall take my leave to rest. You should also retire early. Those despicable vagabonds dare only lay traps. A mouse will forever remain a mouse. Good night, sister. Jiang Yu chuckled softly and nodded. You are quite right. Good night. Jiang Yuan turned and returned to his own chamber. Behind him, Jiang Yu gazed at his retreating figure for a few moments before also heading back to her quarters. Once back in his room, the burdened heart of Jiang Yuan began to settle as he initiated a thorough analysis of the day's events. What perplexed him most was why Wang Ro and the others had been discovered. Their movements had been exceedingly discreet. How could they possibly have been detected? It seemed there was but one plausible explanation, an unseen hand at play. This, in turn, implied that not only had he been compromised, but his companions had likely been exposed as well. Another pressing question arose. What exactly was this shadowy figure plotting? Based on his deductions, it was clear that this enigmatic individual must be a devotee of the demon of righteous valor. If they were indeed a follower of the demon of righteous valor, why would they disclose the whereabouts of his companions to the followers of the demon of compassion? It was inconceivable that there could exist any camaraderie between the adherents of two distinct demons, let alone the sharing of intelligence regarding the vagabonds, allowing one faction to seize the advantage. Even among followers of the same demon, sharing information was a rarity, much less among factions aligned with opposing demons. Only the Redemption Organization could facilitate such exchanges, which is one of the fundamental reasons for their survival in the interstices of conflict. Thus, what were they truly up to? Jiang Yuan felt a throbbing headache begin to form. Just then, his phone vibrated unexpectedly. Jiang Yuan instinctively glanced towards the door and then at the window, noting that the curtains were drawn. Only then did he retrieve his phone. Upon checking, he discovered it was indeed a message from Wang Ro. The fact that Wang Ro could send him this message indicated that she was likely safe. It suggested that other team members had arrived nearby and had transmitted this non-existent message to him through counter-surveillance equipment and ghost signal devices. The term ghost signal refers to information that is entirely non-existent, a type of communication that is exceedingly difficult to detect through technical means that IT is currently the most common method of contacting the disguisers. The drawback, however, is that ghost signal devices cannot remain active for extended periods. Prolonged use will inevitably attract suspicion. Furthermore, the distance between the two parties cannot be too great. Exceeding that range renders the communication ineffective. Moreover, the message will vanish automatically within a minute of your viewing it, as if it had never existed. Upon unlocking his phone, Captain, the intelligence you conveyed this time was remarkably timely. We promptly requested support from the provincial headquarters and successfully eliminated 15 zealots. The deputy minister of the provincial headquarters was exceedingly pleased and decided to reward you with a substantial 100 points of redemption. Each of us received 10 redemption points. We are all well now, with no injuries or fatalities, and have relocated to a different place, so there is no need for concern. Just take care of yourself. Such was the content of the text message. Jiang Yuan's previously anxious heart was finally at ease. Chapter 52. The Realm of Compassionate Magic, Redemption Points. This system serves as a reward mechanism within the Redemption Organization for members who have made significant contributions. In fact, Jiang Yuan already possessed 20 redemption points. Aside from the encounters with the formidable bandits and the initial Tier 1 hunter, he earned 10 points for each of the kills, including those of Jiang Yuan and the zealot that followed. With the additional 100 points awarded for this latest success, his total reached an impressive 120 points. What, then, is the purpose of these redemption points? Primarily, they are used for exchanges, specifically for the exchange of zealots. Indeed, for instance, an initial Tier 3 zealot can be redeemed for 50 redemption points. Once you redeem, the redemption organization will provide you with an initial Tier 3 zealot for you to eliminate. This constitutes the primary function of redemption points. However, acquiring these points is exceedingly challenging. Take Team 2, for example. They have not obtained a single point in several years. Yet, since the emergence of Jiang Yuan, the pretender, they have steadily garnered some redemption points. This has fueled everyone's fervent desire to join the pretender's team. With Jiang Yuan's current total of 120 redemption points, he could exchange for an initial Tier 2 zealot. Additionally, beyond zealots, one can redeem for money, supplies, and more. Nonetheless, generally speaking, no one would be foolish enough to use their redemption points for such items, even if the exchange rate were quite favorable. With a faint smile, Jiang Yuan allowed the message to fade from his screen before locking his phone. Lying in bed, he did not immediately succumb to slumber. His sole lingering concern was whether his sister might suspect him. Fortunately, it appeared that she had not, and even if she did, given the circumstances at the time, he could not have failed to warn Wang Ro and the others to sacrifice Wang Ro and the others for his own safety. Nonsense. He could never do that. Others may be different, but he certainly could not. At 7 in the morning, having barely slept for a few hours, Jiang Yuan was roused by his sister. With his current soul strength, he could easily go 2 or 3 days without sleep without any adverse effects. After a swift wash-up, he set out with his sister. Throughout the journey, Jiang Yuan observed her closely. On the surface, his sister appeared somewhat inscrutable, as if last night's defeat had not overly affected her demeanor. She continued to engage him in light-hearted banter. The pair headed directly to the underground parking garage, where they entered a sleek sports car in the passenger seat. Watching Jiang Yu deftly start the vehicle, Jiang Yuan curiously inquired, "Sister, when did you purchase this car? It must have cost a fortune." Jiang Yu, driving with a smile, replied, "Once you become a professional, these expenses will seem trivial. If you manage to complete a few tasks, you'll achieve financial independence. Indeed, you should take the time to retake your driving test, lest you find yourself unable to drive when the need arises." "Very well, sister." As the siblings engaged in conversation, their vehicle arrived before a remarkably grand edifice on the outskirts of the city. This was the domain of the benevolent demon. The realm of demons was indeed this brazen. Under normal circumstances, the despondent would not dare to assault this place. Firstly, there were numerous formidable individuals present who could easily repel any attack. Even if one were to prevail and destroy the intermediate statues within, it would serve little purpose. While demolishing intermediate statues could yield a vast bounty of redemptive power, as long as the disseminator remained alive, the demon organization would continue to thrive regardless of how many statues were destroyed. The reconstruction of statues would simply follow. Eliminating the disseminator was paramount. The exterior of the grand building bore a striking resemblance to ancient European castles. Impressively imposing, yet evoking a sense of gloom and chill in Jiang Yuan. That if one were to draw a comparison, this place more closely resembled the abode of vampire nobility depicted in films and television. Outside the demon realm lay an expansive garden, encircled by a fence, and at the stone entrance stood a sculpture of the benevolent demon, inscribed with the words, "Benevolent Holy Spirit" and "Jiang Divine Realm." "Let us proceed inside. Once we enter, we cannot drive any further," Jiang Yu remarked after parking the car in the lot outside. The two alighted from the vehicle and approached the entrance, where a man and a woman stood guard on either side, greeting the arriving devotees with warm smiles. However, they required verification of one's identity card and confirmation of participation in the designated quota before granting entry. As Jiang Yuan observed the two guardians, he felt a palpable sense of danger. They were at least of the caliber of Li Kongwu. They might even be of a higher echelon. This revelation did not surprise Jiang Yuan. High-tier individuals were exceedingly rare within the redemption organization. Yet among these demon worshippers, they were not so uncommon. The presence of two high-tier sentinels at the entrance subtly revealed the immense strength of the demon worshippers in this world. It is worth noting that the benevolent demon was merely a minor demon organization. There existed medium, large, and even super-large organizations above it. For instance, the Zhengyong demon belonged to the large category. "Benevolent, please proceed." the two guardians said after scrutinizing their identity cards and confirming their authenticity, allowing the siblings to enter. Jiang Yuan, with utmost sincerity, raised his middle finger to his forehead in a mock salute that in truth, he found the rituals of the benevolent demon organization to be quite ludicrous, proclaiming that their gestures could guarantee entry into paradise after death, shield one from ailments, and confer longevity. Such blatant hypocrisy, he mentally scoffed. He and his sister made their way into the castle. The ceremony of faith and veneration was held in the grand hall, which was already filled with people. Most, like Jiang Yuan, were accompanied by a powerful individual leading a recently turned 18-year-old. While these strong figures may not have belonged to the lineage of the fourth disseminator, they undoubtedly held significant status within the benevolent demon organization. It was rather comical, really. This ceremony of faith and veneration was not an affair for the average individual. Jiang Yuan's presence was solely due to his sister's influence. As a trusted confidant of the fourth disseminator, she afforded him a place among the esteemed attendees in the hall. The most striking feature is undoubtedly the towering statue of the compassionate demon, which stands over 30 meters high, exuding tendrils of demonic power from its apex. It goes without saying that this statue before us is indeed what is referred to as an intermediate statue. Jiang Yu, is this your younger brother? I have heard whispers of his astounding talent. Jiang Yu, your family truly inspires envy. Both siblings are exceptional prodigies. Remarkably, they have surpassed the threshold without having sacrificed any lost ones prior to the rite of faith and praise. Such innate ability is truly formidable. Young man, would you be interested in following me? I am of the high tier. Should you choose to accompany me, I guarantee that within a decade, you will attain at least the first rank of the intermediate tier, if not even reach the high tier. As the siblings entered, familiar believers greeted them warmly. Among them was one who sought to recruit. Jiang Yu's demeanor instantly turned cold, and she spoke icily. This is my brother. He is destined to become one of our fourth disseminators. You, a seeker beneath the second disseminator, dare to poach my brother in my presence. Do you believe this is appropriate? Or do you think our fourth disseminator is without merit? The balding middle-aged man showed no signs of intimidation. After all, as a high-tier powerhouse, he had no reason to cower before Jiang Yu, who was merely at the intermediate tier. That he sneered in response. What makes it inappropriate? Are we not all followers of the compassionate saint? Furthermore, while he is indeed your brother, he possesses the right to make his own choices. Our lineage, the second disseminator, is far superior to yours. Aligning with us offers greater prospects for development. Jiang Yu was immediately incensed, yet before she could respond, a chilling voice abruptly resonated through the AI. You wish to lose your tongue. As this voice emerged, the atmosphere fell silent. The balding middle-aged man's expression froze, revealing a flicker of fear in his countenance. Jiang Yuan also raised his gaze. What met his eyes was a tall, slender man with long green hair that partially obscured his eyes, adorned with earrings on both earlobes, a sinister middle-aged figure. When Jiang Yuan looked at him, the man happened to glance back in that instant. Jiang Yuan felt as though he had been ensnared by an incredibly venomous serpent. A chill ran down his spine, leaving him utterly frozen, sinister, malevolent, bloodthirsty, and frenzied. These were the impressions this man imparted. The other merely cast a cursory glance before shifting his gaze away, yet Jiang Yuan felt an overwhelming discomfort wash over him. Strong, exceedingly strong. This was the most profound realization Jiang Yuan had. Perhaps this individual was the most formidable opponent he had ever encountered. The balding middle-aged man, sensing the atmosphere, stammered. I was merely jesting. Just joking. We are all family. After all, the balding man quickly backed down, forcing a smile, and dared not overstep any boundaries. The hint of fear evident in his eyes spoke volumes about just how terrifying this serpentine man truly was. Should I hear another word, I shall ensure your tongue is extracted. The middle-aged man shot a cold glance at the balding figure before turning to depart deeper into the castle. It was only after the man had left that the balding middle-aged man instinctively wiped the cold sweat that had emerged on his forehead. Daring not to utter another word, he scurried away, dragging along a youth who was too intimidated to even raise his head. Jiang Yu no longer paid any attention to the balding middle-aged man. Instead, she pointed towards the direction where the green-haired middle-aged man had vanished, her face adorned with unabashed admiration, introducing him to Jiang Yuan. The gentleman who just left is the second strongest under our fourth disseminator. A high-tier first-class hunter, Jiang Yuan was taken aback in a wonder that balding middle-aged man had reacted like a mouse before a cat. It turned out to be Lin Su. Lin Su was indeed the very same green-haired man. A prominent figure within the redemption organization, Jiang Yu had understated his significance. Not only was Lin Su the second strongest under the fourth disseminator, but he also ranked among the top 10 high-tier individuals within the entire congregation of the benevolent demon worshippers. He was infamous for his bloodthirsty, frenzied, ruthless, and cunning nature. For any prey targeted by him, death would be a luxury. Jiang Yuan felt a surge of excitement within him. He had not anticipated such a monumental discovery upon his arrival today. It was crucial to note that the redemption organization knew of Lin Su's reputation, but remained ignorant of his appearance. Having witnessed Lin Su's visage himself, he could relay this information to the redemption organization, which would undoubtedly seek an opportunity to eliminate him. The entire redemption headquarters in Jiang province harbored an intense hatred for Lin Su. He had brutally slaughtered dozens of the lost ones. At the very least, numerous other lost ones, not affiliated with the redemption organization, had also been cruelly murdered without any record. The desire to see him dead was palpable. Jiang Yuan silently committed Lin Su's likeness to memory, planning to sketch his portrait later and disseminate it. You will be stationed here. Jiang Yu led Jiang Yuan to a corner at the back of the hall, pointing to the spot with an expression of resignation. This is the only position I could secure. All the prime spots near the deity statue have been claimed by those of higher status. Although this place is somewhat distant, the divine blessings will indeed be fewer. However, given your current condition, you should have no trouble breaking through, right? Jiang Yuan was momentarily taken aback. He would have preferred a position further back. The farther away, the weaker the demonic power, and thus, the less soul energy he would need to expend in defense. Yet, he could not reveal this preference. He could only sigh, feigning disappointment, and say, shouldn't there be fair competition? Those with greater talent and devotion should be positioned closer to the front. Why should it be dictated by power and influence? Jiang Yu smiled apologetically and replied, there's no way around it. Those at the front include the descendants of elders. How could I compete with them? But I believe in you. You will surely succeed. What more could Jiang Yuan say? He could only grudgingly nod in agreement. The term elder referred to those disseminators who had previously failed in their bid to become the grand disseminator. Every demonic organization follows such a hierarchy. At the top is the grand disseminator, without question. Next are the elders, followed by the disseminators vying for their turn, and beneath them are the hunters, seekers, and infiltrators under their command. This structure is the foundation of all demonic organizations. An increasing number of individuals began to arrive. Jiang Yu continued to engage in conversation with her acquaintances, casually introducing Jiang Yuan to them. Clearly, this was a prelude to paving the way for Jiang Yuan's emergence as a professional. Jiang Yuan silently memorized the names, professions, and appearances of this group. To speak of nothing else. Simply encountering these individuals is already a tremendous boon that I must admit, my role as a masquerader has indeed unfolded with remarkable ease. Facilitated by my sister's connections, far surpassing the experiences of other masqueraders. Around 11 o'clock, the raucous hall fell abruptly into silence. The formidable individuals turned their gazes toward the depths of the castle, and in unison, they pointed their right middle fingers to their foreheads, uttering in either reverence or indifference. Compassion, we greet the fourth disseminator. Compassion, everyone shall withdraw. A hoarse voice, indistinguishable in gender, resonated from the innermost recesses of the castle, as if it were spoken through a constricted throat. Jiang Yuan also peered into the darkness, but all he could discern was a vague outline of a shadowy figure, with nothing else visible. He was not the least bit surprised. If one were to identify the most elusive profession within the demonic organization, it would undoubtedly be that of the disseminator. They never appear in the public eye, and even their followers, with the exception of a select few confidants, rarely glimpse them. No one knows their true identities, statuses, or names. They could be a passerby with whom you briefly cross paths. They might be your neighbor of many years. Or they could even be your relatives, lovers, or spouses. Their movements are shrouded in utmost secrecy, a precaution against being discovered by the redemption organization. For should their identities be revealed, the redemption organization would undoubtedly pursue them with lethal intent. The disseminators are the very core capable of dismantling a demonic organization. I shall take my leave. Do your best. Jiang Yu offered Jiang Yuan an encouraging smile before departing the hall with the other followers. The grand hall was suddenly half empty. leaving behind a throng of 18-year-old male and female devotees. The faithful adoration ceremony is about to commence. The hoarse voice of the fourth disseminator continued to resonate. And as his words echoed, several followers emerged from the shadows, bearing offerings of soul incense and flesh candles. However, these incense and candles were vastly larger than any Jiang Yuan had previously encountered. The soul incense was likely 10 meters long, and the flesh candles boasted a diameter of at least half a meter. It was unfathomable to consider how many souls and bodies must have been sacrificed to create such offerings. Moreover, as Jiang Yuan understood, the flesh candles and soul incense used in grand rituals were sourced exclusively from fanatics or professionals. Ordinary followers were deemed unworthy of being fashioned into such grand offerings. Merely contemplating this left one feeling a profound sorrow for the inhabitants of this world. The colossal flames blazed fiercely, and thick, dark smoke curled upwards, carrying with it an indescribable, intoxicating aroma that swiftly enveloped the entire hall. The enormous statue of the compassionate demon, obscured by the smoke, appeared intermittently, its feigned benevolence taking on an eerie and malevolent quality. The demonic energy emanating from the statue seemed to intensify the moment the flesh candles and soul incense were ignited. Everyone knelt in unison, bowing before the statue of the compassionate demon with fervent devotion and excitement. Jiang Yuan surely feigned this same demeanor, his expression radiating an air of piety. In truth, he possessed a small trick that allowed him to mimic this appearance convincingly. In his mind, images of those enlightened teachers with surnames such as Tsang, Bo, Ai, and Xiaozhe incessantly surfaced. Jiang Yuan was filled with profound reverence and gratitude for their contributions, coupled with a palpable excitement. Thus, he boldly proclaimed that among the congregation present, none were as devout as he. The others seated there were mere trifles. Chapter 54. From beginner to intermediate level. Perhaps it was Jiang Yuan's sincerity, reflected in the genuine smile that adorned his face, which drew several gazes towards him. After lingering on him for a few seconds, those eyes shifted away at that moment. Jiang Yuan had little inclination to heed their scrutiny. A formidable and overwhelming demonic power suddenly descended, enveloping him, as a terrifying corrosive force relentlessly gnawed at his soul. His soul intensity, once soaring at 60 points, plummeted at an alarming rate of nearly 5 points per second. Fortunately, this intensity remained sufficiently high, still within Jiang Yuan's capacity to endure. Furthermore, the accumulation of days past, coupled with the survival points gained from slaying a beginner-level fanatic, had endowed him with a total of 618 survival points. He remained unperturbed, allowing the demonic power to erode his soul while he methodically utilized his survival points for recuperation. Each decrement of 5 points was immediately restored, leaving no discernible impact, with his mind and soul effortlessly resisting the encroaching demonic force. Jiang Yuan's facade remained unyielding, ever prepared to initiate his breakthrough. As the faith ceremony reached its midpoint, suddenly, one of the young believers closest to the statue of the benevolent demon was overtaken by a surge of demonic power, his face instantly lighting up with joy. Clearly, he belonged to the gifted echelon, deserving of the title of genius. He had seamlessly transitioned from a believer to a fanatic, merely through this act of devotion. Following suit, several more young believers achieved their breakthroughs in rapid succession. Among the multitude, a staggering 99 were ordinary believers, with only a handful of 5 or 6 having ascended to fanaticism, primarily individuals from influential families who had either been seized or procured from the ranks of the imprisoned. They were offered as sacrifices to facilitate their ascension. Remarkably, Jiang Yuan stood alone as the sole individual to have achieved his breakthrough during the ritual itself. Not only has there been a 5 to 6-fold increase in quantity, but there has also been a corresponding enhancement in quality. To put it simply, this denotes a difference in density, or rather, a disparity in concentration at the initial 3rd rank. The substance was exceedingly diluted and imbued with a plethora of impurities. Conversely, at the initial 2nd rank, the gas is markedly purer and compressed 5 to 6 times. Naturally, with increased density comes greater strength. Such heightened strength necessitates a more resilient vessel for containment, which elucidates why higher attribute levels are more prone to breaches. Otherwise, if one's attributes are lacking and the container is inadequate, how could it possibly hold such abundant and high-quality matter? Thus, after a while, the ritual of faith finally reached its conclusion. This particular ceremony consumed a staggering 190 survival points from Jiang Yuan. Such an ordeal is certainly beyond the capacity of an ordinary despairer to endure. Additionally, this stems from Jiang Yuan's soul strength, which is not exceptionally high. Were his soul strength to surpass its current threshold, say, reaching 100 or even 200, it is likely that the consumption of soul power would only wane by 1 or 2 points per second. Ultimately, it is a matter of insufficient soul strength. This is also why the most elite of masqueraders are so rare. Thankfully, it has finally come to an end. Jiang Yuan immediately turned his attention to his newly acquired attributes. Name: Jiang Yuan. Power: 30 endurance, 30 speed, 30 soul, 60 divine power, LV1 strength. Initial second rank survival, 328 in truth. There has not been much change. Only the divine power and strength have been altered. The 3 attributes now require 20 survival points for each single point of enhancement. Similarly, soul points still demand 100 for a single increase. As for divine power, each advancement to LV1 necessitates 200 points. This has effectively doubled. Consequently, to ascend to the initial first rank, one would require 2,000 survival points. Not too bad. I can accept that. Jiang Yuan did not hasten to elevate his 3 attributes. Firstly, the survival points are insufficient. Secondly, it is imperative to retain a minimal amount of survival points for unforeseen circumstances that in fact, having only 300 survival points leaves Jiang Yuan feeling quite insecure that a reserve of 1,000 survival points is necessary for adequate safety. There is no rush. Progress can be gradual. His current rate of advancement is already astonishing. Taking merely a month at most, it is quite swift. Congratulations to all for receiving your respective blessings. Maintain your faith and loyalty. For the benevolent Holy One shall never forget you. Benevolence. The raspy, neutral voice resonated once more. He had just been reciting the scripture of demons, serving as a medium to channel the demonic power bestowed by the demonic idol. Now that his task was complete, he would naturally take his leave. As his words faded, the sound of light footsteps gradually receded into the distance, ultimately vanishing. The grand doors of the hall swung open, and those who had been waiting outside eagerly entered, making their way toward their respective juniors and relatives. Yet, the attention of these youths was predominantly fixed on Jiang Yuan. Particularly, those young followers in the central area were most focused on him. Ignoring their own kin approaching, the first to break through among them pondered for a moment before proactively making his way toward Jiang Yuan. With his leadership, the remaining young prodigies could no longer contain their eagerness and flocked towards him. Jiang Yuan, who was preparing to greet Jiang Yu, halted upon witnessing their actions that in truth, he harbored a profound desire to engage with these geniuses. The more he interacted with them, the more intelligence he would acquire. Consequently, he would be able to eliminate them and their families with utmost precision when the time came. Such anticipation was exhilarating. The behavior of these youthful devotees momentarily stunned the approaching professionals, who instinctively turned their gaze towards Jiang Yuan. They were no longer in a hurry, curious to discern their intentions, especially since they were oblivious to the recent happenings in the hall. You are formidable. Thus you deserve to be my friend. I am Chao Zilu. Though your current strength does not guarantee future prowess, I shall surpass you, proclaimed the first young man to break through, standing before Jiang Yuan with an air of arrogance. Jiang Yuan was left bewildered. What sort of charade was this? A devil-worshipping version of a typical overpowered protagonist. Was this the age we lived in, that such Navi individuals still existed? How could he claim the right to be my friend? If he was so exceptional, why didn't he eliminate the benevolent demon and take his place? Had he been overly influenced by absurdly cliché narratives? As Jiang Yuan wore a peculiar expression, the young devotees around him gasped in astonishment. Chao Zilu, a surname of Chao? Could it be? Is he truly the grandson of Lord Chao Yiguang? It must be so. No wonder his talent is extraordinary. Jiang Yuan froze momentarily. Chao Yiguang. Chao Yiguang, the third strongest of the benevolent ones, a top-tier powerhouse, also the second elder of the benevolent demon organization, the one ranked just below the Grand Disseminator and the Grand Elder. Chao Yiguang. This identity, this lineage. Jiang Yuan suddenly broke into a radiant smile, akin to a blazing sun, and strode forward, embracing Chao Zilu's shoulders with warmth, as if he had finally reunited with a long-lost brother. What nonsense about being an over-the-top protagonist. Nonsense. Slander. This was clearly my good brother, my steadfast comrade. Who knows, perhaps one day, my dear comrade Zilu will personally lead me to vanquish his grandfather. This brotherhood, I, Jiang Yuan, have firmly established. Chapter 55. A terrifying revelation. I am Jiang Yuan, and I possess but one trait: a fondness for making friends. Jiang Yuan embraced Chao Zilu warmly, his smile radiant and exuding charm. Good brother, my talent is rather ordinary. I merely ascended on the second day of the ritual. I was fortunate enough to reach the third tier maximum in 3 attributes within less than a month. And just today, I broke through to the second tier of the initial stage after a month. Pure luck, it's all sheer luck. I believe you, my good brother, will surely catch up to me. Let us strive together. Chao Zilu appeared to have never been embraced in such a manner before. His inherently proud nature made him quite uncomfortable, just as he was about to scowl and shake off Jiang Yuan's arm. He heard the latter's words, his expression freezing. He was aware of Jiang Yuan's considerable talent. For anyone attending the faith tribute must have been under 18 for less than a year. However, he never imagined that Jiang Yuan had just turned 18 a mere month ago. Even more astonishing was the fact that Jiang Yuan had achieved his breakthrough independently rather than relying on sacrifices to the lost ones. With merely a month remaining, the prospect of achieving all 3 attributes at the initial third tier full value seemed utterly far-fetched. He had thought that Jiang Yuan had already turned 18 several months ago. Moreover, after the sacrifice of the broken bewilderment, he had fortuitously advanced to the initial second tier today. Little did he expect such an outcome. Proud as he was, at that moment, his cold countenance flushed with a sudden crimson hue. After a prolonged pause, confronted by the peculiar gazes surrounding him, he defiantly declared, I admit you are strong, exceedingly strong. But I shall certainly catch up to you. Jiang Yuan cast him a sidelong glance, his smile widening. I know. Let us add each other as friends later and communicate more often during our free time. We shall progress together, grow together, and become stronger together. In fact, the very first moment I laid eyes on you, I sensed that you are no ordinary individual. I am resolute in establishing a friendship with you. To deal with this archetypal, overconfident character, one must offer admiration, yet not to the point of excessive flattery. Unconditional praise might lead him to look down upon you. First, one must demonstrate his weakness, only to later offer him a sweet reward. Whether this approach would be effective was uncertain to Jiang Yuan, but psychological principles suggested as much. Nevertheless, the results appeared promising. Chao Zilu regained his haughty demeanor. Though the slight upturn at the corner of his mouth betrayed him, he promptly produced his mobile phone and casually remarked, Let us add each other as friends. I will seek you out. The two exchanged contact information, and soon several others approached Jiang Yuan to add him as well, which he welcomed without reservation. At this juncture, the newly arrived professionals were also made aware of Jiang Yuan's recent advancement to the initial second tier. It is worth noting that the vast majority of believers had previously sacrificed the broken bewilderment before their faith's reverence, yet still failed to achieve a breakthrough afterward. Individuals like Jiang Yuan, a prodigious talent, prompted many to contemplate their own ambitions. Naturally, they would not refuse the opportunity for their juniors to add Jiang Yuan as a friend, who knew if they might align with his faction. Even if not, cultivating a relationship with such a highly promising genius could only yield benefits. Jiang Yu, standing nearby, did not intervene. As Jiang Yuan's sister, she had confidence that he would not be swayed by others. Having just joined, expanding his network of connections would not be detrimental. While most were not under the banner of the fourth spreader, there were indeed many who had not aligned with any faction. For instance, Chao Zilu, along with his grandfather and father, had not joined any specific spreader faction. Such a scenario was not uncommon within the demon organization. Although ultimately everyone would choose a side, many opted to observe first, waiting to see who was most likely to emerge as the future great spreader before deciding where to pledge their allegiance. Once Jiang Yuan had busily added more than 10 friends, Jiang Yu finally stepped forward, her expression one of satisfaction as she said, Excellent. You have not disappointed me. You are indeed my brother, Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan chuckled, raising his phone, and whispered, Sister, later could you tell me which of these individuals are factionless? Perhaps I can draw them into our fourth spreader faction. This was Jiang Yuan's premeditated excuse for forging good relations with Chao Zilu and the others, ensuring he would not arouse any suspicion. As anticipated, Jiang Yu seemed not to ponder too deeply, her gaze becoming increasingly gratified. I am delighted that you can think so considerately for the fourth communicator. Furthermore, given your outstanding performance this time, I believe the fourth communicator has certainly taken notice. It is only a matter of time before you join our ranks as a professional under the fourth communicator's banner. Jiang Yuan was elated at this prospect. But just then, Jiang Yu's phone chimed. She glanced at her device, and her smile gradually blossomed. You see, I had just mentioned it, and the message has arrived. Jiang Yu did not show Jiang Yuan the content of the message but recounted. It is a message from the fourth communicator. They remarked that your performance was exceptional and have formally invited you to join our fourth communicator's camp. Once you join, you will receive the finest training to swiftly become a formidable force capable of standing on your own. Now, I earnestly ask you, do you wish to join our fourth communicator's camp and serve it? The final question was posed with utmost seriousness. This is the moment I have been waiting for. Jiang Yuan nodded resolutely and replied, Wherever you go, I shall follow. I am willing to join. Jiang Yu smiled and nodded, then took Jiang Yuan by the hand to exit. Let us depart. We should not linger here unnecessarily. Jiang Yuan had no objections, and the siblings bid farewell to familiar faces as they left the premises. On the road, as Jiang Yu drove, she discussed Jiang Yuan's future career plan. I have arranged for you to pursue the same profession as I. It is primarily because I believe seekers are somewhat safer. Of course, if you wish to become a hunter, that is also an option, though becoming an infiltrator is nearly impossible as it requires a soul affinity. Jiang Yuan shook her head and answered with certainty. Let it be a seeker. For me, there is little difference between a seeker and a hunter. If I am to choose, it must be as a seeker. As for an infiltrator, as you said, it is out of the question, for it would reveal the truth of my soul's extraordinary strength. Once exposed, wouldn't it indicate that the faith ceremony I personally conducted had not truly been tainted by demonic power? Becoming a hunter is also not viable, as that profession is the most likely to encounter the broken ones and engage in combat with them. It is a matter of either your demise or mine. A result Jiang Yuan would never wish to witness. Only the seeker role offers a more favorable outcome, as their primary duty is to detect the disguised foes lurking nearby. This identity allows me to undertake numerous endeavors and uncover more secrets. Jiang Yuan's response elicited a satisfied smile from Jiang Yu, who promptly began instructing her on the courses a seeker must undertake and other related topics. Before long, the vehicle arrived at their residential community, and the entrance's automatic barrier lifted to permit their passage. Initially, Jiang Yuan paid little heed, her gaze drifting elsewhere. However, in the next moment, it was as if a thought struck her. She abruptly redirected her gaze back to the automatic barrier at the community entrance. Staring intently, her pupils constricted suddenly, even trembling slightly. This phenomenon arose from a profound emotional upheaval. She realized something terrifying. Why was her sister's vehicle license plate granted automatic access? Chapter 56. In a state of confusion, the residential complex he rented was of a mid to high-end variety. At the time of renting, the agent had explicitly stated that vehicles not belonging to the residents would be denied entry, and outsiders could not enter freely. The security was exceptionally assured. However, how was it that his sister's car could gain access? And that too with the automatic barrier lifting. He had just scrutinized the situation closely. On the automatic barrier, a screen displayed the message, Welcome home, dear resident. License plate, a D4312. This was undoubtedly a prompt that indicated the vehicle information of a resident had been recorded. Jiang Yuan meticulously recalled the events of the past few days. He had arrived the day before yesterday, and during the rental process, his sister had had no opportunity to relay her vehicle information to the property management for it to be logged. Since their arrival in Jiang province, apart from the time from noon yesterday until 3 o'clock this morning, he had been with his sister the entire time. Thus, during this period, it was impossible for her to have had the chance to input her vehicle information. Had she recorded it yesterday afternoon, that was also implausible, as she had taken a taxi to confront Wang Ro and her group at that time. Surely, she wouldn't have made a special trip back to the complex just to input her vehicle information prior to dealing with Wang Ro? That would be utterly nonsensical. What about recording it upon returning in the early morning? Even less likely, for entering vehicle information required the property manager's intervention at his office computer. In the early hours, only security personnel were present. The management of this complex was exceptionally stringent, unlike certain property managements elsewhere. This matter was not within the purview of the security staff, both to prevent external vehicles from troubling them and to ensure that no unauthorized vehicles could be admitted. After all, in a world where supernatural forces and unregulated weaponry exist, safety is not guaranteed. Such protocols are standard for upscale residential communities. Therefore, without having recorded vehicle information or obtaining temporary authorization from a resident, even the security personnel would be unable to grant entry. There was no remote control for simply lifting the barrier. And which property manager would log vehicle information at such an ungodly hour? Since it was not recorded upon returning in the early morning, it certainly could not have been during the ambush either, as that would imply a deliberate return to the complex for such a purpose. What could possibly be the motive? The more he pondered, the more a chill crept over him. Given the circumstances, he could only surmise a few possibilities. His sister had either resided here previously, or she owned property in the area. Or perhaps this complex was a premeditated choice she had made for herself. After all, this was the very complex she and Mu Liqing had brought him to for renting. The implications were clear. His sister must have either rented a place here, owned property, or had some intricate connection with this community. For instance, this complex could very well be the domain of a devotee of the benevolent demon. Moreover, his sister had kept this information from him, even going so far as to intentionally reside with him these past few days. The intent became increasingly evident. She did not trust him, or rather, from the moment he stepped out of the vehicle, he had been ensnared in his sister's meticulously orchestrated plan. A wave of cold dread washed over Jiang Yuan, because he was reminded of something far more terrifying. What if she had never trusted herself, or rather, had always doubted her own abilities? Then why did she suddenly reveal to me yesterday that she had discovered the whereabouts of Wang Ro and the others? Moreover, she even mentioned wanting to ambush them. Could it be that all of this was merely a test from my sister? Was she attempting to ascertain whether I would alert Wang Ro and her companions? If so, does that mean that my warning yesterday had, in fact, already been known to my sister? She was aware that I was the one who had tipped them off, leading to their ambush. Jiang Yuan felt a splitting headache. Following this line of thought, it seemed that I was 100% exposed. If I was exposed, why had she not yet taken action against me? Not only did she refrain from acting, but she even invited me to participate in the faith celebration and further allowed me to join the fourth disseminators. Jiang Yuan was engulfed in confusion. Could it be that I was overthinking? Or perhaps my sister truly did not trust me, but she had not noticed my actions yesterday, thus lowering her guard against me? This seemed to be the only plausible explanation at this moment. The vehicle had arrived at the underground parking lot, where the lighting was rather dim. Jiang Yuan remained silent for a long while. As Jiang Yu reversed the car, he suddenly feigned casual curiosity and inquired, "Sister, is it troublesome to register the vehicle under the owner's information? I would like to purchase a car myself later. By the way, when did you learn to drive? I had no idea you could drive." Out in the faint light, Jiang Yu's face flickered in and out of visibility, making it difficult to discern her expression. Her reversing motion seemed to pause slightly, yet perhaps it did not. She continued to reverse the vehicle while lightly chuckling, saying, "I tell you, Xiao Yuan, we are in the age of intelligence. You can operate everything with your phone. Just the day before yesterday, I sent the vehicle information to the landlord, asking her to assist with the registration. I took my driving test right after starting my freshman year. Speaking of which, you should also sign up for a class in the next couple of days and get your driver's license. Once you obtain it, I will buy you a luxury car." Jiang Yuan felt a wave of relaxation wash over him as he exhaled. After all, if she had truly detected something amiss with him, these events would not have transpired today. Perhaps he would have ceased to exist by now. Thus, he cheerfully remarked, "Then it's settled. I will register in the next couple of days." At this point, Jiang Yu had parked the car. She responded with a soft saying, "You need to go by yourself these next few days, as I will be quite busy. Is that all right?" Jiang Yu was about to head out, and Jiang Yuan wholeheartedly agreed that, to be honest, being with Jiang Yu was quite a psychological burden for him. An intermediate seeker, for some reason, although his sister was very gentle, the thought of her identity sent chills down his spine. "Sister, why do you always treat me like a child? It's perfectly fine. You go ahead and attend to your matters." Haha, that works for me. The siblings took the elevator upstairs, where the afternoon was primarily spent with Jiang Yu providing Jiang Yuan with various study materials, allowing him to study independently for the time being. She assured him she would find time to teach him specifically later. Additionally, she shared with him the contact information for Li Kangwu, encouraging Jiang Yuan to reach out to him to learn combat techniques. In response, Jiang Yuan readily acquiesced, harboring a keen curiosity regarding the teachings imparted by the demon faction, pondering whether they would diverge significantly from those of the redemption faction. After engaging in a brief conversation, his sister answered a phone call and, after transferring an additional 20,000 yuan to Jiang Yuan, hastily departed. The apartment was soon left in solitude, with only Jiang Yuan remaining. The tension that had gripped him began to ease at last. He took a moment of silence on the sofa before retreating to his room, where he rummaged beneath the wardrobe and retrieved a mobile phone. Powering it on, he accessed the messages, entered a number, and appended a digit, 9, before shutting it down again and extracting the SIM card. With a firm grip, he crushed the SIM card into a fine powder in a fleeting display of strength. Having completed this task, Jiang Yuan delved into the study materials that his sister had sent him, specifically tailored for seekers. These materials were straightforward yet pointed, instructing him on how to discern hidden impersonators through subtle clues, as well as detailing the skills that impersonators might possess and the unusual circumstances likely attributed to them. Jiang Yuan read with intense focus and fascination, recognizing that he could identify his own shortcomings as an impersonator, thereby mitigating potential exposure risks in the future. Thus, around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Jiang Yuan's phone vibrated unexpectedly that a text message devoid of any name or number arrived, a ghost signal. The content was exceedingly simple, consisting solely of an address and a time. Lunan Road, number 172, 10 p.m. Stowing away his phone, he armed himself with a straight knife and stepped out. Chapter 57. Urgent withdrawal. Jiang Yuan deliberately dined outside before leisurely wandering about, until the time approached when he entered a shopping mall, departing discreetly. By the time he left, he had already changed into a different outfit, having undergone a series of disguises, even altering his gait intentionally. At the very least, the surveillance cameras would not be able to discern that he was the one who had come. He then took a taxi to Lunan Road number 172. This address led him to a small supermarket located at a street corner. Upon his arrival, the door swung open, revealing Lin Lu, who greeted Jiang Yuan with a broad smile and a wave. "Captain, how did you find the faith tribute this time?" Lin Lu appeared as carefree as ever. Yet Jiang Yuan could discern that he had noticeably lost weight. It was all right, though I did gather a considerable amount of intelligence. Come, let us discuss inside. Jiang Yuan patted Lin Lu on the shoulder, and the two entered the small supermarket together. At this hour, the supermarket was already closed, but Lin Lu guided Jiang Yuan further inside while explaining, "This supermarket is usually managed by Sister Ro, and it serves as one of our safe havens." Jiang Yuan nodded in acknowledgement, not surprised. Members of the redemption organization often maintain their own professions in daily life, a strategy employed for better concealment. The small supermarket had a back room, where members of the second squad were currently gathered. Upon sighting Jiang Yuan, Hu Zhengfeng was the first to raise his thumb, smiling as he remarked, "The intelligence relayed by the captain yesterday was remarkably timely, allowing us to successfully annihilate that group of fanatics. Impressive, truly a born master of disguise." Jiang Yuan chuckled softly, about to respond, when his smile abruptly faltered, and he asked, bewildered, "What did you just say?" The smile still lingered on Hu Zhengfeng's face. Yet Jiang Yuan's words left him momentarily stunned. He then replied, puzzled, "Huh, I didn't say anything. That I merely remarked that the captain is quite remarkable, truly a natural at disguise. Was there something wrong with that?" "Wait, the previous statement." "Huh, the previous statement?" Hu Zhengfeng remained in a daze. However, Wang Ro, who had been keenly observing Jiang Yuan's expression, sensed something amiss. She swiftly interrupted Hu Zhengfeng, speaking gravely, "Yesterday, we annihilated all the fanatics attacking us." Jiang Yuan's expression instantly shifted, and without hesitation, he shouted urgently, "Retreat! Retreat! Everyone, evacuate! Implement the most urgent evacuation plan. Immediately, right now." He barely had time to explain. Qi Zhongyue reacted the quickest, standing up and pulling Jiang Yuan towards the back door. "Shiqing, you and I will cover the captain's exit through the back." Song Shiqing said nothing but, with a serious demeanor, rapidly grasped her dual swords resting beside her chair and followed suit. Wang Ro posed no further inquiries. Jiang Yuan's declaration of an emergency warranted swift action, and she directed, "The rest of us will exit through the front door to divert the fanatics' attention from the captain. Zhongyou, Lin Lu, you two must immediately erase all traces of the surveillance cameras in the vicinity. Zhongyue, proceed to the 7th rendezvous point first, then depart from there. We shall regroup at the second safe house at 3 in the morning." Wang Ro swiftly assigned tasks, and everyone sprang into action with utmost urgency. No one dared to inquire further about the unfolding situation. They simply focused on their respective duties. Yet, all were acutely aware that Jiang Yuan's sudden change in demeanor must have been directly linked to the earlier statement about annihilating all the fanatics. The back door of the small supermarket opened into a narrow alley. Adjacent to the supermarket were several small eateries, with trash bins placed in the alley, and the sweltering weather only intensified the foul stench that greeted them as they stepped outside. Leading the way was Jiang Yuan, followed by Jiang Yuan in the middle, with Song Shiqing bringing up the rear as they dashed out of the alley. Jiang Yuan headed straight for an electric vehicle parked by the roadside. Jiang Yuan took no offense, settling into the passenger seat, while Song Shiqing swiftly joined him in the back. It was not until the vehicle sped away, merging into the flow of traffic, that Song Shiqing, her eyes wide with concern as she surveyed the surroundings, relaxed slightly and couldn't help but inquire, "Captain, what on earth happened? Why the sudden need to flee?" Though she spoke, her vigilance remained unwavering, ready for any potential confrontation. Jiang Yuan, silent yet observant, cast a questioning glance at Jiang Yuan, her doe-like eyes silently seeking answers. Jiang Yuan furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before responding. "You all mentioned that everyone was annihilated. Yet there are still some who went elsewhere. At least my sister did, in the tranquil waters." Jiang Yuan's expression suddenly turned solemn as she comprehended the implications of the situation. Hastily, Song Shiqing inquired, "Are you suggesting that you fear your sister might witness our current state and subsequently bring others to confront us?" Jiang Yuan shook his head with a smile, responding, "No, I am more concerned that she may be testing me. Of course, one could say that she might indeed bring people to seek us out, rendering the distinction of whether it is a test irrelevant." Song Shiqing fell silent, fully aware of the ramifications. A masquerader, when subjected to scrutiny, especially by a seeker, signifies a profound lack of trust that indicates that the seeker will relentlessly pursue and monitor you until you are completely apprehended. To be the target of a seeker as a masquerader is an excruciating ordeal. Beside her, Jiang Yuan furrowed her brow and pondered for a moment before stating, "That may not necessarily be the case. When we were besieged yesterday, none of us revealed ourselves that it was solely the intervention of our rescuers that assisted us. Even if your sister remained hidden and did not appear, we should at least be safe, correct?" "No, I must inform Sister Ro about this matter immediately," urging the rescuers from yesterday to flee and take cover. As she spoke, she reached for her phone to call Wang Ro. Jiang Yuan raised his hand to stop her, saying, "There's no need. At this point, Sister Ro has likely already made the call to notify everyone." Jiang Yuan considered this and agreed. As the strategist of the second team, and having been specially invited to investigate the incident in Sioux City, Sister Ro possessed exceptional intelligence and would undoubtedly have anticipated this aspect. "Let us hope, as you suggested, that my sister is not fixated on you, and that yesterday's actions were not a test of me." Jiang Yuan let out a bitter smile, feeling that the role of a masquerader was indeed rather mentally taxing. He mused that it would have been better to be a rescuer, where one could act without overthinking and simply engage in battle. Yet, despite voicing such sentiments, deep down, he sensed that the situation might not be as straightforward as he hoped. The fact that his sister's vehicle was registered under her name resurfaced in his mind. Did she truly provide the license plate number to the landlord on the day she rented the apartment, requesting them to record it? She had no intention of residing there long-term, only staying for a few days, perhaps returning occasionally. Was that why she thought to register the vehicle? While this possibility could not be dismissed, psychologically speaking, the likelihood was exceedingly low. Jiang Yuan gazed out at the night, pursing his lips as he replayed every moment spent with Jiang Yu over the past few days, scrutinizing even the smallest details. He recalled and revisited the memories. Chapter 58. A major misunderstanding. After numerous mental rehearsals, aside from yesterday when his sister had mentioned discovering Wang Ro and the current registration of her vehicle, he found no additional anomalies. Was he merely overthinking? Was it truly as Jiang Yuan suggested, that his sister remained concealed yesterday and did not reveal herself? This would not be surprising, considering they had faced a fully staffed rescue team in ambush yesterday. Do not merely consider my sister as a solitary figure. Alongside her, there are those 15 fervent zealots. Even if we were to include one more, Li Kongwu, Jiang Yuan believes that the two of them would still be unable to escape, unless Lin Su is present. Yesterday, I found myself momentarily puzzled about how my sister managed to evade capture. Perhaps she truly has been lurking in the shadows. Regardless, we must exercise even greater caution moving forward. It's not the fear of the myriad, but rather the fear of the unexpected that we must heed. Moreover, the events of yesterday are shrouded in uncertainty, yet I might seize the opportunity to discreetly investigate the information entry of the community owners. Although, if my sister is genuinely wary of me, she will undoubtedly rectify any loopholes at the earliest opportunity. Nonetheless, an investigation is warranted. One might uncover a thread of evidence to the seventh rendezvous point. Within an unremarkable residence, we remained until 2:20 in the morning, with no unusual occurrences reported, and no alarming news from Wang Ro. Subsequently, Jiang Yuan, Jiang Yuan, and Song Shiqing set out once more at by 3 in the morning. We arrived at the second safe house. This second refuge was evidently incomparable to the one in Suxiang City, as the status and accomplishments of the second team did not merit the provincial headquarters arranging a genuine safe house for them. This sanctuary was selected by Wang Ro and her team, a spacious flat in a high-end residential area, boasting over 400 square meters. One cannot overlook the fact that the Redemption Organization possesses considerable wealth. This is quite reasonable, for many affluent individuals are, in fact, members of the Redemption Organization, and some may even hold managerial positions. Financial resources are certainly not lacking. Once everyone reconvened, Jiang Yuan articulated his thoughts. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Ro shook her head and replied, "Based solely on these 2 points, it is impossible to ascertain whether your sister is genuinely testing or guarding against you. However, it is prudent to exercise caution. Should our suspicions prove correct, then we, along with the provincial redemption team, could be in peril." The others nodded in agreement. In the war against the demon organization, every shred of doubt must be taken seriously. For details often determine the outcome of our endeavors. Jiang Yuan nodded lightly before shaking his head again, stating, "Let us set this matter aside for now. I will remain vigilant." After a pause, he turned to the group, his expression growing grave. "The night before last, while I was preparing to rest in my newly rented apartment, that enigmatic figure who has been observing me reappeared." Upon hearing this, everyone's countenance changed drastically. Jiang Yuan gritted her teeth, exclaiming, "It seems our movements have been disclosed to the compassionate zealots by that mysterious individual. We have long been perplexed by how, despite our extreme caution, they could pinpoint our location with such precision. Now that this mysterious figure has emerged, everything falls into place." Hu Zhengfeng's face contorted with fury. "What do those wretches, led by Zheng Yong, intend to achieve? Hiding in the shadows day after day. Should they capture me, I would flay them alive." Lin Li's expression darkened in an instant, his fists clenched tightly, filled with seething resentment. Jiang Yuan shook his head and remarked, "There is no point in anger now. The reason I gathered you all here is to address this very matter." Jiang Yuan's eyes glimmered with a cold light as he spoke in a frosty tone, "Since they lurk in the shadows, unaware of their schemes, it is absolutely inadvisable to remain passive and endure their assaults. Thus, I have resolved that from this moment forth, we shall immediately initiate a comprehensive counter-investigation against the mysterious individuals. I am eager to unveil their identities and discern their true intentions. At present, I have effectively infiltrated under the auspices of the fourth spreader of compassion, regardless of my sister's suspicions, which I shall temporarily set aside. As long as she does not overtly question my loyalty, my primary objective is to unearth that enigmatic figure." Wang Ro nodded in strong agreement, stating, "Indeed, I share your sentiments. The threat posed by that mysterious entity is far too significant. We must first bring them to light. However, we must exercise caution during our counter-investigation. Based on our current assessments, it is highly probable that this clandestine group possesses knowledge of your identity, Captain, as well as ours. To prevent them from resorting to desperate measures and disseminating information, we must conduct our counter-investigation discreetly and strike decisively while they remain unaware." Wang Ro's suggestion aligned perfectly with Jiang Yuan's thoughts. She gently nodded and continued, "Tomorrow, you should call Team Leader Wang. Our second team currently comprises 7 members, with a full capacity of 11. Therefore, among the remaining 4, aside from the 2 Redeemers, I need the other 2 to be highly skilled protectors in the realm of computers and networks. Please expedite her arrangements, as I have only 1 month before school commences, and I aim to locate this group before the term begins." Wang Ro promptly nodded in response, affirming, "No problem, I will call Team Leader Wang at dawn to discuss this matter." Jiang Yuan refrained from elaborating further, a smile gracing his face as he remarked, "Now that we have addressed the unfavorable news, let us turn to some good tidings." Upon hearing this, everyone immediately perked up with interest. Lin Lu, brimming with curiosity, inquired, "Haven't you only been here for 3 days? What good news could there possibly be? Have you made contact with the fourth spreader? Do you know who he is now? Are you dreaming?" Jiang Yuan, exasperated, chose to disregard Lin Li's comment. instead beaming with delight as he announced. During the faith tribute, I was taken aback to encounter several prominent figures. Moreover, I had the opportunity to see them and commit their appearances to memory. For instance, one among them Lin Su. I trust you are all familiar with him. A hush fell over the group. Wang Ro was the first to regain her composure. Even her typically stoic demeanor could not suppress the surge of exhilaration and excitement that illuminated her usually impassive face. Lin Su, the second strongest under the fourth spreader, ranked sixth among the high-ranking members of the Compassion Organization, a true high-tier elite. The serpent Lin Su? Jiang Yuan confirmed with a nod. Indeed, it is he. Not only did I encounter him, but I also came across another individual who appears to be of high-tier third rank, a follower under the second spreader. However, I do not know his identity. Yet I have memorized his appearance. Additionally, among the youth participating in the faith tribute, there is one named Chao Zilu, whose grandfather appears to be the third strongest among the compassionate, the formidable super-level expert Chao Yuan. The crowd felt a sense of dizziness wash over them. The surprise was simply too sudden. The grandson of the third strongest in compassion, the sixth strongest in the high echelon, Dusher Linxiu. Furthermore, there is a high-level third-tier individual under the second propagator. Reporting such a person would likely yield astonishing rewards in terms of redemption points. Oh, and during the faith tribute, I conveniently attained a breakthrough to the initial second tier and there's another named Li Kongwu. You all should be familiar with him, right? If all goes well, at dawn, I will seek him out. Then, I intend to take him as my master, fully penetrating the inner circle of the fourth propagator of compassion. Everyone was taken aback. Are you certain you truly just joined the Compassionate Demon Organization and are not an insider? Moreover, during a demon's faith tribute, you actually achieved a breakthrough. Are you sure you are a masquerader and not a fervent zealot? The devotees have yet to reach the initial second tier, yet you, a masquerader, have advanced first. This is utterly outrageous. The response to Jiang Yuan was an array of wide-eyed silence. Chapter 59. Whispers from Earth. Lin Lishing felt utterly disenchanted. At this moment, he yearned for that fellow Xiao Fengyu even more. Xiao Fengyuan. Surely he would also be severely impacted, right? Wang Ro refrained from commenting further on Jiang Yuan's breakthrough. The stronger Jiang Yuan became, the more delighted she was. Besides, she was well aware of Jiang Yuan's extraordinary talent, having independently defeated an initial second-tier zealot right after entering the tier. Such talent seemed almost normal, given that this time so many high-ranking individuals attended. And it was your sister who personally brought you. One could essentially eliminate her suspicion. Wang Ro pondered and said, otherwise, it would be illogical. Thus, it appears that the 2 points you are concerned about may indeed just be coincidences. Of course, investigations should still be conducted, and vigilance is necessary. Your sister may not suspect you now, but she is a genuine mid-tier seeker. Never doubt her professionalism, or you might not even know how you met your demise in the end. Jiang Yuan chuckled softly, saying, I share the same sentiment. Being cautious is never a mistake. This is precisely why I have recently focused all my attention on uncovering that mysterious individual. For now, we can temporarily disregard matters concerning compassion. The issue of the mysterious person must take precedence. Hu Jingfeng, smoking, echoed. I concur. Let us focus on locating and eliminating that mysterious individual for the time being. I am eager to discover who they truly are and what they intend to accomplish. I shall personally interrogate them. With no objections from anyone, the decision was made. Jiang Yuan turned to Lin Lo, who was pouting and appeared quite disheartened, teasingly remarking, I have already told you, such extraordinary talent cannot be emulated. Hurry, go fetch the drawing board. I will sketch the likenesses of Lin Su and the others. Lin Lu rolled his eyes but obediently ran to retrieve an electronic drawing board. Jiang Yuan took the electronic pen and began to draw on the board. Jiang Yuan has also studied the art of painting, though he is certainly not an expert in it. Nevertheless, he can manage to sketch the general contours and features of a face. All right, you may take these portraits and submit them. They are quite accurate, Jiang Yuan remarked. Now, I shall teach you a cipher I have devised myself, which we will rely upon for conveying information in the future. Wang Ro immediately expressed her curiosity and inquired, what is this cipher? Jiang Yuan glanced around, then hurried to his study, casually retrieving a book. He began to flip through its pages while simultaneously scribbling on a nearby drawing board that in no time, a series of numbers appeared. This sequence constituted the cipher, where 3 groups of numbers represented one character. For instance, 11-22-12, the first number indicates the page, the second the line, and the third the specific character. Thus, it refers to the 12th character on the 22nd line of the 11th page. Subsequently, by combining the remaining numbers, you will comprehend how to utilize this cipher. Jiang Yuan elucidated, and Wang Ro and the others eagerly commenced their analysis. Soon enough, they deciphered the ciphered message. Yu is a little monster, merciless in slaying, and consumes without seasoning. They gasped in astonishment. Could even punctuation be indicated? This method of ciphering was unprecedented to them. It was exceedingly difficult to decode, yet remarkably simple. Jiang Yuan chuckled, saying, "The method of this cipher is straightforward, yet deciphering it is not so simple. First, you must ascertain which book we have chosen as the source of the cipher, without knowing which book it is. Any attempts at deciphering will be futile. This is the cipher's most formidable aspect. This ciphering technique originates from Earth and is a widely circulated method. Additionally, there is Morse code, which is also absent in this world. Although this world boasts numerous ciphering methods, none are necessarily superior to those of Earth. However, the key lies in the longevity and widespread dissemination of Earth's methods, making them significantly easier to decode. The newly introduced cipher from Earth may seem simple, but as Jiang Yuan stated, deciphering it is far from easy. As for Morse code, Jiang Yuan will delve into that once he fully recalls it. As of now, he only possesses a rudimentary understanding, making it impossible for him to teach them. For the time being, the numerical cipher will suffice. Hu Zhengfeng exclaimed, "Wow, this cipher is brilliant," without knowing which book it is from. "You wouldn't have the slightest idea of the cipher's content. How did you come up with this, Captain?" Yu, Lizangjiu, Song Shiqing, and Lin Lu were equally astonished. This ciphering method could convey entire messages without the risk of being decrypted. "For now, this will suffice. And Zhongyo, please fetch me a few more mobile phone cards, for I am preparing to leave. Any information shall be communicated through the cipher, and for the cipher book, let us use Benyan Xinfeng," Jiang Yuan remarked. Glancing at the time, it was already past 5 in the morning. He added that he still needed to meet with Li Kongwu and enroll in a driving school later that day. The novel, titled A Century of Faith, narrates the tale of a devotee who worshipped a demon for 100 years and ultimately sacrificed himself to ascend to paradise. "That's so. Shall we send you off?" Wang Ro inquired. Jiang Yuan waved his hand dismissively, replying, "No need. Having too many people around will only attract attention. I'm fine on my own." After Lu Zhongyo returned with several specially crafted phone cards, Jiang Yuan bid farewell to his teammates and sauntered away leisurely. Jiang Yuan went straight home, opting not to involve himself in the investigation of the mysterious figure, given that he was already under the watchful gaze of this enigmatic individual. Participating directly would inevitably raise suspicions. He resolved to leave the matter to Wang Ro and her team, merely cooperating with their endeavors. Around 7 in the morning, after taking a shower, Jiang Yuan stepped out and glanced inside the security booth as he passed by. Inside sat a plump, balding elderly man, adorned with reading glasses, engrossed in watching videos on his phone. This man served as the gatekeeper, tasked with maintaining the greenery of the community while the security personnel patrolled the area. The old man appeared rather stylish, reclining in his chair with his feet propped on the table, rhythmically swaying them. Even outside the booth, one could hear the shrill, flirtatious voice of a young woman that sent shivers down one's spine. "Thank you, Grandpa Lu, for the sports car. Luo adores you. Wow, grateful for yet another sports car from Grandpa Lu. Would you like to exchange contact information, Grandpa Lu?" Jiang Yuan observed the gatekeeper chuckling at the antics. He smirked slightly, glanced at the nearly empty pack of cigarettes left in the booth, and turned to leave. A few minutes later, he returned and knocked on the booth's door. The gatekeeper, momentarily displeased, looked up as he was absorbed in his viewing. However, upon seeing Jiang Yuan smiling outside with 2 packs of cigarettes in hand, all traces of discontent vanished. The old man promptly opened the door and, with an exceedingly amiable tone, asked, "Young man, is there something you need?" Jiang Yuan handed the 2 packs of cigarettes to the gatekeeper, who accepted them with remarkable enthusiasm. The old man eagerly gestured, "Oh, you are truly kind. Come in. Come in. It's hot outside. Let's discuss things in here with the air conditioning." Without hesitation, Jiang Yuan stepped inside. Chapter 60. Locking onto the mysterious figure. The security booth was modest, containing a few chairs and some shelves for weapons. The security personnel were out patrolling the community, leaving only the gatekeeper to watch a live stream featuring a stunningly beautiful young woman, clad in minimal attire, twisting her body enticingly. The screen displayed the gatekeeper's personal information. Grandpa Lu, high-end consumer. Jiang Yuan couldn't help but glance at the pack of cigarettes beside the phone that he recognized them. They were priced at around 2 yuan per pack. Jiang Yuan was astounded. Here he was, watching a young woman showering gifts upon a live stream, while he himself was smoking cigarettes worth 2 yuan. The ashtray was nearly full, with the butts of cigarettes reduced to mere stubs before he had to extinguish them. This old man, truly a character. Jiang Yuan marveled inwardly. Since my arrival, I have merely taken a cursory glance around, and I have come to understand the situation of the venerable gatekeeper quite well. With a smile, I remarked, "Old sir, I have recently rented an apartment in this community and moved in just a few days ago. There are certain matters I am unfamiliar with, and I would like to seek your esteemed guidance." Lu Dage opened one of the cigarette packs gifted by Jiang Yuan, casually handed a cigarette to Jiang Yuan, and upon noticing his refusal, contentedly lit one for himself, declaring, "The flavor of these 51 yuan cigarettes is truly delightful." Upon hearing Jiang Yuan's words, he waved his hand grandly and said, "Young man, feel free to ask whatever you do not understand. Though I have also only been here for a short while, I am certain I know more than you do, so go ahead and inquire." Jiang Yuan was taken aback, not expecting Lu Dage to have only been here for a brief time as well. However, this seemed to work in his favor. Nodding, he inquired, "It is like this that I am planning to purchase a car in the near future, but I have heard that although this community does not require the purchase of parking spaces, there is a limit to the number of vehicles each household can register. Since I am renting this apartment, and they already have 2 slots filled, one of which is occupied by my sister's car, I would like to ask if it is possible to register an additional vehicle and whom I should approach to handle this matter." Lu Dage was momentarily taken aback, expressing confusion. "Each household has a limit on vehicle registration. I have not heard of this, young man. Perhaps you are mistaken. As for registering vehicle information, you will need to speak with our manager. Or you can simply send your vehicle information to your landlord, who can then liaise with our manager. It is quite straightforward." Jiang Yuan felt a sense of relief wash over him and responded with a smile. "Very well then, Lu Dage. I shall let you continue with your tasks. I will take my leave now." Lu Dage grinned and waved. "All right, off you go. Should you have any questions, do not hesitate to seek me out." Jiang Yuan nodded, turning to exit. Just as he stepped out, he caught a faint mumble that seemed to drift through the air. "It should have been like this all along. Registering vehicles is so convenient. In the past, owners had to do it in person." Jiang Yuan abruptly turned back. He found Lu Dage with his feet propped up on the table, grinning while engrossed in a live stream featuring beautiful women. Thoroughly enjoying himself, casting a deep glance at Lu Dage, he chose not to linger and turned to leave the community, the Zamian Fitness Center. Jiang Yuan successfully became a disciple of Li Kongwu. Li Kongwu was exceptionally dedicated and earnest in his instruction, imparting all the knowledge he possessed to Jiang Yuan without holding anything back. By the end of the day, it was evident that Jiang Yuan had indeed acquired a considerable amount of useful combat skills. As a mid-tier hunter, Li Kongwu was more formidable than Ant Wang, making it quite effortless for him to guide Jiang Yuan. For an entire week thereafter, Jiang Yuan's life was both fulfilling and structured. During the day, he immersed himself in the Zamian Fitness Center, learning combat techniques from Li Kongwu. Even when Li Kongwu was absent, he would train independently and engage in sparring matches with other enthusiasts and professionals of similar standing in the fitness center. At 4 in the afternoon, he would attend driving school for 2 hours, and by 6, he would dine out before returning home. There, he either self-studied the content related to Seekers or engaged in voice or video calls with his sister. Throughout that week, his sister had not returned, and he was left wondering what she was preoccupied with each day, aside from his personal study and training. Jiang Yuan frequently engaged in discussions with talented individuals from the compassionate camp, such as Chao Zilu, to foster camaraderie and lay the groundwork for future disguise missions. Thus, a week swiftly passed, during which Jiang Yuan had not contacted Wang Ro or her companions even once, nor had they reached out to him. The reason was quite straightforward. Even though Jiang Yuan's newly devised coded language appeared impenetrable at present, every form of security harbors inherent risks. Thus, it was prudent to avoid communication with any impersonators whenever possible. These were rather commonplace occurrences, yet what left Jiang Yuan in a state of perplexity was the enigmatic figure who, after their last encounter beneath the street lamp, had not reappeared even once. Jiang Yuan firmly believed that this individual had not simply overlooked him. As long as the two parties belonged to opposing factions, there was no rationale for leniency. Therefore, 2 possibilities emerged. Either a person of significantly greater spiritual strength had been dispatched to surveil him covertly, or he was being monitored through technological means such as cameras. Jiang Yuan surmised that the latter was the more probable scenario, as it entailed the least cost, and the majority of the zealous followers of the righteous demon were security personnel. Indeed, around 60 to 70% of all security personnel in the Yinxiao Empire were adherents of the righteous demon. Thus, employing cameras to observe him would be exceedingly simple as it happened. The reality aligned with Jiang Yuan's conjecture. On the night of the 7th day, at 11 o'clock, his phone suddenly received a series of numerical messages. After a thorough comparison, the content quickly became apparent. Target has been tracked via online methods and has been locked in. Is capture recommended? Upon seeing this, Jiang Yuan was filled with elation. He had been preoccupied with thoughts of the mysterious figure, nearly contemplating it daily. After a week of tracking, he had finally pinpointed the individual's location. And there was no time to waste. He promptly crafted a coded message requesting Wang Ro to send the address. Indicating his immediate intent to proceed there, he instructed that, before his arrival, the others should surround the area but refrain from taking any action. Wang Ro quickly relayed an address. After receiving it, Jiang Yuan began preparing himself for disguise. He took his belongings to the restroom, closed the door, and habitually scanned the surroundings to ensure there were no hidden cameras before he commenced his transformation. Approximately 20 minutes later, the handsome and striking Jiang Yuan had vanished, replaced by a middle-aged man exuding an air of melancholy and unfulfilled aspirations. Jiang Yuan was quite pleased with the result. He turned off all the lights in his home, stealthily exited, and instead of taking the elevator, chose to leave via the emergency staircase, meticulously avoiding any areas where cameras might be present in places where evasion was impossible. He made a concerted effort to keep his face concealed. Coupled with his current disguise, unless the observer possessed divine capabilities, it would be utterly impossible to identify him through surveillance cameras. He hastened to the first floor, wielded his magnetic access card, and exited the community through the back door. Although there were cameras at the back door, it posed no concern, as he kept his head lowered throughout the process. He swiftly departed the premises, hailed a taxi, and set off towards his destination. Chapter 61. The encirclement at precisely 20 minutes past midnight. Jiang Yuan convened with the members of the second squad in a suite of a 4-star hotel. In addition to Hu Zhengfeng, Wang Ro, Qi Zhongyue, Song Shiqing, Lu Zhongyou, and Lin Lu, there were 4 newcomers, 3 men and 1 woman. Among them was a burly middle-aged man and a stout yet short young man, both newly assigned redeemers, possessing the strength of an initial level elite. The remaining pair consisted of a slender young man with long hair, donning thick black-framed glasses, and a young woman sporting colorful braids, heavily applied eye makeup, and chewing bubblegum, clad in a flamboyant outfit, embodying the quintessential image of a rebellious youth. However, much like the slender youth, she was a remarkable computer whiz, recruited at the behest of Aunt Wang through the minister of the Suxiang City branch. In the realm of computing, they were exceptionally rare talents. Greetings, we shall introduce ourselves later. For now, let us discuss the situation in detail. Where is the target? Jiang Yuan inquired eagerly. Wang Ro turned her gaze towards the bespectacled young man and the braided girl. The latter nodded towards the former, who adjusted his glasses and pointed at the computer screen, stating, "According to the signal we have locked onto, this individual is currently in room 8112 of this hotel." Realizing that the elusive figure he had long sought was within arm's reach, Jiang Yuan felt an overwhelming urge to charge forth immediately. Yet, he knew he must not act recklessly. He was unaware of the opponent's strength or the number of individuals involved. Nevertheless, knowing their precise location offered him a sense of assurance that escape was no longer an option. With this realization, he asked, "How did you locate him? Can we be certain that it is indeed him monitoring me?" The braided girl confidently blew a bubble with a loud pop and replied, "Rest assured, Captain, no one can surveil under my watchful eye without leaving a trace. I infiltrated all the surveillance footage from the cameras along your route to the provincial capital after your arrival and spent several days sifting through them. I discovered signs of intrusion in 80% of the monitored videos, particularly near your residence and the Zhanmin Gym, which were under constant surveillance. Following these traces, we ultimately pinpointed this hotel's room 8112. After absorbing this information, Jiang Yuan cast a look of appreciation towards the duo and, without hesitation, decisively issued commands. You two continue to infiltrate the hotel's surveillance system. Ensure that all footage of our actions is completely erased. Additionally, delete any footage of my presence along the way, The bespectacled young man and the braided girl nodded in unison, swiftly taking their places at their computers and executing their tasks with remarkable speed. Jiang Yuan then turned to the remaining members, issuing directives one by one. Sister Row, your team is to ensure our security, preventing any hotel guests from discovering or disturbing our operation, and if we are detected, we must not raise any suspicions regarding our identities. Brother Hu, the Redeemers will coordinate with me. This individual must be captured alive. He cannot be allowed to perish. Upon hearing Jiang Yuan's command, everyone sprang into action. Wang Rou swiftly retrieved a large black bag, unzipped it, and began tossing pieces of security personnel uniforms to Lin Lu and Lu Zhongyou, while she donned one herself. Lin Lu, you shall continue to act as a protector. Your current strength is insufficient to assume the role of a redeemer, and your presence would only complicate matters, Wang Rou declared as she distributed the uniforms. Lin Lu opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately glanced at Hu Zhengfeng, Qi Zhongyue, and Song Shiqing as well as the two newly arrived redeemers. Very well. All of them were first-tier novices in strength. If he forced his way in, it would be akin to a husky infiltrating a pack of wolves. Without uttering a word, he silently accepted the security uniform and equipment, donning them. While they prepared, Jiang Yuan, with a sweeping motion of his hand, led the Redeemer team directly to room 8112, ascending the stairs instead of taking the elevator. Jiang Yuan felt as if he had a peculiar affinity for the safety stairs, having traversed them twice that day alone. As they made their way upstairs, whenever they encountered others, be they hotel staff or other individuals, Wang Rou and her companions would promptly step forward, presenting their security credentials to ensure the bystanders departed quietly, asserting that they were on a mission. In such circumstances, ordinary people would invariably vacate the area without hesitation, and it was inconceivable for anyone to call the security bureau to verify their identities. At the entrance of room 8112 stood Jiang Yuan, Hu Zhengfeng, Qi Zhongyue, and Song Shiqing. The two new redeemers were stationed outside the hotel, positioned beneath the window of room 8112, effectively encircling the room. Without a shadow of a doubt, Jiang Yuan drew his dagger and gestured coldly towards the door. Hu Zhengfeng immediately raised his axe and struck down with tremendous force. The sturdy lock was effortlessly cleaved apart by the blow, and Hu Zhengfeng surged ahead into the room. Security personnel, do not move. Get down with your hands on your head, he bellowed as he charged inside. This was intended to intimidate the enigmatic figure within. Even if the individual were indeed a security personnel, the sudden intrusion would likely cause a momentary hesitation. Additionally, it was to reassure the occupants of the surrounding rooms, alleviating any inclination to call the authorities. Hu Zhengfeng was the first to enter, followed closely by Jiang Yuan. However, before Jiang Yuan could fully step inside, he heard Hu Zhengfeng roar, still thinking of escaping? Stand still, his voice thundered as he charged forward like a frenzied black bear, brandishing his axe and letting out a fierce roar. At that moment, Jiang Yuan finally discerned the situation within the room. A broad shadow was rapidly darting toward the window. Without a moment to lose, he hurled his dagger in the direction of the shadow's movement. A calculated throw. If the shadow continued its advance, it would undoubtedly be struck. Simultaneously, Jiang Yuan lunged at the shadow, refusing to grant it a moment's respite. Behind him, Qi Zhongyue and Song Shiqing followed suit, their intentions unspoken. Song Shiqing remained steadfast at the doorway, while Qi Zhongyue unleashed a crimson blade of light, also predicting the escape route of the fleeing figure. Unless this individual is a mid-tier powerhouse, he will undoubtedly find it impossible to escape today. With a thud, the outcome revealed that this person was not only not a mid-tier powerhouse, but his cultivation level was alarmingly low. He failed to evade Hu Zhengfeng's axe and was struck on the thigh, instantly bleeding profusely. This was still Hu Zhengfeng showing restraint. Otherwise, a single blow could have severed the leg entirely. Ah! The man let out a wretched cry as he fell heavily to the ground, clutching his leg and wailing in agony. His feebleness elicited raised eyebrows from the onlookers, while Jiang Yuan finally discerned the man's appearance. To his astonishment, he was a corpulent figure, even more rotund than Lin Lu. With thick lips and small eyes, he bellowed, "Who are you? Why have you barged in here to kill me?" Although he shouted thus, his tiny eyes scanned the faces of the crowd without revealing any surprise. Lingering on Jiang Yuan's face for a few seconds, a flicker of confusion passing through his gaze. However, he quickly dismissed Jiang Yuan and turned his ire towards Qi Zhongyue, Hu Zhengfeng, and Song Shiqing, screaming in indignation. Yet it was evident that he had not mastered the art of disguise or performance, for the panic and anxiety in his eyes were unmistakable. The mysterious figure was not him. Jiang Yuan's expression darkened at in fact. He had realized the moment he beheld the man's physique that this was not the elusive figure he sought. Nevertheless, judging by the man's current demeanor, it was clear he was intricately connected to the mysterious individual. Hu Gu, the individual is in your hands. Pry open his mouth for me in 3 minutes, Jiang Yuan commanded coldly. Beside him, Qi Zhongyue glanced at Jiang Yuan, hesitating to speak, ultimately pouting without saying much more. Observing the glint of unrestrained brutality and bloodlust in the fat man's doe-like eyes, Hu Jingfeng was about to approach him for interrogation, while Jiang Yuan prepared to summon Wang Ro to bring forth the dreadlocked girl and bespectacled youth. Several computers were present, all displaying feeds from various surveillance cameras, including one that had been completely compromised at the entrance of his residential complex. Suddenly, the previously startled fat man fixed his gaze on Jiang Yuan, incredulously asking, "Wait, you are Jiang Yuan. You are Jiang Yuan." Perhaps it was Jiang Yuan's command to Hu Zhengfeng that had sown doubt about his identity in the man's mind. Jiang Yuan had never intended to let him live. Upon being recognized, he nodded nonchalantly and stated, "Indeed, I am Jiang Yuan. Weren't you always monitoring me? How is it that you failed to recognize me with such a simple disguise?" The fat man's expression fluctuated between indecision and pain. But soon his resolve solidified. Observing the continuous shifts in the man's countenance, Jiang Yuan suddenly shouted, "Be careful, he might attempt to take his own life." The fat man's expression changed dramatically, and with a movement of his jaw, a crack echoed, as if he had bitten down on something. However, at that moment, Hu Jingfeng had already seized the fat man's jaw, applying sufficient force to pry it open. The scene became starkly apparent as deep green liquid accumulated within the individual's oral cavity. Without hesitation, Jiang Yuan stepped forward, seizing the man's hair and forcefully tilting his head downward, preventing the toxic substance from entering his throat. He commanded loudly, "Take him to the restroom and rinse him with the shower head." Hu Jingfeng nodded in acknowledgement, effortlessly lifting the corpulent figure, who weighed around 250 to 60 pounds, and dragging him toward the restroom. With one hand, he firmly grasped the man's jaw, resolutely preventing him from closing his mouth. Jiang Yuan maintained his grip on the man's hair, pressing his head down while the other hand wielded a straight knife, striking the man's mouth with deliberate force. This action was not a punishment. At least not one intended as such. Rather, it was a method learned from Wang Ro during his medical training. After a series of heavy blows to the mouth, the individual would involuntarily produce saliva, and continuous strikes would inhibit any swallowing reflex. Soon, the two men dragged the struggling figure into the restroom. Hu Jingfeng prepared to wash him directly. Jiang Yuan raised a hand to halt him. Scrutinizing the toxic liquid in the man's mouth, that it appears to be a specially formulated poison. The exact composition remains unknown, but it is unlikely to be absorbed through the oral mucosa or enter the bloodstream. Proceed with the rinsing. As long as it does not reach the stomach, he will be safe. Jiang Yuan concluded. Hu Jingfeng nodded, activating the shower head, and a stream of water erupted forth. The man thrashed violently, driven by a desperate urge to escape death, fully aware that if he survived this moment, he would face a fate worse than death shortly thereafter. Unfortunately for him, as a mere second-tier novice, he was as helpless as a chick in Hu Zhengfeng's grasp, with no hope of escape. With brutal force, Hu Zhengfeng clamped his hand around the man's jaw, shattering the showerhead's nozzle, leaving only a slender segment. He then roughly thrust it into the man's mouth, pushing it deep into his throat. The water spout directed toward the roof of the man's mouth, and with his head lowered, it ensured that the liquid would not flow down his throat. Simultaneously, with the showerhead lodged in his throat, the man gagged incessantly, unable to swallow the poison, and merely keeping the contents of his stomach from surfacing was a small victory. Thus, the violent and forceful rinsing continued for about a minute, until the man began to roll his eyes back in his head. Jiang Yuan then signaled with a slight raise of his hand, indicating it was enough. Hu Jingfeng finally ceased his actions. Releasing his grip on the man's jaw and withdrawing the long shower head, the man collapsed limply on the bathroom floor, his gaze vacant. Jiang Yuan cast a cold glance at him and remarked flatly, "It's your turn now. You wasted a minute. You have 2 minutes left for interrogation." Hu Jingfeng nodded in shame, acutely aware of Jiang Yuan's dissatisfaction with him, yet even more cognizant of his own significant blunder. As a specialized operative and the head of the Redeemers, as well as the deputy leader of the second squad, Nearly allowing the man to commit suicide by poison was an egregious error on his part. Had Jiang Yuan not intervened promptly, the man would surely have perished. Jiang Yuan was merely dissatisfied with him. It would be entirely reasonable to expel a more severe impostor from his ranks. Rest assured, Captain, there will be no unforeseen circumstances this time, Hu Zhengfeng assured earnestly. Jiang Yuan refrained from further words and turned to exit the restroom. Upon his emergence, he found the bespectacled youth and the dreadlocked girl already present. The bespectacled boy was fervently tapping away at several computers belonging to the rotund individual, seemingly in search of something elusive. Meanwhile, the dreadlocked girl held the rotund one's phone, connecting it to her laptop with a data cable, revealing a cascade of code lines flashing on the phone's screen, mesmerizing yet bewildering. Outside the room, Wang Ro was engaged in serious conversation with a hotel staff member who nodded repeatedly, indicating comprehension. Liu Zhongyou and Lin Lu were busy cleaning up traces within the rotund one's room. Upon noticing Jiang Yuan's exit, they promptly closed the door behind them and affixed thick soundproof material, resembling cotton, over both the restroom and room doors. Just as the soundproofing was completed, a muffled yet distinctly smothered scream echoed from the restroom. Hauntingly stifled. Fortunately, the soundproofing mitigated the volume, but despite its subdued nature, the cry was chillingly tragic, sending shivers down one's spine. Jiang Yuan remained composed, biding his time. 2 minutes later. Hu Zhifeng emergency, however, his daughter, his wife, and his parents were all captured. Yet, as long as he fulfilled their demands, even if he were to meet his own demise, his kin would be granted exceptional treatment. While I cannot make any bold claims, it is at least assured that they would be guaranteed a lifetime of opulence and splendor. Moreover, should he perform exceptionally well, it is not out of the realm of possibility for his daughter to become a fervent zealot. Jiang Yuan's pupils dilated. He suddenly recalled before Xiong Yong had launched his attack, his son Xiong and had seemingly vanished without a trace. Then, the very next day, Xiong Yong had come to present him with a severed head. This implied that Xiong Yong had likely been subjected to the same coercion and temptation as the rotund man, compelling him to deliver a head to Jiang Yuan voluntarily. If that were indeed the case, it would certainly make sense. After all, what would compel a living being to willingly sacrifice their own life? Thus, it follows that previous conjectures may very well have been erroneous. The malevolent forces behind the scenes need not necessarily be the followers of the righteous demon. Initially believing he had unearthed a lead on the enigmatic figure, he was dismayed to discover that he had found nothing, leaving his thoughts in a greater disarray. Strangely enough, this had also unwittingly entangled him with a benevolent demon. Although it was highly probable that the individual was merely a victim of coercion, until the truth was unveiled, no one could confidently assert that the puppeteer was not the benevolent demon. Just as Jiang Yuan was beset by confusion, auspicious news finally arrived. Captain, I have discovered that this rotund man has been in frequent contact with one particular number, and each contact coincides with your outings, returns home, meals, and shopping activities. Therefore, I deduce that this number is indeed the mysterious individual mentioned by the rotund man. The girl with dreadlocks, having inexplicably switched her bubblegum for a lollipop, excitedly reported with her cheeks bulging. Jiang Yuan felt invigorated and promptly inquired, "Can we pinpoint the location of this individual?" The girl shook her head, replying, "We can track it, but only during active calls. Otherwise, we cannot locate it unless we initiate a call ourselves." Jiang Yuan pondered for a moment before instructing Liu Zhongyou and Hu Zhengfeng, "Prepare to simulate the voice, then make the call. Hu Ge, is the person still alive? If so, interrogate him regarding his dialogue with the mysterious individual." Hu Zhifeng and Liu Zhongyou nodded in unison and swiftly retreated to the restroom. Approximately half a minute later, they emerged once more. At that moment, Liu Zhongyou had a small microphone affixed to his mouth, with a wire connecting it to a palm-sized device. This device was designed to simulate the vocal patterns of a specific individual. Seeing that they were ready, Jiang Yuan waved his hand and commanded, "Dial the number directly and lock onto the target's location with utmost urgency. Then, immediately breach the surveillance cameras in their vicinity." The girl with dreadlocks dialed the number, activating the speakerphone, while a laptop connected to the phone stood ready for signal tracking. The bespectacled youth remained seated before the computer of the corpulent individual, whose device had long since infiltrated these cameras. Consequently, there was no need for further intrusion. He merely had to swiftly summon the footage from the camera located at the signal's source. Liu Zhongyou inhaled deeply several times, modulating his voice as he recalled the pace and intonation of the earlier conversation with the corpulent man. The others fell silent, careful not to disturb Liu Zhongyou's concentration. After a few rings, the call was finally connected, and all present held their breath in anticipation. The semblance of a sycophantic smile graced Lu Zhongyou's cold visage as he spoke in a tone tinged with feigned deference. "My lord, the target has just departed. His destination remains unclear at this moment." Lu Zhongyou's voice, transmitted through the voice modulator, bore an uncanny resemblance to that of the corpulent man, having perfectly emulated his cadence and tone. With eyes closed to focus solely on the auditory cues, there would be no reason for suspicion. As expected, Lu Zhongyou's voice did not raise any doubts from the other end. A deep, gravelly voice, laden with curiosity, emerged, left in the early hours. "Be more specific. How did he exit? Did he leave the compound or not?" At that instant, the young woman with dreadlocks sprang into action the moment the call connected. As soon as the individual finished speaking, she raised her hand in an OK gesture, signifying that she had successfully locked onto the target. She then pointed at the phone, indicating for Lu Zhongyou to continue. Striving to gain more time, the bespectacled youth remained fixated on the screen of the dreadlocked girl's notebook. Upon the screen displaying the target's location along with the corresponding information, he too began to operate swiftly. Unfortunately, the camera covering the target's position lay beyond the range of their intrusion. However, it posed no problem, as they could breach the camera already compromised and achieve access in a mere 10 seconds. Lu Zhongyou nodded in affirmation and continued to fabricate his tale. "He has exited the compound and boarded a taxi. He has indeed left in a cab, and I truly do not know his destination. Nevertheless, I am currently observing through the cameras along the route." Listening to Lu Zhongyou's words, the enigmatic figure on the other end suddenly fell silent. It was unclear whether he believed the ruse or was lost in thought. Yet, he neither terminated the call nor uttered another word. That moment, the bespectacled youth exhaled a long breath and signaled an OK gesture. Simultaneously, multiple camera feeds appeared on the screens of the computers before him. From these feeds, it became evident that the target seemed to be within a certain residential area. Concurrently, after several seconds of silence, the mysterious man's voice unexpectedly resonated once more. This time, however, the tone was devoid of uncertainty, replaced instead by a light chuckle, imbued with admiration. "Jiang Yuan. Head on, I must admit, I did not anticipate this. You'd have indeed surprised me. Let me ponder, am I conversing with Lin Lu? Or Lu Zhongyou? It should be Lu Zhongyou. But it matters not. Jiang Yuan, since you have discovered me, shall we engage in a dialogue?" The countenance of all present shifted dramatically. Jiang Yuan's expression stiffened as he fixed his gaze upon the phone before Lu Zhongyou, his eyes flickering with uncertainty and suspicion. Chapter 64. Deceptive Tactics. Jiang Yuan was acutely aware that the demise of the corpulent man could not remain concealed for long. However, he harbored no fear of his own exposure. Whether he was revealed or not, the enigmatic figure lurking in the shadows must surely know that he was a breaker of illusions. Yet, what took Jiang Yuan by surprise was how the other party had discerned, from some subtle detail, that the one speaking was not the portly man. They even audaciously named that the disguised voice belonged either to Lin Lu or to Lu Zhongyou, boldly insisting that Jiang Yuan engage in a conversation with them. The implications embedded within those few simple words were profoundly alarming. To say the least, this individual was alarmingly well acquainted with the members of his second team. This was an exceptionally chilling revelation. They were breakers of illusions. As breakers, to possess such intimate knowledge of team members and their roles was tantamount to unilateral transparency. This signified that the adversary could eliminate him and his companions with the utmost ease. That it could not be any easier. The faces of everyone present darkened considerably. They were evidently aware of the gravity of the situation. Jiang Yuan clenched his teeth, suddenly stepping forward, and directly inquired, "Who are you?" "Jiang Yuan, it is I." "So, who are you? What is your true objective?" Jiang Yuan ceased his attempts at concealment, for there was no longer any necessity, since the other party had somehow perceived that the speaker was not the corpulent man and had guessed his presence. Continuing to hide would be an exercise in self-deception and an insult to others' intelligence. Who am I? I am, of course, a breaker of illusions," the other party replied with a chuckle. "A breaker of illusions?" Jiang Yuan exclaimed, his brows furrowing as he prepared to respond, but the other continued, "You certainly do not believe me. Well, truth be told, I do not believe it either. I am certainly not a breaker of illusions. But who exactly am I? Take a guess." Jiang Yuan frowned. The vacuous words of the other party were clearly an attempt to buy time. Yet, even with the knowledge that the adversary was stalling, Jiang Yuan would not relent easily. Seeking to ascertain the identity of the other through conventional means was evidently futile. Suddenly, a particularly devious idea struck him. "I guess. "You filthy assassin, begone. You are as foolish as your master, the benevolent murderer." Jiang Yuan erupted in a tirade, and the smug, somber laughter on the other end of the line abruptly faltered. Not only did the figure on the other side of the line react, but even the team members in the room stared at Jiang Yuan in astonishment. However, Jiang Yuan had no time to address their bewilderment. He listened intently for a moment, furrowing his brow once more before unleashing another barrage of insults. "Not speaking now? Huh. Calling you foolish is a compliment. You don't even react when I insult your master. Truly, you are not a loyal dog. Or should I say your master is not that benevolent fool? I see. Your master must be that contemptible creature, Shan Min. No, that's not right. Then it must be Jiang Yuan. Heretic. I will kill you. Heretic. I will slay you. I will chop you into pieces. Before Jiang Yuan could finish his sentence, a thunderous roar erupted from the phone, echoing like an explosion, as if the other party had succumbed to madness. Yet, the other party's words were not fully spoken. Amidst the faint sounds, a rapid approach of footsteps was discernible, followed by a muted thud, and then a sudden, piercing scream erupted from the individual, immediately followed by the abrupt disconnection of the call. Jiang Yuan, with an impassive expression, gazed at his phone before turning his attention to the bespectacled youth who was intently working. In a low voice, he inquired, "How much longer?" Without turning his head, the youth continued his swift operations, replying, 30 seconds. Just give me 30 more seconds, and I will have copied everything." Jiang Yuan nodded slightly and instructed the others. "Withdraw in 30 seconds, and ensure all traces are obliterated." Lin Lu and the others promptly set about reconfirming that as for the nearly lifeless corpulent man, he was ensconced within a body bag, which was then rolled into a compact form and stuffed into an oversized suitcase. Hu Zhenfeng hoisted the suitcase onto his shoulder and swiftly made his way downstairs. Jiang Yuan remained rooted in place, his eyes gently closed. It seemed that matters had once again reached a deadlock. Or rather, everything had reverted to square one. If previously he could not ascertain the identity of the person he had just encountered, the sudden, unrestrained voice of the individual had unmistakably alerted Jiang Yuan to their identity. A voice both familiar and unfamiliar. The hunter. Indeed, it was the very middle-aged hunter who had pursued both him and Qi Zhongyue. Even though Jiang Yuan had only heard a few snippets of the man's speech, the intonation and inflection were indelibly imprinted in his memory. He had not anticipated that the corpulent man's superior was none other than that middle-aged hunter. It was as if they had returned to the starting point. The implications of this return to the beginning were far-reaching. Initially, Jiang Yuan had harbored some suspicion regarding the corpulent man's allegiance to the true courage demon. However, the current outcome unequivocally indicated that the suspicion surrounding the followers of the true courage demon remained overwhelmingly significant. This middle-aged hunter, based on Jiang Yuan's recent probing tactics, was undoubtedly a devotee of the true courage demon. Although Jiang Yuan had discerned the identity and even the location of his adversary, he did not intend to confront the middle-aged hunter directly. During the hunter's moment of madness, there had clearly been another set of footsteps, and it seemed that this other individual had swiftly incapacitated the middle-aged hunter before terminating the call. The middle-aged hunter was of the initial rank. To be knocked out in a single blow, his assailant had to be at least of the intermediate third rank. Their group had no members of even intermediate rank. To confront such a foe would be tantamount to courting death. "Captain, someone is approaching." At that moment, the girl with dreadlocks, monitoring the nearby surveillance cameras, exclaimed loudly. Jiang Yuan's gaze sharpened, and fortunately, at that juncture, the bespectacled youth yanked out the USB drive and announced, "Captain, the copying is complete." Without further hesitation, Jiang Yuan waved his hand and dashed outside, declaring, "Retreat." As his voice fell, the prepared individuals swiftly and orderly evacuated. They did not use the elevator, for it would have been far too slow. Instead, they took the familiar emergency staircase. Jiang Yuan let out a wry smile, yet his movements were swift, covering half a floor with a single stride and descending a full floor in just two. Everyone maintained a brisk pace, and within mere seconds, they had emerged from the emergency staircase at the side of the hotel. At the staircase's exit, the two new members who had been stationed downstairs were already waiting by two cars. With the doors ajar, having descended the stairs ahead of the others, Hu Zhengfeng coincidentally arrived with the vehicle at that very moment. 3 cars in total were present, perfectly sufficient for their needs. Without uttering a word, everyone swiftly boarded. Jiang Yuan took his place in the front passenger seat of Hu Zhengfeng's car, while the 3 women, Song Shiqing, Qi Zhongyue, and Wang Ro, followed closely behind, settling into the back seat. With a firm press on the accelerator, Hu Zhengfeng propelled the vehicle away from the scene at great speed. Inside the car, Wang Ro discreetly issued commands through her concealed earpiece, her voice calm and composed. Everyone, disperse and retreat. Vehicles 2 and 3, provide cover for us. Finally, all will regroup at the 5th rendezvous point. As soon as Wang Ro's orders were given, the 2 trailing cars immediately turned around, heading in different directions. Almost as soon as they departed, 5 or 6 security vehicles screeched to a halt at the hotel entrance, with security personnel leaping from their cars and rushing into the establishment. Had they delayed for even 10 more seconds, they likely would have found themselves trapped. Noticing that there were no security personnel pursuing them from behind, the occupants of the car collectively breathed a sigh of relief, just as Wang Ro was about to speak. Her phone suddenly rang. Upon glancing at it, her brow furrowed slightly, but she dismissed any further thoughts and promptly answered, activating the speakerphone. Then, Aunt Wang's anxious and grave voice resonated through the line. Xiaro, are you all safe? Just moments ago, over 100 security personnel appeared without warning, precisely eliminating 2 squads of redeemers from the provincial capital. They are still in the midst of their operation. And even our infiltrators within the Security Bureau received no advance notice. The provincial task force has immediately activated emergency protocols. All lost souls must conceal themselves and evade capture. What is your current situation? Are you in any danger? Chapter 65. The mysterious individual's intentions. What? Another precision hunt? Jiang Yuan exclaimed, his expression darkening considerably. A faint thread of connection began to form in his mind. He seemed to grasp the true intentions of the shadowy figure orchestrating these events. Yet he still lacked a complete understanding of their motives, as there were numerous illogical aspects to his assumptions. With a grim countenance, Jiang Yuan inquired, Team Leader Wang, I would like to ask something. Were those 2 Redeemer squads the same ones that assisted Sister Ro during the last ambush counter-operation? Aunt Wang paused momentarily, taken aback. You were together. She quickly dismissed that line of thought. Now was not the time to delve into whether Jiang Yuan and the others were in the same location. After considering Jiang Yuan's question, her tone shifted slightly. I did not inquire in detail. But they seem to belong to the same group. I will ask about it now. What you need to do is find a place to hide immediately. A cold smile curled at the corners of Jiang Yuan's lips. Hide? No, that's unnecessary. If the situation is indeed as I suspect, even if we were to appear in broad daylight, we would be in no danger. Pausing for a moment, disregarding Aunt Wang's astonished expression, he spoke in a grave tone. Team Leader Wang, I must trouble you to verify one more thing. Last time we were in Sushian City, and those members of the Redemption Squad who were precisely hunted, was it then that I discovered the traces of Xiong Yong and 2 other mysterious individuals, leading to your request for assistance in capturing Xiong Yong? Aunt Wang initially did not comprehend what Jiang Yuan meant. However, upon hearing this, how could she fail to understand the implications of Jiang Yuan's inquiry? Not only her, but even Song Shiqing and Hu Zhengfeng also grasped the situation. As for Qi Zhongyue and Wang Ro, their expressions had already shifted the moment Jiang Yuan posed his first question. At this juncture, Wang Ro could no longer contain herself, exclaiming in astonishment, Are you suggesting that the events in Sushian City, and the reason we were precisely targeted by the fanatics, are all connected to our interactions with them? Or perhaps that the mysterious individual is utilizing us to identify other lost souls? After confirming their identities, will they then proceed to hunt them down one by one? Jiang Yuan inhaled deeply, his countenance grim. Though I am reluctant to admit it, this is the only explanation I can conceive. The mysterious individual has been observing me, even delivering heads and battle experience, yet refrains from killing me for one sole reason. That individual truly aims to use my hand to extend toward you all, and then continue radiating outward to ascertain the identities of more lost souls. Whether this is true or not will be revealed through the investigation by Captain Wang. On the other end of the line, Aunt Wang fell silent. Once Jiang Yuan finished speaking, she replied succinctly, I will verify this immediately, and promptly hung up. With Jiang Yuan's words, the atmosphere within the vehicle turned heavy. Jiang Yuan closed his eyes in silence for a few seconds, then suddenly opened them, addressing Hu Zhengfeng. Brother Hu, there's south no need to drive so fast. Instead, just take the car. Jiang Yuan surveyed the surroundings and casually pointed to a hotel by the roadside, calmly stating, just drive us there. We shall stay here tonight. Hu Zhengfeng, astonished, responded, stay here? The risk at this location is still quite. Before he could finish, Wang Ro interrupted, saying, Brother Hu, listen to the captain. Hu Zhengfeng opened his mouth, then nodded in agreement, steering the car towards their destination. Wang Ro glanced at Jiang Yuan's profile and inquired softly, Are you aiming to validate your suspicions? Jiang Yuan nodded slightly, his expression unchanged as he replied. Although there are still numerous inconsistencies that I have yet to resolve, I believe I am not mistaken about the general intent of the other party. We shall await Captain Wang's response. If her reply aligns with my conjecture, then even if we brazenly reside in this hotel tonight, it is unlikely anyone will come to hunt us down. Of course, such actions carry inherent risks, so we must prepare an escape route. Should any anomalies arise, we will evacuate immediately. The group nodded, their demeanor somber. Captain Wang was swift in her actions. Jiang Yuan and Song Shiqing went to the hotel to arrange accommodations for everyone. Before they could finalize the arrangements, Captain Wang's call came through. Wang Ro kept the line on speaker. Aunt Wang spoke directly and candidly. Jiang Yuan, your speculation is indeed correct. Su Shao City, you mentioned that you discovered traces of Xiong'an, and I immediately applied for support from the branch to secure that area. Whether it was those initially eradicated in Su Shao City or those subsequently taken out one by one with precision, they were all personnel involved in that lockdown operation. Aunt Wang's tone was laced with an intense, repressed fury as she continued. And then there are the Redeemers who were attacked in the provincial capital. Indeed, the deceased were, without a doubt, members of the Redeemer team that previously supported Wang Ro in the counter-ambush. After a moment of silence, Aunt Wang said, Jiang Yuan, perhaps you should consider abandoning this mission. Given this incident, moving forward will be challenging. Jiang Yuan promptly interrupted, Captain Wang, the only path to survival for me, or rather for our second squad, is to press on. If we suddenly retreat now and abandon the mission, it won't take an hour before we are surrounded and systematically eliminated by a horde of fanatics. Our continued existence hinges on their desire to utilize us to pinpoint more Redeemers. Aunt Wang fell silent, letting out a sigh. Very well, but you must understand one thing. Until that mysterious figure in the shadows is completely dealt with, securing support will not be an easy feat. You will have to rely solely on yourselves, unless you can ascertain the possibility of eliminating the adversary and confirm their identities without a doubt. The provincial headquarters will not redeploy forces to assist you. At this moment, at the entrance of the hotel, Jiang Yuan and Song Shiqing had evidently completed their hotel check-in and were waving towards them. Jiang Yuan stepped out of the vehicle, turning off the hand-free device and placing the phone to his ear. He chuckled lightly, I understand. However, we must take action. Otherwise, we will lose our value and face certain death, since that mysterious individual is not yet willing to give up on me, believing I still possess value for exploitation. I shall demonstrate that value to him. Rest assured, Captain Wang, I have a plan. Aunt Wang sighed softly. Ultimately, this is your decision. Should you require anything, inform me immediately. Although support from headquarters may not come easily, I am always here to assist you. Jiang Yuan smiled. Thank you, Captain Wang. I understand. Aunt Wang chuckled lightly. You are someone I have personally guided. Being responsible for you is my duty. There is no need for thanks. Now, go attend to your matters, and keep each other updated on any developments. Understood, Captain Wang. After hanging up the phone with Aunt Wang, Jiang Yuan furrowed his brow as he made his way upstairs to the hotel. Moving forward openly and without concealment. Now, it remains to be seen if danger will indeed arrive tonight. Chapter 66. The layout of the evil cultist followers tonight. The only occupants of this hotel are Jiang Yuan, Jiang Yuan, Song Shiqing, Wang Ro, and Hu Zhengfeng. Others are all waiting outside, ready to respond should Jiang Yuan miscalculate, or if the enigmatic figure behind the scenes deems Jiang Yuan unworthy of survival, or if the mysterious figure has already achieved their goals and decides to take action against Jiang Yuan. This would allow for a moment of reaction time, preventing a complete annihilation. Perhaps this is not the most prudent choice, yet Jiang Yuan must take the gamble. He no longer wishes to be led by the nose. He must ascertain whether his suspicions hold any truth. Moreover, if he does not take the risk today, he will remain uncertain of the intentions of the enigmatic figure, and eventually, death is inevitable. By gambling now and confirming his conjectures, he can then devise appropriate strategies and arrangements on the hotel bed. Jiang Yuan found himself utterly sleepless, replaying all the events of the past few days in his mind. There was one thing he was desperate to ascertain. What role did his sister play in all of this? At present, Jiang Yuan could only conceive of two possibilities. First, that Shan Min and Zheng Yong have formed an alliance. However, this seems unlikely, if not entirely impossible. At most, it could merely be that Shan Min, as the fourth disseminator, has collaborated with a faction of Zheng Yong to orchestrate a plan, utilizing him as a fulcrum to pry open more territories and expose more lost souls. Second, it is conceivable that Shan Min Or rather, the fourth disseminator's faction has been exploited by the followers of a certain branch of Jiang Yuan. This is, in fact, the scenario Jiang Yuan finds most plausible. The fourth disseminator's faction has been manipulated, continuously monitoring the Jiang Yuan demon worshippers of Jiang Yuan's second team, discreetly relaying the news of the team's arrival in the provincial capital, even providing detailed addresses through certain channels. Upon learning this, the fourth disseminator's faction would undoubtedly be quite pleased, with his sister participating in the operation to eliminate them. In reality, all actions taken by both parties, including the members of the Redeemer's team who requested support, have been under the watchful eye of the Jiang Yuan demon worshippers. Once combat ensued, every member of the Redeemer's team was recorded by the Jiang Yuan demon worshippers. The ones who perished were the fervent believers of the fourth disseminator, while the ones reaping the benefits were the Jiang Yuan demon worshippers. Today marks the day when the Jiang Yuan demon worshippers harvest their gains. With these thoughts, Jiang Yuan was nearly convinced that this hypothesis is indeed the closest to the truth. It must be said that the Jiang Yuan demon worshippers have truly set a remarkable trap. Throughout the ordeal, the losses incurred by the Jiang Yuan demon worshippers amount to merely one Jiang Yuan. Oh, but those 3 fervent believers may also count. It is not certain that those 3 fervent believers were definitively followers of the Jiang Yuan demon. Thus, the true loss may only be one Jiang Yuan. Of course, if all of this is part of the Jiang Yuan demon worshipper scheme, then the young security officer Wang Yuan, who fell to Wang Dama's blade, was also treated as a pawn, or perhaps one of the lures. Overall, the actual losses amount to merely Xiong Yong and Wang Yuan. Yet, the gains have led to the destruction of over a quarter, even nearing a third of the redemption organization in Sushi City. Furthermore, they have already eliminated 2 Redeemers teams in the provincial capital. Is this truly the case? Then that the reason my sister arranged for me to be in this community is that she does not trust me completely? Jiang Yuan pondered. That must be the case. If she truly trusted me, why, after all these days, has she never involved me in any of Shan Min's actions? The bright moon hangs high in the sky, while Jiang Yuan feels increasingly spirited. After clarifying the 2 threads concerning Jiang Yuan and his sister, he finally no longer feels utterly in the dark, at the mercy of others. Jiang Yuan finds no significant concern in his sister's lack of trust in him. If she had offered him her absolute trust from the outset, he would have found it potentially problematic, even if his sister were to trust him completely. The other individuals within the fourth disseminator could never extend him the same level of confidence. The last occasion he was taken to participate in a faith ceremony and was introduced to several prominent figures was already a considerable act of trust. To earn complete trust, one must indeed take decisive action. Had this been before today, Jiang Yuan would have set this matter aside for the time being. For him, the most pressing issue now is to uncover the identity of the shadowy figure behind the scenes. However, now that he has discerned the true intentions of this elusive individual and has realized that Shan Min likely has no connection to them, the fact that this mysterious entity wishes to continue utilizing him leads him to ponder. Why not simply employ a borrowed blade to eliminate them? This notion, once conceived, could not be suppressed. The more Jiang Yuan contemplated it, the more feasible he found this approach. Admittedly, it carries substantial risks. For instance, during the act of using this blade, the knife might realize that he is the prey and turn against him. Alternatively, the mysterious figure may perceive his desire to break free from their control and act decisively against him. Any of these scenarios could lead him to a dead end. Yet, continuing down the current path equally leads to a cul-de-sac. He cannot persist in aiding the shadowy figure to unearth more hidden adversaries. Can he? Moreover, the provincial headquarters would certainly not be pleased. Thus, after much contemplation, he concludes that the only viable option is to risk employing a borrowed blade. This may yield a glimmer of hope, a chance for survival. Perhaps this could even secure his place within the fourth disseminator's trust, allowing him to infiltrate their ranks. With this thought in mind, Jiang Yuan can no longer contain his desire to execute the plan. However, he is soon confronted with another dilemma. Who will be the wielder of the blade? His sister? That is out of the question. A mid-tier seeker. Seeking her assistance could very well result in his own downfall. Moreover, given her reservations, as evidenced by the vehicle registration incident, it is clear she does not fully trust him. This is understandable, considering his past as an heretic, which led to his parents' demise. Her lack of complete confidence in him is justifiable. As for his master, Li Kongwu, that too is unfeasible. He is also a trusted confidant of the fourth disseminator. Who knows how much trust he places in Jiang Yuan? Lin Su. That would be even more absurd. As a distinguished high-tier powerhouse, why would he heed Jiang Yuan's counsel? Lost in thought, As Jiang Yuan wrestles with his worries, the visage of an arrogant young man suddenly materializes in his mind. His eyes instantly light up. Of course. How could he have overlooked him? Cao Zilu. No one is more suited to serve as that blade than him. Firstly, Cao Zilu does not belong to any faction of the Fourth Disseminator. In fact, he is not affiliated with any faction whatsoever. He is a neutral party who has emerged from the ranks of the faithful of Shanmin. Secondly, the only individual harboring suspicion towards him is represented solely by his sister, who embodies the Fourth Disseminator. In the eyes of the adherents of the benevolent demon, I am, in fact, a figure of trustworthiness. My parents, grandparents, and elder sister are all earnest devotees of benevolence, having passed down their faith through several generations. I, too, am committed to the rituals, having ascended to the second tier of faith just a day after participating in the ceremonies. What does this signify? It is a clear indication of fervent fanaticism. A staunch supporter of the benevolent divine. How else could I have achieved such rapid advancement? Ultimately, with Cao Zilu's formidable family background, he may possess even more connections. Moreover, cultivating a good relationship with Cao Zilu, perhaps even persuading him to firmly stand by my side. Even if, in the future, the mysterious figure exposes my identity, there is a chance that Cao Zilu, after being swayed by my words for days, may not believe the revelations. With Cao Zilu's belief in me, should any misfortune arise, I would have greater room for maneuver. My good brother, Xiao Luzi, no one is more suited to wield this knife than you. Chapter 67. Using a knife to kill. Casting a glance at the time, it was already 04:44. Daybreak would arrive shortly. Outside, the atmosphere remained eerily calm. Jiang Yuan revealed a cold smirk. It seemed his suspicions were correct. The adherents of the righteous demon were predominantly security personnel. Given their capabilities, and considering my conspicuous presence at this hotel, they could easily pinpoint my location at any moment. Jiang Yuan decided not to wait any longer. Prolonging this would serve no purpose. He immediately exited and approached the door of the adjacent room, knocking a few times. Without waiting for a response, he announced, Jiang Yuan, summon everyone for a meeting. This includes Lin Lu and all others. A voice from behind the door promptly replied, understood. Within half a minute of returning to his room, Hu Zhengfeng and the others arrived in succession. Silence enveloped the group, the atmosphere thick with tension. The incident involving the mysterious figure had evidently taken a toll on them. The existence of this enigmatic individual and their awareness of the team's objectives left them with only two choices. Either abandon the mission and live the life of a true sewer rat, never to show themselves in public again, or fight alone, with only their small team, lacking even a mid-tier powerhouse, against an unknown number of adversaries, potentially formidable ones, orchestrated by the shadowy figure. It was beyond doubt that the headquarters would not easily extend their support to them any longer. There was no justification for risking the lives of other wayward souls for Jiang Yuan's sake. He was not of such paramount importance. Moments later, the remaining members of the second team arrived, each bearing expressions of confusion and uncertainty. The mere decision to stay at this hotel had already sent shivers down their spines, leaving them puzzled as to why they were all summoned here. Did Jiang Yuan not fear being caught in a trap? Yet, as he was the captain, they were bound to obey any command he issued. From now on, listen to what I say, Jiang Yuan declared, his gaze sweeping across the faces before him as he spoke in a serious tone. Firstly, I can ascertain the identity and purpose of the mysterious figure behind the scenes. They are likely affiliated with a certain faction of the righteous demon worshippers, most probably linked to the faction behind Xiongyo. Their objective is to use me as a fulcrum to leverage greater territories, exposing more of the lost souls, so that they can subsequently track and eliminate them at present. Our sole advantage lies in the fact that they remain unaware of my insight into their intentions. Therefore, for the time being, they will not relinquish me, nor will they unleash their full force against us. Upon hearing this, Lin Lu and the others changed their expressions, finally grasping why Jiang Yuan had summoned them in such an open manner. Unafraid of exposure, given this situation, it is undeniable that the provincial headquarters will no longer provide us with any manpower support. Thus, we are faced with two choices: either retreat and hide for a lifetime, or brave the nearly fatal circumstances to eliminate the enigmatic figure behind it all, which is our only chance for survival. Therefore, I present you with two options: to leave or to stay. You need not worry. Whether you choose to depart or remain, I welcome either decision. After Jiang Yuan finished speaking, he quietly awaited their responses. The others exchanged glances, the veteran team members remaining silent, seemingly oblivious to Jiang Yuan's words. The new recruits, the The girl with dreadlocks, the bespectacled youth, the burly man, and the robust young man, after a brief exchange of looks, resolutely shook their heads, signifying their intent to stay. The girl with dreadlocks, her face alight with excitement, exclaimed, "Captain, we joined your team knowing it would be perilous. After all, where is there safety among the lost, at least for me? The more thrilling, the better. Don't question it. I want to be leaving." The bespectacled youth adjusted his glasses and added, "I too shall not withdraw. The greater the danger, the greater the reward. Wouldn't you agree?" The remaining two burly men and the robust young man remained silent. Yet their intentions were unmistakable. Jiang Yuan smiled slightly and nodded, saying, "Since you are all certain, I shall now share my preliminary plan." He then began to articulate his initial thoughts, which were more ideas than a concrete plan, as many details remained undecided and required collective brainstorming. Initially, the group felt troubled, uncertain of how to break the deadlock. However, as Jiang Yuan continued to speak, their eyes began to gleam with hope. By the time he concluded, everyone wore expressions of exhilaration. Even the composed Wang Ro could not help but applaud enthusiastically, exclaiming, "Captain, this is brilliant. Your idea is undoubtedly sound. Chao Zilu is the finest and sharpest blade. He is a member of the benevolent demon organization, and his grandfather is the second elder of the organization, a true figure of authority if wielded wisely. This blade holds the greatest promise of breaking through our current predicament." Jiang Yuan chuckled and remarked, "Since you all believe my idea to be commendable, let us not delay. I will reach out to him. Remember, our primary task is to first win this young man over, to impress him. I want him to admire me, to idolize me as if I were a father figure." The young man, characterized by his impulsive nature, is most easily managed in this manner. As for the remaining details, they will be meticulously studied and refined in due course. The crowd nodded in unison, signifying their understanding. Jiang Yuan no longer hesitated. Without regard for the early hour of 5 in the morning, he retrieved his phone and dialed Chao Zilu's number. After a few rings, the call was answered. Jiang Yuan switched to speaker mode. Since he had begun to perceive Chao Zilu as the blade, he would hold nothing back from the second squad regarding their interactions, or rather from this moment forth. Chao Zilu would be the central target of the second squad strategy. "You better have a good reason for calling me." Chao Zilu's haughty and irate voice echoed from the other end of the line as soon as it connected. Jiang Yuan rubbed his face, immediately slipping into his performance mode. With a tone imbued with both anger and sorrow, he replied, "Chao Zilu, how could you speak to me like this when I consider you a brother? You are the first person I think of when something good happens. I merely disturbed your sleep, and this is the attitude you take." Chao Zilu paused momentarily before retorting, "Get to the point. And apologize." Chao Zilu, "Not going to apologize. Huh, fine. I was planning to inform you first about discovering the heretics, thinking we could feast together as brothers, yet you. What? You claim you discovered something? Heretics? Are you certain you found heretics?" Chao Zilu's voice escalated several decibels, his tone barely concealing his rising agitation and bewilderment. "Indeed, I have been targeted by a group of heretics, and you were the first person I thought of. But it seems you have no interest, so I might as well go to my sister, foster father. I admit my previous tone was slightly inappropriate. I apologize." Upon uttering this, Chao Zilu could no longer contain himself, his voice brimming with excitement and fervor as he inquired, "Where are you? Where are you right now? I'm coming to find you immediately. Save a spot for me. At least keep one for me. From now on, whatever you ask of me, I shall comply. You shall be my elder brother, my foster father." Listening to the frenzied and slightly incoherent excitement radiating from Chao Zilu on the other end of the line, a smile crept onto Jiang Yuan's face. The blade had been borrowed. Now, it remained to be seen whether this blade could successfully eliminate the mysterious puppet master behind the scenes and carve a path for him into the core of compassion. Chapter 68, Setting the Trap. Virum. A supercar, roaring with power, came to a halt in front of a breakfast shop, drawing astonished glances from the surrounding patrons. Such a vehicle, worth over 10 million, was exceedingly rare. Before the car had even fully parked, a stern-faced young man emerged, striding toward a strikingly handsome youth who was savoring his noodles, and exclaimed in outrage, "How can you still have the gall to eat breakfast here? You must be deceiving me." Jiang Yuan cast a sidelong glance at the other, scoffing, "You truly are heartless. You called me your elder brother and referred to me as your foster father over the phone. Yet upon discovering I haven't taken you to hunt immediately, you instantly turn on me." Chao Zilu's expression momentarily stiffened. He was acutely aware of his own culpability, yet was loath to concede it. Reluctantly, he took a seat and awkwardly shifted the conversation, inquiring, Where did you discover the anomaly at this juncture? Realization dawned upon Chao Zilu, and he hastily curtailed his sentence, casting a furtive glance around to ensure no one was eavesdropping. He whispered, "How did you come across it? And can you be absolutely certain it's the same entity? We mustn't make a mistake. If we inadvertently offer a sacrifice to the wrong one, the consequences could be dire. The punishment from the divine is not something we can currently withstand. At best, it would impede our progress for decades, and at worst, it could cost us our lives." Chao Zilu spoke with utmost seriousness. Jiang Yuan smiled faintly and replied, "I am well aware of that. This is not the time for idle chatter. Have you had breakfast? If not, you should eat something first. Once we get busy, there may not be time for sustenance." Seeing Jiang Yuan's unwavering assurance, Chao Zilu's eyes brightened considerably. He promptly purchased a bowl of noodles, liberally adding chili oil and vinegar until the entire dish was cloaked in a thick layer of crimson oil and dark brown sauce. Satisfied, he began to slurp the noodles with gusto. The sight caused Jiang Yuan to tense slightly. Two grown men consumed their meal swiftly, finishing in mere moments. Shortly thereafter, they boarded Chao Zilu's multi-million-dollar supercar and roared away from the scene. In the suburbs, the two men sat side by side on a stone by the riverbank, occasionally receiving curious glances from distant fishermen. "Look, this individual has appeared near me for the 7th time." Jiang Yuan pointed to the surveillance footage displayed on his laptop. The video revealed a figure cloaked in a black robe and wearing a black hat, having been captured on camera 7 times over the span of just 2 days. Notably, on 4 occasions, the figure was seen peering through binoculars, as if observing something intently. Jiang Yuan's expression was grave and resolute, his countenance darkened to an extreme degree. As a seeker, although I have only recently begun my studies, I have discovered that I possess an extraordinary talent for this pursuit. No malevolent entity can evade my gaze. My eyes are the measure, and I determine the distance, while I cannot fathom why this vile heretic has fixated upon me. Perhaps my remarkable aptitude has drawn his attention. I can assert that since this heretic has chosen to stalk me, he shall inevitably regret his decision," Jiang Yuan declared with unwavering conviction. Beside him, Chao Zilu transitioned from confusion to astonishment, and finally to elation. It turned out, Jiang Yuan's claims were indeed true. He had truly uncovered a heretic. This was unequivocally a heretic. If it were not, why would it surveil those who embody compassion? Why target the most gifted genius of their generation? It was undoubtedly a heretic. Yet, the only aspect that perplexed Chao Zilu was the apparent ineptitude of this heretic. In just a few days, he had been captured on camera a total of 7 times. Could it be that this wretched seeker was merely an amateur? But why would the Redemption Organization dispatch an inexperienced operative to monitor a seeker? The key question remains. Is he so corpulent out of a deep-seated fear of being overlooked by others? It is indeed peculiar. This is the only aspect that perplexes Chao Zilu. However, what he remains oblivious to is this moment. Within Jiang Yuan's ear, Lin Li's dissatisfied shouts had already begun the instant Jiang Yuan first cursed, calling someone a bastard heretic. No. Captain, you can say what you want, but why resort to insults? I feel as if you are deliberately calling me a bastard, even though I lack evidence, Lin Li shouted with immense displeasure. Jiang Yuan, however, would not respond to him. Wang Rou, on the other hand, scolded, "Shut your mouth. Being called a bastard is already a kindness. Just look at the farce you are performing. Natural. Make your performance more natural." Do you understand what natural means? Originally, there were over a dozen shots, yet they were ruthlessly cut down to a mere 7 that are barely usable. Fortunately, Chao Zilu isn't particularly clever. Otherwise, your acting would have been exposed long ago. Faced with Wang Rou's rebuke, Lin Lu immediately fell silent. Indeed, those few shots were not particularly natural. Fortunately, Chao Zilu's lack of acuity, coupled with his complete trust in Jiang Yuan, ensured that there would be no slip-ups. Jiang Yuan, I never anticipated your insight would be this keen. And you can even perform network intrusions? Impressive. I am certain that this individual is undoubtedly a wrecker. What should we do now? Should we go and capture him? Then offer him as a sacrifice. Rest assured, when the time comes, you can handle the sacrifice, and I shall merely bask in the glory. I will not claim too much of your reward. Chao Zilu was already brimming with excitement. Eager to rush and eliminate that heretic from the video, do not be misled by the fact that his grandfather is the 3rd figure of compassion. However, wreckers are exceedingly rare, and those suitable for Chao Zilu's sacrifice are even more selectively conditioned. For instance, the wreckers fitting for Chao Zilu's sacrifice are primarily of the initial 3rd tier, with second-tier wreckers being ideal. Offering a more powerful wrecker would merely be a waste. Furthermore, the wreckers available for sacrifice to one's descendants are generally captured and detained by the elders themselves. Thus, this matter is less about status and more about whether one's elders have the opportunity to capture a suitable wrecker. Therefore, Chaozilla had yet to offer a wrecker in sacrifice since embracing the ritual. And his excitement was palpable. His usual arrogance had vanished entirely. Jiang Yuan smiled, waving his hand with considerable magnanimity. Hey, let us not rush this matter. Moreover, it is still uncertain whether he has accomplices. We must ensure absolute certainty before we act. Everything can wait until tonight. At this moment, there was still an entire day until nightfall. With such a lengthy interval, it was believed that Wang Ro and the others would have everything prepared by the time the evening arrived. At that point, it would simply be a matter of waiting for Chaozilla to fall into the trap. Chapter 69. The third new function during these days. Jiang Yuan had never ceased his exploration and research into the new feature of untrusted faith. He truly discovered something through his probing. This feature emerged the day after he had explored the faith offering. At that moment, while contemplating the veneration of faith, it occurred to me that the benevolent demons might channel their corrosive powers through a statue as a medium. If survival points could indeed be transformed into redemptive energy, could they not also be externally projected? The so-called external projection refers to the act of releasing the redemptive energy derived from survival points through a specific medium. Although the attempt at external projection was unsuccessful, it led Jiang Yuan to discover that the redemptive energy, transformed from survival points, could be directly bestowed upon those in proximity. However, bestowing this power would require a doubled cost. For instance, with his current initial second-tier cultivation, augmenting his divine power by LV1 necessitated the expenditure of 200 survival points. Thus, to grant the same LV1 augmentation to another at the same initial second-tier level would demand 400 survival points. When Jiang Yuan first stumbled upon this functionality, he mused that if he amassed sufficient survival points, could he not elevate everyone around him into formidable beings? If his survival points reached a certain threshold, wouldn't he essentially become a deity? The sole distinction from the demons would be that his divine influence could not, nor would it, corrupt the souls of others through the imposition of his will upon the redemptive energy. Of course, this was merely a fleeting thought. The very notion of becoming a deity was far-fetched, especially considering the overwhelming cost of survival points necessary just to augment another's divine power by LV1, which was enough to make Jiang Yuan's heart ache. He was already struggling with his own scarcity of survival points, let alone offering them to others. However, now, or rather, at the early hours of this morning, when he conceived the strategy of killing with a borrowed knife, Jiang Yuan suddenly perceived the correct approach to unlock this functionality. What vexes every imposter the most? The greatest dilemma is that imposters cannot sacrifice the lost souls by eliminating them. Even if an imposter were to eliminate a willing lost soul for the greater good, they would be unable to perform the sacrificial act to gain power. This often serves as the primary reason why the vast majority of imposters cannot ascend to the core ranks of the demon organization. It is indeed a conundrum. If one cannot sacrifice lost souls like the faithful to receive the rewards bestowed by demons, what justification exists for believing that they are not an imposter? Only an exceedingly rare few imposters manage to infiltrate the core of the demon organization due to unforeseen circumstances. Yet, upon unlocking this new capability, Jiang Yuan experienced an epiphany, without asserting too much. Mastering this function would undoubtedly facilitate his entrance into the inner sanctum of benevolence. The prerequisite, however, would be to eliminate the lineage of Zheng Yong entirely, followed by either earning the genuine trust of the fourth spreader or eliminating him as well. It was not yet prudent to reveal this functionality on a large scale. However, utilizing it to deceive Chaozilla posed no issue whatsoever, and thus, time flew by. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the two found themselves in a taxi, en route to their destination. Today, Jiang Yuan and Li Kongwu had taken the day off, informing his sister that they would be spending time out with friends, thus foregoing study for the day. Both Li Kongwu and his sister responded amicably, granting him the freedom to learn at his own pace. Upon arrival, they found themselves at their designated location. As Jiang Yuan and Chao Zilu alighted from the vehicle, Jiang Yuan's gaze was fixated on a diminutive red, pulsating on his phone. He gestured towards the weathered residential building before them and spoke to Chao Zilu, who appeared visibly anxious. The grip on his long knife had turned pale, and his hand trembled slightly. Yet he maintained an air of composure and arrogance as he inquired, "Are you certain the target is truly here? Moreover, should we not summon a few more individuals? What if the adversary possesses formidable strength? Or perhaps they are not alone, accompanied by other wayward souls. I understand your reluctance to share this wayward's information with more people. But surely you can confide in your sister. She would never stake claim to your quarry, would she? If all else fails, I can inform my family to dispatch a strong ally. Rest assured, they will not interfere. I can guarantee that. Let me clarify, this is not out of fear, but rather a desire for greater assurance. Chao Zilu's tone was measured, yet his barrage of words betrayed an underlying trepidation. Jiang Yuan quickly discerned that this fellow was merely a proud youth, overly concerned with appearances. Chao Zilu, I realize now that I misjudged you, Jiang Yuan remarked, arching an eyebrow. At first, I believed we were kindred spirits, yet it seems you are quite the timid soul. Yes, I can see that your proposed method is indeed more prudent. However, have you considered why I firmly oppose summoning stronger individuals to back us? It is because flowers nurtured in a greenhouse can never withstand a tempest. Only saplings grown amidst storms can develop into towering trees. Only through trials and tribulations can one witness the splendor of a rainbow. As the most exceptional talents of our generation, we must endure refinement and challenges. Relying on external support will forever prevent us from becoming true powerhouses. If you wish to call for help, go ahead. I, Jiang Yuan, cannot afford to lose face. I, Jiang Yuan, aspire to become the sovereign of the seas, the ruler of the world, and this trifling danger is inconsequential to me. Chao Zilu was left momentarily speechless by Jiang Yuan's impassioned speech. His face flushed crimson, filled with a sense of shame, and his gaze towards Jiang Yuan shifted subtly, hinting at newfound recognition and admiration. He bit his lip, averted his eyes, and said, I actually share your sentiment. I genuinely sought to ensure our safety. But now that you've articulated your stance, let us forego calling for assistance. Just the two of us will suffice. My realm may not match yours, but I have trained in combat techniques since childhood, and I am quite formidable. Chao Zilu asserted earnestly. Jiang Yuan responded with a hearty laugh, clapping Chao Zilu on the shoulder, and declared, Excellent. I knew I had not misjudged you. Without further ado, let us act swiftly. Rest assured, that scoundrel is undoubtedly inside. I have complete confidence in my hacking skills, and his phone's location is entirely within my control. Chao Zilu nodded emphatically, tightening his grip on the weapon, and discreetly swallowed hard. Without further ado, at this moment, the voice of Wang Ro echoed in the ear, indicating that the venue had been prepared. The actors were in position, and he, as the lead, could enter at any time. Jiang Yuan, taking the lead, wielded a straight knife in his hand while carrying a large backpack, the contents of which remained a mystery. He, accompanied by Chao Zilu, ascended towards the upper floors. Chapter 70. The actors are ready. This dilapidated residential building could scarcely be deemed a community, as it was merely constructed on the periphery of the city's bustling area. Lacking even an elevator, the two stealthily climbed the stairs, arriving at the third floor on the right side. Jiang Yuan glanced at his phone, pointed at a door, nodded, his expression solemn, and whispered, This is it. Prepare yourself. I will charge in first, and you follow closely behind. Chao Zilu nodded eagerly in understanding, his grip on the knife handle turning pale with trepidation. Without further hesitation, Jiang Yuan forcefully kicked open the door. Propelling himself inside, the moment he crossed the threshold, he bellowed, Heretic! Heretic! You are indeed a heretic! Die! You shall perish, heretic! I will offer you as a sacrifice, a sacrifice. His furious roar was tinged with madness, excitement, and fervor. Anyone who heard his words would have no doubt about Jiang Yuan's authenticity as a zealous believer. The tone, the inflection, was unmistakably genuine. Meanwhile, at the doorway, Chao Zilu did not falter or betray Jiang Yuan. He too charged in with a loud cry. What he beheld was a plump figure seated on the sofa, facing away from the entrance, seemingly frozen in shock, whether from terror or bewilderment. Faced with Jiang Yuan's sudden intrusion, the figure neglected to evade, allowing Jiang Yuan to effortlessly sever an arm with a single stroke. The severed limb soared through the air before landing on the ground. Chao Zilu stared in disbelief. Is this really how smoothly it goes? When did the breakers become so easy to slay? No. Could it be that this fellow is truly paralyzed with fear? Why does he not resist? Just as his confusion began to form, barely a second had passed before. Damned fanatic, perish! A voice, filled with urgency, panic, and rage, erupted from a room to Chao Zilu's right. Almost simultaneously, he felt a rush of air as a forceful attack aimed for his neck. The previous shout seemed almost a warning. Of course, Chao Zilu would not have considered it such, sensing the immense power behind the assault. His expression shifted dramatically, and he swiftly raised his knife to defend himself. In that instant, he finally caught sight of his assailant. It was a girl with a multitude of brightly colored hair, each strand tied into small, messy braids. Upon sensing her cultivation level, Chao Zilu exclaimed, "Initial stage, second rank." However, his complexion paled even further as another figure emerged, a bespectacled young man, armed and wearing a ferocious expression. He charged at Chao Zilu, the energy radiating from him striking fear into Chao Zilu's heart, revealing yet another initial stage, second rank. With a thunderous clash, the two sides engaged in battle, having only recently ascended to the third tier of the initial stage. Chao Zilu found himself in a most distressing predicament. He was easily repelled several steps back by the girl with dreadlocks, and the force of the blow caused blood to gush from his hands. Astonished and horrified, his eyes filled with blood, he teetered on the brink of losing his sanity. Yet, reason still flickered within him. Without turning back, he bellowed, "Jiang Yuan, prepare to flee. There are still two initial stage tier 2s here. We cannot contend with them. Once we retreat, we will call for reinforcements." Just then, he noticed Jiang Yuan swiftly positioning himself in front of him, charging directly at the two assailants. Simultaneously, Jiang Yuan's voice erupted with fury. "How dare you harm my brother Jiang Yuan? Cursed heretics, I shall rend you limb from limb. No one shall harm my brother. Ugh, die." His voice thundered, exuding an overwhelming presence that a straight blade was raised high, wreathed in a deep crimson energy that coiled around its blade. In that moment, Jiang Yuan's eyes blazed red, his entire being pulsating with the same sanguine power, resembling a vengeful deity arisen from the depths of hell. Chao Zilu stood frozen in awe, staring at Jiang Yuan, his mind echoing the latter's fervent declarations. However, it was at that instant that Jiang Yuan engaged in fierce combat with the two wretched foes. What unfolded next left Chao Zilu utterly astounded. The girl with dreadlocks, who had effortlessly repelled him and injured his hands, now found herself utterly defenseless against Jiang Yuan's blade. The ferocious strike descended upon her, and both she and her companion, a bespectacled youth, raised their weapons in a desperate attempt to block. Yet, they were unable to withstand the force, being forced to retreat 10 paces and crashing through the door behind them before finally coming to a halt. In that fleeting moment of their retreat, no one noticed their jaws twitching. Suddenly, blood erupted from their mouths as they stared in horror at Jiang Yuan, their eyes wide with disbelief. The girl with dreadlocks gasped. He is far too powerful. He must be a hunter, an initial stage tier 2 hunter." The bespectacled youth cried out in terror. Could that last strike have been the long-lost technique, God-slaying blade? Jiang Yuan's mouth twitched, and he felt an overwhelming urge to slap the bespectacled youth as if on cue. Wang Rou's furious voice erupted in his hidden earpiece. "Chudong, are you insane? The long-lost technique, the God-slaying blade. Do you believe I won't come and slay you right now? Huh? Have you been rendered foolish by those novels? Huh? Upon my return, everyone in Team 2 is to relearn their acting skills. Do not think that just because you are not a pretender, you can forego your training. Starting today, every member of Team 2 must pass their acting courses." The bespectacled youth's face flushed crimson, but fortunately, the layer of human skin covering his face concealed his embarrassment. The girl with dreadlocks shot him a bewildered glance and immediately shouted, "This person is too strong. We cannot win. Retreat." The girl with dreadlocks immediately dashed towards the doorway. The bespectacled youth, feeling apprehensive, dared not utter another word and hurriedly followed her, weapon in hand, retreating towards the exit. Jiang Yuan was consumed by fury, unhesitatingly pursuing them, his blade slicing through the air with a crimson gleam. "You think you can escape after injuring my brother? Prepare to meet your end." The blade's trajectory appeared aimed directly at the two, yet they merely veered slightly to the side, allowing the deadly arc to hurtle towards Chao Zilu, who was preparing to intercept. Initially, Chao Zilu intended to obstruct their escape. But now, faced with Jiang Yuan's full-force strike, he could only retreat helplessly, watching as the two vanished in an instant through the door. "Wait here. I shall pursue," Jiang Yuan bellowed, intent on continuing his chase. Chao Zilu cast a glance at the plump man still writhing on the couch and hastily restrained Jiang Yuan, saying, "Hold on. They are 2 in number, both at the initial second tier. We cannot let this fat man escape as well. It is imperative that we secure him first." Chapter 71. The show begins. Initially consumed by rage, Jiang Yuan, upon Chao Zilu's counsel, refrained from his pursuit. After a moment's hesitation, he scoffed, "I shall let them go this time." "Zilu, are you all right?" His face was etched with concern. Chao Zilu felt a surge of emotion. Having been solitary and proud throughout his life, he had never truly had friends, now, with Jiang Yuan caring so deeply for him. Even the hardest of hearts would be moved that I am fine. Shall we interrogate that fat man first? He has lost quite a bit of blood. I fear he may perish before we can extract any information. Chaozilla gestured towards the unconscious figure on the couch. Jiang Yuan nodded in agreement. Very well. Let us interrogate him. He approached the plump man, who had succumbed to unconsciousness. This was to be expected. After enduring torment during the interrogation at dawn, and now having lost a hand and 2 legs to Jiang Yuan, it was a miracle he was still alive. Clearly, he had been administered substantial adrenaline prior to this, coupled with the demonic power coursing within him, allowing him to cling to life. The sight of the fat man's pitiful state left Chaozilla somewhat perplexed. Had Jiang Yuan truly reduced him to this condition in just a single encounter? Hiss! Jiang Yuan's combat prowess was formidable. He was indeed a seeker. Is there such a fortunate occurrence? However, he is not devoid of intelligence. Observing the crimson-eyed Chaozilla beside him, and recalling how he had suddenly lost his limbs while unconscious, only to faint again from the pain, he seemed to piece together the situation. It appeared that Jiang Yuan intended to use him as a mere tool to gain the trust of the followers. Enraged by this realization, he opened his mouth to voice his protest. Yet, the moment he began to speak, Jiang Yuan, who had been keenly watching his expressions, immediately discerned the fat man's intention. The study of micro-expressions was not in vain. Still want to curse at me? Just as the rotund figure was about to utter his words, Jiang Yuan bellowed fiercely, seizing the fat man's jaw and squeezing it tightly, causing his mouth to involuntarily open. Jiang Yuan swiftly thrust a dagger into the fat man's mouth, twisting it mercilessly. Instantly, the inside of his mouth was a gruesome mess, his tongue severed into multiple pieces. The fat man cried out in agony, his corpulent body writhing and struggling, yet Jiang Yuan's face was a mask of fury, his gaze cold and composed. He had never shown mercy to his enemies. Chaozilla, witnessing this scene, instinctively pressed his lips together, his eyes reflecting a hint of fear towards Jiang Yuan. Indeed, he was a zealous devotee of a demon. However, that did not imply that all fervent followers were heartless. The Jiang Yuan, who frequently called him brother, now felt somewhat intimidating. Still want to harm my brother? Jiang Yuan's furious voice echoed once more. The fat man's remaining hand, bloodied and trembling, reached towards Chaozilla, seemingly attempting to write something on the sofa's armrest. Jiang Yuan would not allow such a thing. He bellowed again, and in the fat man's despairing and enraged gaze, that last hand was raised high. Now the fat man was completely devoid of hands and feet, his tongue gone, and his mouth filled with wounds. Speaking was nearly impossible. This was splendid. Having completed this, Jiang Yuan's eyes remained bloodshot, as if he were suppressing a violent frenzy within. He coldly gestured. Zilu, the interrogation is now in your hands. It is best to extract some useful information. I can no longer continue, lest I lose control and kill him. With that, Jiang Yuan, panting heavily to restrain his emotions, stepped aside, his expression fearsome and terrifying. Chaozilla glanced at the fat man on the sofa, filled with despair and rage, and stared at his mutilated form, devoid of tongue and limbs. Let me interrogate. Chaozilla opened his mouth, seemingly wishing to say something. Yet words failed him. Especially upon witnessing Jiang Yuan's volatile demeanor, he instinctively recoiled, ultimately deciding to remain silent, waiting for Jiang Yuan to regain his composure before speaking. Interrogation? Come now. Let us see who can extract anything useful. Just then, Jiang Yuan's suppressed, violent voice rang out again. Zilu, what are you doing? Why aren't you conducting the interrogation promptly? What if this fat man dies? If he dies without yielding any information, the sacrificial effect will be greatly diminished. Hurry up and interrogate. Chaozilla was at a loss for words. In his current state, Jiang Yuan was genuinely fearful that any rebuttal he made might lead him to inflict harm upon himself. An injustice he could scarcely fathom. Glancing at the rotund figure before him, Chaozilla's eyes darted, and he suddenly bellowed, charging forward to deliver a resounding slap to the plump man's cheek. Smack. The rotund individual was momentarily stunned. Surely, this person couldn't be intending to interrogate him. Could he? Was he out of his mind? Chaozilla paid no heed to such thoughts, unleashing a flurry of strikes upon the portly man, albeit with restraint, mindful not to deliver a fatal blow. Nevertheless, he exerted sufficient force, for the greater the damage inflicted upon the hefty man, the more bountiful the rewards he would reap upon offering him as a sacrifice. Once the assault concluded, Chaozilla began his inquiries with fervor. After several minutes, he approached Jiang Yuan with a serious expression, stating, "The interrogation is complete. He possesses little knowledge, not even the identities of those 2 wretches who fled moments ago. However, You did admit to being one of the wretches and confess to monitoring you through binoculars, with the intent to eliminate you, as you are the foremost genius of our compassionate generation. Well, that's all I could extract from him. Jiang Yuan regarded Qiao Zilu with a penetrating gaze. He had sensed it from their first encounter. This young man was no ordinary individual. His intuition had proven correct. This haughty and arrogant youth spun a web of lies with such finesse, his composure unwavering, revealing a remarkable talent. The tumult and brutality etched upon Jiang Yuan's face gradually dissipated with Qiao Zilu's words. He patted Qiao Zilu's shoulder with a hearty laugh, exclaiming, "Quite impressive. Your resolve is stronger than mine. At least you have not succumbed to madness. Well done. Now that the interrogation has concluded, let us prepare for the sacrifice." With that, Jiang Yuan finally set down the backpack he had been carrying. Unzipping it, he revealed a metal statue of the compassionate demon, standing over 30 centimeters tall. Chapter 72. The Sacrifice of Compassion. Upon beholding the statue of the compassionate demon, Qiao Zilu reverently placed his middle finger upon his forehead and bowed deeply, exuding utmost respect. This statue had been procured for Jiang Yuan by his sister the day after he moved into the rental apartment. After all, the confines of the apartment were ill-suited for larger sculptures. Jiang Yuan had thoroughly inspected it. It was merely a commonplace statue, devoid of any electronic devices that ought not to exist. Aware that his sister harbored lingering doubts about him, Jiang Yuan took extra precautions in this regard. He placed the statue of the compassionate demon with great reverence upon the table, then dragged the nearly unconscious rotund man from the sofa and unceremoniously tossed him onto the floor. Witnessing Jiang Yuan's genuine intent to offer him as a sacrifice to the deity, the hefty man could not suppress a smirk of derision mingled with a flicker of anticipation. The derision stemmed from curiosity about how Jiang Yuan would fare in the end, while the anticipation revolved around the punishment Jiang Yuan would face as a result of sacrificing a true believer like himself. He even looked forward to the embrace of the divine after death. Kneeling, he prepared for the sacrifice. Jiang Yuan addressed Qiao Zilu, who promptly knelt beside him, his countenance filled with reverence and joy, awaiting the deity's benevolence. Jiang Yuan cast a discreet glance at Qiao Zilu. Then, in a voice only he could hear, he recited the sacrificial incantation. "O great sage, equal to heaven, Sun Wukong." The words were barely audible. "Your devoted follower offers you his utmost reverence." The volume increased, ensuring that Qiao Zilu could hear. "Praise be to the Monkey King of Huagua Mountain." The voice softened again. It fluctuated, never allowing Qiao Zilu to misinterpret the words and phrases that were always clear to him. The words and phrases he should not hear were rendered inaudible. As if not a single hair's whisper reached his ears, as the performance progressed, Jiang Yuan found himself at a loss for how to continue. He spontaneously began to sing a song from Earth, Yukong. The moon spills across the Milky Way, the long road stretches endlessly, the remnants of smoke and mist fade, leaving but a solitary shadow. Who calls me exceptional? Who entangles me in love and hatred? As Jiang Yuan sang, he became increasingly immersed in the moment. Qiao Zilu occasionally cast a glance at Jiang Yuan. Upon seeing the profound devotion and intense focus etched upon Jiang Yuan's face, his smile broadened. Jiang Yuan, truly a prodigious genius, his level of devotion to the benevolent divine far surpassing his OWAT this moment. Jiang Yuan finally reached the latter half of the song. "This strike shall reduce you to ash and smoke and dust," as the final note resounded. Jiang Yuan's finger gently pressed a button that had mysteriously appeared in his hand. Suddenly, the rotund figure, who had been sneering, trembled violently. Moments later, his pupils rapidly dilated, and he succumbed to death, utterly lifeless. The button Jiang Yuan pressed was a remote control. Deep within the fat man's brain, a minuscule device had been implanted in advance. This device contained a highly toxic substance, potentially akin to hydrogen sulfide or hydrides. Jiang Yuan was unsure of its exact nature, only aware that a mere 0.1 micrograms was sufficient to bring an adult to demise within a minute. Yet, the fat man had been injected with a full gram of this poison. Upon pressing the remote control, the protective casing of the ultramicroscopic device would spring open, unleashing the lethal substance that swiftly claimed the already feeble life of the man. Everything appeared so seamless, as if Jiang Yuan had offered the fat man as a sacrifice to a demon. And in that very moment of the fat man's demise, Jiang Yuan's thoughts coalesced, expending 100 survival points to convert them into the unclaimed power of redemption, bestowing it upon Qiao Zilu. The essence of the power of redemption and the power of demons is fundamentally identical. The sole distinction lies in the will of the demon, which possesses a corrosive nature. However, For a zealous devotee, the corrosive nature of demon power is rendered ineffective, as his mind and soul are already under control. Consequently, he remains oblivious to any effects. Thus, even if Jiang Yuan bestowed the power of redemption upon Xiao Zilu, he would not discern whether it was the power of redemption or the power of demons. Moreover, Jiang Yuan chose to expend 100 survival points to grant Xiao Zilu half of LV1, as anything less would yield minimal effect, and anything more would be too extravagant. 100 points, half of LV, a reasonable choice. Simultaneously, a vast surge of redemption power welled up within Jiang Yuan. He was not merely putting on a facade. After eliminating the rotund individual, he undeniably acquired a significant amount of redemptive power. This hefty figure was of the initial second tier, providing a commendable amount of redemptive energy. Given Jiang Yuan's current soul strength, he could absorb a substantial portion of it. Beside him, Xiao Zilu was filled with immense joy, unquestionably elated, because this portly fellow was indeed an heretic. In truth, as long as a seeker does not openly acknowledge themselves as a seeker of ruin, every follower harbors a degree of trepidation prior to the sacrifice. After all, should the offering go awry, the consequences are dire. For instance, before the sacrifice, Xiao Zilu was already consumed with worry regarding this rotund individual. However, at this very moment, a surge of demonic power manifested, dispelling any doubts in Xiao Zilu's mind. This hefty man was truly a seeker of ruin. Jiang Yuan had not erred, for he was indeed targeted by a seeker of ruin. Furthermore, he genuinely wished to share the seeker with him. He truly considered Jiang Yuan as a close brother, a steadfast companion. This realization filled Xiao Zilu with profound emotion. It is worth noting that many close kin are reluctant to share such fortunate occurrences. As Jiang Yuan absorbed the redemptive power bestowed after vanquishing the hefty man, his cultivation, which had stagnated for 7 or 8 days, finally began to ascend once more. Jiang Yuan did not utilize the redemptive power to enhance his 3 attributes. He intended to wait until his divine power reached LV10 before acquiring redemptive energy, which he planned to invest entirely into fortifying those 3 attributes. This strategy was indeed the most judicious. Moreover, regarding survival points, aside from essential reserves, all remaining points would be dedicated to augmenting soul strength. Soul strength, after all, remained of utmost importance. Minutes later, having fully absorbed the redemptive power, Jiang Yuan's divine power level surged to LV7. This was quite commendable, a testament to the advantages of possessing sufficiently high soul strength. For an average seeker of ruin, reaching LV4 would already be remarkable, with many barely achieving LV3. As for this heretic's corpse, I will contact the staff of the latter pavilion to have them retrieve it, Jiang Yuan remarked, simultaneously producing his phone to dial the number for the latter pavilion. After explaining the situation, he ended the call. Approximately 10 minutes later, several benevolent devotees clad in latter pavilion attire approached, performing a unique gesture of compassion. Leading them was a serious-looking young man, Lu Zhangyo, who, with a grave expression, produced a notebook and solemnly requested, "Gentlemen, I require you to recount the recent events in detail. For instance, how did you ascertain that he was indeed a seeker of ruin, and did you genuinely receive the grace of the divine?" He emphasized the importance of their honest testimony, as the body would undergo verification upon its return. Jiang Yuan nodded gently, assuring him, "Rest assured, I will convey the truth." He then commenced his account, with Xiao Zilu occasionally adding his remarks. Meanwhile, the staff from the latter pavilion efficiently prepared the hefty man's body for transport. Their professionalism was nothing short of remarkable, to the extent that Xiao Zilu could not help but marvel at their expertise. They even meticulously cleaned away the bloodstains. Truly commendable. They deserved nothing less than a 5-star rating. Chapter 73. Sowing the Seeds. Thank you both for your cooperation. Please keep your lines of communication open at all times. Lu Zhangyo closed his notebook, nodded towards Jiang Yuan and Xiao Zilu, and with a wave of his hand, the group departed, carrying the corpse of the corpulent man. We should be on our way as well. If we can avoid any interaction with the security personnel, let us do so. I certainly do not wish to leave the remaining lost souls for others to claim, Jiang Yuan remarked. Xiao Zilu, now fully compliant with Jiang Yuan's words, nodded in agreement, saying, "All right." Thus, the two descended the stairs and hastily exited the premises. In truth, from the moment they entered until Lu Zhangyo and his team departed with the body, no more than half an hour had elapsed. Moreover, prior to this, all communications within the building had been intercepted. To intercept means that any calls made within this vicinity would be received by Wang Ro and her team. Calls to other individuals would be allowed to pass through, while calls to the security bureau would be redirected to Wang Ro and her associates, who would feign the role of security personnel to answer these calls. Subsequently, they would also masquerade as security agents for any follow-up visits that in summary. Every logistical detail was meticulously managed, leaving no room for error, such as the importance of the protectors. Before long, Jiang Yuan and Chao Zilu had vacated the area and stopped in a relatively secluded location. I will continue to investigate this matter, Jiang Yuan stated, at present. I am uncertain if there are more lost souls aside from those two, but I suspect there may be. In any case, I shall commence my inquiries. My sole concern now is that if there are indeed more lost souls, particularly among the stronger ones, I fear that the two of us alone may not suffice. Pausing for a moment, he scanned the surroundings to ensure no one was in sight, then lowered his voice deliberately and whispered, "Furthermore, I have a secret I have yet to share with you. Not only did I discover this corpulent man, but I also uncovered the individual behind him. I tracked them down during a call between the corpulent man and that person. After several days of surveillance, I successfully identified a certain individual. From my observations, it is highly likely that this person is a primary-level first-tier redeemer." Jiang Yuan spoke in a tone imbued with mystery. As expected, upon hearing this, Chao Zilu's eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, "A primary-level first-tier redeemer. It seems this corpulent man must be affiliated with a certain redeemer squad. However, a primary-level first-tier redeemer is not something we can contend with, especially considering there are other allies. Like those two previous second-tier individuals." Jiang Yuan nodded, his expression grave. "Indeed, this is precisely what troubles me. The reason I have only now disclosed this to you is that I feared I might be mistaken. Thus, I sought to test this corpulent man today, to sacrifice him and ascertain whether he is indeed a lost soul. The outcome was quite clear. This corpulent man is, without a doubt, one of the lost. This only serves to confirm that the novice first-tier redeemer is undoubtedly a lost soul. Given that he is indeed a lost soul, I cannot simply let him go. However, the prospect of relinquishing this substantial opportunity fills me with reluctance. Do you have any suggestions?" Jiang Yuan gazed intently at Chao Zilu, subtly hinting at something while elucidating why he chose to discuss this matter with Chao Zilu only after dealing with the rotund figure. Chao Zilu, without a hint of skepticism, acknowledged Jiang Yuan's undeniable identity as a pure-blooded devotee, as evidenced by the recent sacrificial act. After a moment of contemplation, Chao Zilu suddenly proposed, "Why not inform your sister? She is a mid-tier powerhouse. Having her intervene would surely resolve the issue." Jiang Yuan shook his head, replying, "My sister is not an option. You may not be aware, but our relationship is not as harmonious as it appears on the surface." Observing the slight confusion on Chao Zilu's face, Jiang Yuan clenched his teeth and, adopting a grave demeanor, declared, "Brother, I confide in you as my true sibling, so you must keep this secret." Taken aback by Jiang Yuan's sudden seriousness, Chao Zilu nodded gravely and assured, "Rest assured, I will keep it strictly to myself." Jiang Yuan hesitated, his expression fraught with inner turmoil. After a lengthy pause, he finally exhaled deeply, his voice low and somber. "In truth, I suspect my sister is an imposter." Chao Zilu. Even without witnessing Chao Zilu's reaction, Jiang Yuan could vividly envision his shock and disbelief. Looking up, he confirmed that Chao Zilu's mouth was agape, staring at Jiang Yuan in utter incredulity. Seemingly at a loss for words, Jiang Yuan sighed, offering a bitter smile. "I knew it. I knew you wouldn't believe me. Honestly, if I hadn't experienced it firsthand, I wouldn't have believed it either. Moreover, my sister is a mid-tier seeker and one of the trusted confidants of the fourth disseminator. How could she possibly be? However, never mind. Brother Zilu, just pretend I never said anything. Please, keep this under wraps." Still reeling from the shock, Chao Zilu incredulously replied, "But that your sister is a confidant of the fourth disseminator. How could that even be?" After a brief silence, he furrowed his brow and added, "But nothing is absolute. No one can guarantee anything. Nevertheless, Jiang Yuan, I have greater faith in you. Yet, you must tread carefully. Do not jump to conclusions. She is not only your sister but also a trusted ally of the fourth disseminator. Rest assured, I will not speak of this matter. Moreover, regardless of the truth, you must not approach your sister about it." Better safe than sorry. As Chao Zilu spoke, Jiang Yuan fervently nodded in agreement. After some contemplation, Chao Zilu suddenly declared, "For the time being, I shall refrain from involving my family. I recall that you had previously shared the contact information of several contemporaneous prodigies. Had you not? Why don't we include them in our endeavor? The more, the merrier. and given that their capabilities are not as formidable as yours, you would undoubtedly be able to keep them in line. Ah, and even if we were to reach out to them, we must ensure that they, like myself, hail from neutral factions. This would guarantee that they wouldn't recklessly seize your offerings. Jiang Yuan felt a surge of elation within. Truly, my good brother Chao Zilla grasped our intent with remarkable acuity and proactively suggested this course of action. One blade is hardly sufficient. A solitary knife is woefully inadequate to vanquish the enigmatic individual entirely. It is only with an abundance of blades that we can ensure the eradication of any future threats. Furthermore, with more individuals like Chao Zilla, who firmly believe themselves to be adherents, even if my sister were to uncover irrefutable evidence of my masquerade. What of it? Were Jiang Yuan's mere insinuations about Jiang Yu being a pretender simply idle chatter? No. I shall plant a seed now. When it blossoms, it is likely that the fourth disseminator will personally emerge, pointing a finger at themselves and declaring their pretense, leaving no need for self-justification. The blades of Chao Zilla will steadfastly stand by my side, safeguarding my interests. Now, it is time to formally commence the plan to eliminate the mysterious figure. Chapter 74. The powers above have intervened after contacting several talented individuals from neutral factions to convene at a restaurant tomorrow noon. Jiang Yuan took a taxi home, declining Chao Zilla's offer for a ride, as his vehicle was rather ostentatious. Upon returning home, Jiang Yuan indulged in a refreshing shower, then retrieved his specially designed mobile phone from the coffee table, meticulously scrutinizing its contents in search of any insights. This phone was custom-made, entirely shielded from signal tracking. Thus, how did they uncover the truth during the interrogation of that corpulent individual, and subsequently realize Jiang Yuan was also present during the conversation with the hunter? Was it mere conjecture? No. Jiang Yuan deemed that unlikely. He recalled that at the time, Lu Zhongyo had mentioned exiting the community and hailing a taxi. He had already departed in a cab, and Jiang Yuan was uncertain of his destination. However, he was currently monitoring the route via surveillance cameras. It was after this statement that the other party made their discovery. A few seconds of silence ensued following his words. Initially, Jiang Yuan assumed the other party was mulling over something. Yet upon reflection, if Lu Zhongyo's utterance had indeed sparked suspicion, an immediate reaction would have ensued, rather than a pause of several seconds. Therefore, it stands to reason that during that silence, the other party did not harbor doubts due to Lu Zhongyo's words, but rather chose to trust them. Subsequently, they must have employed some tracking method to ascertain their location. Curious to see where they were headed. To their surprise, they observed Jiang Yuan alongside the corpulent individual, prompting an immediate realization that the latter was under their control and that Jiang Yuan was also present. They were convinced that the person on the line was either Lin Lu or Lu Zhongyo. This was the conclusion that Jiang Yuan and Wang Ro deemed most plausible. However, the phone had already been shown to the bespectacled youth, Chu Dong, the dreadlocked girl, Ji Washu, and Lu Zhongyo. Whether it is Chu Dong or Ji Washu, both are extraordinary masters in the realm of online information, specifically designated by the higher-ups based on Jiang Yuan's significance and contributions. Lu Zhongyo is also an expert in various electronic devices. With the three of them present, it would be unreasonable to think that the tracking of his phone would go unnoticed. Jiang Yuan furrowed his brow, tossing his phone into the air repeatedly, catching it each time, engaging in this unconscious act while his mind raced with thoughts. Could it be that it is not the phone at all? But if it is not the phone, then what could it possibly be? Surely they haven't implanted some sort of tracker within him. This thought left Jiang Yuan feeling quite troubled. After pondering for a while, unable to make sense of it, he decided to set the issue aside for the moment. Perhaps the hunter had indeed grown suspicious due to Lu Zhongyo's remarks. After all, anything is possible. Shaking his head to dispel further thoughts, he lay down on his bed, quietly awaiting the arrival of midnight. Congratulations on successfully eliminating a beginner level 2 and surviving for 24 hours. Comprehensive calculation, survival points awarded. 503. The survival point reward consisted of 500 points for the elimination of a beginner level 2, alongside the obligatory daily base survival points of 3. Adding this to what remained from before in the accumulation over the past few days, as well as the 100 points expended to mislead Chao Zilla. He currently possessed a total of 738 survival points. This was hardly a substantial amount. Thus, after some reflection, Jiang Yuan resolved to continue saving them. After all, a soul intensity of 60 was already quite formidable, and it could be replenished. As long as he was not overwhelmed by a deluge of demonic power, he should be able to withstand it. Name: Jiang Yuan. Strength 30, Stamina 30, Speed 30, Soul 60, Divine Power, LV7, Strength level Beginner level 2 survival points, 738. Glancing at his current attributes, Jiang Yuan felt a sense of satisfaction. After all, having achieved this in just a little over a month was no small feat. He closed his eyes, allowing himself to drift off into a peaceful sleep. Ring. The shrill sound of his phone's ringtone jolted Jiang Yuan awake. Groggily opening his eyes, he noticed that the sky outside seemed to be just brightening. That he reached for his phone, which was charging at his bedside. And upon seeing the caller ID, his eyebrows arched in surprise. It was none other than his master, Li Kangwu, calling him. This was the first time Li Kangwu had ever called him. Once the call connected, Jiang Yuan could barely discern what Li Kangwu was doing or where he was. The sound of wind howled loudly, rendering his voice somewhat incomprehensible. Jiang Yuan, you need not come today. I won't be available today, or even for the next few days. You should study on your own. Jiang Yuan was taken aback and inquired, Master, where are you? Why is there such a strong wind? And why does your breath seem somewhat unstable? Is something happening? There was a moment of silence on Li Congwu's end. The howling wind gradually subsided, eventually fading away, indicating he must have closed the car window. Li Kangwu chuckled mysteriously, but his laughter carried an unsettling chill as he replied, I am currently in the car. Just now closing the window. However, your perceptiveness is indeed remarkable. Even when I deliberately suppressed my unstable breath, you still managed to discern it. That I recently encountered a pursuer from the Redeemers and narrowly escaped. In my haste to flee, coupled with my injuries, my breath became erratic. This is likely the reason I have been unable to teach you over the past few days. I must first locate the Redeemer hunting me. Humph, it has always been I, Li Kangwu, who chases the lost ones. Yet today, I find myself the hunted. This is something I simply cannot tolerate. Speaking of which, even through the phone, Jiang Yuan could sense the overwhelming killing intent emanating from Li Kangwu. As the higher-ups intervened, that was Jiang Yuan's immediate reaction. One must understand that, despite the fact that these fanatical practitioners outnumber the lost ones significantly, they tend to conceal themselves quite effectively for their own safety. Now that Li Kangwu is being pursued, the most likely scenario is that the image of Li Kangwu he submitted to the higher-ups has proven effective, prompting them to take action. With such thoughts racing through his mind, he anxiously inquired, Master, are you safe right now? Alas, what is the point of calling me during such a perilous moment? Master, prioritize your safety. Li Kangwu chuckled lightly, his laughter tinged with an inexplicable quality, as he asserted with a commanding tone. There is no need for concern. I was merely ambushed by 2 mid-tier Redeemers. In a direct confrontation, they would be utterly powerless against me in the short term, now that I have escaped. It is my turn to hunt them down, so you need not worry about my safety. Furthermore, at this juncture, Li Kangwu lowered his voice, speaking softly, it is not just I who was attacked. You know Lin Su, right? I just heard that he was also ambushed. It is said that 3 high-tier Redeemers personally took action, and it seems even the minister from the provincial headquarters of the Redeemer organization was involved. Lin Su's situation is far worse than mine. I am doing well, yet there has been no news of Lin Su's survival. In any case, your master is fine, so do not fret over me. Additionally, during this time, take care of your own safety as well. Do not allow those lost ones to find you. After all, you are the super genius of this generation. Well then, let us leave it at that. Once we have dealt with those lost ones, I shall seek you out. Chapter 75. Brother Yuan. After ending the call with Li Kangwu, Jiang Yuan found himself utterly devoid of any inclination to sleep. Today, the higher-ups finally provided him with a surprise. The intelligence he submitted nearly 10 days ago had finally prompted action. Yet, he couldn't help but be astonished. Who would have thought that even the minister from the provincial headquarters would personally partake in the hunt? He could only wonder about the final outcome. Had the Viper, Lin Su, been eliminated? Jiang Yuan fervently hoped for Lin Su's demise, for with his fall, he would be entitled to a 10% reward of redemption points. Moreover, Lin Su is the second strongest under the 4th disseminator, who is, in turn, the ultimate target of this mission. Any misstep could lead to being hunted down, and he certainly does not wish to be pursued by a superpower like Lin Su. As for the redemption points, they are a special privilege for every impersonator. It serves as an incentive for each impersonator to actively relay crucial intelligence about significant figures. As long as an impersonator transmits the personal information of a fanatic to the higher-ups. If those in charge take action and successfully eliminate the target, the individual responsible for the action must allocate 20% of the redemption points gained from the kill to the impersonator and their team. The impersonator receives 10% alone, while the remaining 10% is collectively distributed among the team members. Whether they choose to split it equally or according to each member's contribution is a matter for the team to decide. This is yet another reason why many vie desperately to join the impersonator team. However, redemption points are only awarded once it is confirmed that the transmitted target has been eliminated. This is to prevent impersonators from disseminating false information. How many redemption points can one earn for eliminating a high-tier first-class hunter? Perhaps just 10% would suffice to redeem an entry-level second-class, or even a first-class fanatic from the redemption organization. Wouldn't it? Of course, the rewards come with significant risks. Are the rewards substantial? Indeed, they are. If all the individuals he reports on are subsequently targeted and eliminated, the redemption points he stands to gain could be enough to redeem a mid-tier fanatic. However, the dangers he faces are equally formidable. While it is not to say that suspicion would fall upon him, or that he would be directly targeted, it is evident that the presence of impersonators within the organization of compassion is almost certain. In the future, acquiring useful intelligence may prove to be exceedingly challenging, but he shrugged and casually dialed his sister's number. The call connected swiftly. The moment it was answered, Jiang Yuan's voice was filled with a tone of panic as he hurriedly inquired, "Sister, where are you right now?" On the other end, there was a brief pause before Jiang Yu's gentle voice responded, "Do not worry about me. I have not been attacked by the imposters. Perhaps I am simply not significant enough yet. The ones targeted this time are well-known figures or mid to high-ranking individuals within our compassion organization. We, the lower-tier members, are quite safe." Jiang Yuan let out a long sigh of relief, patting his chest as he said, "I thought you might have been attacked too. I'm just glad you're okay. I was so worried after hearing Master mention this incident." Jiang Yu chuckled softly. "It's all right, Uppy. By the way, Xiao Yuan, even though I wasn't attacked, I will definitely be participating in the hunt. I initially didn't want to tell you to avoid causing you concern, but since you already know, focus on your studies for the next few days. I can't specify how long it will be. It mainly depends on the progress of our pursuit." Jiang Yuan promptly replied, I understand, sister. All right, then I'll hang up. Jiang Yuan casually tossed his phone onto the bed and proceeded to wash up. The members of the redemption organization were being hunted, yet he felt no concern whatsoever. If one were to ambush others and ultimately fail to escape, then death would be deserved. This time, the redemption organization's decision to act during this particular period led Jiang Yuan to speculate that it was a response to the precise extermination of the two squads from the Redeemers, as well as the ongoing targeted elimination of members from the Redeemer group over the past few days. Such actions served to convey to the demon organization that they were not the sole hunters of the lost, nor were they the only ones privy to their identities. They too held knowledge of certain individuals within the demon organization. If it came to mutual hunting, let it be a contest of endurance to see who could last until the end. Having just finished his morning ablutions and a light breakfast, Jiang Yuan received a call from Chao Zilu. "Brother Yuan, we have already arrived at the location." Upon answering, Chao Zilu was the first to speak. "Brother Yuan?" Jiang Yuan smiled. The term of address itself indicated that Chao Zilu had fully acknowledged him. So early. Perfect. Discuss matters with them and strive to bring them on board, Jiang Yuan instructed over the phone. "Leave this to me," Chao Zilu replied with a grin. "Even if they are reluctant to join, I can assure you they won't go about spreading rumors. Besides, I doubt anyone would refuse to join." Right? With Chao Zilu's assurance, Jiang Yuan felt a sense of ease. The previous night, he had invited 3 young men and women, handpicked by Wang Ro and her associates, who deemed them most suitable to be inducted into their ranks. Like Chao Zilu, these individuals were meant to serve as instruments for Jiang Yuan to vanquish foes and provide protection. Having Chao Zilu extend the invitation would undoubtedly carry more weight and persuasiveness than if he were to do so himself. After leisurely finishing his breakfast, Jiang Yuan changed into a fresh outfit, gathered the items he had prepared the night before, and set out toward the agreed-upon restaurant. Initially, he had assumed they would be waiting inside. Pondering the early hour, was it even possible for a restaurant to open at 6 in the morning? Upon arriving at the designated location, he discovered 4 fashionable and elegantly dressed young men and women seated on the steps outside the restaurant, animatedly engaged in conversation, completely oblivious to the gazes of passers-by. "Brother Yuan has arrived," exclaimed Chao Zilu, whose eyes lit up as he spotted Jiang Yuan, promptly leading the 3 others toward him. They regarded Jiang Yuan with a mixture of excitement and gratitude. Since they had exchanged contact information with him, they had indeed been engaging in occasional conversations, so he was not a stranger to them. However, they were taken aback by the fact that Jiang Yuan had thought of them amidst such a remarkable opportunity. This deeply moved them, for they believed that had the roles been reversed, they would never have allowed such a fortuitous chance to slip away, opting instead to hoard it for themselves. After all, how few were the lost? Yet, the number of fervent believers was immeasurable. Were it not for Chao Zilu's endorsement, Jiang Yuan's reputation as a purebred believer would have rendered them skeptical. Moreover, Chao Zilu had even proactively emitted a wave of his aura for them to sense, which indeed bolstered their confidence. It was this very act that solidified their belief in the authenticity of the situation. They felt a genuine sense of gratitude toward Jiang Yuan. In the presidential suite of a five-star hotel, Jiang Yuan, Chao Zilu, and two newly joined individuals, a man and a woman, were engrossed in discussions regarding the tracking and hunting of the elusive breaker. The two newcomers were named Feng Yong and Guo Sun, while the woman was called Ling Dongxue. This luxurious establishment was owned by Ling Dongxue's family. The trio had been meticulously selected, each possessing formidable family backgrounds. Feng Yong was the direct descendant of the sixth elder of the benevolent demon. Guo Sun was a member of the third elder's family, and Ling Dongxue was the granddaughter of the fifth elder. The elders themselves were renowned figures, having previously failed in their bids to become the grand disseminator, thus amassing considerable influence over the years. However, it was a fallacy to assume that by winning over these three individuals, the elders behind them would automatically support Jiang Yuan. The notion of simultaneously securing the allegiance of three elders was beyond the imagination of even the fourth disseminator. Instead, gaining the cooperation of these three would merely facilitate operations. Upon Jiang Yuan's speculation that the Breaker organization might be connected to the zealous believers, and possibly even have infiltrated the security bureau, Feng Yong confidently thumped his chest, assuring Jiang Yuan that he need not worry, encouraging him to act boldly. After all, his father was the deputy governor of Binjiang province. Even if the Breaker were to hide within the security bureau, or even be its chief, an investigation could proceed without fear of repercussions. Should evidence be found, swift action could be taken, eliminating the target and ensuring the proof of their identity as a Breaker was left intact, rendering any objections moot. In truth, the foremost challenge in identifying Breakers among the fervent believers lay not merely in their adept concealment, but also in the necessity for concrete evidence to justify any investigative actions. Without such proof, one could not act indiscriminately. The potential for misuse of power to settle personal vendettas would lead to chaos. However, with Feng Yong's guarantee, Jiang Yuan felt emboldened to uncover the enigmatic figure lurking behind the scenes. Behold the advantages of allying with these individuals, Jiang Yuan proclaimed with evident delight. All right, I shall now assign tasks to everyone. Brother Yuan, you need only give the command as long as you are certain the individual is a Breaker and have sufficient assurance. Proceed with your investigation. All other concerns shall be addressed by us. Guo Sun, sporting his striking blonde hair, declared with confidence. His words were not mere bravado. The stronghold of the benevolent demon was situated in Binjiang province, where even the fervent adherents of the zealous demon would tread cautiously. Then I shall make the arrangements. Jiang Yuan responded decisively. Jiang Yuan nodded gravely, before proceeding to manipulate his notebook, promptly transforming the screen into footage captured by a surveillance camera in a particular residential community. He pointed to the area, stating with utmost seriousness, "While I was tracking that rotund individual, I intercepted evidence of his frequent phone conversations with someone. I suspect this person may be the one orchestrating the surveillance against me." He added, "Moreover, look here." Jiang Yuan adjusted the controls once more, and the same surveillance feed appeared, but the date of capture reverted to an earlier time. Moments later, Chao Zilu's eyes widened in shock, bloodshot and filled with urgency. He pointed at the screen depicting a man and a woman, gritting his teeth as he exclaimed, "It's them! I recognize that woman's hair. It's unmistakably her." And the young man beside her, wearing glasses, is undoubtedly the one who fled last night. Upon hearing this, Feng Yong and the others hastily focused their gaze on the screen. Jiang Yuan nodded affirmatively, saying, "Indeed, it is them. The signal I traced originated from this community. And these two fugitives have also been spotted here. Thus, I am almost 100% certain, 99.999%, that this residential area serves as the operational hub for this band of fugitives. However, I am uncertain of their exact location within the buildings, nor do I know if they have managed to escape, especially since we have eliminated the rotund individual, which likely prompted their flight. As of now, I am at an impasse. It is now up to you all." Jiang Yuan turned his attention to the others. Ling Dongxue observed the community for a while before appearing to send a message to someone on her phone. Just seconds after Jiang Yuan's words, she received a reply, her face lighting up with a radiant smile as she declared, "Brother Yuan, leave the investigation to me. Given that these fugitives are likely concealed among the security personnel, utilizing their connections for inquiry would be impractical. Moreover, should our intentions be revealed, those zealous followers would undoubtedly whisk these fugitives away. However, no need to worry. I found this community quite familiar. And upon inquiring, I discovered that it is a development by a subsidiary of our Ling Group. The property management here has also consistently been overseen by that subsidiary. Therefore, I shall take charge of investigating the residents and their circumstances within this community. Within 2 days at most, I will procure detailed information on every household and every owner. Upon hearing Ling Dongshua's words, not only Jiang Yuan but also Chao Zilu, Feng Yong, and Guo Sun were filled with elation. Jiang Yuan immediately nodded, saying, "Very well, then it is entrusted to you. Additionally, please verify if anyone has left the community in the last couple of days without returning." Ling Dongxue signaled an OK gesture before stepping aside to make arrangements over the phone. Jiang Yuan then addressed the remaining trio, stating, "Feng Yong, your primary responsibility is to eliminate any obstacles that may arise immediately. We must ensure our investigation proceeds smoothly." Feng Yong thumped his chest confidently, replying, "Leave it to me." Jiang Yuan turned his gaze towards Guo Sun and remarked, "Guo Sun, if I recall correctly, someone from your family holds a position as the third-in-command at the Security Bureau? I am not asking for much. All I require is for him to grant us the authority to manipulate the surveillance cameras at will. Surely, that cannot be too difficult, can it? Moreover, the risk should be minimal." "Wouldn't you agree?" Guo Sun shook his head and replied, "Not a problem at all. My uncle is precisely in charge of such matters. When the time comes, he can easily provide us with temporary access. And there is no likelihood of any security personnel causing trouble." Jiang Yuan smiled at this. Infiltrating the surveillance system undeniably carries its own risks. However, with the authorization code in hand, even if it is temporary, there should be no issues at all. The entire city's cameras could be accessed freely, allowing one to view any location without hindrance. And since it is officially sanctioned, there is absolutely no risk involved. Jiang Yuan, concealed by the hidden earpiece within his ear, listened intently to the various arrangements he had made and the tasks that Feng Yong and the others had accomplished on his behalf. Wang Ro and the others could only express their astonishment. Truth be told, as the Seekers, they had always approached their endeavors with utmost caution. To directly utilize official power so brazenly for their own benefit, even within the entire Redemption organization, was an exceptionally rare occurrence. This was, of course, largely attributable to Jiang Yuan's remarkable ability to make sacrifices to the demon. Furthermore, he was indeed a believer in such sacrifices. The most absurd part was that the demon had not exacted any punishment whatsoever. Instead, it had actually bestowed benefits upon Chao Zilu. Under such circumstances, who would dare to question Jiang Yuan's status as a seeker? Even after pondering throughout the night, Wang Ro and the others could not fathom how Jiang Yuan had accomplished this. As for Jiang Yuan's explanation, it felt eerily familiar. Do not ask, he would say. Simply put, my soul's strength is sufficiently high to conceal the fact that I am a believer in the eyes of the demon. My soul's uniqueness is such that it can deceive the demon. Believe it or not, that is the reality. Whether you choose to believe or not is inconsequential. In fact, Wang Ro even contemplated deeper implications stemming from Jiang Yuan's newfound ability. If just hypothetically, Jiang Yuan were to eliminate all the mysterious puppeteers and entirely dispel Jiang Yuan and the fourth messenger's suspicions, then could it be possible for Jiang Yuan, through his current efforts to win over Chao Zilu and his seemingly flawless sacrificial actions, to be considered the eighth messenger within the benevolent demon organization? It seemed perhaps not entirely impossible. Chapter 77. An unassuming best friend. Whether or not one becomes a messenger is not solely at Jiang Yuan's discretion. It necessitates unwavering support from an elder, who must endorse only you. Alternatively, one must achieve remarkable feats, such as dismantling a particular redemption organization, to hold the possibility of being selected as a new messenger. Jiang Yuan is still far from this goal. And for a pretender to aspire to become a messenger, it requires more than mere sacrificial concealment. Numerous factors must align. This is precisely why no pretender has ever been appointed as a messenger within any demon organization. It is exceedingly challenging, if not nearly impossible. The foremost task currently confronting Jiang Yuan is to apprehend and eliminate the enigmatic figures operating behind the scenes, thereby dispelling any lingering doubts and distrust harbored by the fourth spreader. Only upon achieving these two objectives can he earnestly contemplate future developments within the realm of Shanmin and strategize on how to procure more valuable intelligence for dissemination. In the hotel, Guo Sun sat with his cheeks bulging, engrossed in his meal while his unwavering gaze remained fixed on the computer screen. His fingers intermittently danced across the keyboard, and once he finished the morsels in his mouth, He would seize the bowl beside him to hastily devour a few more bites before resuming his watchful observation. He was engrossed in reviewing surveillance footage of the residents in the hunter's community from recent days. Meanwhile, Ling Dongxue meticulously sifted through the collected information, sending any suspicious leads to Guasun for further scrutiny, urging him to monitor for any anomalies. Should anything unusual arise, she promptly relayed the information to Guasun, who would then scrutinize the video playback. Chao Zilu and Feng Yong were tasked with assisting in the process, leaving Jiang Yuan with little to occupy his time. However, he was not entirely idle. He feigned searching on his computer. In truth, he was not pursuing the mysterious individuals, as the only known information pertained to the hunter, which he had delegated to Chao Zilu and his team for investigation. He had other matters to attend to, specifically keeping an eye on Sister and Li Kongwu. Indeed, monitoring Sister and Li Kongwu had never escaped his mind, as uncovering the true identity of the fourth spreader remained his ultimate mission. Unfortunately, the pressure exerted by the mysterious figures had left him with little leisure to conduct a thorough inquiry, compounded by his recent encounters with several members of the fourth spreader who were not entirely trusting of him. Thus, opportunities to investigate and engage had been scarce. Now, however, a chance had presented itself. The authorization code obtained by Guasun from the Security Bureau granted Jiang Yuan the means to legitimately access any surveillance camera, even retrieving stored footage without fear of repercussion on the phone screen. Jiang Yuan was simultaneously savoring a bowl of Odin while deftly toggling between camera feeds. Upon closer inspection, he discerned a sleekly designed Ferrari in one of the feeds. This vehicle was no stranger to him, and its license plate was equally familiar. It did not belong to his sister, but rather to her close friend, Mu Luiying, the very car she had driven when she picked him up upon his arrival in the provincial capital. Through the somewhat unclear footage, he could barely make out Mu Luiying and his sister engaged in conversation within the vehicle. This scene had been captured when his sister departed their residential community a few days prior. She had driven to the school parking lot before transferring to Mu Luiying's car. Jiang Yuan had been tailing this vehicle ever since, eager to discover their destination and whether there might be an opportunity to unearth the identity of the spreader. Although he was acutely aware of the improbability of success, so minuscule it bordered on absurdity, he felt compelled to pursue the lead, believing that even the slightest clue could prove invaluable. 10 minutes later, the vehicle came to a halt outside a supermarket. In the next instant, Jiang Yuan sat up straight, furrowing his brow in concentration. To his astonishment, he witnessed Li Kongwu briskly exiting the supermarket, a plastic bag in hand. Its contents unknown. Approaching the car, he opened the rear door and took a seat inside. Through the glass, one could faintly discern Li Kongwu handing a plastic bag containing bottled water and snacks to two young women. The vehicle then gradually commenced its journey, continuing in a particular direction. At first glance, everything seemed rather ordinary. However, the presence of Mu Luiying in this scenario was anything but typical, while her companionship with her sister was unremarkable. Given that they were roommates and close friends, the question remained, how did Li Kongwu come to be here? It is crucial to understand that, in order to evade detection by the seekers, individuals like Li Kongwu, or even Chao Zilu, typically maintained a deep cover in their daily lives. It was nearly impossible for outsiders to ascertain their identities, and even among fellow zealots within the same organization, knowledge of one another's specific professions was meticulously guarded. Of course, this pertains to those of significant standing. The majority of zealots were merely ordinary followers, whose identities were of little concern to the seekers. The seekers were primarily interested in the identities of trusted associates of the disseminators and the key personnel within various demonic organizations, nothing more. Jiang Yuan had no knowledge of which demon Mu Luiying worshipped. Even if she were a devotee of a different demon, yet maintained a close friendship with her sister, it would not raise any eyebrows. It was equally plausible that Mu Luiying could be a follower of the benevolent demon or a zealot herself, which would not be particularly surprising. However, the appearance of Li Kongwu was entirely unwarranted. It should not have happened at all. The mere presence of Li Kongwu could only signify one thing. Mu Luiying's identity was undoubtedly complex. At the very least, within the ranks of the benevolent demon organization, she held a status not inferior to that of her sister, Jiang Yu. Otherwise, it would be impossible for her to have any interaction with Li Kongwu. Do not be misled by Li Tsongwu's current role as Jiang Yuan's mentor, as one might assume access to him is straightforward. Yet, it is essential to remember that Jiang Yuan has the endorsement of his sister, Jiang Yu, and he has demonstrated extraordinary talent, which is why he could engage with Li Tsongwu. In reality, prior to Jiang Yuan, the Redemption Organization was only familiar with the name Li Kongwu. having no knowledge of his appearance whatsoever. Observing the three individuals seated within the vehicle, Jiang Yuan silently committed this matter to memory, resolving to investigate Mu Liuxing's true identity thoroughly. He continued to switch between cameras, tracking the vehicle's progress until it ultimately vanished from view upon reaching the southeastern region of the provincial city. While there were indeed numerous cameras, this did not guarantee coverage at every location. More often than not, Jiang Yuan had to toggle between multiple intersections cameras to ascertain their precise route. However, upon arriving in the southeastern area, the number of cameras dwindled, and both vehicles and buildings became scarcer. Jiang Yuan meticulously reviewed the footage from all available cameras in that area at the relevant time, ultimately concluding that the vehicle had not reappeared. Clearly, they must have stopped somewhere within that vicinity. Jiang Yuan duly noted this area, intending to instruct Wang Rou and the others to investigate what lay within that region. He then continued to fast-forward through the remaining camera footage, awaiting the vehicle's reappearance for further tracking. However, despite the relentless fast-forwarding to the latest footage, the vehicle has yet to reappear. This situation immediately rendered Jiang Yuan solemn. He confirmed with other cameras. And still, there was no trace of that car. All of this can only indicate one thing. There must be an issue in this area known as Fuxing District. It is even possible that there lies a sanctuary of compassion hidden here. Moreover, it could very well be the residence of the fourth disseminator. Chapter 78. Not him, of course. All of this is merely Jiang Yuan's conjecture. And is the location of the fourth disseminator so easily discovered? Jiang Yuan does not believe it to be so simple, nor does he think such fortuitous luck could fall upon him. Nevertheless, it is certain that there is indeed something amiss here. Furthermore, Mu Liuxing's identity is undoubtedly complex, which is another certainty. Yuan Ge, come quickly. Just as Jiang Yuan was deep in thought, Guosun and Ling Dongxue called out in unison, their voices laced with excitement. Jiang Yuan immediately cast aside his other thoughts and swiftly approached them, inquiring, "What is it? Have you discovered something?" Ling Dongxue, as if seeking credit, stated, "Yuan Ge, I specifically focused on verifying the identities of those who have moved into this community since your arrival in the provincial capital. I actually found several." She then handed over the information of these individuals to Guosun, and they began to review the surveillance footage together. They soon discovered that one of these individuals had been in contact with a portly man. This portly figure, confirmed by Chao Zilu, is indeed the heretic you sacrificed last night. Yuan Ge. Ling Dongxue spoke so rapidly that Guosun struggled to interject, ultimately waiting for her to finish before managing a simple and nodding emphatically, affirming her statement. He then operated the computer, enlarging the image. Sure enough, they saw the previous portly man conversing with a middle-aged gentleman in the community's gazebo. After exchanging a few words, the portly man departed, followed by the middle-aged gentleman. Jiang Yuan fixed his gaze intently on the middle-aged man. The more he observed, the graver his expression became. It is not him. It is not that hunter. It is unequivocally not that hunter. Jiang Yuan had initially expected it to be the hunter and believed that the hunter should easily locate him. However, while the connection to the portly man has been established, it is categorically not the hunter. What does this imply? This indicates that the mysterious puppet master can now be 100% certain that there is indeed another party involved, or perhaps even more individuals. They are undoubtedly part of a collective. Fortunately, Jiang Yuan had already anticipated this and mentally prepared himself. After scrutinizing the middle-aged man for a few seconds, he solemnly addressed the others. "Indeed, we have quickly pinpointed this individual. However, for the sake of prudence, I believe we should continue our observation. Now that we have a clear target, let us focus on this middle-aged gentleman and see if he engages with anyone else." Guosun nodded vigorously, responding, "Right, I suspect there cannot be only this one. Let us keep searching, and once we have identified this entire group, we will take action." His enthusiasm was at an all-time high, and he was brimming with energy, as if he could already envision a multitude of accomplishments and the dark forces beckoning him. Jiang Yuan smiled faintly and remarked, "You've all worked hard these past few days. However, there is no need to overexert yourselves. Do remember to take the time to rest. It's getting late. Perhaps we should all return and continue tomorrow." Feng Yang, who had been intently monitoring the surveillance feed from another area, spoke without raising his head. "Brother Yuan, if you wish to go back, please do so. I'll remain here and endeavor to flush out every last one of these vermin. I must tell you, these rats are quite adept at hiding. We mustn't let them escape into Jiang province, for we may not have the chance to locate them again. There are a few rooms here. I shall rest here." Guosun, Ling Dongxue, and even Chao Zila nodded vigorously, each one brimming with excitement and showing no inclination to rest. This outcome was, of course, precisely what Jiang Yuan desired. He nodded in agreement. Very well, then, I appreciate your efforts. I shall return to rest now. Do inform me of any developments. After exchanging a few words with them, Jiang Yuan departed. The urgency of his return was to relay information about Mu Luiying and the developments in the Fuxing district to Wang Ro and the others, and to hand over the sketch of the middle-aged man he had glimpsed on the surveillance footage, urging them to investigate who he might be, with Chao Zilu and the others keeping watch. He was not concerned about locating the predator. Upon exiting the hotel, a taxi came to a halt before him, and Jiang Yuan promptly entered the vehicle. He then retrieved a tablet from the glove compartment and said, "Once you return, please conduct a thorough investigation into Mu Luiying. My sister's confidant. Look into her circumstances, as I recently saw her, my sister, and Li Kanwu all together in a vehicle heading towards the Fuxing district. After which they completely vanished. Therefore, do check the Fuxing district for any anomalies. We need to ascertain whether there exists a secret stronghold of the compassionate demons, but remember, do not raise any alarms. Should you indeed discover a secret hideout of the compassionate demon organization, maintain a discreet watch from a distance. You may uncover the whereabouts of the fourth spreader," Jiang Yuan elaborated in one breath, sketching fervently on the tablet with an electronic pen. Before long, the rough outline of the aforementioned middle-aged man appeared on the screen. Jiang Yuan saved the image, returned the tablet to the glove compartment, and stated, "This middle-aged man has had contact with that rotund man from the Great Mercy. I suspect he is also one of the shadowy figures behind the scenes. Do see if you can retrieve information from the database. For now, this is all the information I have. Please prioritize confirming these matters. Of course, the focus must remain on the shadowy figures. Resolving the mystery of these individuals is paramount." Since boarding the vehicle, Jiang Yuan had been issuing instructions, and only after he finished did the sturdy young driver nod and reply, "Understood. I will report to Sister Ro once we return." Jiang Yuan flashed a smile, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he remarked, "It's rather awkward to admit, but you have all been part of the team for several days now, and I hardly even know your names." The sturdy young man, whose demeanor seemed somewhat reserved, shook his head and replied in a deep voice, "It's quite all right. This is a common occurrence with every team of infiltrators. In fact, there are instances where some infiltrators remain oblivious to their comrades' names until one of them meets their demise. Our second squad's level of interaction is considered exceptionally frequent," he continued. "By the way, my name is Su Bing, a first-tier novice redeemer." Jiang Yuan smiled and said, "Hello, Su Bing. You are indeed correct. Our interactions have been rather plentiful in this context. However, this may only be temporary. Once we resolve the issue with this mysterious group and shift our focus to the main target of compassion, it may become challenging to arrange meetings." Su Bing nodded lightly, choosing not to elaborate further. Jiang Yuan, unfazed, turned his gaze towards the window, lost in quiet contemplation. Chapter 79. The blade strikes first tier at the entrance of the residential complex. Before Jiang Yuan exited the vehicle, he dutifully paid the fare. One must adhere to the full act. Su Bing had consistently maintained the facade of a taxi driver. As Jiang Yuan's mind remained preoccupied with these thoughts, he soon found himself at the foot of his building. Suddenly, his phone rang. Breaking the silence, he paused in surprise, only to discover that the call was from Chao Zilu. Could it be that they had made further progress? Jiang Yuan was not particularly astonished. Having already identified the middle-aged man, it would likely be a straightforward task to trace the hunter through him. After all, they resided in the same complex, and perhaps even in the same apartment, making the search rather uncomplicated. With these thoughts in mind, he answered the call. However, before Jiang Yuan could utter a word, the unsettling sensation of being watched, which had vanished for several days, returned with a vengeance. He froze momentarily, and then his expression shifted drastically, for this sensation of being observed felt distinctly different from before. This feeling of scrutiny seemed to be right beside him. At that moment, Chao Zilu's anxious voice crackled through the receiver. "Yuan Ge, run. We have pinpointed another individual. We have been tracking this person's movements over the past few days and discovered that he has been loitering outside your residential complex every day. The latest surveillance footage revealed that at noon today, he slipped into your complex and has yet to emerge. Run. Yuan Ge, run." Chao Zilu's tone was fraught with urgency and panic. Jiang Yuan's expression had already frozen in shock. This was due to the fact that, midway through Chao Zilu's warning, a figure suddenly emerged from the flower bed to the right of the unit's entrance. It was a familiar metallic rod, a silhouette he recognized all too well, and a face that was equally familiar. Even the increasingly frenzied expression of the individual was eerily recognizable. His body was caked with dirt and dried leaves, his forehead glistening with grease, clearly having concealed himself in that flower bed for an extended period. The oppressive heat had transformed him into a veritable oil slick. Of course, none of this was the crux of the matter. Jiang Yuan cast a glance at his remaining survival points. At this moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude, relieved that he had refrained from utilizing the 738 survival points to enhance his soul's strength yesterday. Otherwise, it was uncertain whether he would still be alive today. However, that was no longer a concern. With 738 survival points at his disposal, he possessed sufficient power to engage in 2 battles equivalent to the first tier of the initial rank. Moreover, given that he had now ascended to the second tier of the initial rank, he should, perhaps, be able to withstand a somewhat greater force of salvation, right? Perhaps. Should he attempt to convert 400 survival points all at once? Yuyan, speak up. Chao Zilla continued to shout over the phone. Yes, I see him. He is right in front of me. After uttering this phrase, Jiang Yuan casually tossed his phone aside. He even lacked the time to stow it in his pocket. At that very moment, he swiftly drew his dagger. He understood that today's events would undoubtedly not end peacefully, especially upon witnessing the almost completely unhinged expression of the hunter. Jiang Yuan hesitated no longer and initiated the attack. With a mere thought, he expended a full 400 survival points, transforming them into a force of salvation that exceeded the first tier by 30%, yet fell short of reaching the intermediate tier, as this immense power surged into his body. Jiang Yuan realized he had overestimated his own capacity. Although his realm had indeed advanced to the second tier of the initial rank, his 3 physical attributes remained unchanged, and the force of salvation required a robust physique to sustain it. Fortunately, the arduous training of recent days had not been in vain. Teetering on the brink of explosion, Jiang Yuan could no longer contain himself. With a fierce roar, he charged forward, dagger in hand. Simultaneously, he unleashed a frenzied, almost deranged cry. Heretic! How dare you come at me? Die! You filthy rats of the sewers! Ha ha ha! Perish! Perish! The benevolent Holy Spirit awaits your soul and flesh. Jiang Yuan's roar reverberated throughout the entire neighborhood. The once bustling area fell into a sudden silence. Almost immediately, figures clad in black rushed to the floor-to-ceiling windows, gazing in this direction. Yet, none descended into madness, nor did anyone charge down. For without absolute certainty that an individual was a despairer, they would not act recklessly. You die. You must die. I will kill you. It's you. It's because of you. Why do you not perish? Why do you still live? The hunter seemed to have completely lost his sanity, brandishing his iron rod and charging at Jiang Yuan like a madman. Bang! The two clashed fiercely. Jiang Yuan, his body brimming with the force of salvation, on the verge of explosion, fought with unparalleled ferocity. Unleashing the salvation power as if it were limitless, the scene appeared to replay itself. However, this time, Jiang Yuan was even more formidable. Not only was the salvation power derived from the conversion of 400 survival points greater in quantity and quality, but Jiang Yuan himself had also advanced to the second tier of the initial rank, synergizing with his own salvation power. Now, Jiang Yuan was completely overpowering his opponent. The lights of the residential buildings within the complex shone brightly, illuminating the area in a brilliant glow. Jiang Yuan grew increasingly ferocious as the battle raged on, each strike bringing him greater exhilaration. With the defeat of a novice-level foe, how much redemption power and survival points could he accrue? While it might not grant him an immediate surge in strength, achieving a maximum divine power of LV10, along with surplus redemption power and survival points to enhance his 3 attributes and soul, should pose no insurmountable challenge. Surely, his strength would ascend significantly. Prepare to meet your demise. After a fierce exchange lasting 7 or 8 rounds, Jiang Yuan suddenly seized upon a flaw in his opponent's defense. With lightning speed, he slashed with his blade, causing a torrent of blood to erupt from the hunter's abdomen, intestines spilling forth. Yet, Jiang Yuan was not quick enough to evade a retaliatory strike. With a resounding bang, he was struck forcefully on the arm. In that moment, he felt certain that his left arm had sustained a fracture, perhaps even a shattering one. However, there was no time to dwell on such matters, especially as his adversary was in a far more grievous state. Jiang Yuan pressed on with his assault. At that very moment, a familiar voice echoed from a distance. I recognize that young man. He resides in our neighborhood. Quick, that man is not from our community. He must be the heretic the young man mentioned. Regardless of his nature, he is undoubtedly no good. We must apprehend him. As the voice approached, so too did the security personnel from the neighborhood. Jiang Yuan's expression changed dramatically. This prize, so tantalizingly within reach, could not be snatched away from him. Taking stock of his internal redemption power, he clenched his teeth and resolved to fight on. Consuming another 200 of his remaining 300 survival points, he felt an explosive energy surge within him, more intense than before. Without a moment's hesitation, he bellowed, unleashing all his redemption power, his blade glowing a vivid crimson. Akin to a blood moon, this strike was imbued with astonishing might, stunning the security guards. Even the hunter across from him appeared momentarily dazed, caught off guard by the sudden surge of power.